You're going to have to keep it peak, Dell, because it's not coming out of this mixer hot. Why can't I wear a hat regular? Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I am excited this morning. Does it sound different there? How does it sound there? Maybe,
Actually, it does sound better, actually. It usually
maybe
sounds
y'all
the same on this, but you said you had some vocal wizard was in your house doing things.
Yeah, this engineer from here, he works at ESPN. He works for Travis and those guys. He doesn't know him, Travis Rogers and those guys. He came over and he looked at all the stuff, and I got a new microphone. I'm getting a new mixer in here, and hopefully it'll sound like in studio.
Are you going to start producing beats?
I could. With the mixer that I have, I got my own. I can hit my own hotkeys with the mixer I'm going to have.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh yeah, that's a good thing. That's a great thing.
It's not
okay.
a great thing.
Yeah, my own hotkeys, and I can combat Dell. How about that? With the stuff that he gives us.
What microphone do you have? Shure?
It's I don't know what it is, but it's a beauty.
SHURE.
It was expensive enough. I know.
Yeah, that's a Shure then, probably.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's one of the goods. Yeah. So I'm excited about that, and I'm excited that tomorrow our first fantasy entries.
Yes.
For our big fantasy draft, they're going to get 2 nights stay at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. They're going to get a $200 voucher for food, dinner at the DraftKings Sportsbook. There, you can bring another person, right? And you and a buddy or your wife or whomever is going to draft. We've got 2 spots available, but one person is going to win them tomorrow in the 9 o'clock hour. Excited about that. More excited about that or the microphone or Bryce Matthews. Which one?
Probably Bryce Matthews.
Which was
better?
I
think you're more excited about the microphone, but
I don't know. Well, Bryce Matthews, I don't know. He's going to be around probably longer than this microphone.
Bryce Matthews. Now, Cam Smith's coming back down to earth a little bit right now. Now, Nick Kurtz is the new favorite for Rookie of the Year. It's really changed. Jacob Wilson, then it went to Cam, then it's now Nick Kurtz. But Cam's coming back a little bit to earth right now. Is in the lower 700s of OPS. Still having a good rookie year. But boy, with him and Bryce Matthews, and we knew Bryce was a high draft pick a couple of years ago. When you have Bryce and Cam, and you start to see the next generation of guys, it does do. I'd like to see some stud young pitcher that come up as well. I mean, I know we have Hunter Brown, but another one that would be nice. But I'm pretty excited about 2 position players like this. That's
how about
very
this?
Exciting.
2 young guys. I mean, look at I was looking at somebody said all of the Lance. We're known for not having a minor league system. That just is
not one of the top minor leagues.
What's his name? Keith Law puts us in the worst every year. We're the worst, right? Okay, the Astros are the worst, and yet it's guy after guy after guy that is continuing to come up and play huge. And here's another one. It's crazy how many guys are coming up and contributing, and how this organization just, I mean, it just rolls along. Which was better yesterday, the double play or the home run?
Ooh.
I mean, how good was that?
I'm kind of double play was good. I'm just kind of a sucker for the home runs
But he doesn't turn that double play.
Players.
They probably lose the game.
No, I know. And I got to tell you, man, right, King he's not the same pitcher he was earlier in the year. This has been going on for a while where it is really sketch when he comes in now.
Yeah.
I mean, the ERA still looks good at 2.57, but it's not been the same with him. And, he doesn't throw hard, but he had some late movement that was effective early in the year. It's just not as effective for him anymore.
Yeah, no, he's not. He's worn out. Listen, there was originally he was just a guy coming in, and he's done great. Don't get me wrong. He's done nice. Great. Yeah. He's done great, and he's another guy though. That's where your depth now falls off again. So we learned a couple of things yesterday too with the injuries. Isaac Paredes is going to be gone a long time, and even they admitted that. They're slow to admit this, but they admitted it yesterday. They usually, he's going to be gone a week, and then it's 7 weeks, 8 weeks,
or they don't say he's a week. They make it vague. This is not vague. Joe Espada on his weekly radio show basically he just came out and said he's going to be gone a while.
No,
gone a while for the Astros is terrifying.
Right,
that could be 2 years.
And then Lance McCullers goes on the IL with a blister.
Yeah, with finger thing. Now he was picking at it the other day. He was kind of messing with it during the game. So it's not like we didn't see a little bit of a foreshadowing if you looked at it in the background. But, he's whatever it is, get it fixed and get right, I guess.
Yeah, he is just get right. A lot of people just DFA him. No, they're not going to DFA him. They owe him a lot of money. They're not DFAing him. Maybe next year, if he can't get it together, maybe next year they'll Jose Abreu.
I hope it never gets to that.
Yeah,
you never want to see that from one of your guys who, like, they never did that with and it was bad during the year for Yuli, but you never DFA'd Yuli, and I don't see it happening. I hope he's not so bad that they can't keep him anywhere on a roster. If so, it's probably better that he just goes on some kind of injured list. Just, you know what I mean? Just to kind of save face a little bit. You hope it doesn't get to that. But this guy spent so much time on injured lists. It's just crazy.
Yeah. So a 3-1 win. King gives up 3 hits in the 9th inning and they don't score. And it's that double play, a bullet that Bryce Matthews goes and gets after he homers in the 8th inning. I mean, there are 3 guys in Astros history that have hit under the age of 24 that have had 3 home runs, 7 RBIs in a 2-game span. It's Yordan, Correa, and now Bryce Matthews.
Can we just say, and can we also mention that for our caller Gary and our caller Israel, that don't just go by the name Bryce and think that you just are not going to tune in. Trust me, you're going to like this one. You're going to like this Bryce.
Yeah.
Gary, Israel, you need it. You can't just read the name Bryce and think, oh, just another one of them. No. I think you're going to like this Bryce.
No, this Bryce is different.
Gary and Israel, I think you're going to like this Bryce. If you turn in, sometimes you hear the name Cam and you think, oh, but you like that Cam. I think you're going to like this Bryce.
Right. We
have to tell Gary and Israel that or they can't like a player. Now I think they're going to like some Astros baseball.
Yeah. Listen, they're Bryce and Cam are not what they're not what you thought they would be. They're so, listen though. How about this? Now, how do you get him out of the lineup? How do you get Taylor? Well, Taylor didn't play last night, and they didn't score any runs because Taylor wasn't playing. How do you get Cam? Cam has been unbelievable. Bryce, the under 24 guys on this team, it's incredible what they're doing.
Well,
it's just incredible.
I mean, Bryce, now it's a short. He's got 4 hits. 3 of them have been home runs.
Right.
He struck out 9
times.
He
He basically won 2 games for him.
Right. No, there's no question. But he struck out 9 times in 20 at-bats. Like, he's striking out once every 2 at-bats. So he's not, I mean, he's
That's
not.
what power
he's not
hitters
there
do,
yet.
Lance.
But this is just a flash. It's a flash of what is to come. I don't, my guess is he'll be sent back down in the near future. And when he does, that's good. Just keep hitting. He gets a little taste. And then maybe you see him on the big roster come playoff time. I would definitely consider that without question, especially, I mean, unless this is, I didn't see what his minor league home run numbers were, but I mean, 20 at bats and you got 3 home runs. That's pretty good.
Yeah. No, I mean, these young guys have been fantastic. I don't foresee them sending Bryce down unless he goes on a.
But don't you want him playing though? Well, I mean,
run.
I'm talking about when Jeremy gets back, and
I don't
where
care.
do you see him playing when they're healthy?
Well, I don't know. That's probably where Zach Short takes off. You don't see Zach Short anymore.
But don't you want him playing though every day?
Whitcomb, John Singleton. I mean, there's a lot of spots before Bryce.
I mean, I'd love to see him stay on the big team, but he's not going to be playing every day. So I just don't know if they'll do that.
Keep him in there till he doesn't. Keep him in.
Oh
there.
yeah, well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, until everyone's healthy for sure. I'm just talking about when everyone gets healthy, which is probably never.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Jordan apparently is hitting. He had some comments that we'll get to a little bit later.
Bryce Matthews only has, John, in Sugarland, only has 10 home runs and 269 at bats.
Well,
that's one every 26. Right now he's 1 every 7. So this is a little bit. It's a little bit of an outlier.
Yeah.
For historically, I mean, he did have 20 home runs one year in Nebraska, but that was in college. So yeah, he's on the major league level. The most he's had is 15 home runs in a year. So I mean, he's not going to hit a lot of home runs typically.
Well, all I know is right now he has been a godsend these last 2 games and just so much fun. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. A lot of stuff. Josh Okogie.
Yeah.
Interesting pickup. Yet another wing player. Where are they going to put all these guys? It's amazing.
Well, I can tell you where they're going to put him on the bench.
I thought to myself, I said, now this guy apparently is a defensive whiz. Only a couple of guys with 600 minutes or something. He's finished 3rd. He's agreed to a 1-year, $3.1 million deal. I don't know if he's going anywhere. This is going to be, he's a 7-year veteran. He is elite defensively on the wing. So that's just another guy that the Astros, they are really piling up wing players, man. Piling them up.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't shoot the ball well. He's a poor shooter. He's just a bench guy. He's a bench guy that if he gets in a game, he's going to D up. That's what he is. I mean, he's not going to get, there's going to be plenty of DNP CDs where he's just not going to play. But basically, if you're going to be on that bench for Udoka, you better defend.
Well, he does.
And this guy defends, and
defends.
He's not a shooter, but he will defend, and he can defend a couple positions. So that's good. That's good. I mean, I just think he's a bench guy.
Yeah, well, obviously he's coming in off the bench, but I'm not sure that he's not going to see time. But why did you re-sign Jay Sean and Jeff Green?
Well,
I
think for trade purposes.
For what?
Trade purposes.
Well, okay. We haven't seen that. But
no,
okay.
I know you haven't seen it yet. They can't.
I don't know what Jay Sean. I don't know what kind of value Jay Sean or Jeff Green have.
They have contract value now.
Yeah. Well, right. And that'll add up.
It'll add up. That's what it is. And with veteran players, you pay a little bit more than the young players. So to me, you know who they are. You like them. They played well for you, but also you have, you can aggregate contracts and make another move if you want to in the future. It's not necessarily going to happen right now. Maybe it will. Maybe it's the trade deadline. Maybe it doesn't happen at all, but you got the guys you like. They like those guys. Jay Sean plays hard. I don't know where the Okogie, where are the minutes coming for him?
Yeah, I don't know. I
mean, it's going to be. It's not like unless he goes a little deeper in his bench this year more often. Now, remember, the playoff bench was a little more shallow than the regular season bench. So, I expect to see 10 guys a game. I mean, Okogie could get in there, but he is just another wing defender. This one just doesn't shoot well, but wing defenders, they don't mind collecting those guys.
Yep. 713-780-3776. Just getting it started. We got a lot of stuff to talk about here this morning on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Glad you could join us. I want to talk about H&P right now. I want to talk about what they do for us and what they can do for you. If you're somebody that is making decisions financially for your business, you have a duty to your employees to do it as well as you possibly can to make sure that your business runs smoothly, that the bottom line, I mean, you have employees and their families that are, you're responsible for. If you have to, if your business doesn't make it, then those people are out of work. And, there's a fallout. There's a big fallout. And you don't want that happening to you. So do it as well as you possibly can. You don't do payroll. You don't do HR. You don't know the tax game. You don't know the Affordable Care Act, 401ks, insurance. That's not what you sell. What you sell is what you sell. Let HR&P do what they do. And I can do it. Yeah, you can do it, but you're not going to do it as well. And you're not going to do it as economically. And you're not going to do it technologically as well as they do. I mean, listen, it's a tough decision. You might have to, trim down your payroll department, but your payroll department, put them somewhere else and let HR&P do your payroll and HR as well as they do, which they do for us. HRP.net. Make a great business decision for your business. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with Dell here on this Wednesday morning. Tomorrow, a reminder, we are giving away that fantasy spot in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll have a trivia question for you, pretty simple one, and it'll have something to do with fantasy football. So listen in the 9 o'clock hour, and you could possibly be with us. We are going to be there the 28th and 29th of August, and you got a 2-night stay at Golden Nugget Lake Charles, $200 food and beverage credit, and dinner at the DraftKings Sportsbook. How about that? And you and a buddy or wife or whatever, whoever you want to draft, whoever is going to draft with you. So we got that going on tomorrow right here on ESPN. And I'm excited. I am excited.
That's going to be cool. Like, that's a really cool 2-night stay, 3-day, 2-night stay at a casino with a great swimming pool. You got food options all over the place, a lot of gaming. It's a pretty easy drive up there. I mean, that's a pretty cool setup. And you're doing a fantasy football league with us. So it's definitely win that. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. Were you an Ozzy Osbourne fan by any chance? He died yesterday.
Yeah. I saw him a long time ago. I saw them a long time ago. One of the first concerts I ever went to. I wasn't a big, I mean, a huge fan. You know, I liked their best songs, but
yeah,
it was they were a little rough for me. A little, yeah,
a little rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I wasn't like, I'm kind of like you, you know the
Iron
the top
Man
songs.
Yeah.
Crazy Train.
Yeah.
It's funny, my wife was a big fan, so she was upset. So it was her birthday yesterday. So she was playing it like, I can't give her aux. Do you know what that means to give somebody aux? This is something, if you have kids, you know what it means. When I say kids, even teenagers, aux is auxiliary.
You get control of the music.
That's correct. That's what aux is.
Right.
Auxiliary. So, although they wouldn't even know what that's what it means, but, so it's my car. I'm not going to have that. I'm going to play whatever I want. So she's just playing Ozzy Osbourne on her phone, just as loud as shit. But because it's her birthday, I can't really say anything. I just have to sit there and listen. It was fine. We had gone out and had a couple drinks somewhere, and so she was feeling good listening to some Ozzy Osbourne. But no, I wasn't a metal guy growing up at all. But there are some, there's songs that everyone likes, and he was, it's interesting because Ozzy Osbourne and the Osbourne Show back in like 2000, I think it was. That was one of the first really big reality shows, not just because it was all on MTV. A lot of reality shows kind of started off there. And of course you had Survivor, the contest based stuff, but the one where you followed families, it was, I think the Osbournes was the first one, before there was any kind of Kardashians. Yeah. It was Ozzy Osbourne and Jack and Sharon and whatever the daughter's name was. I watched it a couple times. He was barely legible. And then I found out he was like in his mid 50s which you should have been able to understand him a lot better. But I think Ozzy went pretty hard in the paint. So
yeah. I didn't watch a minute of that show. I'm not a big reality TV guy. I'm only going to be the Golden Bachelor.
Yeah, you better
my sister-in-law is on it.
Wait, are you on the Golden Bachelor?
No, my sister-in-law is on it.
You have to retell that story, or people.
Oh yeah, she's a contestant on the Golden Bachelor. It airs September 24th. My sister-in-law, my wife's sister Tracy, and you'll hear about her in Houston because Channel 13 is going to do stuff with her. There's another woman from Houston in there as well, Terry. She's a dentist. So you'll be hearing about that, and we're going to break down the show. If this dude disrespects her in any way, shape, or form, he'll catch it.
On that show, don't they have family visits?
Yeah, they do.
So
if I'm on the list, if she gets to the top 3, the last 3, I'll be on the show.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wait, how?
Because they come and visit the house, and
the families.
My father-in-law will be there, her brothers, and Wendy will be there. I'll be there.
They're gonna have John Oob's gonna be on TV.
John Oob's gonna be on TV.
Oh, we can't do. She can't get that far.
No,
they're not ready for John Oob.
No, and his Tracy's son, Cortland, and daughter-in-law and baby. She's a grandma now. So yeah, we'll all be on the show if that happens. So yeah, it's that's going to be fun. 713-780, and so I want y'all to watch the Golden Bachelor, and we can and participate, and we'll all root for Tracy. We'll all root for Tracy here. And I don't want to hear.
Wait, do we
I
want
don't
her
want
to
to hear.
win?
No, I'd like her to finish second, and then she'll be the next Golden Bachelorette.
Yeah, you don't want her to have to.
No, I don't want her stuck with this dude. I don't.
You don't even know him.
I don't
if
even
the
know
Golden
him.
Bachelor's like.
Right. I don't know. He could be a great guy.
All right, what if it's Greg Norman?
He did say, "How about this?" And he knew better, but he was told, it's going to be it's golden, so it's going to be 60-year-olds, right? But he was on a podcast and he said, "Listen, they got to get all women 46 to 60. I ain't dating anybody over 60." When in fact the show is called Golden because everybody's over 60. So he started out poorly.
You say he started out poorly, but he's also one of those guys who, if he's a judge, he's telling you to turn around.
Yeah, right.
Innocent.
Well, yeah, I'm hoping. See, the first round of cuts have already been made. We won't know anything. We won't. They don't let them have their phones. They have to stay there, even if they're kicked off. They're kicked off the show. They don't get a rose. So we will know nothing about it until we watch the show.
Many people are saying that Dell wants to be on Golden Bachelor so he can hit 60 pluses.
I don't think he's old enough, but okay.
Yeah, I'm not old enough to be on the Golden Bachelor.
Well,
Well, yeah, but you could
Super Cougar. Why can't we make a show like that on Bravo Network called
Yeah, but
Super
on
Cougar?
that show, on those shows, you have to sell the dream of falling in love and marrying someone. I don't want to sell that dream. If I was on a show like that, it wouldn't be, hey, I could really see myself with you for the next, 5 years of your life because you're old. I'm not looking for that.
How about 5 days? You get 5
but
days.
that's not the dream people want to see. They don't want to see a younger man.
If you want that, you go to Love Island.
Yeah, I mean, an older version of Love Island, Cougars versus millennials.
Cougars versus the Cougars are going to lose, at least to the TV audience.
Yeah.
Well, so,
Although
but the reality of this thing is, I love you so much, and you could go, I'm crying. You knew him for 2 weeks. Oh, it's the worst. I loved you. Yeah, and then the show ends, and he picks one, and then they never see each other again. That's the reality of those shows. So.
There have been some love stories, but for the most part, yes, it ends with someone turning their appearance into a grift and showing up in other reality shows, selling products online.
Why are people calling me rude? What did I say that's rude?
You're just rude.
You're just rude overall, I think.
That I said the millennials would beat the Cougars in but the viewing audience?
I'm not sure what you
audience
said.
is going to tune in. They're going to go millennials over Cougars.
No, what I meant was you have Cougars for one gender and millennials for the other gender, and all you do, and you see which Cougar hooks up with the millennial. Just depends.
I'm not rude. I'm just telling you how the viewers are going to go.
Dell would definitely end up with the Cougars.
I mean,
right?
That's what I'm there for. What are you talking about?
Well, the Cougars are the ones that are going to cause less problems.
If you
the millennials are going to be problems.
Yeah. Well,
you already know that, Del.
Well, you talk about millennials like they're Gen Z. Like millennials
were the original ones.
Millennials are like in their 30s now.
I know, but millennials are going to have they're going to be some problems still.
There's still problems.
The Cougars are not going to be problems.
Yeah.
They're not going to be problems because they don't. I got news for you. They're not really trying to find lifetime love with you either. I got news.
Good. I'm glad we're all on the same page.
Stay sitting on the couch with you cheering for Tua to just get through a season unhurt.
I wouldn't sit on the couch with them. I don't watch things that are important with me important to me around other people.
Don't want to watch games with you either. They probably have ankle bracelets on, maybe a toe ring.
But Del, when you get married to them, you're going to watch games with them.
I'm not. No, I'm not getting married.
To watch Arch Manning is what the Cougars are doing.
Look, hey, Marge, you're here for a short time, not a long time.
Marge, I don't even know that my generation named their kids Marge. Okay.
That name's dead.
Yeah.
For a cougar, no one's named Marge?
I don't think so.
Short for Margaret?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
I've known one Margaret my whole life. And no, I don't. Yeah, there's some names that are, like I said now, Chelsea, my girl Chelsea, named her daughter Eleanor. So there's some names that are kind of coming back. That they're trying to bring
Eleanor is a
back
nice
little
name.
bit. Yeah,
That's a nice name. That's a nice name.
they're trying to
All
bring
right.
some names back.
That was our Cougar segment.
We could go longer on this.
Well,
I'm just telling you.
I want to hear from Micah Parsons because I love what's going on up there. It's just so good.
Do you know how much Micah Parsons is making this year? How much do you think he's making this year?
The last year of his deal?
Yeah.
First round deal, but he was middle of the when
he was top 10 pick. He was like
top
10 year option money we're talking about
fifth year
here.
option money. Yeah, that's right. We think he's making.
I'm going to say he's making $8 million.
$24 million.
Well, pay that man. It's almost as if he's working for free.
No, what I'm telling you, that's a lot higher than I was expecting too. The fifth year options are pretty sweet for players.
Right.
Now we get it. And he's going to get a lot. This is the same stuff we did with Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
Going on and on and on. It's going to be fine, Micah, Cowboys fans. This is just all a lot of drama. Jerry's going to give him
what they do.
The highest contract. That's all it is.
It's what they do.
But Jerry's taking a lot of bullets from the media right now. There's a lot of people who are down on Jerry Jones. He's costing himself money by not getting deals done earlier. That's all he's doing.
All right. 713-780-3776, the number to get in with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I had to call Billy again. Well, talked to Mary, and we had some plumbing issues at the house, and they're coming and they're going to save the day. But if you don't have Billy's number, if you don't have Aqueduct Plumbing's number in your phone, then it's just silly. I mean, you're not taking care of your family, because there is going to come a time. I didn't need a plumber for like my entire life, and then I needed it 3 times in the next month. 281-488-6238. You got to have that number. There's no better. I don't know a lot of plumbers, but I do know that industry, Lance, has a bad reputation. I'm telling you, Billy Brown and those guys at Aqueduct Plumbing Company are changing it. It's just different.
They're the best. They're the best. And, if you have something that's concerning you, and I would strongly recommend, if you think that you're losing water in your toilet, you really worry that there's a leak, it's very simple. They'll come out and perform a hydrostatic test, and they'll let you know whether or not you have a leak. It's the simplest thing. If you don't check that and you do have a leak under your slab, I know for a fact, because I dealt with this, the problems that it will cause. You do not want those problems. If you do have those problems, you want one company fixing them, and that's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They get the job done right the first time. They get it done with transparency, and they get it done with a fair price. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
Hey, Dell. Hey, Dell.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776, the number. Let's hear from Micah Parsons. We teased that. We got some Christian Walker sound. He was on with Roflo and Harold and the Peeps on MLB Network. That's our guy, Roflo. He comes on the show. And he had Christian Walker on. So we'll hear that in a little bit. But Micah Parsons, it's just drama. And I love it. And I'm here for it. He's going to get signed, and all this stuff all this rhetoric is going to go away, I guess. But it's awkward. It just isn't. It's not professional like our team. It's not. I mean, Jerry needs a Hannah. Jerry needs a Hannah now because he said stuff. Now that he's old, he just says stuff.
Hannah?
He needs a Hannah.
Is that a what?
Well, somebody to rein him in.
Limiter, but
yeah.
I'm all about that glory hole.
A regulator. That's one of the best imitations.
Right.
If I'm being honest.
Need a regulator. Cal got him one. She changed that whole. Now he's up fun loving.
How about
making
this one where he's
burgers
talking
guy.
And she's looking up at him like that, just reading his lips, making sure everything coming out is what they had rehearsed.
Right.
She's like, okay, that's good.
That's good. And if not,
there's a lot of men who need a Hannah.
Right.
There's a lot of many men need a Hannah.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great if our president had one.
What if Hannah? Yeah, Hannah's there. Like, well, we're going to look into this whole thing, but we need to get with the government and see what we're going to do. Yeah, Hannah will smooth things out for you.
Yeah,
I'm a big Hannah fan. I'm just going to let you know. Dell and I are on record as being Hannah fans.
Oh, me too.
Not recently. I don't know. Oh, you're flipped back now?
No,
because there's bin a bit of flippage with you.
No, there's
been a real roller coaster ride.
No,
up and
listen,
down with Hannah for you.
I really appreciate what she did in reeling that, changing his entire persona.
They get pizzas in LA too, Dell.
Okay, she changed the entire persona of Cal, which was great, and she did a great job there. And Jerry needs that too, and maybe Micah Parsons needs that. Here's Micah Parsons yesterday talking about his contract situation.
Want to get a deal done? I mean, honestly, for me, it really don't matter. Like I said, I've been pretty consistent. If they don't want me here, they don't want me here. I go about my business. I understand the nature of the business. Like I said, as long as I'm here and under contract, I'm gonna do what I have to do to perform at the highest level. But if this is then, there's same way that Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones and the other Jerry Jones take care of their family, it's the same way I need to take care of my family. I mean, I got my own 3 kids of my own, so we all need to take care of our own family at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I don't know how you can feed a family on $24 million.
Well, you don't know the expenses.
Not today. Not in this economy.
Well, ground beef keeps going up. I see. So you need every dollar you can find.
Yep.
I stand by Micah Parsons. When it comes to taking money from Jerry Jones, I stand by Michael Parsons.
Ground
yeah, I don't.
I mean the Penn State locker room stuff. I can't stand by him. But when it comes to taking money from Jerry, I'm right there with you.
He's kind of lucky that COVID was going on because that really didn't get a lot of play. The Penn State locker room stuff didn't get a lot of play nationally. Most people listening don't have any idea what it has to do with. It was very vague at the time. There was some stuff that dated back to high school. I think there was, I don't know. I think he caused a little mayhem by yelling. I don't want to say it because I'm not. I know there was something in high school too, and something in college. But Micah's got a little edge. He's got a little edge to him. But he's a great pass rusher. I watched his long form interviews. I saw one that was a little more than 4.5 minutes that Dustin sent us. He's playing the game right, talking about being out there with his teammates. And I mean, it's clearly a hold in. He said he's not feeling right. He's out there and he's going to practice when he feels right, physically, but he's not quite there. The back tightened up a little on him. I mean, it's a hold in.
Yeah.
Just right here. So he's really close to getting there, but it's just not quite there. So he'll practice when he feels right.
When do you think that occurs? When does he feel right, Lance?
Sometime in probably mid to late August.
When he's feeling better?
Mid-August is when 2 weeks before the season starts.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When that
He'll
back
probably
starts to
feel a little
loosen up
better.
a little bit.
His back will feel better.
Got it.
All right, where do you rank him right now? You want Myles Garrett or him?
I'm going to say, man, that's a real ice cream flavored choice there. I'm going to go Myles Garrett first because of the size, explosiveness, and ability to hamper both phases.
He's the man.
I mean, Myles, now, that's a hard one because Micah Parsons is incredibly disruptive. But when it comes to just physical, when you have somebody, speed is one thing, but you can also chip on a speed guy. When you
TJ
have
Watt,
physical stuff.
TJ Watt or Micah?
I go Micah.
You do?
Yeah, I think just because of the rush. I mean, if I'm going to go rush with both guys,
so you're going second. He's second.
I'm going younger guy who's not as hurt.
So you're going he's second.
Yeah. And I go TJ. Yeah, I go TJ 3.
TJ 3.
Yep. Our guy's gonna be in the mix after this year. I think you already called your shot, didn't you? What'd you say about Will Anderson?
Will Anderson's going to be a top 5 guy.
Yeah. I think Will Anderson after this
and
year
that's not easy. Not in this economy.
No.
You got Max Crosby, Micah Parsons, Nick Bosa, Josh Allen, Daniil, Trey Hendrickson.
Hey, it's
Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, it's a great time for pass rushers.
Yeah.
These are not old guys either, for the most part. I mean, I take it back a little bit. I mean, Myles isn't old, but he's been around a while. He was in the 16 draft. So was Nick. Well, no, Joey Bosa. Nick Bosa, I think, was in the 19 draft, I think. But, Nick Bosa is only 27. I think I'm blocked by Nick Bosa on Twitter, too.
What?
The Bosa brothers don't like me. Yeah.
Wow.
I don't think they like my scouting reports.
Oh, well.
I mean, I said he was going to be an all-pro. And,
that's insulting.
I said anything wrong. I had any negative thing to say, so I had to.
Right.
Yeah. Well, so let me see. Let me make sure. I'm sure I'm still blocked.
We got some breaking news here.
Yeah. I'm blocked.
We got some breaking news here, boys. Other than Lance is being blocked. ESPN reportedly nearing deal to potentially acquire NFL Network and the Red Zone.
Yep.
So.
Stephen A. Smith on Red Zone.
Damn it. No, we don't need that.
Damn it.
What do they got to keep it as?
Pat McAfee and Stephen A. Smith on Red Zone?
No, Scott Hansen's got to do it.
Well, he did renegotiate. Scott Hansen, they pushed him. He almost didn't come back, but Scott Hansen will be back for Red Zone.
I saw that.
And the dude with the ears.
No,
Siciliano.
Andrew Siciliano's gone.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, NFL Network. He was part of the cuts a year and a half ago. Makes me sad. He's really good.
Yeah, he is good.
Unfortunately, I think a lot of these cuts that have been happening over the last several years in my network were due to streamline. A lot of people know this. Before you sell, you streamline stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that's been a big part of it is streamlining the expenses. Before this has been discussed for a while with Amazon for a little bit, Apple TV for a little bit, but most notably ESPN. And so it's been kind of a foregone conclusion that eventually it would happen, but it's really been a holdup. And so when that happens, I have no idea what that'll mean for me. I got 2 years left on my contract, but when it's done, I probably will be done, or they may buy me out.
Unless they like you. Yeah. Unless they like you.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. They might buy me out in advance like they do a lot of the guys.
Yeah. Well, that's a shame if that happens. That's a shame.
Oh, no, that's a very real possibility, though.
Yeah. Wow. That kind of sucks. Although being bought out ain't bad. That ain't so bad. Get that cash up front, bro. Get it.
Well, they
pay
don't
that man
if
his
you buy
money.
out, then you take less money.
Well,
if not, they just keep you on the sideline for 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why Rich Eisen is now the noon host of the ESPN radio family.
But he's still NFL Network.
Right. But
yeah, no, you could see. Yes, exactly.
Uh-huh.
There's been some moves like that. ESPN like Daniel Jeremiah would go on ESPN, and Mina Kimes came on NFL Network. There's been crossover stuff. So there's been some hints about this in the past.
Yeah. 713-780-3776. Let's break. I want to hear Christian Walker on MLB Network next. And we got some more Astro stuff to talk because there's rumors about what the Astros are looking into this trade deadline. We'll do that. And right now I'm talking about Air Team, though, and I continue to tell you. Well, first of all, family-owned and operated business that's being handed down generations, which means that they're really, really good. I mean, you don't stay generations in an industry unless you're really, really good at it, and they're really, really good at it. Okay, so that's one thing. Secondly, I mean, do something. Do not let your air conditioner go without being checked. I mean, it's 1,000 degrees every day. You're using your air conditioner. Let them come to your home for a low price and come and check. Make sure that everything's in working order. I didn't do that. We haven't lived in the house for a year, going on a year. Oh, it is a year now. And so I didn't do what I've been talking about. And look what happened. I had to replace an air conditioner. So here's the deal is don't be dumb like me. Do something about your air conditioner. If you haven't done anything in a while, this is the time to call Air Team and let them come and make sure that everything is in working order. Otherwise, you're going to have to replace it, and that sucks. I had to. It sucks. But Air Team did it, and I love the job that they did. But it still sucks paying that money. AirTeamLTD.com. Let them come to your home and see what's going on. 713-936-5346 or AirTeamLTD.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Wow. Why don't you tell the story, Del, before we get into the Astros stuff here? Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, Del.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell the story?
A story that was just posted to ESPN maybe less than an hour or so ago, written by Don Van Natta and Kalen Kaler. It's about Lloyd Howe, you know, the guy who just lost his job. He was the executive director with the NFLPA. And a little snippet from the story is he wanted his parking spot merged, 2 parking spots merged into one, so he could have more space to avoid his new Porsche Cayenne Turbo from being dinged. Like when someone opens the door, he didn't want it to get dinged.
Yeah. Who wants to get dinged?
You understand that's normal. That's a nice
right.
car. You don't want that to get screwed up just because you're parking someplace. He also, because they numbered the spots, once they merged it, the 10 and 11 spot to 1, he wanted the number changed to 32 because he wanted to honor O.J. Simpson.
Well, OJ might be a hero to him. I mean, I don't know. How can you blame him? OJ's a hero to a lot of people.
I mean, less so than he was.
Right? What station was Bill Cosby on? Maybe, you know what?
He was on NBC, right? Wasn't that the Cosby
that's
Show?
Different in every market.
Yeah. So I just used the network. I don't know what Lloyd Howe was up to, just a bunch of nonsense, but I imagine he is not going to be painted in a favorable light when this is one of the stories in that article. Yeah, just like OJ.
I'm an OJ guy.
Yeah.
You don't hear that often.
Nope.
You don't.
You don't. No.
You don't.
No.
Not a lot.
I'm a Cosby. I'm a Hitler guy. Well, people still do that, I guess.
Well, but yeah.
It's not great. It's not a great look, but yeah, people still do that. But yeah, you don't hear a lot of, man, I'm just an OJ guy. Love that guy. Okay. All right. I mean, everybody's got their taste.
But you know what you do? You know what you do hear a lot, though? It's a little more complicated for people is Michael Jackson.
Yeah, no.
People like to separate
as long as you can sing, Lance.
They separate the artist from
as long as you can sing
from the man.
People remain R. Kelly guys or R. Kelly people because
I feel like
the hits.
Are they?
Yeah, because
like Chris Brown didn't take. I mean, Chris Brown for what he did to Rihanna, I was like, he should be done forever. And it's like, it's no big deal.
Talent,
pictures too.
Talent remains.
If you're musically inclined,
yeah, particularly music. For whatever reason, music artists,
not athletes. For whatever reason, you're done. But if you're musically inclined now, whatever you want, whatever you need.
Actors too. Well, sometime
P. Diddy's changing that a little.
What's that?
Diddy's changing.
We'll see when he gets out who still wants to do business.
You mean Diddy,
who's
not going to who's not going to do a long stretch of prison?
If he there's still business and money to be made if he's free. So we'll see who decides to completely disassociate. But that one dude who played the Winklevoss twins in the Facebook movie, I forgot his name. He's been done for because they found out what he was up to.
Yeah.
And when he was sending DMs to people about ladies, how he wanted to like eat them and bite them and stuff like that.
No, but he's kind of made a little bit of a comeback.
Doing what?
That's hard. That's a tough.
You have not seen him in any major releases. So him, Mel Gibson,
Remy Hammer or whatever.
Mel
Gibson still.
Yeah, he's still around, but it's all like smaller things. He's not in anything major. It's like this is.
No, he was talking about like cannibal.
He's redoing. He's going to do
the Passion of the Christ 2.
Yeah, Passion of the Christ.
Yeah, that's his own project, so he can do it. But you don't see Mel Gibson in major motion pictures.
What's his name? Kevin Spacey.
Yeah, done for.
Now, Kevin was seen recently like crying, like when well, he is basically saying, how long does it take for me to be punished? Can I ever get another chance?
No, you can't. You really can't. Let's talk about Christian Walker. How long are people going to continue to punish him here? Okay. When Christian Walker is on a jag, okay, dude is raking in July. This is the Christian Walker that we had hoped for and changed the entire first base position for us, okay, because it had been terrible now for 3 straight years. And now Christian Walker is man, he's on fire. And he, a large part, that's great that he went back to Arizona and loves to hit there. Which one you wanted to do, Del? What outside people, is that any good? What don't outside people know about the team? Here is Christian Walker joined the team and had a tough transition coming here because he wasn't hitting. So I'm sure he was really pressing. Now he's integrated in the team, and look what he's doing. Here's what he says people don't know about outside about the team.
Yeah, I think the confidence in each other. It doesn't matter where we're at in the lineup, who's up, what's going on, how they've been playing recently. It feels like if the game's on the line, any of the 9 guys can come through and put a good at-bat on somebody. And I think it starts with that clubhouse culture. It's like Altuve is so welcoming and so easy to be around. And when guys get called up, guys come up and make their debut, they vocalize it. They're like, hey, thanks for, making me feel like a part of this team. Thanks for the open arms and stuff like that. And I think, as a new guy coming to the organization or as a young guy coming up, I think that matters a lot. It's easy to fit in right from the jump.
That's cool. That is cool. And it's Jose Altuve. Brady used to do that. He'd walk up to every new guy. Hey, I'm Tom. Nice to meet you. Yeah, we know who you are. We know you're Tom Brady. But he would still introduce himself like that. And Jose Altuve, all of these young guys coming up and being welcomed by Hall of Famer, the greatest Astro ever. That's pretty cool. And you know what? It just, that locker room just continues to roll on. All of these guys that come here say the same thing. It's just a great locker room. It's welcoming. It's not cliquish. It's
always been like that. And it started because of George Springer and Carlos Correa and Jose Altuve.
Yep.
Those are the primary guys. And then Bregman fit in. Bregman had a little bit of he has a little bit of a demeanor. Like I could see where Bregman rubs other fan bases and other teams the wrong way, things like that. But he seemed to fit in great on this team. But I really do think that, we used to do this thing at my other station with Club Astros because they had a real Club Astros. And we found out about it. I think Michael Connor used to go to the post-game stuff. And he's like, no, they have we were told this, they have a whole Club Astros where they closed down. Like you can't get into the locker room. I think it was you couldn't get in for a little bit, or maybe once they were done, they would close it down and they would start playing music. And, it was like they said it was called Club Astros. And I just thought that was the coolest thing for this young, it was a young group that kind of had their own, they were just doing their own thing. It was just something that they were really having fun with. And I think since then, that started in 2015. And since then, it's just been a different, like the locker room has just, it's probably been, I've never in my life living in Houston heard of the Oilers had all kinds of mess. They had all kinds of crazy drama back in the day. The Texans are, I think it's hard to have a really, really all together locker room when you have 53 probably. NBA is NBA. They've had issues at different times, the Rockets, but the Astros, this run, man, I think this is really just kind of special in terms of how these guys have gotten along. And new guys come on and it's never an issue when a new player, as long as you're cool with that, as long as you're, easy to get along with, it's not a problem.
Another list came out. Where do the Texans stand? Where do the Texans stand on this list? That is next right here. Overrated or underrated? Overrated or underrated? We'll do that on the other side. Right now, we're talking Texas Card House. I'm talking about what I think is the best. I'm going to play out here. It's not as good. It's just not as good. The poker is not as good as it is in Texas. It's just not. Okay? Texas poker is awesome. And Texas Card House is the premier poker facility. And hijack poker is where you play Texans and only Texans. You can only play if you're in the state of Texas. So you're not playing against bots. You're not playing against, there's collusion. Then it's really, really good. And it's run by Texas Card House. Hijack Poker. Download the app. Start playing today. Deposit Withdraw your money at either Texas Card House location, or if you're in Austin and Dallas, wherever, find the Texas Card House. You can do that there as well. That is a great way to do it too, because there's a lot of I try play online and see how hard it is to get your money out, because it's hard. There's a big rigmarole. So this is better, and I love Texas Card House. Safe, wonderful, clean facilities, 24/7. You can find a game all day, every day. The bar's open until 2 a.m. Security always there. Big parking lot. Awesome. Texas Card House, the premier facility in the city of Houston. If you're looking to play cards, go to TexasCardHouse.com, TexasCardHouse.com. All right, so it's the summer, so it's poll time. Let's find out what the list is. This list by The Athletic had 4,653 votes, which is a pretty good sample size. Most overrated NFL team. Who is it? Who would you put is the most overrated NFL team?
I would put, give me 1 second. Let's see. Most overrated. So they're rated highly. Based on how I feel the season's going to go, I'd say Chiefs, but hard to say that when they got to a Super Bowl. So I can't really, that's not really fair.
Yeah, that's
overrated. People talk about them a lot, but they're probably not that good, or they're not as good as you think. I'm going to say Green Bay Packers.
That's number one.
Okay.
That's number one. 34% of the people said Packers.
Yeah.
Texans finished second, 17%.
Okay.
What rating do the Texans have that they're going to win this division? Which is not, quite frankly, not a big deal, because there's really, it's the tallest little person race, right? Right?
Yep.
And I think this whole season, and everybody's opinion of the Houston Texans, it's all about the offensive line. That's it.
For the most part, yeah.
Yes. I mean, every net, you could say, the linebackers, okay. I don't know. The wide receivers, they've addressed it. They're nice. The running back's good. The secondary is really good. The outside pass rush, maybe inside their defensive tackles, maybe you could pick at that.
Uh-huh.
But it's all about this offensive line. That's it. That is the one downfall, and it's the reason that maybe the Texans won't succeed is because of that offensive line. And I don't know what maybe because they don't do anything. Well, they will always win a game in the postseason. For the most part, they usually win one game in the postseason and then get their ass kicked.
Yeah, for the most part. That's what
they do. Which who expects them to beat Baltimore this year? Anybody? Who expects them to beat Buffalo in the postseason this year? Anybody?
I won't know.
Does anybody expect them to beat Kansas City this year in the postseason?
Well,
you could, except they got their ass handed to them, like 20 sacks last year.
Who?
The Chiefs.
Well, yeah, no, the Chiefs are. I'm telling you, the Chiefs are ripe to fall off. They didn't like playing the Texans at all. The Texans just, you just weren't ready to win that game. But that game was pretty even. The Texans were right there with them. They just had a series of mistakes. And that's one thing I give Kansas City credit for. If you make mistakes, they capitalize. Even if they're not as explosive as they once were, they will capitalize on your mistakes. Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid will capitalize on your mistakes, whether it's on special teams, defense, offense, it doesn't matter. I look at I think the Texans are in a good spot. They don't have a tough division. They've got enough challenges that, keep you on your toes. The schedule's a little lighter this year than it was last year. You've got a year 3 for your quarterback, and usually quarterbacks, are moving in the right direction by year 3 if that's who they're going to be. And I think CJ is going to be a good quarterback, so I'm not too worried about that. I like what you have at running back. But like you said, your ceiling is going to be defined by your offensive line. If they are average, your ceiling is really high. If they are below average, your ceiling is capped out, and it's probably getting to the second round, and that's it. You won't get any further in the second round again.
Yeah. Texans finished second. The Commanders were third most overrated team. Do you think that too? You think could be a fall off this year?
For who?
You said you don't think Jalen is going to have the same kind of, maybe he might, what happened to CJ might happen to him.
Oh, to Jaden?
Jaden. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Jaden.
I just want to see. Yeah. I mean, they've already got issues with Terry McLaurin right now, who he needs to have in there. And they're now the hunted. They're not the hunter. Yep. They're the hunted now. It's way different.
Right. The Vikings finished 4th and the Chiefs were 5th as most overrated. Most underrated NFL team. And I think I would agree with this.
Most underrated NFL team. It wouldn't be the Bengals. People are excited about them. I would say.
Well, the Bengals were second.
Bengals are second. Underrated?
Yeah.
They're all anyone talks about. They don't have a defense. I'd say Chargers.
Chargers are 4th, and I would agree with you that they should probably be higher because they got Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Broncos are 1.
Yeah. I thought about them.
I think the Broncos have a chance to win that division.
I do too. I think the Broncos and Chargers both have a chance to win the division. Yeah. But once again, now we're asking Bo Nix to have a good second season, and we know that's a challenge.
Right. Well, not everybody falls off like CJ did. Some guys get better.
Yeah, no, they do. They do. And he's in a situation where his head coach is a big part of who is an offensive guy. And I don't think he's going to put him in a position to ask him to do things that he can't do. And Bo Nix, honestly, was really good his senior year of college. I thought his tape was excellent. I thought he was a top 5 pick with the way his tape looked. But there was just other things that made me drop him down. I didn't think his postseason stuff was great. But I also couldn't project him to get to the perfect fit. And I always thought, man, if there was a way he could get to the Broncos, it would be phenomenal. But I didn't think the Broncos would spend the pick that they had that early on Nix, and they didn't have a second rounder. And sure enough, they did, and it's worked out so far. I think the Falcons are pretty dangerous, but I think that every single year. And I may have just missed badly on Kyle Pitts. I mean, we're getting to the point now where we just have to say Kyle Pitts is a great physical specimen who just never has done what he should have done based on his athleticism and size and traits.
Art says most overrated the Lions. The Lions are
he might be right.
They're just a good football team. They win games now. They had the hiccup against the Commanders.
When
in
you're
the
good
postseason.
on both trenches, though, if you have a quality quarterback, a quality head coach, and good on both sides of the ball in the trenches, you usually are pretty consistent.
Yeah.
The inconsistent teams are like the Bengals, right? Trenches are inconsistent. The Texans, trenches are inconsistent. If you're good on the O-line and D-line or better than average, it's hard to, like, all things will kind of be equal. The skill positions will even themselves out. The big difference maker is always the trenches. It's how you get to be much better than expected, or it's how you it's how you are inconsistent. I mean, the Bengals are a great example of that. I think an underrated team might also be the 49ers. Just because we're not only because no one's talking about them this year.
Right. Well, right. They're better than they were last year, but they had a ton of injuries. I mean, but nobody's talking about them.
Is there any chance the Jets are underrated? Because I can go down their roster and show you a lot of good football players. I mean, they've got good football players on their roster. What happens when they get rid of the Aaron Rodgers circus? And if they just get if Justin Fields does just enough as a passer, I still don't know that they can win any more than 9 games.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the Jets are going to be better. I think the Giants are going to be better too. I think they're both going to be better this year. They may not be the number one. The Giants are the favorite to get the first pick, right?
Yes.
Right. I don't think they get the first pick. I don't. I think we may see. I think Tennessee is going to be up there. Yeah.
Giants are one of them. Actually, the Giants. There's like 4 teams with the same. The same. But they're down there. They have veteran quarterbacks, but we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, we'll see. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, any thoughts on that or our Astros? We've got a lot of injury updates, and we have some rumors going on with our Astros. What's going on there? We will do that on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I don't know if you can notice, but the Coors Lights were flying yesterday. I mean, yeah.
No, it's not that noticeable.
It's not that?
It's not that noticeable. Maybe the new microphone kind of.
Maybe that's why. Yeah. Maybe that's it. I think you could see it in my face. Okay. They were flying yesterday, and I'm afraid they're going to be flying again today. Okay. I'm not afraid. I welcome it. I welcome it gladly, not begrudgingly, gladly. Okay. Because Coors Light is a big part of my life, and I hope it's a part of your life. Let's go. Make sure that you got a 6-pack, 12-pack case at your house. When people come over and they want a beer, there's a Coors Light waiting for them. That's just good hospitality. That's just being a great person, okay? Stop being a bad person, be a great person, and fill up your fridge with cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. Keep Texas chill. It's hot out there, people. You need everything you can get to stay chill, and that chill is in those Blue Mountains, baby. So you're looking for the best way to refresh. There's the world's most refreshing beer. I saw a billboard. It can't lie. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780. Nope. Can we get some calls? Let's go, people. I mean.
Yeah, I demand 3 calls right now.
Demand. And you deserve them.
I deserve 3 phone calls and good ones. 713-780-3776.
Now you're asking for a bit
One
much.
needs to be a person who rarely calls or is never called. First-time caller, long-time listener. 713-780-3776. Let's go.
Let's do it. I mean, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of you people not calling.
Yeah, see, there's
Okay.
one call. One call just came in. Somebody
See
who's
that?
a good person.
You don't know that if it's a new person.
Good person.
I don't know. Oh, I just heard a second phone. Well, actually, I think it's the first. No, a second person is called.
Look,
we need
Israel
one more.
called in. Is that new?
Who?
Is that a good caller or a new caller? Israel?
Yeah, it's a good call. I want to hear Israel's thoughts on
what?
Bryce Matthews.
Lance, do you want to hear his thoughts?
Look what I did.
I want to hear his thoughts on Christian Walker.
I guarantee you he's happy about Bryce Matthews, and Cam has fallen off a little bit, but that's okay. Cam's having a great rookie season. We're all very happy with him.
Well, that's all right.
Yeah, we're very happy with Cam and Bryce Matthews. It's good to have some young future players play well. He might talk about Reed in the summer league. Didn't shoot great. Did not shoot particularly great in my. Well, I take it back. One game he was 40% from 3. That's what I want
for that one game.
Yeah, he only played like 2 or 3.
He was good in like one game. The other 2,
he's still got a lot to prove.
Not
this
great.
year.
Not
There's
great.
No,
we got your 3 calls.
Listen, he's got a lot to prove.
Here's your 3 calls.
Okay.
So let's go.
We'll start with. Well, now we got a 4th, but we'll start with Israel.
What's up? Hey, Lance, you called my name? Like we don't know who Bryce is. You want to claim his name now? Bryce, don't think because his name. We know his name. We in America, man. All of us so-called, we all call black. We care, and all the last names we have come from our ancestors going through and getting enslaved. So a name that has nothing to do with anything. We know who he is. We don't just listen to y'all. We listen to y'all for entertainment purposes, but not to educate us on sports. Because if we listen to you to educate on sports, we have been lost a long time ago. But let me tell you something. Jada is actually building a great young core. That's right. With Trammell. That's right. With Bryce. That's right. And you know why? Because we used to run baseball until we stopped playing it, and they took it, and we stopped playing in the city. But we know the greats of baseball are the so-called blacks of America, not the ones who come from down in South America, and there ain't no Africans in baseball. All right, man. Have a good day.
What?
I don't.
Well, I was born in.
I
was born in Florida.
You were born in Lagos, Nigeria. He just said.
No, I was born in Florida.
That was Akeem Olajuwon.
I'm glad that we have black players who are playing well. I didn't draw a line between. Well, they weren't born in Africa, so I can't root for them. I'm not sure.
Now,
I guess I should have made that.
Say, be careful about the Latin American the Latin American players. Like, I mean, they're kind of king. They're kind of they're top of the food chain or near the top of the food chain for sure. So I don't know if I would go that far, Israel. That was a relatively mild call. He did tell us he doesn't listen. He listens to us for
Was it
entertainment,
mild?
not for education.
He took some shots.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just used to it.
And then he drew a line between.
He did
Black
mention
and
Taylor
African.
Trammell. He did mention only black players.
Yes, he did.
Right.
And
I wanted to hear his thoughts on
Christian. Black players used to run baseball.
I wanted to hear his thoughts on Christian Walker.
I don't think
he doesn't have thoughts on Christian Walker.
Everybody has thoughts on Christian Walker.
Not until recently.
Hey, I like how Framber Valdez going out there proving he's the true ace of the staff, and no one talks about it. He's like, "What do y'all need? You need 7 innings with 1 run.
Yeah.
Fine, I'll do
You're
it
right.
again."
You're
Framber's
right.
had 2 bad games a whole year.
You're right.
I mean, he didn't even get talked about. It's just like, I guess.
Just do what you're supposed to do, Framber.
That's all he does. Does his job. Bill Belichick would love Framber Valdez.
That's all he does. That's all he does.
Braids
Who's next,
or
Del?
Braids, it doesn't matter. Although he's braids.
Who's next, Del?
We'll go with Evan. Welcome,
I
Evan.
don't recognize that name, Evan.
Evan, are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Evan. You're on.
Hey, so guys, it's actually Kevin O'Shea. It's not
Kevin.
Evan.
Oh, we got you.
Sorry about the mix-up. I got a spotty, shitty phone service. Anyway, so I'm here to push the Cam Smith for Rookie of the Year narrative, mainly because I got it at plus 20,000. And you got to think, Jacob Wilson, he is good, but Cam is on a first-place AL West team, and he's pushing them further into first place, and Jacob Wilson's in, what are they, dead last, 13, 14 games back? I don't even know what it is. But, yeah, we need to really push this Cam Smith narrative. I want to get the good word out, you know. I want to spread it like good Christianity and joy and happiness to the world, because plus 20,000 is something you can't pass up.
Now, Jesus would want you to get that plus 20,000.
Yeah. It is. It does spread joy and happiness.
Joy, happiness, and a plus $20,000 payout. By the way, the guy right now who you got to worry about, the new odds-on favorite, is Nick Kurtz, who has 19 homers. He's hitting 281 with an OPS of 973 with 19 bombs and 49 RBIs. Truth be told, that's way ahead of Cam Smith's in the 700s on the OPS.
But he plays in a bandbox. Well, it's not like a Cam doesn't play in a bandbox too.
Well, I don't know.
He plays in a minor league
he's got a
stadium.
short left field, but that left center and center field's not short.
Yeah. 281, 973 OPS. Got 49 RBIs. He's got 19 homers.
It's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah. Yeah.
That 973 OPS is like top of the food chain. Let me see, just out of curiosity, let me see what his splits are home and away. If that's something people might look
There
at,
it is.
we should start complaining about a lot.
Oh.
His away OPS is 846. His home is 1,099.
Yeah.
His home runs are 13 at home, 6 on the road. I mean, there's a huge difference. There's a huge no way around it. He's got an 846 OPS on the road, which is pretty good.
That's pretty good
for a rookie. But he's only got 6 home runs and 17 RBIs in almost in one fewer game. So yeah, he clearly has helped out at that park, or at least he's better at the park for sure. For sure.
Yep. Yeah, Nick Kurtz. Nick Kurtz,
right,
is the guy that's standing in your way, and we apologize for that because a Cam Smith, it certainly would bring joy to Israel's house. I don't know if it brings joy to the world. It would bring joy to your world.
It brings joy to Kevin's bank account plus 20,000.
20 plus 20,000. Wow, that's a lot. Who's next, Del?
David,
what up?
Hi guys, first time, and I just want to tell you how wonderful you are and how great it is to be on with Hall of Famers and Hall of Faming that y'all do every day.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been a fun to listen, and you guys are wonderful. You're everything. My life's better because of you, and thank you for all your Hall of Faming.
Yep.
Dale's a Hall of Famer too.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
I
like that. Hall of Fame is a verb now.
I do
Hall
too.
of Faming.
I like we're doing our Hall of Faming.
Yeah, but Del, don't include him.
Yeah,
he's not a Hall of
that's
Famer.
not.
That's like saying, Adam Everett's a Hall of Famer. Nope.
Adam
he
Everett.
played with Jeff Bagwell and Craig Biggio,
well, hold on a second. Will Greer did get a Super Bowl ring.
Will Greer did.
David Carr has a Super Bowl ring.
Yeah.
David Carr has a Super Bowl ring.
Yeah. Yep.
So maybe Dell is.
Well, Dell's the Will Greer of this show.
No, I would think.
That's not bad, Del.
I would think. The last 5 to 7 years of your careers have been propped up by my work. So while I'm not a Hall of Famer, I've been an integral part in your ascension to Hall of Fame status. Because if not for me, you guys would have been in the Hall of Never Was.
Well, we've been Hall of Faming for a while.
Well,
if by integral, you mean you're just there.
I mean, I would say that your Hall of Fame status was really in question. But you've had a resurgence directly tied to my appearance on this show. I mean, I don't know. I love the guy, but I'm not sure Nooney Oaks would have driven you guys to the place you are now, if like I have.
I'm not sure either. I'm not sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, you did play a role. You were part of the team, but obviously a small part.
And unlike the Astros, where they're welcoming and they allow people who are new whether they're younger players or guys from outside the organization, to feel like they're part of the team. I had to like fight and claw to find a status here because you guys weren't very welcoming.
No, we were very welcoming.
No,
come on in, Dell, and turn the mics on.
Not
Dell, please.
not like what Christian
Do
Walker.
your job.
You're not the Altuve of radio when it comes to making people feel at home.
Yeah. No. That's exactly what I am here. I'm the Altuve, and Lance is the.
I like most of what that guy said.
Yeah,
most of the Hall of Faming stuff was really good.
Yeah,
you're more a Jeff Kent type, I think.
Ooh,
Jeff Kent.
That's
type.
Not welcoming.
Yeah, you're a bit ornery. I
He's
mean,
an independent
you
contractor.
gotta rock on eggshells around you, not to upset you. You're more of a Jeff Kent. You'll lie about washing your truck or whatever when you get hurt, stuff like that.
Yeah, you kind of are Jeff Kent.
No, I'm talking to you.
Oh. No, Lance gets hurt all the time.
Well, you guys are a combination.
I don't get hurt all the
Jeff
time.
Kent Surly.
Yeah, that's John. Jeff Kent Surly, and then you'll lie about getting hurt. So it's a combo.
Yeah.
I did lie one time I was getting hurt. Let's get our next call. A really good call so far.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not the first call so much.
No, but these have been improved drastically.
Let's get the caller who says John and Coors Light.
Okay.
That's Cameron.
Hey, Cameron.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
The first thing I want to say is I know y'all was talking about CJ the other day, and I wanted to get this off my chest. Don't y'all think that maybe if he rolled out of the pocket more, and if they was more creative with their play calling, because teams like Detroit, they do more things, and you can't focus on what they're doing. And the second thing I want to say is, I just wish I had a business, because the way John talk about Coors Light, he make me want to drink, and I don't even drink Coors Light. But I wish I had a business for him to promote something.
That might be the greatest compliment ever paid to you, John.
Yes.
A man who doesn't drink wants to drink because of your live endorsements, and now he wishes he had a business so you could speak for him.
That
is one of the
right.
Appreciate it, Cameron.
Did you hear that, Coors Light? Hey,
say
that. We got to send that to Coors Light.
That's the greatest thing that could have been said about you. By the way, the CJ stuff, I think two things. Number one, yes, obviously, Ben Johnson, who's a Detroit play caller, who's in Chicago now, him calling the plays for you, everything's better. That guy keeps every defense on their toes without question. I do think what makes CJ great when he plays his best football, and we saw it when he got off schedule because of the snap that he wasn't ready for against the Chargers. He was playing bad up to that point. The snap got away. He made a great escape. The ball was about to go. It looked like it was going to be a safety. He picked up the ball, made an improv play, and after that, he got on a roll. He got on a real roll after that. When C.J. Stroud is willing to get out of the pocket and run a little bit, it's like his confidence level shoots up. It's like he feels like he's unencumbered. Sometimes I feel like he artificially keeps himself in the pocket when he doesn't need to. He did it at Ohio State. Everybody who watched Ohio State football knows that zone reads, he would never run with the ball, like ever. And it would be wide open. Defenses would crash down. And he just refused to run. And I thought he was just scared to run. And that was a big problem for me. But then against Georgia in that playoff game, he was like, he looked like he didn't have a care in the world. He was scrambling around. I think when CJ scrambles around sometimes and makes plays as an improv player, not searching for it all the time, but when it's there, he makes it. I think his confidence level shoots up. So, yeah, in a way, I would like to see him outside of the pocket a little more. And he throws well on the move on rollouts. So, yeah, I don't mind that.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I can hopefully they do more. Yeah, well, they got to do something, but not sit in that pocket, because that's a recipe for disaster. That'll get you Bobby Slowick.
Yep.
Okay. Beat it. Don't sit in the pocket. I wouldn't mind at all the Gary Kubiak kind of offense with the half roll, that Matt Schaub made a living doing that. And I hate to compare him to Matt Schaub, but you know what? Matt Schaub was pretty damn good for a couple
But they
years.
just don't play, like CJ just doesn't play under center much. So it's a little harder to do that. Like that's one of the That's one of the things that's been lost a little
Well,
bit.
let's change it up. Put him under center.
Is he comfortable there?
Let's change it up.
Is he comfortable there?
Get comfortable. Okay, you're a quarterback.
Sorry,
get
do
comfortable.
you want to get Slowicked?
Get comfortable.
Do you want to get Slowicked? Are you looking to get Slowicked?
I'm not looking to get Slowicked. Actually, I want to see.
Okay, are you going to try to tell
I want to
CJ
see
what to do?
some different stuff. Yeah, that's what I want to see. I want to see if listen, if CJ gets way late this year, maybe he should call John Daspit.
He may have a case.
He might have a case.
He may have a case. John Daspit may have to step in. 713 call now. So when you listen to the spots, you'll hear the talk is about he will they'll kind of what's the phrase for it? They will study your case. They will take a look at your case, whatever your case may be. What they do is when you call 713 call now, or you go to daspitlaw.com, one of the lawyers will get on a phone with you, and they want to find out all the details. Like, okay, so what happened? Where were you? Do you have a police report? Does a police report, if you ever get caught in an accident and it's someone else's fault, make sure that you get police involved and you get the police report. You get that stated. Make sure you get different types of independent observers to corroborate what happened as well. So you have that, because that's going to make it a lot easier. Because if you're injured, you want to make sure that the guilty party ends up paying for all the damages, not just to your car, but your physical well-being. If you're injured and you need work, you need help, you need surgery, you need physical therapy, have someone, their insurance needs to be paying for it. If you have an issue that is going to keep you out of work, their insurance should be paying for it. And of course, your pain and suffering is something that has to be accounted for. I know a lot of us drive by the wrecks and we think, man, I am so glad that's not me. That looks terrible. Well, it could be you one day. And if it is, you better be calling John Daspit to help you out. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, I got a story I want to bring up.
Well, we got to do Astros injuries.
Oh, yeah.
Remember we said we were going to do that.
We have to do Astros injuries. We don't have enough time in the segment.
17 guys now. And by the way, for those of you just joining us, Astros won. Bryce Matthews won the game for him. Homered in the 8th and then turned a beautiful. I mean, he doesn't catch that ball, turn the double play, the Astros lose that game. He doesn't hit that home run, the Astros who lose that game. So Bryce Matthews coming through big time. Fromber was great. Fromber was just great. In another game where he can't give up a run, otherwise he's going to lose. I mean, he gave up one run and he leaves the game down. I mean, it just is. That's the toughest way to pitch. Although I will say this, when you're up 18-1, you just throw it over the plate, so you're probably going to get banged around the yard. But when every pitch matters, Fromber is just so good. So good.
Yeah, he just, he gets out there. I'm going to bang this drum until he's gone. They got to re-sign him. I just, you can say whatever you want. Hunter's this, Hunter's that. Hey, I love Hunter, and his upside is phenomenal. This guy's been doing it now since 2020. Fromber has been terrific. Came out of nowhere, really, and has been terrific since then. Just incredibly consistent. And he is a number one on some teams, a number 2 on really, really good teams. And he's going to make a ton of money wherever he goes. I'd like for it to be with Houston Astros. I know it's not likely because they don't pay guys once they get to the market. But on the market, when you look at, and he's a player who has not had injuries because I think the way he pitches does not lend itself to injuries, keeps the ball down in the zone, eats up innings, is consistent. He's a left-hander. He can touch 96, 97 occasionally with his fastball. I just think I don't know. I don't have a negative thing to say about Fromber. When you need him, he's there. Fromber is ketchup. You take now some people, I don't know if that's a good one. I don't know if ketchup's a good one because he's always what is Fromber? What is Fromber like? Cheese?
Fromber is
cheese because he's always, cheese is never a bad thing.
Fromber is
bacon.
Was he? Well, you're always better when he's around.
Yep.
Yeah.
Rarely lets you down.
I don't mind him being. I mean, any of those things. He's ketchup. Ketchup is great.
Because ketchup is like you don't need it all the time, but when you need it, you need it. It's just
you need it every 5 days
things.
or so.
Yeah.
When you eat. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
French fries, onion rings. You like to dip. Sometimes you make a little ketchup and mustard, and you mix it together, and then you dip your chicken sandwich or your hamburger in it just on the side. If you're down at Burger Chan.
Yeah,
it's kind of specific. I get it, but still.
So Lance McCullers. Listen, if Lance McCullers has a blister that's been affecting him, and because blisters suck, okay, and pitchers, if it hurts every time you're trying to grip and throw and spin, then you know what? There's a reason that Lance McCullers.
Nolan Ryan used to have blisters, and they were a big problem for him.
Yeah, they were a big problem, and you got to take care of that. And well, hopefully he'll develop a callus on it, and it'll harden and it won't be a bother anymore.
Hopefully that callus develops in November.
Stop it.
Listen, if that's the reason that he hasn't been, then there's a good reason for him not to be any good. Go try to throw a ball, Del, with a blister.
Well, I'm not suggesting that a blister isn't a problem, and I hope that he recovers November 25th.
November 25th.
So
you want him to be better. November.
I want him back.
Yeah.
Starting November 25th.
Next year.
Healthy for the offseason as he gets prepared for a full season with the Astros after the season's over.
So, according to Ken Rosenthal, the Astros are looking for a top of the rotation starter. Top of the rotation starter. Are they going to pull another?
And Rosenthal's not just a guy who talks.
No. Are you kidding me? We're going to get another Verlander in here?
Bryce Matthews for a rental.
Well, he's positioning
How
it.
do you like that?
Positioning it as they need one because they're going to lose Fromber. They want one with team control.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you had to mention that part because this is a move for the future.
Right. After all that Lance just said about Ketchup, get rid of Fromber and bring in a top of the rotation guy. But what is a top of the rotation starter that's got time left on his deal? What's that going to cost?
Well, Bryce Matthews.
Well, I don't want to get rid of Bryce Matthews.
Too bad.
He's winning games.
This is the dumbest stuff. I just can't believe we can't pay Fromber. We can't pay anybody. This is the dumbest stuff in the world.
I mean, I don't know if you know that the economy out there, Lance. Okay, what did you just throw?
Nothing.
What did he throw?
He threw his headphones.
He threw his headphones.
Yeah, he took them off.
Now he
It's
can't
just so
hear.
Stupid.
He got him back.
So stupid. It's so stupid that this guy has done it for you. And you know, here's what you're going to do. I get it. You're going to bring a new guy in. You'll have club control, and you'll keep him for 3 years, and he'll be gone. And you want to keep him for 3 years. If he's top of the rotation guy, like who are you going to find who's under club control that anyone wants to get rid of? You know the price you have to pay. Club control.
Well,
young pitcher, you have to pay an arm and a leg from a standpoint of Bryce Matthews is gone. If you want to get a young player who's under club control, oh yeah, Bryce Matthews is and a top of the rotation guy. Matthews is a starting point.
Ben Verlander is predicting Zach Gallen.
Okay, well that's not a club.
Zach Gallen is a soft tosser.
Yeah, Zach Gallen to me is.
I was shocked at how off speed. How throw a fastball once in a while. Goodness gracious, Zach Gallen.
Zach Gallen, by the way, this year is 7-11 with a 5.58.
Yeah, no, thank you.
That cannot be the type of guy that Ken Rosenthal's talking about.
I mean, no, thank you.
Zach's been around a while. Like, that's not a guy who's going to replace Fromber. As a matter of fact, he's done nothing but get worse in his career. Yeah. He's gotten progressively worse.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
What are we doing?
A soft tossing right-hander.
Why is it just so out of the – I mean, is there anybody that the Astros can keep?
I mean –
This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Fromber is a horse.
You kept Javier. You kept McCullers.
Stop it.
You kept Jordan.
All these guys are hurt.
You kept all the hurt guys. All right.
One of these guys is hurt.
Right. The
like
hurt locker.
Bad injuries, too.
I mean, that's all they
keep.
Like
really bad injuries.
That's all they keep is bad guys.
Hey, supposedly Jordan held a bat the other day. Okay, cool.
You kept Montero. Now
you're just trying to be an
Well, they did. They kept Montero.
Maybe if Fromber will take $11 million a year, he can stay.
You brought in Abreu.
They paid Verlander a couple times.
They did,
but it was 2-year deals. Like Fromber, I'm sure they'll pay Fromber a 2-year deal.
If he wants to stay for 2.
If Fromber would take a 5-year deal at, I don't know, I got to see what some of the rates are. Let's just say 30. I got to see what the pitching rates are. Just off the top of my head, 30 million, 5 years.
Good luck with that with all these injuries.
Max Fried,
$150 million to a pitcher.
Is that number? Is that the number?
Max Fried is the number that his agent should be looking for. And that's over 30 million. That was an 8-year, $218 million deal. I mean, there's a 0% chance that Jim Crane even remotely.
What is Fromber? 31?
His payroll number right now is 14.5. It's going to go to 31.5. To me, so the his average on that contract is 31.5. He is 31 years old right now. Fromber's 31, right?
No. Yep.
I mean, Max Fried is the deal. $31.5 million.
Yeah, good luck.
A year.
8 years, 200. Get out of here.
5 years, $32 million a year.
160 for 5 years.
I'm not taking it if I'm Fromber's agent, but that's
that'd be his last deal.
Yeah, and I mean, Fromber's the type of pitcher that how he pitches strikes me as a guy who's going to last a while.
160. I don't know that gets it done.
And you just got. I mean, granted, it's the Yankees, but you just got done seeing them pay Max Fried. What did I tell you? It's an 8-year, $218. Fromber's got to get a minimum of a 7-year deal at close to $200. And you don't think a team like the Dodgers can give him like 180,000 this year and then
I
pay
don't
him
think does the
200
league
million
look
over
at-
the next 50 years?
Does the league look at Fromber like they look at Max Fried?
They
Even though they
should.
should, they don't.
Why would they? Well,
They
why
don't.
do you say that?
Because they don't.
Well, how
Fromber
do you
wasn't
know
even
that?
Fromber wasn't even an all-star this year.
How do you know that? Well, that's
Fromber
because
wasn't
the
even an
Astros had a
all-star
lot of-
this year, dude.
So
As
what?
good as he
Wait,
was.
he was an all-star. Was it last year or year before?
He started the all-star game.
Yeah, so they've seen
But
him as an
what was
all-star.
it about this year?
Well, wait a minute. Fromber was good, but you had 3 other Astros on the team.
So what? You're the second best team in baseball.
Why are you saying the league doesn't? You're talking about an all-star selection.
They don't. They
why
don't
do you say
value.
that? You have no idea how the league views him. You
Why?
won't know until he hits the market. I guarantee you.
How is it he wasn't on this team?
Who cares about the all-star game, John? Look at what Fromber's done in the last 5 years.
Well, listen.
It's been tremendous.
8 years. I bet you, Fromber from any team does not get 8 years to 18. I'll bet
I think
you
that's the mark
right now.
I mean,
I'll bet you right now.
Fried right now. Whose stats? I mean, Fried's numbers are good. Fried's been a good pitcher. I think Fried is actually a great. I think Fried is the guy you work off of if you are. He's a lefty also. I think he's the guy you work off of if you're from his
Well,
numbers.
I'll bet you he
Fromber's
doesn't
numbers
get.
are incredibly
He doesn't
similar.
get those numbers. I'll bet you.
Why? Okay, so you tell
Because
me
the league
why
doesn't
not.
value him as much as
You
they
give
value
me
Fried.
you give me one reason why not.
Because he's not as valued as Fried.
Why?
That's it.
No, you're
That's
not
it.
giving me an example. Why? Why is he? Why do you say that? Maybe
Because-
you don't value him the same way. Why do you think major leaguers?
No, I value Fromber big time. I would love to see, but he's
why
not
is
going to get
they?
that money
Who is
because
they
he's
and
not
why
a
do
super
they not?
strikeout pitcher.
I guess the question. Okay, there it is. What are the reasons why he wouldn't be as valued as
Right.
Max Fried? What would they be?
He's not a super strikeout pitcher.
Well,
right?
there's Max Fried.
Yeah. Listen, Max Fried.
Max Fried's never hit 200 strikeouts.
Max Fried is more. I'm just telling
Fromber
you.
value. Okay, Fromber. You're telling me all this, but it doesn't check out. Fromber has a higher strikeout per 9 than Max Fried does. Tell me where Max Fried is better than Fromber Valdez.
Is it just simply
I just think
perception?
you're working
That's
off of this-
perception. That's it.
But
That's
you're
it.
working off a perception that you have no idea about. You're basing it on
Yeah,
an all-star game. Max
No,
Fried
I'm not
doesn't
basing
strike
it on.
out.
All, okay, we'll see what he gets. I'm telling you, he ain't getting 218. He ain't getting 8 years 218.
John,
That's all.
Is it because of the forearms?
It's because of the. Well, first of all,
Do you
he's
wanna
going to
rub-
be 30.
do you want to rub your
Oh,
forearm? And
forearms.
is that the reason why he's not as valued
Right.
as Max Fried?
Listen, he's going to be 32 next year.
Fried's got a higher winning percentage.
You're going to play Fromber in the 30 millions for and when he's 40 years old. That ain't happening.
So they would pay Fried when he's 39.
Yeah,
that type of money.
Yep.
I here's what I think. Fried's got slightly better numbers across the board. Winning percentage, ERA, WHIP. Strikeout per 9 is Fromber. Strikeout to walk is Fried. The numbers are very, very similar. Fromber has been the more consistent as a winner, as a guy who actually takes the mound and wins over the last since 21. I believe 31.5 million is the number for Fromber. If you're his agent, you got to go for Max Fried's contract. Will you get 8 years? I don't know.
I don't think he's getting.
I don't know if you get 8 years. I do think you'll get 7 years. And the 7 years puts you out of the range for the Astros because the Astros can't possibly
No, they
afford
ain't
to
doing
pay a
7
player
years.
for 7 years.
They don't do.
They
7
can't
years.
possibly.
No. How about 6? How about 6?
If you're his agent, are you taking 6, John?
It depends. What does he want? If
Yeah.
Fromber just wants to be here, and he'll take the 6, or he wants to go start up somewhere
if Fromber
else.
wants to be here and he'll take $31.5 million for 6 years, to me, I rush to pay it if I'm the Astros.
Yeah.
But if I'm his agent, I'm trying to get my job is to give him the best deal. My starting point is Max Fried's contract, and I probably go a little higher than that. And then you want to come down, that's fine. If somebody is really desperate to get a top level left-hander on their roster, then go ahead. Do I think that he's going to be worth it in the last 2 years of the contract? No, I don't think any of these guys are. I think every long-term baseball deal is a stupid ass deal the last 2 to 3 years of the deal. And in some cases, the whole damn contract is bad.
Yeah. All right. We got a break. We're way behind. 713-780-3776. How do you feel about this? You're more than welcome to get in or anything that
Do
we've
you
been
guys
talking
want to get rid of Fromber? 713-780. and bring in Zach Gallant, 7-on-3.
Oh my God, Zach Gallant.
Ben Verlander, somebody mute him.
Tell Ben Verlander to just watch his brother.
Now I do think now what Ken Rosenthal says makes sense because I do assume Fromber's gone. So bringing in a different guy, that does make sense.
But what is that going to
It can't be
cost?
a rental though.
What is that? Okay, Skeens. Bring in Skeens.
I would do a deal for Skeens and
Skeens,
buy Bryce Matthews.
Bring in Skeens, and then I don't
Bryce
care
Matthews gone.
Yeah, gone. Bye.
Would you
Bye,
trade
Bryce.
Matthews and Cam Smith for Skeens?
Bye. Ooh, you just want to get rid of the black players.
I'm asking. Would you trade Trammell, Matthews?
No. Let's trade away some of the white guys.
I mean, Trammell. Would you trade away Trammell?
You know, we got to go to break, but I'm developing a nickname for them. I think works, even though it doesn't really apply to them. I'm calling those three the RBI program.
The RBI program.
Because Major League Baseball forever has touted their RBI. We bring baseball to the inner city to get.
Now those guys aren't from the inner city, but
urban kids back connected with baseball.
This is baseball's. See, it works.
Yeah. Oh no, these are baseballs like Bryce Matthews. Yes.
Somebody asked, "What would is Uncle Drayton rolling over in his grave right now?
He's not
watching dead. All these guys.
He's not dead, is
well,
he?
We always
well, no, but is he still rolling over in his grave?
Guys, in here, and if I was there, we would be celebrating them.
We're celebrating them now. We're celebrating basketball right now. We're celebrating the Pro Dunk goal. The Pro Dunk goal is the best goal in the history of goals. Are you somebody that you got kids, you got young kids, especially young kids? Dad, they're not playing on a 10-foot goal. Dad, 10-foot goals look like crap. Okay? Dad, do not go to the box store and buy a goal with that you put the sand in it. That's terrible. First of all, get it home and see how that works out. Secondly, get a goal that with the installation is second to none. All right. It all comes with it. They install it. The goal is perfect. Tempered glass backboard. It looks great. Mom's going to love it. You're going to love it. The curb appeal, everything about it. Then the kids are going to love it because with a push of a button, they can raise and lower the goal. And they're going to lower it all the time, especially the young kids. They are going to want to play basketball on a 5, 6, 7, 8-foot goal because they can actually play. 10-foot goal, not so much. You're looking for the best way to get those kids outside playing. There's one way, produnk.com. The best goal in the history of goals is not even arguable. So, Dad, produnk.com, tell Keith Tate you heard it right here.
Let's talk about GMC right now. Celebrate Independence. Well, not Independence Day. We're way past that. It doesn't matter. We're still in July right now. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC has tremendous savings going on for trucks in the month of July. We're still in the month of July. We got about a little bit more than a week left. One of the trucks that I want you to consider is the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation Crew Cab 4-wheel drive with a TurboMax engine. The truck is absolutely loaded. Looks tremendous, and well-qualified buyers can get 0% APR financing. That almost doesn't exist in the car buying business anymore, but they do have 0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. See dealer for complete details. Plus, they have thousands more in savings that are available for you as well. All you have to do is head down to Angleton and start the process. It's a zero hassle opportunity for you to go get a truck that you absolutely love. And the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation Crew 4-wheel drive with TurboMax engine is one that you're going to absolutely love if you're a truck guy. Take the GMC Sierra 1500 out for a test drive today at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. GMC, we are professional grade.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 3 here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Created quite the stir here this morning with this Astros talk. Astros win 3-1, and Lance is trying to find ways to get rid of our hero.
I'm trying to find ways to save Fromber, as I have for multiple years now. And every year, people in this city just want to get rid of Fromber.
Yeah, and it sure would be
one
nice.
Of the weirdest things I've ever seen, too.
Okay. We'll get to the calls here because we've got a couple of calls here.
Maybe
but what is the best?
For him.
What is
Justin
the best?
Valdez.
Can you hear anybody or no?
He can.
Yeah,
He's just very upset about.
If his name was Justin or Zach, he'd get a new contract.
Well, their names are Cam, okay, Bryce, and I mean honestly, and Taylor.
But as far as how the Astros pay their pitchers, he thinks.
I'm surprised. That's not the Bryce I was thinking it was going to be.
It was thinking of the
Rockets.
Rockets price.
Taylors I see that wear a little thing on their head, the little, thing that it's called a wave cap, I believe it's called. No way Drake would know.
No way he knows what a wave cap is. At least not the term for it.
No.
Yeah, but yeah, their names, Del, they don't fit in your RBI deal.
I think it's great what's going on in Major League Baseball. Would love to capitalize, but I don't know if Atascocita and Lake Worth, Florida fit the whole RBI programs like motto where they go in the inner cities and develop players. I'm not sure that's the case, but we can fudge it a little bit. We can fudge it. Look what the Astros are doing. RBI program at work.
RBI program is
working.
It's baseball in the inner cities. You try to help get kids gloves, make baseball more accessible, things like that. It's an initiative that they started over at least 20 years ago. I don't know how long it's been going on. They want to bring more inner city kids back into baseball. I don't know, to different levels of success, but that's why Black American kids, baseball, you got Cam Smith, and you're making this joke because it's Cam Smith, Taylor Trammell, rather. I keep doing the same thing. And Bryce Matthews. So you got the RBI, but yes, the names, you believe, Del, that maybe they could look a little deeper.
I believe
Bryce Taylor. So you don't think that's RBI enough? That's urban enough. Bryce Taylor.
I don't think Major League Baseball would think so. I think they would try to fudge the names a little bit. Like they would come to those kids if they were actually in the program and knew they had a real shot to make the major leagues. They would get to those kids at 16 and 17 and suggest the name change early on. So when they actually hit it big, it would emphasize some things. Like you mentioned during the break, like Drake changed his name from, well, his
Aubrey.
middle name is Drake, so he doesn't go by Aubrey, he goes by Drake. I think that would be something Major League Baseball would try. I'm not sure the family would be okay with it. Probably wouldn't. But I think baseball, Rob Manfred, that skunk, would go in there and go, you know what? Bryce ain't really hitting.
What's his middle name?
Bryce's middle name is Andre.
Andre, now that hits.
Andre slaps.
Andre
yeah. Matthews?
I think Major League Baseball will go in and knowing how devious they are and go.
They just start calling him Bryce Andre?
Or something
Matthews?
like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Bam. Bryce Andre Matthews, bam. And they do memes every time it's a home run. Bam. Make sure they get Andre in there.
Oh, yeah.
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 Bam.
Just marketing. That's all. I got ideas, guys. Just just ask me about them.
A guy named Ricardo from the YouTube's chat says Fromber is salt. That's good.
Oh, Fromber is
I
salt.
like that.
Fromber salt is probably the best one.
Yeah,
Somebody else
Fromber
said
is salt.
Fromber's fajitas, but well, they're expensive.
Yeah.
That's actually not bad either.
Yeah. Fajitas are expensive
Fajitas
now.
And they're getting more and more expensive.
Yep. What's Cam's middle name?
Not as good.
Cam Smith's middle name is Vaughn.
Vaughn.
It's not bad.
That's a good one.
Vaughn Smith, yeah.
Vaughn Smith?
But to
sounds
me,
like
Cam,
a linebacker.
No, but Cam to me is like
Cam's fine. You got a Cam Newton.
Yeah,
That's fine.
You got Cam Newton. You got Cameron Johnson. You got
plenty.
Cam's okay.
Cameron Maben.
Now Taylor
Trammell's middle name is Walter Lee.
Yeah, that just sounds too country.
Walter
Lee.
Trammell?
Not just Walter Lee.
Walter Lee.
Yeah, that's country.
Well,
Where's he from with that country
He's from
name?
Georgia. I think he's in a...
Oh, yeah, from Georgia. That makes total sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
We're just glad the guys are contributing, helping us win ball games, and Bryce Matthews was big. He's been like Trammell had a defensive play and a home run in the game on Sunday, and Bryce Matthews hit the 2 home runs, another one last night, and then he had a nice play defensively. Whatever, whether they're part of that program or not, glad they're Astros until we trade them for Paul Skeens.
All right, until everybody comes back, the best lineup is Matthews at third, Short, Altuve at second, Walker at first, Trammell. Who are we gonna put in center? Trammell in center, Cam in right, and who am I missing?
I forgot Jake Myers plays on this team.
Yeah, Jake Myers is hurt.
He's been hurt for so long.
Yeah.
Isak Paredes, we haven't mentioned this for a while. Lance McCullers went on the IL again.
Isak's done for a while.
Joe Espada's like, Isak's going to be gone a while. He sounded dour when he was talking about Isak Paredes.
Oh, Dubon in left. We'll play Dubon in left.
Yeah, we'll do that. Let's get Spencer in here. Spencer wants to talk about Joe Espada, who has been brilliant up to this point. What's up, Spencer?
Hey, guys. First of all, I did want to call about Espada, but I do appreciate y'all talking about the how Cam, Taylor, and Bryce need to change their names. It feels like a Key and Peele sketch. So I like it very much. So all this stuff, all this stress about Framber leaving and all that kind of good stuff. I mean, Joe Espada is the manager of the year, hands down. Nobody's even close.
Yep.
And, you know, the fact that we now have 17 players in the IL, and if you took those 17 players, they may be better than several other entire rosters in Major League Baseball. We have an entire rotation on the DL, and we have Pena, Jordan, Isak, and Myers, all on the DL, which would be a pretty good backbone of a pretty good lineup. And so this is just unbelievable. And, you know, Walker mentioned it, talking about Altuve, talking about the clubhouse and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, it's just incredible how calm Espada is. And, you know, last night, him bringing in Abreu in the 8th to face the best hitters in the lineup, as opposed to Hader's not available, I have to put Abreu in the 9th, and then putting King out there for the 9th instead of Hader when Hader was gassed. It's a good manager. You know, even if you had lost that game last night, it's the right move. And so he's just been incredible. He's just phenomenal. And we're a half game out of the best record in the American League. And it's truly unbelievable. All credit goes to Espada and Altuve and all those guys for keeping everybody calm. So let's go get them.
I mean, he used Brian King last night. in the 9th inning.
I mean, it didn't go great, but it worked out.
Oh, but it worked. Holy crap! When the law firm walked out there, I was like, oh my gosh! And they got nothing else. What are you gonna do? You got nothing, no other options. Yeah. Okay, try not to give up 8 hits this inning, Brian. Just 3 is plenty.
So
look how nice that microphone you have is.
Yeah, it looks really great.
Good, man. You got a windscreen. You got a spit screen on it too.
You're just seeing it for the first time?
Yeah, I just didn't really pay attention, but you sound so much better. Like for people who are just noticing.
And this is like Coors Light, John, as well.
Yeah, we didn't even know you were all liquored up.
Yeah. So I mean, that's what equipment will do for you.
So Spencer's our resident caller when it comes to managers. He called a bit in about Dusty quite a bit during his time here. He mentioned Espada's calmness. Now, Dusty, I guess, had his moments, but he wasn't typically fiery. And AJ Hinch before him. When's the last time the Astros had a fiery guy?
No, Dusty could get a little pissed.
Yeah, sure, but he wasn't.
AJ was
but he wasn't overboard. He wasn't a guy who we thought of like, oh, he's gonna fly off the handle. Dusty Baker, he had his moments.
He's a fly off the handle guy on the field
as a manager. Even in the late stages of his career, he was a guy who
Dusty did.
Dusty
with the Astros.
Dusty would go after umps now. Oh yeah,
he would MF them.
Did he get?
Oh yeah,
I remember he yelled at.
He went after Scott Service.
I remember one instance when he was yelling at Service and then the manager, but I didn't think of Dusty all the time as a guy.
Remember when he told him run to effing first base, or what did he say? Or remember when Dusty yelled at one of the players? What was that about? I think it was the first year he came in after all the stuff went down.
Right.
But no, Dusty's always been.
Dusty's
he wanted to fight
fiery.
Tony La Russa one time. He wanted to fight Scott Service.
Tony La Russa.
Dusty will MF
when he was with the White Sox. Tony La Russa.
It was way back when he was. Yeah, when Dusty was with. God, who was with the Cubs Cardinals, or no. It was way back. Yeah.
Okay.
It was not Dusty with the Astros. Yeah.
Okay.
No. I'm just going back to Dusty as
when his prime as a manager.
Guy. But Espada is way more AJ Hinch. Espada is very AJ Hinch when it comes to his personality. Dusty and frankly analytics. Dusty is throwback, and Dusty was what the Astros needed. I think Jim Crane did a great job bringing Dusty.
Yep.
I really didn't love it at the time, but Dusty was fantastic for the Astros. He was exactly what they needed. And I think it was time for the Astros to go in a different direction. Dusty came in, did his job. You let Joe take over, and Joe's been good. And look, for a big chunk of the first year, we had our questions about Joe Espada. It wasn't going great. And we don't like the way last year ended either, although, I have a hard time blaming it on Espada when you get swept 2 games. You just couldn't win at home. But, man, what he's done this year. Now, I had to look this up. What do you think the record is for most players on the injured list in Major League Baseball history? It happened in
2019.
You think the Astros are getting close? Astros are currently at 17. Easily the highest that I can ever recall in Houston, probably by a lot.
I'm going to say 29.
30.
The
New York Yankees had 30 in 2019, the year the Astros beat them.
That's a lot. Holy crap.
Yeah, that's the year that Jose Altuve used buzzers, and they found out because Carlos Beltran's niece told John Boy. You may remember that in a direct message.
Yeah.
Carlos Beltran's fake niece on a burner account told John Boy, and John Boy alerted the world to how evil Jose Altuve was. And then he found out it wasn't true, and he's like, it's just kidding. Actually, he's a good guy. Guys, y'all need to stay off him. Oh, too late, John Boy. Damage done. Too late.
Yeah. Nice job, John Boy. All right, we got a break. Catch up on breaks. 713-780-3776. Tomorrow in the 9 o'clock hour, in this hour, tomorrow, we're giving away our first spot. Well, 2 spots in our fantasy football league where you go to the Golden Nugget. You get $200 in food. You get dinner at the DraftKings Sportsbook. You get a room for 2, or I don't know how that works. If it's 2 rooms, or we'll have to figure that. We got to figure that out. But whatever the case may be, you win, and you get to bring another person. And that person is going to play in our fantasy league as well. It's all going on at the Golden Nugget. One of my favorite places in the world. The Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, is just 2 hours. And I love that, okay? Just a couple hours down the road, as opposed to having to go to Vegas It's that's a whole trip. That's a whole day. By the time you get there, it's a good 7-8 hours by the time you settle in. How about just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road? You got a Vegas-style hotel, Vegas-style casino, Vegas restaurants. You've got a Vegas-style pool, golf course, all of it. I mean, there's nothing you don't have. A nightclub, concerts. I mean, everything that you could possibly want. It's just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. All that money that you would spend on an airfare and a more expensive hotel, boom, you got it right here at Golden Nugget. You're saving money. You're there quicker. You can get in and out. You don't have to spend. You do all that. You go to Vegas. You just go, what, for a night or two? No, but you can do that to Golden Nugget. GoldenNuggetLC.com. GoldenNuggetLC.com. Get there.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Chris has been waiting. Let's get Chris in here. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. How are y'all?
Doing well. How are you?
Good, real good, man. Hey, so I think I love what you guys are talking about with this Astros keeping players, but I think there's a blessing and a curse. So the blessing is, John, to your point, we've always had young guys come up and fill the spot, like fill in, like Bryce, who I'm going to start calling Dre. Now instead of Andre, I'm going to start calling Bryce Dre. Matthews.
Perfect.
But it just feels right. But then The curse is we never really keep anybody, and I think we built this overconfidence in our scouting department, which is good that we've had a good scouting department. But every once in a while, like us as fans, besides Altuve, because we've been just there, we want to keep players, and I think that Fromber is worth that money. And I disagree with you, John, just a little bit when you say the league doesn't value him because of an all-star game, because I think there's a lot of GMs and executives sitting back going, hey, Crane's going to be dumb again, or the Astros are going to let this guy walk. And he's got a ton of value because analytics, his spin rate, all the stuff that GMs look at. Fromber checks all those boxes. He doesn't miss half the year every year. So I just think that he is valued, maybe not to the fans because Houston never gets the love when it comes to players, but I do think he's got a lot of value out there, and I appreciate you guys showing it.
Preseason, I don't know if it was Rosenthal or one of them, Passan, one of them, put out their list of top 10, 12 pitchers. Maybe it was a dozen pitchers, and Fromber wasn't on the list. And I replied to him. I said, Fromber? Where's Fromber? He's just not by baseball people, not as beloved or regarded as highly as other guys, or as highly as he should be. He's just not.
We'll see what his contract is, because if you want to win and you want a guy that stays healthy, you want a guy that eats innings, and you want a guy that is by the definition of consistent for a number one, it's all right there.
Right.
I mean, you can find it all in the data. I don't know what else you need. I mean, you can pay other guys. If you like strikeouts, that's awesome. Go find me guys who win, who toe the rubber every 5 days.
Right.
Who's not hurt.
Hey, I agree. I
mean, I just think it's stupid that the Astros have not re-upped him. I mean, I don't know. It irritates me. It's almost like some kind of weird thing where we just can't have a Fromber Valdez be the face of the Astros pitching staff. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Right. Well, said the same thing about Bregman. We said the same thing about Springer. We said the same thing about Correa. We said the same thing about Charlie. We said the same thing about Verlander. We said the same thing over and over and over again. And it's the same, and it never changes.
When's the last time a Latin American pitcher was the face of the Astros pitching staff? Was the top guy?
A Latin American.
Mm-hmm. You won't find a year.
You're going back to, it wasn't good times. Was Wandy the face of the pitching staff?
No, Roy was. Roy Oswalt. You can't find a Latin American pitcher.
Well, Javier was supposed to be.
But he wasn't.
He didn't work out.
It was Justin.
Yeah. Justin left, and Javier was supposed to be.
Well, either him or Wandy, you thought, but then Justin came back, and it was Justin again. Then it was Hunter.
Fromber, you mean?
Then it was Hunter. Yeah, him or Fromber. But Justin came back, and so Justin was the guy then. Now it's Hunter.
Ezekiel Estacio.
Nope.
He did that because of the face thing, didn't he?
Yeah, he did the face thing.
He's a terrible person.
Never. The answer is never.
What a bad person you are.
Latin American
pitchers. You're the one that came up with the face thing, not me.
I know you. That's why.
He knew
I know who you are.
Why would you bring up him out of all people?
Of all the pitchers.
I'm thinking of Latin American pitchers. That's all.
Wandy is, I guess, as close as you can get, but Roy was there with Wandy.
Juan Augusto.
No. Not Juan Augusto with his hat 18 inches high on his head.
That's him. That's it. All right. Well, I mean, even if Fromber stays, is he still the face as opposed to Hunter?
I don't know. It's just something I've always noticed. It's always kind of bothered me.
Well, if they pay him what it would take to keep him, then yes, he's a face because you're giving him a big time deal.
Well,
yeah.
Maybe they're trying.
I mean, it's in tandem with. Obviously, it's in tandem with Hunter Brown, which is fine. You need to have a 1-2 punch. You got to have two great pitchers. The Astros have benefited from that. They just happen to be able to go 3, 4, 5 deep in the past. Now, you pretty much must have two great pitchers if you want to compete for a pennant. You pretty much have to have two great pitchers at the top.
Joaquin Andujar.
That's about as close as you can get.
Twitch came up with that one.
Right about 82.
And Twitch said this: JG got equipment befitting a true Hall of Famer. Starting to take this remote thing seriously, I see. Nice. Yeah. How's it sound? How's it sound out there? Like in studio? I love that.
Something like that. Yeah, Joaquin Andujar had 20 wins in 1984.
Oh, Lima, 21 wins.
Yeah, but he wasn't the face of the
face.
team.
He was the face of this show.
He was for us.
He was for us.
I mean, he was for a lot of people in the city of Houston, a lot of fans, but he was like the third starter on that team, wasn't he?
Yeah. We got some sound, Del, of Bryce. Brian McTaggart was interviewing Bryce last night after the game. How good is it for this kid?
Oh, wait. Joaquin Andujar was a 20-game winner with St. Louis. That doesn't count. What are y'all talking about, Twitch?
No, that it
he had
doesn't
a losing record with the Astros.
But he was still the man.
Was he? He was 12 and
12.
No,
he was the man for St. Louis, not
he was
here.
12 and 12 and 79.
Yeah, right.
He wasn't the man. J.R. Richard was the man.
Right.
No, it was not J.R. Ricardo.
No. It was Mike Scotto.
It wasn't Mike Scotto.
Miguel Scotto.
It was not Miguel Scotto.
Yeah.
Miguel Scotto is Mike's cat. Miguel Scotto.
Scotto, not Gatto.
Oh, okay.
So Bryce Matthews, hero, 2 games in a row. He's knocked in 7 of their 9 runs.
3 homers and 20 at-bats.
7 of their 9 runs.
4 hits and 20 at-bats. 3 of them home runs.
How about that?
If he keeps up this pace, it's going to be an incredible career.
Hall of Fame.
Yep.
Hall of Fame.
Easily. He'll get inducted just like me and John did.
Yep. Here he is afterwards talking about Brian McTaggart. Thank you for this. He asked him about the Astros and the locker room.
I'm just grateful that God has allowed me to be in this position with these group of guys. This brotherhood, they're so great, and like I said yesterday, I just can't be more thankful for these group of guys. Shout out to Walt for the added motivation yesterday, and I'm just thankful.
Did you want the ball hit to you there at the end? Were you hoping it would come to you?
Yeah, just trying to be ready. Not try to do too much, make a play, and keep it simple, as Tony says. And it's little things every day, each and every day. We go out there, we put the work in, and it's nonstop. So I'm just glad I was able to make play.
What was the approach against what they're doing?
Try to get a heater out over the plate, not do too much, just pass it back. Trammell had a great at bat before, so I think that kind of helped me. Maybe give me a pitch to hit, but just good team win.
Did you see here? He said Tony, and I don't know that we are giving Paris Chica because the Diamondbacks, when he was there, was a great defensive team. Where are the Astros' fielding percentage this year?
I don't know.
You got the ability to look that up.
Yeah, I do. Well, both of us do, but yeah, sure. I'll find that. I'll find it.
Yeah, but you like to do that. You're a numbers guy.
You're a numbers
guy.
I'll go to teamrankings.com. That's where we'll go.
Yeah, well, there's that. You could do that, I guess, or you could just guess.
Oh,
I mean,
I could just guess. Yeah, that's true. I'd say probably like 6th.
But I'm going to tell you this. Paris Chica makes a big difference. And I'm not sure we're giving him the credit. He works with these guys every day in the infield. And he made the Diamondbacks really good. And I don't know where the Astros are. I know they had a little run there where they were, playing Keystone Cops. But for the most part, this has been a really good defensive team. And kind of a big deal with Fromber on the mound and making sure that your infield defense is really good.
Oh, yeah. No, you need to have the right guys in the lineup, too.
And he put Bryce out there at second base yesterday.
Yeah, that's, I don't know that the move of Altuve to left may have been a nod to Bryce in the future, not necessarily Bryce this year. But, of course, with all these injuries, we're seeing Bryce earlier. But it could be one of those things where you say, look, we know long-term. I don't think Jose Altuve is great in left field. I think he's obviously a better second baseman than he is a left fielder, but range is going to be a really big deal as it pertains to Wandy Rodriguez. And you also can't super shift anymore. So, you have to range is a big deal for middle infielders. You got to have a little bit, your range is more important because you're not going to be able to shift relative to, what your scouting reports are on guys, what the analytics tell you. So as far as errors per game, which is the only thing I can really look at right now, I can look at there's other fielding
There's
data.
not fielding percentage?
Well, fielding percentage is based on your errors. So in 2025, Houston is 6th in fewest errors per game.
Six? Yeah.
Yeah, 6. That's where I said. I just kind of guessed that. Last year, the Houston Astros were 15th.
Yeah, look at the difference.
Big
That's
difference.
kind of a big deal.
And Wandy had 93% of those errors.
Why do you continue to say Wandy instead of Fromber?
I meant Fromber. I always say Wandy when I mean Fromber.
Okay.
That's disrespectful. Here I am saying he is the salt of this team, acknowledging he is the salt. And when I say salt, he just adds everything, like it makes everything better. You have to have it. And I continue to call him Wandy for many
disrespectful. That's what
months
you are.
I've done this. But yeah, he does typically come up with some errors coming off the mound.
But this year he's better.
He's been better.
He's been better this year.
But yeah, the errors, in 2024 they were 15th in the league. In
Right now they're
2023, your Houston Astros were 12th in the league. In 2022, which some people call World Series year, your Houston Astros were 6th. Oh. And this year they are 6th.
Coincidence? I think not.
And you had Fromber pitching on that team, and you have Fromber pitching on this team. Coincidence?
I think not.
That year they were a .44. This year they're a .43. Texas is your best defensive team. Fewest errors. Texas.
How about that?
Rangers.
Eat that, rest of the league.
.31. Last year the leader was Arizona at .38.
Eat that. All right. And that's totally Paris-Chica making a difference, I'm telling you. Making a difference. They said when he came over that
he hits harder fungos.
They were raving about his coaching of defense, and specifically infield defense.
Do you know we had when I was in Little League, we had a Walter Kelly, great Little League coach. He was phenomenal. And he would hit rockets at us with fungo, and you had to get used to it. Like, it made you better because he would mix it up. You didn't know how hard he was going to hit it. You just hoped he wasn't going to hit a shot to you. And every once in a while, you'd see him you'd see that bat go way back when he threw the ball in the air, like, oh boy, this is about to be a rocket. And then you got to be on your toes. Your hands have to be ready. Do you want it to bounce up and hit you in the face?
Right.
No. So be ready. Made you a better.
And
so
it wasn't a major.
Probably hitting rockets at him.
And it wasn't a major league field either.
No.
With clean bounces.
I told you the guy who handled our field got busted selling coke.
Right.
So there was a long.
But that doesn't mean you can't be a good. Just because you're selling coke doesn't mean you can't be really good.
Well, Joe was also not a good. He was not good. He did sell coke and weed, and he was also not good at getting.
Seems to me he'd be good with grass. So
he was good with some grass.
Yeah.
He was good with some grass. I just know that. Hey, can we get the rocks out of this infield?
Well, that's what we had to do.
Because when it hits the rock,
right.
It's gonna. That's a face shot.
A lot of times throughout the season in football and during grammar school, we'd have to walk. The whole team would walk the field and pick up all the glass and rocks on the field. And
that's not great.
That's not.
When you have to pre-scrape the rocks and the glass.
Nope. All right. I'm going to tell you this. Did you know that we are home to the greatest, the biggest, the best firearms store in the world? In the world. I don't know. Okay. So it's the biggest, the best damn gun shop in the world is their slogan. I think it's the biggest. Atlanta's got a really, really big one too. Ours is better. If you haven't been to Collector's Firearms, holy crap, that store, it is not a store, it's a museum, but they also have pre-owned guns, new guns. They've got handguns, rifles, shotguns. They've got any kind of weapon, knives. They've got swords. They've got everything that you could possibly want. And if you're a history buff, a gun enthusiast, this is a must-see. Westheimer and Voss. It is a huge store. I'd never been in there before. I went in there. I was like, holy crap. This place is something. They got, if you're a first-time buyer, okay, they're going to help you out. They're going to get you exactly what you need, okay? If you're a hunter, this is the place to go. If you're looking to sell a gun, this is the place to go. They'll buy your gun, okay? If you want protection, this is the place to go. They'll get the perfect weapon for you. You're looking for a great place to see, to not only see, but buy, and it is spectacular. It's really spectacular. It's unbelievable. CollectorsFirearms.com. CollectorsFirearms.com. 7626 Westheimer at Voss. It is incredible. There's a tank out front, okay? They'll tell you about their collection. CollectorsFirearms.com. When you go there, tell them you heard it here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You know my new thing? You know what my new
what?
My new little angle is going to be? Always saying great things about ESPN.
Oh, yeah, you should. You have to now.
This programming is amazing.
Oh.
For those who don't know, and it's been discussed internally some, but it looks like ESPN is getting close to buying NFL media. I don't know what percentage. I don't know if it's like 51%, 49%. And I guess the NFL is going to get a percentage of ESPN. Like that's part of the deal I've been reading about is NFL's now going to have, this is weird. The NFL is going to, I guess, own a percentage of ESPN now. I don't know. You know how everything used to be all at once, everything is splintered. We're more splintered than we've ever been, which makes it tougher to collect everyone's attention. there's more music genres than ever before. Everything's splintered out. And yet in sports media, everything is a conglomerate. Everything is getting smaller because, that's one of the things that is the most consumed. Sports programming, as you know, John, is one of the most consumed. So there's a rush to get your hands on live sports programming because it's the easiest way to sell.
Yep. By the way, so Dream Shake just sent Dan Plezak had Fromber number 7. It was Buster only had a preseason list. Now, Fromber wasn't even on it. I'm like, Buster, where's Fromber? What is wrong with you? Buster only. And so, yeah. Dan Plezak's smart. Buster only.
7th in Major League Baseball.
His 7th best starter.
Yeah, he should be. Look at the
Scooble, Skeens, Hunter, Freed, Crochet, DeGrom, Fromber, Zach Wheeler, Logan Webb. Oh,
where'd you say? You said Hunter in there?
Yamamoto.
You had Hunter in there. Remember when Yamamoto started crying early in the season? He's come around.
Oh, you from his crying?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was worried about him when I'm like, oh no, he's crying when he's being taken out of his first start.
Yeah.
This is not going to be great for him. So I'm getting kind of hyped up. I'm going to be going to Tokyo at the end of February. I'm actually missing the combine to go to my wife's final.
Ooh,
run.
ESPN ain't going to love that.
Well, I've already asked permission. So I've asked permission of NFL Network. So
yeah.
See how that goes. But it's the wife's final. The wife's final. And it's the 6th and final. She's hoping to get. I still got to raise money, but it's her 6th and final. Well, it's more than 6 marathons, but it's the last one of the big 6. So she's going to get a special medal. And so I'm all excited. I've always wanted to go to Japan. Always wanted to go to Tokyo, or for sure since I saw Tokyo Drift. And so I really want to go and see the culture, the food, and all that. And I'm really excited. But what I'm not excited about is having to talk about it with you and have you always make that noise you make where it sounds like you're slowly. Yeah, there it is. There it is, though.
What is
I'm very excited.
Why are you stopping talking?
I talked to Bun B about it, and Bun told me because Bun went there on the gumball race. He went there. He had concert where they drove throughout Japan and did concerts. And, Bun is very well-traveled worldly. And he said, well, let me tell you, he said, there's going to be, and I was asking, what's it like? And he said, oh, it's great. He said, Osaka is also really, really terrific. He said, now I will tell you, there's going to be some places where you're just not welcome as a non-local. You just can't go in here because some of the places are different. The fetish places where you may feed a heavyset woman, you may get it just. And I was like, that's a place. He goes, oh, it was quite the brouhaha. We wanted to go in, and they're like, nope, Americans, no good. And it's not just Americans. Like, you got to be Japanese. You got to be Japanese to go in there. And so there's going to be. He said, there's just some places where you're just not gonna. It's just for the locals. He said, but most of the places you go are going to be, going to be for you. But I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, that's going to be great. That'll be fun.
And the Harajuku girls, remember that from Gwen Stefani's videos? So that's good.
Oh, who called in, Del? Paul, what's going on, Paul?
Hey, John. First of all, just wanted to let you know the new mic and the new connection sounds really good. Well done.
Thank you.
Secondly, I heard a very cool comment last night from Robert Ford on the radio broadcast of the game. Monday Bryce hit his first major league home run, and the tradition is they like to collect those balls for their own personal use. And it turns out that that was pretty easy because an Astros fan caught his home run.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
He signed a bat and something else, a hat and a bat, I think, and they gave him the ball, which was really, really cool. There were 2 Astros fans right there, and they got a signed bat, and they gave him the ball, which was great, which is really nice.
Yeah, I love that. And you could even on the broadcast that night and the night after and last night, you could even hear occasional "Let's go Astros" on the radio broadcast. So there are apparently a lot of Astros fans in the stadium.
Yeah. I think there's probably a lot of Houstonians that are in Arizona, in the Phoenix area. I mean, I think there's people from all over. Phoenix is a great city. Great city. If you you don't mind a billion degrees in the summer, then Houston is a great.
Right.
It's the best in the winter. I can tell you that. It's awesome. Awesome.
Well, Bryce is certainly exciting, and I hope we can keep him for a good long while.
Yep. Hey, appreciate it, man. Thank you. And thank you for your comments. Anybody else wants when you call, you should comment on the microphone, the new microphone, and how good it sounds. So appreciate that. That is good stuff. Everybody should do that. And comment about how we're Hall of Famers and that Dell isn't. 713-780-3776 if you'd like to get in here. What did we miss today, Dell? What have we missed today?
What did you miss? You missed because the coaches are up talking for their media days. You missed Rhett Lashley attacking the SEC.
Yeah.
Doesn't think they're top. Doesn't think they have depth. Just think they're top heavy because the same teams always win there.
Indiana went after him too.
Oh, I've got something for you that we didn't talk about that actually may need to be a longer conversation. Mike Locksley. Did you see this?
Yeah,
this is a big problem behind the scenes. I was told this by an offensive line coach in a Power 5 team when I was at the O-line Masterminds. He's talking about fistfights in locker rooms about money. Mike Locksley, who was the coach of Maryland, they went 4-8 last year, despite having NFL talent. They had 6 players drafted. They lost all but one of their games, and he said, quote, "I own the fact that I lost my locker room." And this is Coach Locks. This is his quote. This is Coach Locks, the locker room king, telling you this landscape, I had to choose between paying young players who were coming in or reward the older players that have been through the fire, 3 bowl wins. And I tried to do both with limited success. And that's what you get, a locker room with the haves and the have-nots. This is always going to be an issue of the haves and have-nots. But what I've been told by this coach, I'll just say it. It's fine to say it. It's the SMU offensive line coach told me, we're going to pay our players who have been doing things more than we're paying the guys coming in. Because if you don't, it causes tremendous problems in your locker room. You got to take care of your guys first, and the new guys coming in have to earn their way up. And if you're one of those guys that are going to be high maintenance, I got to pay you top dog, we're not going to go after you. But how much guys are making in locker rooms is causing it's causing a lot of problems from what I understand, because they're trying to get the young guys in. So guys who've never done anything are coming in with these high dollars. I heard one story that a senior fought a freshman. He made the freshman fight him because he said, you're making this much money, then you're going to have to earn it. And you're going to earn it with catching a fade with me. And he had to fight the senior, and the senior beat his ass. And it was basically because he was making a lot more money than the senior was. This wasn't not on the offensive line. It was a different position. But I heard this story last week, and I was like, oh, my God. Just a freshman came in, was getting paid a certain much, and then the guy said, you got to fight me. You're going to make more than me, then you got to earn my respect. And to do that, you got to fight me right down the line. And they had to fight, I guess. And it happened, it happened last year, but that's crazy to me that you got a guy who has to fight because he's making more money than someone else. But I get it. If you're a senior, you've been going through all that, and somebody's just going to come in and make that much money. I guess there's some of that that's going to go on.
Take care of your own.
You got to take care of the guys that are on your roster.
Yep. You guys maybe can explain this to me real quick. Aiden Ross went off on LeBron.
Ross sucks.
For dancing to Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar. Here's what Aiden said. As I love LeBron my whole life, you can see what a piece of shit human he is. How can you respect someone that has no loyalty with someone he has known for 15 years?
So he's talking about Drake. So LeBron has been friends with Drake, and then when the Kendrick Lamar, look, this is kind of who LeBron is. LeBron will go whatever puts him in the best light. And because Drake got hot in that Kendrick and Drake beef from last summer, then all of a sudden LeBron aligned himself with that, and Drake took note of it because LeBron was down with Drake. Now he's Mr. Kendrick Lamar, and he lives in LA. and Kendrick Lamar is from.
Let me ask
Los
you two a
Angeles.
question about this. Beyond the fact that who cares ultimately what Aiden Ross thinks or says, if another man tattoos himself on you, can you respect that man?
Wait, what?
I'll ask it again.
Okay.
If another man tattoos you on himself, can you actually respect that man?
If a man tattoos
yourself on himself.
If somebody got a John and Lance tattoo and it said HOF 2024 on it,
Yeah.
I would have a lot of respect for that.
A lot of respect. And somebody should.
Drake tattooed LeBron on his body. So if LeBron turns out to disrespect Drake, I get it, because I can't imagine respecting someone who goes that far into their fandom to tattoo you on them. That's crazy. Like, particularly if you know them. Like, if you are a giant Metallica fan, you want to put Hetfield name or face on you. You don't really know him. You're not going to run into him. But LeBron and Drake run in the same circles. If I come up to you and I can look at your arm and see myself on you, can't respect you.
No, I don't. No.
Drake.
No, if Yanni got a tattoo of me, okay.
You don't
then,
respect Yanni now.
Right. I would have no respect for Yanni.
Yeah, so while
we got the best steak in the city.
So while LeBron might be switching up, I get it. Like, I can't respect the man.
What if I got a tattoo of Yanni's steak on my arm?
Oh, then you're just running a promo for Yanni, which is fine, I guess.
What do you got a promo of his Greek
wings and put Damaris under the wings?
We got the best in the city, John.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about you eating those ribs, John.
A walking billboard for Yanni.
According to Will Kunkel and Sean Bajani, Cam Robinson left tackle, Laken Tomlinson left guard, Jared Patterson center, Titus Howard right guard, Ariante Ursary right tackle. First starting group.
Is Blake Fisher hurt?
Who was the center again?
Jared Patterson.
Okay.
I don't think that's going to be that is not going to be the
Blake
offensive
Fisher
line.
hurt?
Blake Fisher?
Hey,
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't care who they line up. Just get reps. Just
That's all.
go get better.
I think they're probably just going to put combinations out there.
Yeah.
Tomorrow it'll be something different, probably.
And KJ points out, and I think he's right, that after this beef, LeBron went ahead and tattooed SGA's jersey over LeBron.
Oh, he did?
To cover it up.
Oh,
he
Well,
I just
he'll
saw.
never not be Canadian.
Yeah.
Because you know who else turned on him, John? LeBron turned on him, and DeMar DeRozan turned on him too.
Listen, as soon as the DJ started playing Drake, LeBron and Savannah
started
got up and left.
Oh, well, they were dancing while it was They Not Like Us. That was
Right.
the beef that everyone had.
And then he got up and left when Drake came on.
Ooh.
Wow.
Roasted, Lance?
Wow.
Just dabbed.
There's some beef there.
Oh, yeah.
I think everybody will be fine. Well, maybe not Drake. He's very emotional. But everyone else will be fine. I think LeBron will be fine if Drake's upset with him. I think he'll be fine if Aiden Ross is upset with him. I think the $52 million one-year deal he's got, he's probably fine. I think it's all going to work out for everyone, I think.
All right. This is working out for Brinkman Quality Roofing. I can tell you that. The Houston Roofing and Siding Company that does make them like they used to. Same old school values of integrity since they started this business back in 1973. Jason Brinkman took it over from his dad, and his dad took it over from his dad, and it's just passed down through the generations. But and their roots in Houston run deep, but you don't stay in business this long, people. You just don't do it for over 50 years unless you do it right. And they've been doing it for over 50 years in the Houston area. Don't hesitate to call them if you've got any issue whatsoever, or if you haven't looked at your roof in a while. Go and look, and especially if it's shiny. That Jason told me that's a good indicator that your panels are really, really they're worn, and you're going to have problems. 844-215-2841. 844-215-2841 or BrinkmanQuality.com. Brinkman with two N's at the end. BrinkmanQuality.com. They've been doing this forever. They love the roofing business. They got siding as well. But any kind of roof, it doesn't matter what kind of roof it is. They've seen it. They've done it. And Jason will handle it. They're the guys that come and fix all those guys who knock on your door and say, hey, let me look at your roof. They come and fix that. The Brinkmans do. So you're looking for the best way to get that roof Do it with somebody who's been doing it and is great at it. BrinkmanQuality.com. Did you guys see this? The Florida Panthers, their Stanley Cup party was at a place called 11 in Miami. They ran up a $500,000 bill.
What?
$500,000.
Who's paying?
$500,000.
Who's paying for that?
Nobody. It was comped.
Wow.
How about that? I'm looking at a picture of the I mean, they were Stanley Cup surf. The guys were holding the cup and body surfing across. It was they said it was incredible, and they picked up the tab.
Wow.
How about that?
That
a $500,000 party.
Yep.
We should have one of those.
Well, we have a listener appreciation party, but
we're having one.
We pick up the tab.
In September, we're going to have one.
Yeah, it's not that.
But it's
high,
not $500,000 tab.
Yeah, we could. Let's. We'll do it at Nick's place. We can run it up to 500.
Just walk the tab.
Yeah.
I think we're just going to do it right.
I think we got another place we're looking at that's going to be really, really cool. No, I don't think so. You mean the sauna?
It wasn't so bad last time.
Last year it was.
They figured it out.
But no, we're looking at another place that's really, really cool, and hopefully we get it done because it's going to be a really cool spot.
Yeah.
Did John do the party remote?
No, I'm coming. I'll be there.
Is there just going to be a big screen? Like John,
Yeah.
John is just going to be on a screen talking to people.
Yeah, he can
cussing
see
and
them.
drinking.
I'm not talking. I'm going to be there. There's going to be Coors Lights there. Okay.
That's a shame.
All right. I'm going to be there yelling at Dell to drink with me.
Yeah, that's always an
The same
enjoyable
way it always
experience.
does.
Love that.
It
You
ends,
love that.
It ends with me walking away and avoiding John for the rest of the night. That's how it always ends.
Yeah, it is.
And then I'm arm wrestling. I'll arm wrestle.
Arm wrestling a listener's brother. Yes.
Right.
That
I'm gonna do it.
happened.
That happens.
Threatening.
That'll happen.
Hey, you, let's go. The guy's like, I just want to have some wings.
He just laughed. He just laughed though, and
Yeah, but
he was laughing the whole time.
He was
y'all
laughing
were,
the whole
y'all were
time, yeah.
playing. It was
did,
a weird.
did he beat me? No.
It was
Okay.
a tie.
It was a tie.
Somebody
And I picked the biggest dude in the room.
Well,
taped
that's
it up.
not
Well, he
really
wasn't really
true.
the biggest.
I mean, Gil
He's
is
like
bigger than him.
5'7".
His brother,
5'8".
the other Gilbert,
Yeah,
is
he
bigger
was-
than him.
He was stocky.
Yeah, certainly.
Gil's
No,
brother was
he's-
not like you could
I
tell he
picked
was
the bigger-
strong.
Oh, he's got bigger arms than Gilbert.
He was
Yeah.
strong.
Than Gil. He doesn't like to be
Was
called
it
Gilbert.
insulting for him to laugh in your face as you challenged him?
No. Well, he laughed in my face and then found out. Then he wasn't laughing anymore.
No, he was. He continued
No.
to laugh throughout.
No.
He actually laughed throughout the. I've got the video. It's grainy. It looks like a hostage video. It's terrible.
Thank you.
I don't know what flip phone that was recorded on, but
Yeah, thank you. Okay. That was back in the day when we recorded on grainy
like,
video.
like last year. Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah, last year.
It
way
was
old.
back in the day. It was back when you were Houston only, right?
well, no.
Or had you
No,
already made
'cause he
this
had-
jump?
He moved in August.
Yeah, I'm
not
not
sure when the listener appreciation
It
party
was right
last
around
year.
then, I think.
All right. Tomorrow, you got to be listening in the 9 o'clock hour. If you want to go with us to Lake Charles and be in our fantasy league, you and someone else, you can bring your wife, you can bring whomever, and you're going to draft and you're going to be in our fantasy league. That'll be tomorrow. We'll have a fantasy question for you. And if you can answer it, you will be in our league if you answer it first. So we're going to do that tomorrow right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hope you enjoyed the show. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a great day. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, everybody.
welcome into the show and welcome back to Sean. Yesterday, AJ walks into the control room and like, oh, okay, because I don't check the grid. So I had no idea. And then I checked the grid and go, oh, Sean's with Glenn Davis. Did that happen? Were you producing the Glenn Davis show?
Yes, I was here 6 to 8.
So did you get prepped for Glenn Davis by watching the thrilling Euro semifinal between Italy, the women of Italy and the women of Germany? Of England. So you were ready to talk about that with Glenn Davis, or did he not touch on that?
He touched on that early in the show. I did not
You weren't prepped for it.
I didn't have opportunity to chime in. He didn't ask me.
He didn't ask you what you thought about the late England equalizer.
Yeah.
And then them winning on a missed penalty kick that they got the rebound for. He didn't ask you questions about that.
Yeah, absolute disaster class.
Just throw out phrases that you've heard a soccer announcer say at some point.
I question the tactics of the
Italy's defense was at 6 and 7s.
Exactly.
Stuff like that. Yes.
Well said.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Whatever that might mean. I've heard that throughout the last 20 years of watching Premier League football and still don't really know what it means at 6 and 7s, whatever it means, because I'm not looking it up. Whatever English Urban Dictionary is for English slang, I have not looked that up. But Sean's back. He did not get to add his thoughts on Italy blowing a chance to make the Euro final. We'll see who their opponent is, I guess. I may tune in today. No, I know Spain's playing someone. Maybe it's Norway. That's all I can take and provide to you guys. It's a big day beyond the fact that Sean's back, which is always big. He's got to come up with the list. It is list season. I don't know if he has one ready to start the show, but we will get to that. Yesterday, Sean, it was each team in the NBA's worst mistake since 2020. The Rockets' worst mistake, according to ESPN, was drafting Jalen Green over Evan Mobley.
That's tough. That's a tough one for Jalen Green to take on the chin.
Yeah. Now it was in the 20s because they put the draft mistakes by tiers.
They ranked them.
Yeah,
it was only draft mistakes.
No, it was mistakes. Period.
Mistakes.
But they generally put all the draft mistakes in one tier.
Okay.
So the Rockets were 21st. I bet you can guess what the worst mistake in the last 5 years by any franchise was.
Oh, I probably can't. Oh, Luka trade?
Yes.
Okay.
And second, one that benefited the Rockets, the Suns trading for Durant and Beal.
Oh,
and
okay.
Of course the Rockets.
Where'd Monty Williams?
I didn't see that.
Hiring Monty Williams.
I'm sure the Pistons hiring Monty Williams may have made the list, but the Pistons are Pistons are the Pistons, so they may have made a worse mistake because they got out of the Monty Williams thing in a year and then hired Bickerstaff, who had just been fired, and they're on their ascendancy. But the Beal Durant stuff certainly didn't help the Suns, so the Rockets used their mistake to take advantage of the Suns' mistake, and here we are. And we'll get into some Rockets news. They made a signing, which on its face is one people can go, I can't believe the Rockets have added another demon like that. And really, this guy ain't playing any playoff minutes, and I'll kind of explain why in a little bit. But it's a big day. Sean's back. We got football. We've got people reporting on the Texans starting offensive line for the first day of training camp. It's different from what we last saw of them, or at least the reporting about the offensive line. Will Kunkel, who's out there, is part of the station. He joined the station. He filled in for Paul. What was it, Monday?
On Monday, and then he and Joe will be at Cadillac Bar tomorrow.
Yes, and Will Kunkel will join John and Lance going forward. It looks like every Friday at 8:30.
There we go.
And
doing well to work.
He's always he'll be generally when he has the time and he doesn't have conflicting things. He'll be at camp reporting on the Texans. So we'll have Will Kunkel on this to tell us what he's seen from the first couple of days of camp. At least John and Lance will at 8:30. But as far as games that actually matter, the team that's actually playing games that affect the standings, they're the Astros, and they win again. They've certainly stabilized since what looked like a real troubling trend as they were about to get swept by the Mariners until that fateful fifth inning of Game 3, and now they've won 3 straight. Thanks to Bryce Matthews once again. He hits a 2-run home run. They tack on another run, and then he makes a great play in the 9th to help start a double play. And the Astros win again in Arizona. You get Fromber doing Fromber things, and that led to a discussion this morning about Fromber and his status and why can't the Astros simply sign him. There's a story that Ken Rosenthal did that plays into a potential Fromber departure that we'll get to concerning what the Astros are going to do as they approach a trade deadline. It's not too surprising, but when you consider how they've not signed high level free agents, at least their own free agents, maybe the Astros are going to be a bit more active and make a bit more of a defining move than we thought. The rumors are adding a left-handed bat, maybe getting a reliever, but there's another potential target, at least position target, that may play into the future of the rotation that we'll get to. So they win thanks to Bryce Matthews. He's having a good time in Arizona. We'll hear from him as he echoed some comments that Christian Walker had about how the Astros clubhouse is one that allows for incoming veterans and young players to feel very welcome. So we'll get to that in a little bit. But Sean, I was workshopping a nickname for the triumvirate of Trammell, Cam Smith, and Bryce Matthews. You have to be a bit inside baseball to know this, or at least know how baseball has operated over the last 20 years, maybe seen a commercial or two. What do you think of calling those three the RBI program?
When you paired those three guys, or I guess, set those three guys apart, I was like, okay, I think I know what road he's walking down. The RBI program.
Yeah. What do you think? Now, they don't really fit because none of them came from the RBI program.
Yeah,
but
none of them are literally products of the RBI. But
I mean,
I get it. I think it's a good nickname because I am a little, as a white man, a little uncomfortable.
And that's part of why I suggested it.
And I think a good nickname involving those three should make people like me just a little bit like, how hard should I be laughing at this?
Not sure I should ever say it. Maybe
Yeah.
that's something Dell should only say.
I definitely will not be like, big night for the RBI. Their last 3 wins, you can credit directly to the RBI program.
And I think just to make it fun, I will say it quite a bit whenever those three have a big night. Because you were doing the show with Glenn Davis, and I led with talking about women's soccer in a way. If we remember back to the Olympics, the front three of Sophia Smith, what's her name?
Oh, Trinity Rodman,
and then what's her I don't want to say she's married to because that's unfair. She's married to
Dansby Swanson.
Mallory Swanson.
Mallory, yeah.
Mallory Pugh, I believe, was her maiden name. People are trying to figure out a name for them, and the play-by-play guy was going, we're going to call him the Trident because of 3. And they're like, actually, call us Triple Espresso. And people are like, what's that about? And you could guess if you're really inside. Skin tone suggests
I think
that's
if
where
you
that came
just
from.
have seen them,
Yes.
you're like,
okay, we get it.
Okay, I see where they're going. It's actually is the innovator of the Indiana Fever's Tres Leches.
Sure.
It's of that same vein.
Sure. Yeah.
Still 3 of them, different drink.
Exactly.
I guess Tres Leches isn't a drink, but milk is a drink.
Understood. So that's why the 3 of those guys, when they play the way they've played over the last couple of days, they deserve a nickname. Probably not one that's going to catch on, just because Todd Callis can never get away with calling them that.
I want him to try though.
Maybe Jeff Blum could float it out and see if it works.
Blum could do it.
Yes. And then if it goes, then it goes. It feels unlikely, but at least for this show, the RBI program was added.
And then they need to have like special guests like Chris Carter or someone just to like, this is okay. This is okay for Jeff Blum to say.
As long as you're standing next to me,
Dusty Baker calls in.
Yeah, they'll have one. Sometimes they'll have like a cross broadcast. So when they play the A's and Tony Kemp, who now helps the A's broadcast from time to time, they go back to Sacramento. Tony Kemp can be in there with Jeff Blum, and okay. I've given you free reign to do
Bo
that.
Porter? Can he
you just pulling up names from Astros past? Bo Porter,
just Black Astros.
Yeah.
I need them all to co-sign.
Tony Sip, what's he up to? Does he want to co-sign this? I don't think it's going to happen on the Space City Home Network broadcast. Don't think Julia Morales is going to go from Doobie to the RBI program. But
it's a great nickname. Bryce Matthews has immediately skyrocketed up the love this guy power rankings.
Definitely.
I'm ready to spend the next hopefully more than this, but at least the next 6 years of my life watching him play baseball.
Yeah.
And I'm in the category of when I see him in the, mock trades for the deadline and they try to throw in like a Bryce, I'm like, you know what? I'd rather just not get this guy and keep Bryce Matthews. Like, it's just such a, it's the Kikuchi trade. I guess it's Lo Profito in the you say Kikuchi trade, where I'm just like, no, I like that guy. I like that guy even though he's played 4 games for the Astros.
You mentioned a trade and Bryce Matthews, while not being
untouchable in my book.
There it is. He is the Astros Amin Thompson. While Bryce Matthews isn't a name actually being floated, considering what we thought the Astros were looking to grab as far as an acquisition. If we go by Ken Rosenthal and what he thinks the Astros may actually be trying to acquire, maybe Bryce Matthews would be in a trade.
That's what I was thinking. Rosenthal, was it today or column last night?
Yeah, we'll talk about it when we come back.
Okay,
I'll explain to people, since we're already running late, thanks to the previous show. We know how that goes. So we'll get to that. We'll hear from Bryce Matthews when we come back. Bryce Matthews, big couple of days in Arizona, helped the Astros win a couple, and that double play he turned, the bases loaded, and King kind of struggling, ended the game yesterday, and Espada was excited about it. Good to be excited about the win. Espada less so about the prognosis for Paredes. That one seems like a long-term injury. And then, of course, we already knew he was on the IL. The Astros add a 17th player to the IL. And I got word that Bryce actually did go through the Astros Youth Academy. So while it's not officially the RBI Academy, he was the first ever player through the Astros Urban Youth Academy to make it to the major league.
There we go.
There is some backing to call them the RBI program. Thank you, one Kevin Joseph, for doing crack research. He's my research staff.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Kevin Joseph. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll talk about Bryce Matthews, and hopefully he's not included in any trade package, considering what he's done. But if Ken Rosenthal is right, he may be a prize piece in a potential trade the Astros may want to make. We'll talk about that when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So I said we would get to the Bryce Matthews sound, but as you guys know, if you call in with your real name, we'll go to you first, and you can take the show wherever you want to take it. Then we'll eventually get to the Bryce Matthews stuff here. But let's get to Keith. He's got a question. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Dale. Thanks for having me on. Shortest wait times in the business. Wanted to talk about the LA Clippers. The roster is obviously old, but if you look at the 10 deep, James Harden, Bradley Beal, Kawhi Leonard, John Collins, Zubac, Brook Lopez, Batum, Dunn, Chris Paul, Bogey, like that 10 deep is pretty solid. The average age is probably 33. I know the Thunder are the defending champs, but is it realistic to think, maybe the Clippers are the 2 seed out west? What do you think?
In a best case scenario, you are believing that Kawhi plays 60 plus games. James is an innings eater. He'll be available. There's enough talent there that you could see it. And if Kevin Durant gets banged up and misses time, that could determine where the Rockets are when it comes to simply the regular season. Will Denver go all out to do something like get to a 2 seed? I would feel like that's unlikely considering what they believe about themselves. That is all dependent on the health of their best player. If Kawhi is around and he was for the back part of the year getting himself ready to go, you saw the Clippers, one of the best teams in basketball in the regular season. Of course, they were the Clippers, and they have James, so we saw what happened in Game 7 against the Nuggets. I think there's a possibility. The question clearly will be, how hard does an old team want to go? Like you talk about their age, that plays a part. Are they a team who believes they're situated to win a series as long as they're in the top 4? They think they have a shot to get to a conference finals, and they'll take their chances there. Age will play a part in how they want to attack the regular season. I think that is an understated part of how we judge these teams. And can they make a 1 or 2 seed? The Thunder were the not effing around team last year. They've been that way for a couple of years, where no matter who was available, they were going to go hard, and it's part of the reason why they were so dominant. Does an old basketball team who believes they're built to make a finals run, are they going to be a team that thinks that way?
It's also a team that, like the front office, like the organization, like you said last year with Kawhi Leonard, like they're focused on trying to, like a pitcher almost, build up Kawhi Leonard to be ready for the playoffs and to last in the playoffs, which he did this year. I mean, it was only 7 games, but he did. He played all 7 of those games against the Nuggets. So, yeah, to me, if you want to say they have a chance to be the second best team in the West, I'd believe that. But it's actually less likely to me that they're the actual 2 seed when the playoff bracket comes out, just because of how I think they'll approach the regular season.
Yeah. If they cared enough, I think they could be the 2 seed. I don't believe they will care that much about it. Be a top 4, have home court in the playoffs, first round, and then go from there. I think that's how the Clippers will approach it. I think that's how Denver will likely approach it. Will the Rockets go all in? I think they'll manage Kevin Durant's minutes and games, and we will see in the games that he doesn't play if there's enough there to still win games when he's not around. And sticking with the Rockets, they did sign Josh Okogie, and of course, that name has been a name that has been around a long time. He's only like 26, but he's played like 7 seasons. I think he's been around since like he was 18, 19 years old in the NBA. So we've seen that name quite a bit. Name recognition helps when people talk about him online. Josh Okogie is a irregular innings eater in the regular season. Like, he is not guaranteed a rotation spot night after night. But if he does play, he can be a good defender. And that's kind of the extent of what he is. He's not even a 3-and-D guy. He is simply a defensive guy. And he'll lock a perimeter guy down. That'll be his role. But when it comes down to it, is Josh Okogie going to play minutes in the playoffs? Can you roll out there and play 4-on-5? Probably not. So I wouldn't expect Josh Okogie to be anything more than a guy who can eat innings, as they say, in the regular season for the Rockets.
If he plays in the playoffs, something has gone
Yeah,
horribly
is he
wrong.
even better than Jayshawn Tate?
Thank you. That's my question. It's like, I don't think Jayshawn Tate's going to play much on this team.
Yeah.
And Jayshawn Tate is better than Josh Okogie.
I would agree. So I saw people can't believe they got Josh Okogie to what amounts to the veterans minimum. He's fine. You want a younger player who can go out there and play if Tari Eason's banged up or you're having issues stopping someone you need a point of attack defender or a wing defender. He can provide some of that. But as far as how big the move is, I don't think much of it. Josh Okogie at this point in his career isn't a real playoff player because he is a liability on the offensive end. And unless you're absolutely getting destroyed by someone and no one has any answers for him on your team, there will be no reason to play him extended minutes. In his last playoff run, he played like 7 minutes per game. And it wasn't an extensive run with the Suns, but when he got in for 4 games, he played like 7 minutes.
I saw something before the Rockets signed Josh Okogie where they're like, the Rockets are a playoff team. They need to go out and get Josh Okogie. I'm like, that doesn't matter. Like like you said, Josh Okogie, when teams with Josh Okogie on them make the playoffs, Josh Okogie stops playing.
Yeah, he played
a lot.
Yes.
I think he played 20 minutes a game, maybe once.
He got to about 18 minutes. The Suns went. That was when the Suns got knocked out in the second round. I believe was that Kevin Durant's.
That would have been Durant's first year.
22-23. Kevin Durant's been around. He got traded mid-season, right? So he was there for that. And I believe that was a series where they got knocked out by the Nuggets in the second round, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, because that's the year the Nuggets won the title. So he got knocked out. They got knocked out that year, and he played a little under 18 minutes. But the next year, he was down to under 8 minutes per game. That's kind of what he is. If you can't shoot, you're going to get played off the floor. Just because you can't have that type of guy being left open,
and even as a defender,
and not making the shots,
and even as a defender, he's not prime Tony Allen out there. You know, like he's a good defender. He tries hard. He competes, but he's not a shutdown guy. So teams, especially the Rockets. Like the Rockets are the team that has the most better versions of Josh Okogie already on their roster. Even before they signed Josh Okogie, we weren't like, you know what they need? They need a defensive wing. That's what they need. Someone in a game where you can't stop the best player on the other team. Someone just to come in and play good hard defense. Like they already have 5 versions of that guy.
Exactly.
They went out. They've acquired a better version, Dorian Finney-Smith. A month ago?
And he's a guy who you can at least depend on to knock down an open shot.
He was like playing on a finals team.
Yeah. So it's a name that you know, so that's always exciting. Can't believe we only got him for that price. We got him for that price.
Demon.
And I've heard of him before. But will Josh Okogie get off the bench for a considerable amount of time if the team is healthy? Seems unlikely. Robert, you want to talk WNBA? Julian, I see you. You want to talk about the NBA regular season? We will get to both of you when we come back. See, we were going to do Bryce Matthews and if he would fit into a potential trade for the Astros, if they were looking to acquire a frontline starter, that can wait.
Yeah, Josh Okogie's got the phones ringing off the hook.
You guys call the show. You can take it wherever you want it, even if it is about the Clippers and their potential of being a 2 seed.
Yeah, I think it's partially the Clippers.
Yes.
Julian wants to talk about the Clippers.
He does too?
Well, the regular season, just like how we feel that we go, like, we're not serious. We're not sure how seriously the Clippers are going to take the regular season.
Okay.
That's what he wants.
We can talk about that.
Sneak peek. Sorry, Julian, to step on your point.
Keep the trailer before the trailers, which you just did. All right, Robert, Julian, we'll get to you when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
All right, let's get to Robert. He held through the break. We appreciate that. Then we'll get to Julian. What's up, Robert?
Hey, Robert, I got a quick question. Dale, I got a quick question. I've been working nights, and my buddy asked me about the WNBA. We were talking, and I told him, I said, I don't know, did they go on strike or something? And then come to find out, they have a list of some stuff, and we're trying to upgrade their salaries or whatever. But what I'm not understanding is do they not fall under the same category? Like when revenue gets raised, our salaries get raised, because every other company in the world works that way. I'm not understanding how they're not understanding that if they don't have the revenue, where is the money coming from, or did I miss something? And I'm going to just hang up. Y'all have a good day, Dale.
What's up? Appreciate it, Robert. Sorry, what's up? What am I saying? Appreciate it. I think the big issue is because of the new TV deal and with the CBA up for discussion, they want a bigger piece of the pie. So the reference you're making is about how they've been operating at a loss of the WNBA. The question is, do we trust what's coming out of the mouths of the same people who run the NBA when they go into negotiations telling everyone they're operating at a loss? This is the same, pretty much the same group of people who will tell the NBA players, hey, money's a little tight, despite the $1 billion TV deal coming our way. So who's cooking the books? What's real? What isn't? And then when you have a new TV deal for the WNBA that's going to be in the billions of dollars range, this is what the players are saying. Yeah. Even if we believe your numbers, why are you expanding then? If it's costing you so much money to run this league, why are you looking to expand once again?
And the expansion fees in 2021, the expansion franchise, I forgot which one, which one's the new one that came in, and
the Valkyries?
Maybe, yeah. When they announced that they're coming in, their expansion fee was $50 million. The new expansion fee, when they're shopping, talking to possible owners to expand, now it's $250 million.
Yeah.
So the value of the teams has gone up by, what's that? 5 times?
4 times?
Yeah. The salaries have stayed the same.
Yeah.
So if the valuation, if everything in this league is more valuable now, the players should be, or what the players are saying is that we should be making more than 9% of the revenue, where NBA players
is an even split, right?
I think it might be over 50. I know it was over 50 a couple CBAs ago.
Okay.
I don't know what it still is. Football in the NFL, they're around 50. And WNBA is at 9. So basically what they're saying is hey, if everything else was going up 5x, maybe we bump ours up. And I'm sure there's other, kind of quality of life type stuff. Sure. Of what other different things they want. I know it was a big deal when they got charter planes for team trips.
They got hotel rooms that were separate, stuff like that. Yeah, so the WNBA is expanding to 18 teams in 2030. You're going to get 3 teams, Cleveland, Detroit, and Philly, and they're going to be added year by year starting in 2028. So if that is evidence that the players see, they're saying, you are expanding. How can you continue to sell the dream, or at least for you, on the owner side, that you keep losing money? Why, if you're not profitable, why you keep adding teams?
Yeah.
So that is part of it.
Why have 5 different ownership groups been you know what, we should start an WNBA team,
even though it'll lose us money. So the evidence for the players is you are doing things and you're operating like
the business is booming.
Business is booming. You can make money owning a WNBA team. We know what the new TV deal is. While the shirts make the statement, and people acknowledge that, and people push back on that, I just simply say the finances are probably leaning on the player side. Will they get 5 times more than they're making? Probably not.
I'll tell you right now. No.
I would say they would take. They won't say it publicly now, but in negotiations, they probably would take up. Hey, you want to give us 35% of the increase it from 9 to 35, 20? Yeah, I think this UFC is like at 18 for the fighters.
Yeah.
So hey, let's get it. Let's
make more than
bump us above a league or an organization where their reputation is they screw the fighters over, and we're making less than that in terms of at least the cut that we're getting. So I think the momentum is likely on the player side, and they would love for more information to come out so the general public doesn't believe that any time the WNBA is brought up, it's a league that's failing despite all the actions to the contrary. Appreciate it, Robert. We'll see how it goes. We talked a little bit about not that particularly, but another issue yesterday when a lot of talk was about the Caitlin Clark, Kelsey Plum thing, and why do the players who owe all of this growth to Caitlin Clark talk about her that way? And I said yesterday, have you ever met a competitive athlete before? They don't bend the knee. They don't treat other players in the league like you would want them to be treated. Just because you only care now, if you even do care about the WNBA because of Caitlin Clark, they got to go up against her. They're not going to just simply go, like Caitlin's great for the league. It's great that she's here. And everything is going to be praising Caitlin. That's not how athletes work.
It also was about how no one on the
Team Clark,
which is how they break up the All-Stars. So it's, what she was saying was half the All-Stars didn't show up.
Yeah.
And it turns into, why is she being mean to Caitlin Clark?
Yeah.
It's like, no, it's all the other people that no one knows, or at least the people online who defend Caitlin Clark don't know their name.
Yeah, the name struck a chord, but she was taking a shot,
yeah,
playfully
if it was
or not.
Team Asia Wilson, she would have said the same thing.
Yeah, it was the entire team who didn't show up for whatever reason. Maybe they had a party to go to. I don't know. It's
probably
apparently a pretty fun time at the WNBA All-Star game. We'll get to Julian here before we go to break. He wants to talk about the NBA regular season. What's up?
Hey, what it is, Job Turkeys? Long time listener, first time caller.
That's a lie.
So can we agree that the NBA isn't as physical as far as like the way it's called? I mean, and hard fouls are now like, flagrant twos and things like that. Someone wants to be put in jail. Kobe and Jordan used to say things like, you never know when that kid is going to be coming to watch this for the first time, or things of that nature. So these players that are saying that these seasons are too long, it's wild to me, because now technology, as far as preventative maintenance on the body and, technology and whatnot, it's so superior to back in the day. But yet they're always trying to figure out a way to sit out a game or to not play as much or whatever the case may be. If you're coming off an injury, I get it. I understand that you got to take care of your body. But some of these guys are just like, I don't know. Am I the only one that feels this way? Y'all have a good one.
No, it's a prevailing thought by a lot of people
a lot of people.
Trust me, you're in I don't know if the majority as far as the general NBA fan, but at least the online NBA fan and the people who call in the shows who are down on the NBA point to what you're talking about as one of the reasons that they are. I appreciate the call, Julian. Frankly, it's a conversation that I'm not overly interested in, because no matter what you say about this, it's not really going to change. The players' approach is one that is bothersome to some. It is not bothersome to me. Understood. If you're a fan who loves, let's use Luka as an example, and you're in the Eastern Conference, and he's only going to be in your city one time a year, and you don't get to see him because he's on some maintenance program for a knee issue that keeps popping up, it's going to suck. And unfortunately, that is part, if you want to call it, the risk you take when you buy a ticket beforehand hoping to see Luka. There's always a real chance he won't be available. I've come to accept it. Maybe others haven't, but I feel like that's an argument that's really not going to flip the other way, where you all of a sudden see players who have injury concerns. We're just going to fight through it and play 75 games a year. I've come to accept it. There are some things in life sometimes you have to come to accept. And NBA players playing 75 to 80 games a year, for the majority of them, probably isn't going to happen, whether it be age or they've been injured in the past. Kevin Durant's going to be a prime example. New team, he's going to be counted on to be a big part of a team who has title hopes. Do I think I'm going to see Kevin Durant for 70-plus games this year? No. And you know what? The Rockets probably would be in their best interest for him not to play that many games and have him as healthy as he can be, considering his age, his injury history, ready to go for the playoffs. And if that bothers you, this is not me taking a shot at anyone that it does bother. You're well within your rights to be bothered by that part of the NBA. It's just not something that bothers me because it's been going on for what at this point? Since
probably a decade.
Since the Spurs let it be known it's a thing.
That
Maintenance was going to be a part of their plan going forward.
And that's the thing, is that it's like it gets framed as like a players don't want to play thing. Well, it's also like teams don't want their players getting 82 regular season games.
Yeah.
Because if you're the Rockets, you're like, what good does it do us if Kevin Durant plays 80 games and then in the first round he's either exhausted or beat up and tired. I also just the premise that it's a less physical league, like I don't agree with that. It's more physically demanding now, but that's again
But if you're
topic for
not
another
taking
day.
an elbow to the face, then I guess, or a hard foul, then I guess it's less physical. That's kind of it goes. Well, this is a flagrant 2 when it used to be a common foul.
How about you have to defend, basically the entire court now? So it's just a lot more running.
Yeah. Bam Adebayo 25 years ago as a 6'9" guard 1 through 5 would be he is a great defender, but would be one of one maybe
of guys who could do that.
Of guys who could do that. Now you have
him and Garnett.
Yes.
Maybe.
Now you have several guys, maybe smaller than him, maybe bigger than him, who can do.
Yeah.
Now it's still a unique skill set, but there are guys like Evan Mobley, who we were talking about as far as should the Rockets have taken him. Yeah, Evan Mobley on a night-to-night basis is guarding a 1 in the pick and roll, and then he's guarding a 5 or 4 or 3.
Freaking Şengün had to do that against Curry.
Yeah.
like it just happened.
Yeah, how many times did you see in, I guess, the golden era of basketball that everyone's likes to reference the 90s, for people who have the same thoughts that Julian has? How many times did you see Hakeem guarding, I don't know, let's just say Mark Jackson?
Yeah.
Do we see that happen?
Bill Wennington was switching out to John Starks.
Yeah, it did not happen.
And they're clearing out.
Yeah. Everyone got out of the way.
Yeah. And then if you're the help defender, you have to start at the 3-point line guarding a 3-point shooter and then run to the cup to defend the rim and then run back to the 3-point line to rotate.
Yeah. So
it is just more running involved.
Yeah.
Like it is, you move more now than you did 25 years ago when people like basketball. People don't like basketball now.
The sport.
People loved it when it was 75-65. I remember because that was like, in the 2000s, they're still doing that. And people are like, we love this.
Yeah.
That's why they changed the rules to open up scoring. People like defense too much.
You love Spurs Pistons in the finals, right?
Record setting.
That was appealing basketball. You have your likes and dislikes. It's fine. I just don't buy into that. For me, I remember Robert Horry knocking down a big 3 for the Spurs to just kind of decide that series. That was an ugly ass basketball game. It is.
And it was 7 games of ugly basketball.
Yeah, it was atrocious, some of those games, involving physical play, as some people put it. All right, we'll go to break with that. Jerry, you want to talk Astros? We'll get to you when we come back. But before we go to break, I want to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. It is a promotion they started last week, and it continues this week, and it is Car of the Week. This week's Car of the Week is the EV Blazer. You can get 0% APR on that 25 EV Blazer for 36 months. And if you love an EV, they've got the Blazer, and it's there for you. They have other EV models as well, but the Blazer, the luxurious EV Blazer, is your Car of the Week. You can check out all they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com. And once you see that inventory, find the car you love, whether it be new, pre-owned, or something for your business. You find the fleet, you find the car that you love, and then head out to Pasadena. They're off of Beltway 8 and 225 in Pasadena. They have a big time lot. In fact, you could call it a campus, because not only do they have the cars, they have a service department, they have a parts department, and the best part about it is you get to meet the people. They've been in business for over 50 years, and that means they've been doing a great job serving the community for generations. So maybe a grandpa's bought a car there, and then the son, and then the daughter. They continue to sell cars to generations of families because they do a great job doing getting people in the perfect car for them. So great service, great cars in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And as always, Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
All right, let's get to Jerry here. He wants to talk some Astros, and we can get back into that conversation. Calls kind of took us away from that, but certainly we got more Astros to discuss. What's up, Jerry?
Look, I just want to say that watching these Astros, it's nerve wracking but fun. I mean, I go into watching these games now, especially in the West Coast, just enjoying my night and just no expectations. Just whatever happens, happens, and you know, you see Cooper Hummel making a great catch in the left field, and you see Zach Short, even though he didn't get the out, he gets to a grounder that maybe Correa or Jeremy Pena gets the out, but I mean, he still lays out. He fights for that ball. I do, you know, when the big guys do come back, I am going to go to Sugarland and just go watch them play at Space Cowboys uniforms because they deserve all the love for all the hard work that they put in. And I know it's a side note, but I don't know if it's the center field at Arizona Stadium. Like, why is it built like that? I feel like no one can hit a home run straight to center field. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, it's one of the more particularly hitting to that part of the ballpark.
I think Walker had
it would have gone out in what
28,
28 of the 30 ballparks.
Yeah, it looked like it was like 3 feet too short because it's, I don't know, how tall is that center? It's like 30 feet. Like it's a massive wall. But yeah, it's definitely one of the baseball stadiums where you're like, I'm not even sure where a home run is. Like where it feels like you get hit part of the wall and it's a home run. If you hit a different part of the wall, it's not a home run. It's just very.
It was built at a time, much like Minute Maid or Enron at the time, where just wacky things were put in.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I prefer it. Just being like, hey, in this series, some weird stuff's gonna happen. Like it's like not every ballpark has to be the exact same.
Yeah, and as I said, it was at the time where they were using ballparks baseball was using ballparks to show their personality.
Yeah,
whether it be
a
hill and a pole in the middle, like Enron at the time had, or where Chase Field does, where it has a deep center.
They also have a pool,
and they used to have. Do they still have the pool? They used to have the pool, certainly.
I'll double check if they still have it. But when I typed in Chase Field pool, was like the fourth one that came up.
Yeah, it was part of the.
Yeah, looks like it's still there.
Part of the way to get people excited about baseball was to do things with your stadium.
Accommodates 35 people.
Yeah, it's still there. Looking at it right now, you're right. The D-backs pool. Yeah, I remember that pool was fun. A home run could land in the pool, and that was supposed to be exciting, and people would dive in to go get it.
1998 was when Chase Field was built.
When was Enron built? Right around there.
Right, I think 2000.
Yeah, so it was around that time. Where Camden Yards is a classic one, but as the years went on, we got to do different things. We know in San Francisco, you get a home run far enough, it lands in the ocean pretty much. So every ballpark at that time kind of found a way to make it their own.
I do agree with them though that watching the scrappy underdogs play, that watching Taylor Trammell play, watching Zach Short play, it is like, hey, I really respect the bar for what the expectation is so much lower than I'm like, you know what, I just respect these guys are out here grinding. Like they're just, if Chas McCormick can't get to a ball in center field, I'm like, yeah, of course he can't. He's Chas McCormick. But at least he laid out there. He went for it, man.
Oh, we're talking about them like they're a scrappy underdog.
They are scrappy underdogs.
I know. They're very scrappy. And
even like Cam Smith should still be like an amazing, like, I can't believe he's playing right field. And now it's just like he's one of the guys that were like, yep, Cam Smith, the cornerstone of this team.
Before the season, we were discussing like Altuve and Cam Smith, a couple guys who've never played that position before. They're just going to throw them out there in the outfield.
And even Cam Smith, it's also, can he hit on the major league level, because he had a great spring, but he hadn't really played in the minors that much. And now it's just like, yeah, Cam Smith, leadoff hitter.
And the stats were put together that if you just combine the type of pitchers he was facing, it was rare that he was facing a major league caliber pitcher.
Oh, in spring.
And so there are concerns. And of course, he's tailed off a little bit recently, but he has proven that
he looks like an MLB.
Yeah, he can hit on this level. And at least the last couple of days, Bryce Matthews is showing that as well. I did want to go to break, but before that, we've discussed it, or at least kind of teased it. Ken Rosenthal has an article out about what the Astros are planning to do, or at least what they want to do going into the deadline as that continues to approach. And the thought was certainly get yourself a left-handed bat. Also, maybe a reliever is needed. But the Astros also are in the mode of planning for the future and the present. Because sure, acquiring a frontline starting pitcher before the deadline is great for your potential run for a World Series, considering all the injuries, even with the apparent returns of Javier and Luis Garcia. And then you throw Lance McCullers on the IL, making it the 17th guy to currently be on the IL. It's not just about the here and now, it's about the future, because the entire world knows that the Astros are unlikely to bring back Framber Valdez. And that sparked a conversation this morning. Lance is pretty sick and tired of the Astros not bringing guys back, and Framber is one that's kind of his line in the sand. Framber's a guy who's available, which is unique when it comes to Astros starting pitchers. You can throw Hunter Brown in the mix as well, but Framber goes out there, does his job, and does his job consistently and does it at a very high level. If you're going to pay a guy, Framber should be the guy. And of course, the Max Fried contract is one you can point to because he got his deal either right before he turned 31 or at 31 years old. 8 years, $200+ million. He's a left-hander. The numbers are very similar to Framber. And when I say the numbers 8 years, $200+ million, you immediately wipe the Astros off the board. And the question should be, why? Well, the Astros have their philosophy. They know the last couple years of a deal like that to a guy in his early 30s aren't going to be good for the team. They draw a line in the sand, and that means you would go into next year at the moment not knowing, other than Hunter Brown, who can be at the top of your rotation. Of course, the Javier Garcia stuff will be determined when they come back. Are they the same guys? Can they pitch at a high level? So the Astros are looking. What would it take? It would probably take a Bryce Matthews along with other stuff to go get a guy who you would have under club control for a couple years as well.
Yeah, exactly. If you're doing this move with an eye of your 26 rotation, then yeah, you're talking about a guy who's under contract for at least 2 years. That's going to raise the price. And if you're looking for a top line guy under contract for 2 years, like, yeah, it's going to take all the stuff, all the good stuff, all the prospects you don't want to give up. That's what the team will be asking for. That's what the other team will be asking for on the other end of that phone call. So to me, I don't know. I don't love it just because the Astros, this is the same reason I'm okay not with them not paying Framber. It's the Astros are one of the teams that have proven that they can just go like, hey, Brandon Walter, how would you like to be a major league pitcher? By the way, we're going to make you pretty good at it too. Like, we're just going to make it to where you're an acceptable MLB starter. And they can do that with the Walters and Colton Gordons of the world. You know, even Yusei Kikuchi, who's been in the league, who at that point had been in the league for a while. They're like, yeah, but what if you just do, a couple tweaks and he's untouchable for the back half of a season? It's like, I think if you can do that, you shouldn't really be paying premium price to get that kind of results. If you can make everyone or make someone, like the B level of that guy. I don't know why you have to pay a price for a talent.
I guess maybe the pushback would be, for the most part, they've always had 2 A-level guys at the top. And then you can use your 3 through 5
as the
B level, C level guys that you upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's as simple as getting a guy, and of course it's going to be tough with just a couple of days ago, but I think back to Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole had talent.
Yeah.
People knew he had it, but he was not what he was in Pittsburgh when he got here, and the spin rate and all those other things. They had moments, but the year he was acquired.
I was going to say, so that's a little different. He's like I don't know. He's like a step up from the Kikuchi style thing of, he was a guy who was a good starter and they made him one of the best pitchers in baseball.
So can they find that guy?
Okay. So when I think for, top end starter, I'm thinking of guys who are already, I'm thinking of
course,
Verlander trade, even though those prospects ended up not doing anything.
Yeah. Stuff of that. Not
I'm
that
thinking like
available, but
Greinke trade.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of guys that are already established.
But can they find a B who has everything? When you put him in the Astro system, becomes an A as opposed to a C, who they turn into a B.
Okay. I'm more open to that. I stand by what I said.
Understood.
At the start of the show, Bryce Matthews, untouchable. Cam Smith, untouchable.
I would hope so.
The RBI program, untouchable.
Trammell as well, untouchable.
I do have that question with the nickname of, can it be the group nickname if there's only 2 of them when the team's fully healthy?
I would say there's always got to be a Tito.
Okay, so there has to be John Singleton.
Too old.
Okay.
Although he was a high level prospect, but too old.
It needs to be of that generation, of that.
And Trammell is actually like 26, 27, so he's old. He's older than them anyway, but he's not as old as John Singleton. Yeah. All right, we'll go to break with that. So the Astros looking for a frontline starter, whether that's an A level or a B level, it'll cost, particularly when they want club control. So hopefully they can find a way to get that done if that's a real priority, considering the likelihood of Fromber not being back. If they can get that done without giving up a big-time prospect, that'd be great, but that seems a bit unlikely. We will see what they do with the trade deadline approaching. We're going to break. We'll get to hour 2 when we come back. As we continue our tribute to list season, Sean has found another list we can talk about. We'll get to that. But first, it is Texans time. Camp has begun. Guys are out there in helmets and shorts doing stuff that's kind of like football. And we have our first O-line update as far as the starting 5 for at least the initial media viewing, whoever was working with the ones to start. And it's a change. We heard from Jake Andrews. At least we referenced Jake Andrews. It was on a 610 program, so we didn't play the audio, I believe. But Jake Andrews was talking about how they're going to run the ball, and you're going to see it when we get out there. Well,
hell yeah.
He's not the starting center to start off camp. That belongs to Jared Patterson. So maybe Jake Andrews is speaking out of turn, maybe.
Oh, well,
or just giving us the overall.
Maybe he knows what's up.
Yeah, maybe just because he can view it from the sideline.
Yeah,
he can tell us what it's all about. Now, to be fair to Jake Andrews, he was the guy who the media saw as the starting center before training camp began, before they broke for a couple weeks, had some time off. So he was in the OTAs and mini camps, seen in the starting role, at least for the initial day of training camp. He is not. And I guess the big surprise would be Arante Ursere is the starting right tackle, which we assume would be Blake Fisher's role. He was your second round pick from last year. Right now, for the first day, is Arante Ursere. We'll see if that continues going forward. So it's Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, Jared Patterson, Titus Howard, Arante Ursere. So that would be 3 new players in your starting 5. And considering how bad they were, who am I to push back on using 3 new bodies to help that offensive line?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah, whatever.
That's why the OTA stuff, we weren't reading a lot into who the starting group was, because we knew that training camp probably going to be a different starting. Like none of these guys are so invested in, maybe other than Blake Fisher and Titus Howard, that it was like unthinkable if they were out of the lineup. And even now, Blake Fisher's not in day one opening lineup for the for the offensive line in training camp. Even still, I'm like, it's day one of training camp. Like it should be basically not actual open tryouts, but open tryouts among the 12 offensive linemen that they have at camp. Like none of these guys are so good that their job aren't in jeopardy, or they don't have to go out and earn it. And there's, on Wednesday, this is our starting group. It's Ursere. On Thursday, doesn't have to be Ursere at right tackle. So
yeah, I feel like the only one entrenched, and he's actually playing a new position, is Titus Howard at right guard. There's the money involved.
Yeah.
And you would assume he would be your best bet there, even though he has not played that position before.
Yes.
While I understand what you're saying,
it's the finances, really.
Yeah, where you're saying there's no one who, if there was a real competition, you would just say this person's going to win it, because we just have to see it play out. I think Titus Howard would be the only one who's actually not involved in a competition.
Yeah,
like Cam Robinson probably too, but
he can play like 3 different positions.
Yeah, so he can be someone that if you don't really have an answer some spot, and
he has to beat up one of these guys at one of these positions.
Yeah, yeah, I feel like Cam Robinson
at left tackle,
unless anyone thinks Trent Brown is winning that job, feels like that's Cam Robinson's job to lose, and Titus Howard at right guard.
It could be one of the second round tackles. You could talk me into either Fisher or Ursere being the left tackle, because again, it's not like Cam Robinson is Orlando Pace here.
Like Orlando Pace.
Like it's not like he's some left tackle,
It's not even George Fant.
Yeah, like it's Cam Robinson.
Yeah.
So if you want to tell me,
if he's atrocious, yes, I'm sure he could get benched.
And Blake Fisher is in the camp. Maybe it's a little bit like Reed Shepherd this season, where it's like, I don't have to see it from you, but I kind of need to see you in this role. Like Blake Fisher, you probably should win a starting job coming out of camp if you're a second round pick from 2024.
Yes, and like you said, we're not going to read too much into it or any into it.
I'm not there yet. It's like
But if Ursere is taking the right tackle spot away from Blake Fisher, and there's not a spot for Blake Fisher in the starting 5,
exactly,
start to ask some questions.
That's why the tackle, like if both tackles pan out, I'd just one at left, one at right. Let's do it. That's awesome. We nailed 2 second round picks on tackles, but I'm not expecting that.
Yeah, it will be departure from Nick Casario's history of drafting offensive linemen. So having it happen where these 2 guys are lockdown guys at left and right tackle for years to come feels like a reach, but we'll see. We'll see how things go. Other news is Joe Mixon is on the non-football injury list. We know he had a boot, at least it was reported he had a boot on his foot. At least for now, he's unavailable. Some other guys, Danico Autry is on the pup, so is Derek Barnett. I mentioned Trent Brown, he's not available, and Jimmy Ward is physically unable to perform for maybe multiple reasons, and some of that likely has to do with off the field stuff. So that's kind of the news from Texans camp. As we said, it's shorts and a helmet, and really I won't have any takeaways for the most part until I see a preseason game or at least have a report from a joint practice. Now, Will Kunkel is going to be out there for the better part of training camp, and he'll join us. Join the station. He'll join John and Lance on Friday at 8:30 to discuss what's going on as the Texans are getting going. So Will Kunkel will be a big part of our Texans coverage going forward. We will go to break with that. We'll come back with Sean's list of the day. We celebrate list season with another list, and I believe Sean let me know it's going to come from On 3 Sports, which is
they're the MVPs of this
so far. And because they cover college sports, we're going to hear from a college coach right before we get to that list. Rhett Lashley has some things to say about the SEC and the ACC, because it's that time of the year where you already start stumping for an event that's going to happen. What are we talking about now? 18 to 20 weeks from now, the final standings in the CFP. We're already laying the groundwork for why certain teams should be more recognized because of the conference they're in, and why other teams shouldn't be. We're already doing that. Rhett Lashley, one of many, to talk about why their conference is better than the others. We'll get to what he said, and then we'll get to the list when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So let's hear from Rhett Lashley here. He is the coach at SMU. His program was at the center of actually probably the only real debate involving the college football playoff at the end. Should it have been SMU? Should it have been Alabama? All stemming from the fact that SMU lost to Clemson by a field goal, a walk-off field goal in the ACC title game. If we remember, Clemson kind of had control of that game, and then SMU fought back to tie it late. Clemson makes a field goal, and it was the perfect storm for two ACC teams to get in, and no one from that 9-3 batch of SEC teams to get in. So Rhett Lashlee, who coached in the SEC, I believe played in the SEC, is now going to take shots at the SEC because he coaches for an ACC school who just recently got in the ACC because the ACC was desperate to keep their conference alive. That's enough context. Here's Rhett Lashlee yesterday.
When it comes to our league, it should be talked about more. It should be easy. I just shed some light. I mean, there's only been 3 leagues win a national championship that have teams in their league right now since 1990. All the teams that have won a national championships in 1990 are either in the ACC, the SEC, or the Big Ten. Since I mentioned in the last 15 years, we're tied for the second most championships with 3 with the Big Ten. I don't know why that's not talked about more. We have national brands. We've won championships. The revenue is almost double who's fourth. We have our own network, the competition, the investment. I just think it speaks for itself. And so most people want to see things decided on the field. So let's let it happen that way. I don't think there's any question that if it stayed at 12, we're every year a multi-bid league. I mean, Miami should have been last year at 10-2. There's no question they were one of the top 12 teams in America. But it does get tough, and especially when you have a human committee making decisions. Again, it's a hard job. It's set up for failure. They're great people. They do the best they can. When it comes,
all right, he went on to say, I guess that wasn't included.
Yeah, he got cut off.
Where he was big up in his conference. He went on to say that the SEC, only 6 teams have won the title. It's top heavy. That's not really depth. The teams who everyone props up, they're not real title contenders, so on and so forth. Whatever. Stump, position,
Stump
do what you need to do. And of course, resident SEC honk Paul Feinbaum responded, took his shots at Rhett Lashlee. It's whatever. We're at this time of the year because the games are still about a month away, but the coaches have to talk. Do I agree? I'm never going to side with the SEC. Not even the schools themselves, not even the programs themselves. I recognize players want to play there. It's just like a self-fulfilling prophecy because of what they did during the BCS era. It keeps feeding it, and that's why Georgia and Alabama will win. LSU will win, and that's what Rhett Lashlee's problem is. It's the LSUs, it's the Alabamas, and the Georgias. And I know he mentioned like 6 in the SEC because he went back to 1990. But if we shrink it to 2013, since he referenced Florida State winning a title, of course Clemson won theirs, and then I guess he was referencing Miami when they're in the Big Ten or Big East winning their titles, since he went back to 1990. I guess that's who he was talking about,
because he was saying that they're currently in teams won titles and are currently in 3 leagues.
Got it. So he was referencing a team who won their titles over 20 years ago, like in a different conference.
Oklahoma and Texas won titles in the Big 12. Now they're in the SEC.
Gotcha. Oh, so he referenced them. But since 2013, you've had, as if I shrink it, because I just want to include the ACC schools who won it while they're in the ACC, Clemson and Florida State. The SEC, it's been Alabama, Georgia, LSU.
Yeah.
Auburn won it
in 11.
Or
10 or 11.
Yeah, so since the ACC started their title in 2013, it's been 3 SEC schools. Now you've had challengers, of course. Florida in years prior was certainly good.
Yeah,
but for the most part, it has been those 3.
Yeah, for the most part,
and only those 3 to really were title contenders.
Yeah, for the most part, that's the thing that like Rhett Lashlee like can't say is that it's like it's Nick Saban and it's Kirby Smart who got continued it. And for the ACC, for the most part, it's Dabo Swinney.
Yeah, the guy who won it at Florida State is now covering the ACC for the ACC network in Jimbo Fisher. He's no longer coaching.
But that's why a lot of the measuring contest that happens with all these conferences, especially the SEC, it's like, man, Nick Saban and Urban Meyer are letting a lot of fan bases talk a lot of tough talk because they won national championships. Now, like, we have to hear it from the Mississippi schools
Yeah,
and from Tennessee.
Lane Kiffin stump for why they should be in the
Yeah,
playoff.
it's like,
now at least he was a coordinator on the title team.
yeah, at least he has a piece of the.
Yeah,
you know,
he was responsible for some of it.
He helped refigure how they run offense.
Sure, but I gotta
still, dude.
I gotta listen to. I don't know if he's done it yet, but he probably will. I gotta listen to Clark Lee stump for why the SEC is so great because of Vanderbilt. What? And credit to
Clark Lee should not.
And credit to Clark Lee for what he
He's
did
doing
at
a great
Vanderbilt last
job.
year.
He shouldn't stoop to those levels.
But Mike Elko, pipe down, if it comes to that. And he took a customary shot at Texas in his presser at SEC Media Days because, of course, you would.
I got to, man.
Got to do it. Got to.
What is the point of media? That's why, like, I'm okay with this. It's like, what is the point of media day? Like, why would I listen to Rhett Lashley talk for 5 straight minutes if he wasn't going to do
if
this?
If you're just going to be boring and talk about Brandon Jennings and what you're doing in Dallas.
Although I would ask the question, like, hey, the last 2 games of the season,
Kevin Jennings.
Yeah, last 2 games of the season, Kevin Jennings basically lost you the game in the first quarter of both games.
How did it feel for his dad?
How's he not going to do that when you play good teams this year? Because also SMU, that was the only 2 times you played like really good teams.
Yeah, and your quarterback did not bathe himself in glory in either game. Of course, the Penn State first half was an absolute disaster, mostly for us because it allowed Penn State to continue to be in the playoff and then eventually.
Come on, Kevin Jennings.
Almost.
We got agendas.
Almost beat Notre Dame.
We got agendas to push, dude.
Yeah, what are you doing? Now, at least it's, they only beat SMU.
Exactly. That's how we win.
Yeah,
that's
it doesn't matter what James Franklin does. We always find a way out.
James Franklin basically has to beat one of like 3 teams, and he doesn't do it.
Yeah, and if you are,
and then we win. Then we prop. That's how we win.
If you're being logical and you want to shoot him some bail, and really it's still an insult to him, he doesn't recruit at the level of Ohio State. So should a James Franklin team beat Ohio State 10 times? How many times should that happen? Maybe 3 out of 10. Maybe.
Okay, but he's at 1 out of 10 right now.
Yeah. So he's once again, we always win, Sean. We always win, no matter what you want to do to shoot him some bail. We still find a way to win.
If they beat Notre Dame, beat Notre Dame. Yeah. Was Notre Dame won?
and they didn't even beat Notre Dame. Drew Aller blew that one late. Once again, one of our agendas coming through again. Drew Aller and James Franklin and Penn State. Those agendas never die. All right. You have a list.
Yes.
It's list season. So
list of the day.
Which publication? I believe we know it's On 3 Sports.
On 3, who might be the unofficial sponsors of this. Because although CBS Sports will also provide.
And I went to ESPN yesterday because it was a basketball one. So we have some variety. But what is the list from On 3 today?
From JD Pickell? I don't know. I've never heard him say his name out loud.
JD, I'm going with Pickell. But I don't know.
It's Pickell.
That feels like Pickell, but we never know.
Okay. From JD Pickell. The best games for every week of the college football season. Now you might be asking yourself, how do you do the best games of the season in November? We don't know who's going to be good. JD knows.
Didn't stop JD.
JD knows. All right. Week 0, Kansas State, Iowa State. Think we're good with that.
For week 0, yeah.
Farmageddon. That's actually a good game.
Yeah, that is.
Week 1, what logos? Oh, Texas Longhorns are playing Ohio State.
You're confused about what the logo is?
Yeah.
Look at that.
By the way, we will get to some more Texas games.
Real erasure of the Catholic versus convict rivalry that's going on that same weekend.
I would like a honorable mention for every week. Maybe we can get JD on that later.
Mm-hmm.
Week 2, Michigan goes to Norman, Oklahoma to play the Sooners.
Now, in name, that's good. Is it going to be good football?
This has some potential, and I don't say this lightly because this was the best game that best college football game I attended while a student at UT. This has big 2016 Texas versus Notre Dame vibes of awesome helmet matchup. Both these teams might go 5-7.
Yeah,
or
Bryce Underwood,
7-5.
Good luck, buddy. And John Mateer's a good quarterback. We'll see if what's around John Mateer at Oklahoma is.
But whoever wins this,
enough.
Whoever wins this that night, I guess this is a night game because I'm assuming it's a night game. This night, it's a program-defining win for whichever head
Will it
coach.
be?
It is the best win of this head coach's time at this school. Probably not actually for Brent Venables, but given the, hey, I might get fired this year.
What about Sharon Moore's interim wins when he was
eh.
replacing Jim Harbaugh? Did he beat Ohio State as the interim?
He did.
Yeah. And went on to
He beat him last year.
as the head. Yeah.
He beat him
So Oklahoma will not be his best win.
I guess not. But yeah, it's one of those like, oh, the program is moving in the right direction after beating this team, and then in November we won't revisit it if the team they beat ends up going 6-6.
And if you don't know the reference to the 2016,
yeah,
it is the famous "Texas is back," folks.
Yes,
right?
yes, it is the Joe Tessitore "Texas is back," folks. When Tyrone Swoops in the 18-wheeler package reached for the goal line to score in overtime to lead Texas over Notre Dame. I think that was a top 10 win for Charlie Strong, Texas, who would later go on to go 5-7 that year, and Charlie Strong was fired.
Mm-hmm.
And that Notre Dame team went 4-8.
And that's why I have that sounder to play it ironically, because it still makes
Such
me
a
laugh.
funny. I didn't even realize it until like November of that year, where I was like, that game didn't really mean much, huh?
All that excitement.
It was an awesome game.
It was.
Oh my
it was
God.
a great game. It was a great game.
What week are we on? 4? No, 3. It's confusing because it starts at 0. Week 3, it is Texas A&M going to South Bend, Indiana to play the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Rematch of Week 1's premier game last year.
That was the game where maybe A&M fans weren't there yet, where all my suspicions were confirmed. Connor Wegman, you're not that guy. Not that guy. All right, what's next?
I like Wegman in the Willie Fritz off.
Better than I like him in the SEC with A&M. I agree.
Next week, week 4. This is, I think, hold on. Yes, this is the only one that does not involve a SEC or Big Ten team other than week 1. This is another Big 12 matchup. Arizona State going to Waco to play the Baylor Bears.
The defending Big 12 champions, Arizona State Sun Devils.
Yes,
That's
going up
correct.
against I'd say a Baylor team that has some optimism. Bringing back Sawyer Robertson, bringing back, I think their offense coordinator's back as well. And Dave Aranda, another year to figure things out in Baylor now that they're paying players. He was so excited to say that they have an NIL program now.
You are at a distinct disadvantage when you don't have one. And they're coming off a bowl loss in the great state of Texas, in the great city of Houston. They lost the Texas Bowl to LSU.
That's right.
Dave Aranda had a winning season last year. Of course, we know, well, maybe you don't, but he does have a Big 12 championship on his resume, right? Then they beat Oklahoma State, or did Oklahoma State beat them?
I think that was Matt Rule. No, wait. No, that was
Aranda.
Yeah, that was Aranda.
And so he early on in his tenure, things were, if you want to go off the fumes of the Matt Rules era, things are going well.
Yeah, maybe I unconsciously.
So they made a bowl last year. There's some optimism. Nice to have your quarterback back. We'll see how the Baylor Bears do. What's next?
Next game. I mean, this is just whatever. Free space. Alabama, Georgia.
Yeah.
Do we have to talk about this?
Not really.
Okay.
No. We all get it. Yeah.
The next week, Arch Manning and the Texas Longhorns go to the Swamp to play DJ Lagway and the Florida Gators. Which one of these quarterbacks with very little experience but a lot of hype coming into the season are going to be a big fat fraud? That's what we'll find out.
I love a fraud watch
in
game.
week 6. Even though, now
Florida
they could play well and lose, but they're still a fraud.
Now Florida will play LSU, Miami, have an off week, and then play Texas. Not exactly an easy path to that point. DJ Lagway may be stamped as a fraud before we even get to that game. Or a Heisman
oh my God,
favorite.
he's Cam Newton.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we won't know until the games are played. But yeah, that's a big quarterback.
We are getting to the point of the
matchup,
season.
yeah.
Like we have one more game that I understand why it's the top one of that week. Maybe specifically because it's me. After that, we are getting into heavy speculation as to whether this game will actually be that important.
Very much so. Florida has to go to LSU and to Miami, where those are games that after they host LIU and in South Florida, so they could very well be 2-2. And JD Pickell will look foolish, but we will see.
Next game, Red River rivalry.
Don't even have to talk
Yeah,
about it.
Oklahoma, Texas. The next one, week 9, the USC Trojans go to South Bend to play the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. This is the one where I'm like,
ooh, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's that? There must be a soft week.
Yeah, there normally is like a soft October week where it's just how it ends up in, because now we're in the thick of conference schedules. Obviously, this isn't a conference game, but where it's just, hey, it just kind of worked out where Ohio State's playing Purdue and Alabama's playing Mississippi State, and like there really isn't any like top frontline game. I think this falls into it because it's like SEC or USC who's like, I'm interested, but I don't think it's going to be awesome.
And you know
versus
what?
Notre Dame, who's going to be awesome.
Paul Feinbaum, surprisingly enough, took a shot at Lincoln Riley.
No way.
So let's get to that sound. Did I throw it on the rundown?
Yes.
Let's get to Paul Feinbaum taking a shot at the USC head coach Lincoln Riley, considering we just talked about his team being the best game of Week 9.
But I want to say one thing before I go. The thing that I'm most excited about Big Ten Media Days is I want to hear Lincoln Riley try to explain his last 2 years, because I can't think of anybody whose coaching has been more fraudulent since his first year with Caleb Williams. And I say that as somebody who admired what Lincoln Riley did at OU. I didn't admire the way he left, but I really think, and I know a lot of people are still gnashing teeth in Norman and Oklahoma City and across that state, but I frankly believe the Sooner Nation is better off today than it would have been had he stayed around, because there is something wrong with this guy, Dorian. I know we don't have time. I know we're at the end of the segment, but I did want to close on that note. I am underwhelmed, and I can't think of a coach in modern time who's making the kind of money that he's making who has done less.
And that line, there's something wrong with this guy, is the one where like, whoa, this got to be personal. Yes, the SEC tenure after Caleb Williams, or since his first year, hasn't been great. 8-5, 7-6, not what they brought him in for. But there's something wrong with him. What does that mean?
Yeah.
If you have an issue with this coaching, okay, but when you throw it out there, and maybe he did it on purpose, so he didn't have to explain it. I know we don't have a lot of time, Dari. Is Dari Noka still with ESPN? But that's the Dari he's talking about.
Yeah,
Dari Noka.
I think it was his radio show. I think he's still on SEC.
So there's something wrong with this guy. All right, Paul. You get away without actually explaining what that means.
Yeah.
Now you're fighting with Rhett Lashley. Surprisingly enough, 2 guys who aren't in the SEC taking a shot at those coaches. That's a surprise. All right, let's get to the last couple games before we wrap it up for the segment.
2 teams that could either be playoff teams or probably not fire their coaches, but it'd be very uncomfortable. Maybe they're 7-5 or 10-2. LSU versus A&M in Baton Rouge. Again, this is where it's like, I'm sure this will be on an ABC, SEC on ABC game. It might be the 11 o'clock game if both these teams fail to reach expectations.
Sure.
Our guy, James Franklin, goes to the Shoe to play Ohio State. I feel like I feel comfortable being like, this will probably be the biggest game.
And I also feel comfortable saying this game's a foregone conclusion of how it's going to go.
Yeah.
No matter where Penn State is ranked, no matter where Ohio State is ranked, and Ohio State
will be like a 3.5 point favorite, and we'll just be like,
and they'll beat them by 3 scores. Yeah.
Alabama LSU. In case you loved, I don't know, 2011. That's JD's best game of Week 11. Again, another one where I'm like, LSU better figure things out, and Alabama also better
find a quarterback.
Figure some things out. Texas, Georgia, rematch of the SEC title game in Athens in Week 12. Anything? Nothing. Texas coming off a bye.
That's great for them. The SEC is still I forget with everything that changes. The SEC isn't division based anymore, right? So that could be we play each other this week and then we see each other again in the SEC title game, or could decide who makes the SEC title game with Georgia and Texas.
Heavy speculation with this next one. Tennessee going to the Swamp to play Florida. Again,
that is very speculative.
This might be bowl eligibility on the line for one of these teams.
Very possible.
And then wrapping it up with Ohio State, Michigan for the last week of the season.
I'm going to say JD didn't do a great job of looking across the country to find, hey, you know what? Maybe there's a game that decides the Sun Belt that you should be looking at. Didn't do a lot of that, I believe.
Yeah.
Didn't even throw in Army versus Navy, although that's a separate thing altogether.
Yeah, that would have been a great pander move.
Yeah.
Just throw in the only game that week.
Sure. All right, we'll go to break with that. That is our list of the day. We'll have another one tomorrow. It's what we do. Well, at least it's what they do, and we just highlight what they're doing.
And we talk about it.
And we talk about it. All right, one more segment to go. We will be back. Just going to
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So the greatest rivalry in sports currently going right now, beyond Paul Feinbaum against non-SEC head coaches, is the Cowboys versus their best players when it comes to giving them money. And the latest, following Dak and CD, is Micah Parsons. So Jerry had his time in the sun to talk about why giving a guy all that money is something you really have to consider because, he may not be available for 17 games. Jerry acknowledging that football is physical. Well, Micah Parsons responded yesterday at Cowboys practice with, I guess, his work wife, Trayvon Diggs, standing right next to him. I'm not sure why they had to do a joint press conference, I guess because Diggs is looking for money too. But they decided to stand next to each other and do it. So a lot of sound from that. What you're going to hear is Micah Parsons explaining his position and actually having some awareness of how the Cowboys do business.
And you see these other teams taking care of their best guys. I see TJ got taken care of. Max got taken care of. Miles got taken care of. And he got 2 years left on his deal. So it's hard to, you see a lot of people around the league and taken care of. You just, wish you had something that, that same type of energy.
It's hard to not take it personally.
I wouldn't say it's hard not to take it personally when you know how there's a chain of events of something consistently happening over the course of years when you kind of see it before through other players and things. So you don't take it personally when you're like, all right, it's not like I'm getting treated differently than anyone else, So I don't take it personally. I just don't understand.
So he knows the deal, as I laid it out. Happened to Dak, happened to CD, and now it's just happening to him. We talked. Well, AJ and I talked yesterday because AJ's a Cowboy fan, and he's under the impression, I agree, that Michael will get his money. Jerry just likes to do this. He likes to let it play out. There is a conspiracy theory that Jerry just loves the Cowboys in the news. So what's better than having a contract dispute to keep your team name in the news?
Yeah.
Have your conversations on First Take about the Cowboys.
How else would they lead First Take?
Yeah, if the Cowboys were doing business in a regular fashion, what else would they talk about?
What would we talk about?
It's Dak good enough. That would be the conversation.
Yeah,
instead.
George Pickens.
Yeah, George Pickens. So they would always be in the A block, but they guarantee themselves maybe the top billing in the A block when they have a contract dispute with their best player.
It is also, like, even if I want to give credence to, like, this is why they do it, is just like, hey, draw it out, make them sweat for the contract, whatever old-timey Jerry Jones reason he has. Keep them hungry. I mean, he is also then setting the record for highest paid at each position every time he signs one of these guys to a contract. I'm not sure if that's a trade I'd be willing to make of, hey, we'll never sign a team-friendly deal, but at least, thank God people are talking about that.
I don't even think he minds doling out the Cowboys name associated with giving out the biggest deal at the time in NFL history for a position. I don't think he minds that either.
I mean,
because he never says no.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. I understand that. It's just, it'd make me so sad if I was a Cowboys fan because you're rooting for like branding opportunity, basically.
As opposed to,
you're
running
rooting for
a team
PR
the right
firm.
way. Yeah, instead of running a team in a proper way, you're doing things to keep your name in the headlines.
Brand ambassador Jerry Jones.
As just the Cowboys, I just had an image of Jerry Jones in leggings and a black T-shirt handing out stuff. Handing out Cowboys merch.
Yeah.
You're rooting for a team who doesn't operate in the normal way, but you've come to accept it.
Which is insane because you brought up that, like, they just paid Dak. They did this with Dak. They did this with CD. Now they're doing it with Micah Parsons. They're a great drafting team. They
hit on guys
super well,
which is why it's probably very upsetting that it doesn't translate to winning at a very high level.
Even like Diggs, who was the emotional support corner, and this
they hit on him.
Yeah, like they
and of course their offensive line history is not as good as it once was, but their offensive line was one of the best in football because of what they did in the draft. Yeah, they do a good job acquiring talent. It just never comes together.
They're just it is the funniest way to run a team is that you're good at like the not sexy parts, but you're like, man, we really just want to do sexy stuff. We really want to pay guys a lot of money. We want stars. We want to make trades. We want to make things happen. Like, and it's like, but also we're just very competent at drafting the trenches. And that makes us, they're never terrible, or they haven't been terrible.
And Dak
very
was
often.
a mid-round pick that they hit on. For all the crap that Dak gets for what he hasn't accomplished, that was a mid-round guy who they hit on.
Top 10 quarterback.
Yeah.
And I know phone line's about to light up because I called him a top 10 quarterback, but like,
it's fine.
Yeah.
He is one. He is one when he's healthy.
Yeah. Getting that in the fourth round is incredible. Yeah. Davis Mills was the third round pick by the Texans, and we just accept that, like, yeah, he's just going to be terrible.
Yeah.
Until they draft a real guy.
They chose Case Keenum in a game that they cared about before they wanted to play Davis Mills. That's how it is. So what we're saying is,
shout out to the Cowboys.
They can't even overcome. They can't overcome themselves. They can't. That's who they are.
Yeah. No, I said shout out to the Cowboys, and then I heard AJ go, thanks. Thanks for that.
Yeah, it's very complimentary what we're doing right now.
They're a good drafting team.
What feels
I
like
did also just call them basically the Alex Earl of the NFL, but they're great drafting.
Alex Earl in town, and her boyfriend was on the field, back in action for the for the Texans. Braxton Berrios.
Was he one of the first wide receivers to line up, or
I didn't see that. I just know I just know he wasn't available really throughout the offseason, but he was there for training camp. So
good.
The Cowboys are a mess. The Texans less so, and football's back. At least when it comes to practicing football. And we will inch closer and closer to things that matter, like actual pads and joint practices, and of course, preseason games. With that, we are done for the day. I kept talking about the Bryce Matthews thing. We never got to it. He pretty much said the organization is one that welcomes you and makes you feel like a part of the team. And Christian Walker said the same thing when he was with MLB Network. He credits that to Altuve. And of course, Altuve has been the common denominator throughout the run. And that organization, the Astros, whether you're new as a prospect or new as a veteran who comes from the outside, they make you feel at home, and that's why they keep winning. And they've won now 3 in a row, in large part to Bryce Matthews, who Sean has said is untouchable. Untouchable.
He better be on the team in August.
That is one's hope. A lot of people's hopes, actually. We are done for the day. So what does that mean, Sean?
That peanut butter skin.
Don't know if that's in reference to the RBI program or not. We're just going to leave it alone. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Bryce Matthews gets into one deep to left field, and the Astros have the lead. Bryce Matthews continues here in Arizona. Third home run in 2 games, and just like that, the Astros have awakened to a 2-1 lead.
The Bryce is right.
Blummer getting in the nickname, the Bryce is right after the call from TK. So that, of course, the voice of Todd Callis and then Jeff Blum, courtesy of Space City Home Network. The Astros win over the Diamondbacks by 2 runs. Took the first 2 games of the series. Welcome in. This is the Paul Gallant Show, but no Paul Gallant today. I am Brian McDonald, hosting alongside Sean Mapes. We normally do a show on Saturdays, now moving it to Wednesdays and Friday this week. And behind the glass is our man AJ Russ.
Just this week, to be clear.
Just this week, yeah. We didn't fully, yeah. That's a good clarification. Yeah, this is not a coup. We did not have a hostile takeover to take Paul's time slot while he's at a wedding. I assume he's just always at a wedding. Like every time Paul's gone, it's either yacht week or a wedding. I just assume. Yeah, maybe it's a wedding at a yacht week. I don't know.
Who knows? Who knows with him?
I mean, it just kind of fits the brand with Paul. Yeah. But before we get into the Astros, again, the Astros winners in Arizona take the first 2 so far in that series. I got to say, like, you heard some news about me from yesterday.
I did
You
hear
heard some news. And I think AJ can relate as well, given what happened to him back in the spring.
Yes.
So I feel like I have friendly ears to vent. And again, we'll get into the Astros in a minute, but I got to get this off my chest. So yesterday, I pick up the equipment box here from the station in the Galleria area to head out to City Avenue Brewing because we have the Soccer Matters remote, which you were behind the board for. I was out on site as the engineer. And my Google Maps is estimating at the time of what I'm about to tell you happening that I'm going to get there at 5:32 for a 6 o'clock remote, which already has me a little stressed. Not that I can't set up a remote in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Like I could set it up in 5 minutes, no problem. But it's still a little stressful when, like, if I don't get there, it's not just, oh, well, someone has to stay a little late for me. It's a show doesn't happen.
Yeah, and it's it's in that danger zone of like, well, if one thing goes wrong, like now,
exactly. Yeah.
30 minutes
I'm
is not enough time
right now.
Yeah,
but if one thing happens, now I'm screwed. And Sean, that one thing happened. AJ, that one thing happened. And the crazy thing about what I'm about to tell you is it nearly happened 5 minutes before that.
Huh.
In the exact same fashion. So I'm on 290, headed out to City Avenue Brewing, which if you haven't been out there for the Soccer Matters remotes, make sure you go out there. Great food, great drinks, nice venue to watch games. But I hear squealing behind me. I'm like, oh God. And sure enough, a lady in like a purplish, it was kind of like a burnt purple. I don't know what the exact color was. It was a weird like cross color there, but it hit me from behind. And again, I'm trying to get to remote, and literally this happened 5 minutes before. Like I heard squealing behind me, but someone stopped just short. Like I heard the squealing, thought I was about to get hit, but then they were luckily able to stop just before hitting me. 5 minutes later, happens again, only this time the lady wasn't able to avoid it. So I get out of the car. I'm hot. I probably said a few things I regret, a few things that I can't repeat on these airwaves at ESPN 97.5 because of the stress of what we just mentioned. I'm fine. Okay, I'm going to get there at 5:31. I know Glenn gets a little worried if his engineer's not out there.
You'll probably get a text.
Yeah, like of all our hosts, I think he gets the most nervous if the engineer isn't there early. I don't know if you've ever dealt with Glenn in that capacity, but I think that's fairly
not in that exact.
And not a criticism of Glenn, but he just gets the most nervous if you're not there early.
He's big on prep. I've run Dynamo games that he calls, and so like
he likes to have everything completely laid out, ready to go, no worry, no stress. Yeah, exactly. And then I'm going to add to this stress by getting in a wreck at 5:31 when I need to get to City Avenue Brewing for a 6 o'clock remote. So I'm curious. Like I got out, I even forgot to get the lady's insurance. I took a picture of the damage. I took a picture of her license plate and her driver's license. Okay. I completely forgot to get her insurance just because I'm going through my mind like, well, am I calling Glenn's like, hey, you're sorry you're not doing your show? Or am I just half-assing what I'm supposed to do here and then booking it to City Avenue Brewing? But I went with option B. I took a couple quick photos, and I got there. It was completely set up by like 5:45 for the 6 o'clock remote. And Glenn didn't seem to care once I told him what had happened. But I'm curious, like, I think you said before the show you've been in a similar situation.
Yeah,
I'm curious how you would handle it.
Yeah, I got rear-ended when I was in high school. I forgot. I was probably just going to someone's house on Shepherd in Alabama, and it was a similar thing where I got rear-ended and my car was, for the most part, pretty fine. So yeah, took a couple pictures, exchanged the information. That guy's car was actually more in tough shape.
And he rear-ended you?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. It's just like
your car made of vibranium. What's going on?
I don't know. Honda Accords. Pretty
Shout
nice.
out to
The
Honda.
2011 Honda Accord was a tank.
Needs to be a sponsor.
But the well, it did get hit another time and didn't make it. But
Okay, all right. Well, not vibranium then.
yeah. But yeah, and then so I, it was probably I'll stop for 5-10 minutes maybe, and then all right, I just back on the road going to my friend's house. Like nothing else really happened. Like I didn't have to like do anything with my car. So I respect I can see how that happens, and I respect the dedication to your craft.
Man, I was not good at that moment.
Some people get in car wrecks and miss months of work. AJ,
oh, now he's looking at all right, AJ. I don't know if AJ. You care if this goes out over air, AJ? Do you care?
I don't care.
You don't care. So AJ, literally, like 30 minutes after producing an episode of The Bullpen on a Saturday, leaves the station, gets in a wreck, not his fault, doesn't even remember what happened because it was so bad, breaks his leg. You were out of work for what, 2 months?
Yeah, almost 2 months.
Yeah, so between the three, I thought you had a work-related story.
No.
Yeah, I didn't break my leg.
17.
Yeah, you were 17. You weren't working.
Nothing happened.
No, you weren't working. That's not nearly hardly the same. But yeah, I don't know, man. And there was a moment there where I thought I was going to have the uncomfortable conversation with Glenn and Joe that, hey, this remote, that remote that we promoted and has sponsors behind it, it ain't happening.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to, like, if I had AJ's wreck, let's just say, hypothetically, like, I don't even know what we do as a station. I guess we just
not have a show.
Just not have a show. But man, like the stress that goes through our minds, I think, in this job, especially when you're like, there's no backup plan.
Yeah.
If something happens there, it's hard to explain at times. I mean, other people have the same sort of stress in their job. But let's get into the Astros quickly, and we'll carry over the rest of the conversation as we go on. If you want to weigh in on the Astros, give us a call or text on the HRMP list line, 713-780-3776. Again, Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, and AJ Russ filling in for Paul Gallant. But you heard the home run from Bryce Matthews coming into this segment here, the 2-run bomb to give the Astros their first lead. They eventually tackle on a run with a wild pitch. Jose Altuve scores, and the Astros take their second one in the desert. But starting off with Framber Valdez, who I don't think you could say was vintage Framber because he allowed 7 hits, which is a little bit unusual for him. But Framber Valdez, 7 innings, 1 earned run, and struck out 4, kept the Astros in the game, which, I mean, they were facing a typical Astros fashion, maybe because they're putting out a AAA lineup right now. But they were facing a guy coming into the game who had like a 5.50 ERA, and they couldn't hit him.
Yeah,
for almost 7 innings. So I mean, thankfully Framber was able to hold them in the game until Bryce Matthews eventually came through. For Framber Valdez, I'm curious if you can guess the stat now.
Okay.
But so he set a record apparently, winning the Astros have won his last 13 starts. Okay.
Okay.
What was the last Framber start? Or who was the opponent of the last Framber start that the Astros lost?
And it's 13 straight Astros wins in Framber starts, not 13 straight Framber wins.
Correct.
Okay. 13 times 5, that many games ago. I have to think about who they play. Was it
times 5? No, it's just 13 games. It'd be the 14th game. Because they've won his last
started.
Yeah. They've won his last 13.
I'm just saying, like, team
Times
games.
through the
I have to
rotation,
go
sure.
through the
whatever. I'm with you now.
Was it like the Giants?
No. I posed this question because of who the opponent was.
The A's?
You're not far off. It was the White Sox, which makes the stat kind of even crazier. The Astros
in like
won
May when they lost 2-3.
It was. I don't have the date in front of me. Actually,
it was early in the season.
It was, yeah, it was. I think it was in May. It's probably in May. If not, it'd have to be in May, just time wise. But yeah, it's crazy that the Astros could win 13 starts in a row that for Fromber, or 13 games in a row where Fromber's starting, yet their last loss with him on the mound was it was not only it was against the White Sox, and I don't have his exact stat line in front of me, but I saw it earlier. Like, not only was it a lot of loss against the White Sox, it wasn't even like, okay, well, he went 7 innings, one earned run, but the Astros offense just fell apart. And I gave up like 4 runs in that game.
Yeah. And I guess part of it, or the reason the stat can exist, is that Framber Valdez has a 2.6 ERA this season. Last night was a good example of he lets 1 run get across, but really kept the Astros in the game for the 1 inning where they can score. Or I guess it was 2 innings because they got insurance run. Yeah. But the 1 inning where they can take the lead by scoring 2 runs and ended up winning this game. It was kind of how the Astros have made their bread and butter, especially in the first part of the season when they're winning all these games against the top of the NL in that stretch in June, where the Philly series, that they scored like 6-7 runs.
Oh, and yeah. I think it might have been. Yeah, I think it might have only been 6-7 runs total.
Winning games 1-0, 2-1, and last night was a little bit of that, albeit against a worse opponent. But it was how the Astros have to win these games with the state of their injuries in the lineup, is that you need Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown, who hasn't done it in July, but you need these guys to pitch like aces pitch like aces that they were in the first part of the season.
Yeah, which I think I worry with Framber a little bit more than Hunter, and because we've seen at times, obviously, I think Framber presses a little bit. We've seen him kind of fall apart when
he can combust.
Yeah, exactly. Like when a strike ball call doesn't go his way, or maybe he has a fielding error, which he had a little bit of a misthrow last night. Didn't end up in the stands, but had a misthrow last night. And I mean, that 1 run was kind of old school NL baseball manufacture, where he had the double, then a bunt, and a grounder to the right side to drive the home run. So even the run that Framber gave up wasn't like he got crushed. I mean, two of the 3 plays that resulted in the run scoring weren't even hits. There was a bunt and a ground ball. Well, I guess the bunt did reach base because of the throwing error, but still and then the ground ball scored it. But yeah, it's just the Astros are running out a AAA lineup right now. Like, I pulled up not to go it feels like a casual take to talk about like who's on their roster, but it just highlights like just
no, it's useful because
it's useful.
They have 17 guys on the IL.
Yeah, like
who the hell is on this team?
Like AJ, like get the Conor McGregor drop. We were going to play that later for the
Who
Texans.
the that guy?
Exactly. Like listen to. I'm just going to read off. Like, pretend you're an alien dropped on the planet. You're learning about baseball. You just see the baseball reference page to casually know like who's good and who's not. Right. You look at the Astros infielders. Let me go through these names for you. Okay.
Okay.
Mauricio Dubon, okay, like he's been around. He's been doing some things. Bryce Matthews, I mean, he just came up.
Yeah, prospect.
Then Zach Short. You can hit the drop.
Who the is that guy?
I mean, we know who he is because he's in Houston, but like if we were a fan of the Reds, we'd have no idea who Zach Short is.
We didn't know who this guy was in March.
Yes, exactly. John Singleton, who just got called back up. He's a journeyman, to put it lightly. And then Christian Walker, who's obviously had a good career, but here has kind of been quasi Jose Abreu 2.0. And if that wasn't enough, you go to the outfielders. Okay, Jose Altuve, great, Hall of Famer, face of the franchise.
Why is he out here? But okay,
amazing. Then you continue along. Cooper Hummel.
Yeah, Cooper Hummel plays
that guy.
At times. He's had a couple misplay balls.
I'm saying for my standards of this guy should be on the Space Cowboys.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Good. That's fair. Then you have, Chaz McCormick, Cam Smith. We know who those guys are. Then Taylor Trammell.
Yep.
And Shea Whitcomb. Hit the drop again. Like,
who the is that guy?
There's I counted out, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 guys between your infield and your outfield on the active roster that have no business being on a major league roster right now.
Yeah, and
that's where the Astros, that's to your point earlier. Like, well, the Astros have to have Framber and Hunter shove and go 7 innings. If he goes 7 innings, 2 earned runs, it's a great start. But for the Astros, currently with their offense and that roster I just outlined,
you're in peril.
Not enough.
Yeah.
Like it's no good. You sucked. It's as far as what the Astros needed.
Yeah. And hopefully, I mean, I feel like we've been saying this all season, but eventually they are going to get some of the 17 guys on the IL back.
I don't know if I want all of those. Like some of the guys on there, I'm like, they could stay there.
Yeah, but
looking at you, Lance McCullers.
I mean, like Pena and Myers.
Yeah,
those two guys. Adding those two guys to the lineup would be huge. Jordan Alvarez would be huge.
How many hands does he have?
Yeah,
though?
but we'll see. We'll see if that happens. I'm most certain that Myers and Pena will be the guys on the IL that come back. So they're the guys that I think of as the reinforcements, because with the pitchers, they could get setbacks. B, we don't know how they're going to play when they do return, especially for Garcia and Javier with these, traumatic arm injuries that they
I'm
get.
definitely less optimistic about Garcia. Like
because he's had like two different false starts,
like
and
three different starts and stops. Yeah, like I mean, of the four, I guess five really with Lance McCullers. Like, if I were to rank,
not a reinforcement.
Yeah, not a reinforcement. No, it's not disrespect at all. It's just factual. Like of those five guys, like I have no faith in JP France. I mean, he was a journeyman to begin with.
He's bullpen arm.
Yeah, I mean, he should be bullpen for AAA. I don't even know if I want him at the major league level.
Really?
Although,
long relief.
Okay, yeah, I guess you could sell me on that. Although they have some guys now that are starting that might end up becoming those long
relief. Would you have Gusto or
Colton Gordon? And we'll see.
I say that because I assume that Garcia and Javier just, I'm looking at 4 innings out of those guys' starts.
Probably.
At least while they come back, maybe they ramp it up a little bit. Maybe Javier ramps it up a little bit. But those guys I'm kind of seeing as like you're really piecemealing together a rotation, because part of it is you have a lot of guys that are starters or built up to be starters. So you can just use it as like a piggyback situation of like, hey, can we get 3 innings out of 2 guys? And that gets us a 6-inning start, basically. Can we try to build it build our rotation like that, to where you're not asking a ton from either the starters or your 1-inning bullpen guys?
Yeah, for sure. All right, we got to get out. On the other side of the break, we're going to carry the Astros conversation, including some interesting little notes on Bryce Matthews and Cam Smith, 2 guys maybe going in opposite directions right now, and Jordan Alvarez and some of the other injuries. We got to have the conversation. Are they mishandling Jordan Alvarez's return from injury? That when the Paul Gallant Show returns, ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
Welcome back into the Paul Gallant Show. Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, AJ Russ with you here until 3 o'clock, leading up to the Killer Bees. That, of course, the song I Don't Know by the legendary late Ozzy Osbourne. A few songs we'll be mixing in today that, like yesterday on Soccer Matters, we went all Ozzy and Black Sabbath rejoins, but a few of them didn't really make the cut because he's got a long career and only had 9 spots. So AJ will be mixing in at least one per hour here. I don't know.
Well, no, what was it?
Yeah, sorry, your microphone wasn't on Radio Professional. Let's run back the bit that the people didn't hear because your microphone. All right, take 2. Sean, go.
What was the name of the song?
I don't know.
No, but what's the name of the song?
I don't know.
I do not know.
Okay.
AJ,
right.
What's the name of the song?
I'm the older one here. You're going back to who's on first bit, and I'm the older one here.
I just want to know the name of the song.
Should we ask AJ what the who's on first bit is? Do you think he knows?
Do you know what the who's on first bit is?
I don't know what first
okay.
bit is.
Yeah.
If I say the words Abbott and Costello, does that mean anything to you?
Abbott. When I hear Abbott, I think of, well, never mind. He touched political, so.
Oh, Abbott. Oh, Greg Abbott, the governor.
Oh.
It didn't dawn on me at first.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, yeah, I mean, we knew AJ. AJ, he was, you were born in 2001?
2.
Yesterday was his birthday.
Right.
Oh, that's right. Happy birthday.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
He's an old man now at age 23. God, I don't even remember 23. It's a long time ago. Wasn't even married yet. I've been married for 15 years. It's a long time ago. Anyway, I'm gonna stop aging myself. Let's get back into
keep
the Astros.
opining about
No. We talked about Abbott Costello. We ran the bit for a second. You didn't turn your microphone on. It's already been a momentous start to the second segment of the Paul Gallant Show. We might not get Friday after that start, but we'll see how it goes. All right, so getting back into the Astros, a couple of more notes, and then kind of a question on just how they've handled these injuries, because it's the question that won't go away, unfortunately, for the Houston Astros. And if you have thoughts or opinions of that, give us a call or a text on the HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. So Bryce Matthews, not to rain on the parade because 3 home runs in 2 days, absolutely amazing in the desert. But it kind of brought me to the conversation a lot of us had before he got the call up to the major league level. Like, we would see his AAA stats with Sugarland, like, man, that home road split that is rough, where he was like Jose Abreu level at home and then Babe Ruth at on the road because of the nature of playing in the PCL and some of those launching pads in Reno and Albuquerque and Las Vegas and other places that the ball just flies out of those ballparks. So I want to be excited that, this is the Bryce Matthews arrival. He's here. It's Bryce Matthews season. But at the same time, you look at those home road splits, and this is including the last couple of games in Arizona. So major league and minor leagues this season. Home, he's a 200 hitter with a batting average, road 331. The OPS 567 at home, on the road 1105. I think that's more than what Aaron Judge is doing this season. It's
in the ballpark.
It's otherworldly. Continuing on his home road splits this year, including minor leagues and major leagues, he has 4 extra base hits at home, 26 on the road, and then 6 RBI at home, 40 RBI on the road. And he, so far in his major league career, 2 games 0 for 7 at home right now. So
small sample size.
When you at the major league level, yes, and obviously at home, very much yes. It's 2 games, but when you look at the overall, story of 2025, like, I don't want to put the cart in front of the horse and get too excited about Bryce Matthews when this has been his track record since the season began. Where when he's at again, it's not only just that he was on the road in Arizona. He was in Arizona, which is part of that area of the country where the ball flies out of the ballpark. So I don't know what your thought is on Bryce Matthews. Obviously exciting. He crushed a sweeper that didn't get down low enough last night. He took it out to left field. But I kind of want to pump the brakes on my excitement until I see him do it more at home.
Yeah, I think that's fair to have that, quibble with his performance, but at the same time, it's like this guy that you called up last week, maybe the week before.
Yeah,
'Cause
it
the
was
All-Star,
it was the 6 games before the All-Star break.
yeah, a guy who's 10 games into his career just more or less single-handedly won you a game that you
Yeah,
at
he
this
really
point in the
did.
season you need
Well, him and
these
Fromber,
games.
yeah.
But yeah, I understand the like, hey, we need an evening out of this performance, even if you just like are just directly in the middle of the home and road. If that's where he ends up, just can you just do that at home and on the road? Like, can you just whatever the 500 OPS and the 1100 home road?
I've never seen a home road split like that.
Yeah, especially
It's half
over
a season, but
over half a season of AAA. That is wild. But the if he can just even it out, and listen, like we've gone through this before, not with the home road splits, but just with the sharp levels of production, rise and fall of production with Cam Smith this season for a rookie, where it's like, hey, there's just going to be the first month of the season where you're like, you sure it was a good idea to call this guy up this fast, and then he figures it out in, what was that, May or June, where Cam Smith is like, oh, this guy's an actual like real guy. He's cooled off since then. But to me, some of this is just like life playing rookies in Major League Baseball, and you hope that you don't have to depend on these guys. But right now, the Astros do kind of need to depend on these guys, and luckily for Bryce Matthews coming up, the Astros know where they're playing.
Well, the A series is at home.
Oh, it's on home.
Yeah, it's at home.
I
know.
I thought it was in.
Oh yeah,
in the
that
AAA
minor league ballpark.
I was gonna say
in Sacramento,
the AAA
which
ballpark
is a place you might play at the PCL, the Sacramento Bees.
But no, it's at Daikin Park.
So yeah, it's at Daikin Park.
It's gonna stink.
Over. Sorry, Astros fans. Get ready for a lot of swing. I
think you know what. 4-game series against the A's.
Wait,
if he plays every game, I think he gets at least one hit.
Well, that's a bold statement.
Yeah,
he'd probably get at least 16 at bats
if he plays every game.
If he plays every game.
If he plays only 3, and then sits one game, who knows?
Up in the air.
I made that call based on 4 games.
That is a bold call. Sean Mapes staking his claim that if Bryce Matthews gets 16 at bats, he'll get one hit
against the A's.
against the A's
at home.
At home. See, it's his kryptonite. It's his kryptonite. It really is. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they can just change all the signage out in the outfield, make them believe it's on the road. That's that might be next level, but maybe so.
Welcome to Albuquerque, as he walks
welcome
in.
to Albuquerque. No one wants to see that, unless you're like trying to see the sites for Breaking Bad. Like, who wants to go to Albuquerque?
Bryce Matthews.
Fair. Bryce Matthews. So
1,000 OPS.
You mentioned Cam Smith. One more note before we get out, and we'll talk trades on the other side for the Astros because the trade deadline coming up in just over a week. But you mentioned Cam Smith cooling off. Last 18 games since he got his average up. I remember there was a point where he got his batting average up to 281. Like, it kind of like you mentioned, like, okay, this guy, he's for real, not just like a good rookie, but like for real.
Yeah.
But since he got his average up to 281, last 18 games hitting 222 with a sub 300 on base and slugging percentage, OPS 564, 28 strikeouts to only 5 walks. Like, as you mentioned, these are the ups and downs we should just expect from a rookie, especially a rookie that played 5 games above the AA level or above the single A level last year, and like not much longer than a year ago was playing with Florida State in the College Baseball World Series. But I kind of feel like there was a point in that hot stretch for Cam Smith where I thought he was legit putting himself in the Rookie of the Year conversation with the 2 guys from the A's. But I mean, look, it's July. He still could have like an unbelievable August and September and put all this to bed. But it kind of feels like that push to put himself into like serious, not just top 3 finish Rookie of the Year, but actually win the Rookie of the Year and get the Astros an extra draft pick. It kind of feels like that ain't happening right now.
No. I mean, it would take a dramatic swing,
especially with the power numbers.
Yeah, back to his hot stretch. But I think overall, you have to be impressed with what he's done. But again, it is just like the ups and downs of having to depend on rookies, not just they're in your lineup, but Cam Smith led off Yeah, like he's
and
your
they messed
leadoff
with
hitter.
his batting position quite a bit. Like at the start of the year, he was hitting like
8th,
sixth,
9th,
seventh,
yeah.
and then he was hitting cleanup for a little while when
Yeah.
some of the injuries happened. Like you said, there was a leadoff game. I think he hit second a couple times. Like
Mhm.
I kind of wish they'd go back to putting him. Look, I don't think it matters for every player. Some players it certainly does. Like we've seen, like it mattered a lot for Jeremy Pena where he hit in the order. He seemed to like to hit either first or second. So maybe it matters for Cam Smith, maybe it doesn't. But I'd like for them to go ahead and lock him into like I don't know 5 or 6 and just let him be there.
Yeah, part of this is just the injury riddled nature of your season,
Yeah,
where
they can't do a lot about it.
you had to push guys up. Victor Caratini, that's like
Well,
that's cleanup.
Caratini's been super hot. So.
No, they put up a graphic. I think he has the second most RBI in the month of July among all.
Does he really
Yeah.
amongst all major league players?
Either
or
all
American League players?
Either AL or MLB. I forgot which one.
Either
but
way, it's impressive.
Yeah,
He's
I think
Victor Caratini.
I think it's at 17. I think Altuve's also at
Lord.
17, and then the
Yeah.
leader's at 18. I think it was Judge.
Yeah.
Go
So
figure.
Aaron Judge, Victor Caratini. I can't.
Yeah.
Spider-Man point. They're the same guy.
Yeah.
Same guy in the
Same
month of July.
picture.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I agree though that in the like ideal lineup, assuming health for all these guys, which is varying levels of faith that you're putting in here, but I think that somewhere in the like 5-6 spot is like where Cam Smith, I'd want him to play in a playoff series.
So we're going to go to break in a second, but I see this phone call pop up, and I'm nervous. I don't know if this is telling me a joke or if this is a joke on me, but I see on hold right now we have Julian in the comment that he has that AJ typed in as BMAC joke.
Yeah. Or
Should I go to
BMAC
this?
is the joke. Yeah, let's hear it.
All right, Julian, what do you got for us? Tell us this joke.
I mean, it's not really a joke as much as it's an observation.
Okay.
You said the bullpen more times than you said Paul Gallant. You
I said it once. I said bullpen once.
This is not a coup for us. This is just a two-time thing this week. But you said the bullpen more than you said the Paul Gallant show.
Great point.
Oh,
Great
that's not
point.
factually true.
I mean,
I said it. I said bullpen. Well, I'm saying it more now. I'm saying it more now. But I said it going to break out of the first segment. I've said Paul Gallant show at least twice coming into both segments. So.
You might have said
Factually incorrect.
We've been talking Astros. You might have mentioned the bullpen at some
Oh.
point. Saving the bullpen's
We're
arm.
maybe talking about Brian King loading the bases last night. All right, we got to get out, talk about trades on the other side of the break because trade deadline's coming up and in just less than a week. The Astros certainly have some moves they need to make to bolster themselves for the stretch run and the playoffs. More of that when the Paul Gallant Show returns. ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Welcome back in, Paul Gallant Show, not the bullpen. Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes,
just
and
said that
AJ
again.
Russ behind the board. If you want to join in the conversation, give us a call or text on the HRMP listener line 713-780-3776. We will still try to be very interactive. Not as interactive as Paul Gallant.
Yeah.
Because,
Not
he's the most interactive.
Yeah. What? Shooting for top 5?
Yeah, I think top 5, at the station. This is where I'm shooting for as far as how interactive we are. But the Astros, finishing off talking about them right now with the trade deadline coming up. And you see these lists come out from, Bob Nightingale, Jeff Passan, whoever, about guys they think will be available and what, teams would be a best fit for them, like what teams are moving all in, what teams aren't. And I found it interesting, the list that came out from Jeff Passan today. 2 things that he had on there. In his section about the Astros. First off, he talked about their need being left-handed bat, and specifically the best fit being Cedric Mullins, the outfielder for the Orioles, which, depending on what year you're looking at on Cedric Mullins' baseball reference page, sure, that makes a lot of sense. But he got off to a hot start in March and April this year. But since the start of May, Cedric Mullins hitting 180 with the 561 OPS with one more strikeout than he has games played. Like I don't. Maybe this is PTSD from the last time the Astros traded for Baltimore Oriole. Hello, Trey Mancini. But I'm not rushing. Like, I know the Astros have a need in the outfield, not 100%. Like, Jake Myers is probably not back for a few more weeks. Even with Jake Myers, depending on where Jose Altuve is playing, you have some concerns maybe about left field unless Bryce Matthews solidifies second, and then Jose Altuve could just stay in left. But they certainly need a bat, and a left-handed bat who could play the outfield. But, I'm not going over the competitive balance tax for Cedric Mullins and giving up the prospects Baltimore would want. Like, I would hope that his second half of the year lowers the price.
That's what I was gonna say.
But unless this is I wouldn't even pay the Yusei Kikuchi price for this, which was Joey Loperfido, Will Wagner, and I'm forgetting the pitcher off the top of my head. But I'm not even paying that price for Cedric Mullins, which I think the Orioles would probably want. We'll see what the market bears for him. But if this was the move, I would be rather unimpressed.
Yeah. I think to me it just matters the price. If this is kind of a very, very bargain basement kind of deal, I'm in just as hey, an outfielder who is left-handed that checks a couple boxes if you can get
that he's left-handed.
Yeah. And can stand in center field.
That he can stand there. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe Cedric Mullins comes here and regains there was a year he had a 7 WAR or something like that.
Yeah, I think it was 21.
Right. But yeah, long time ago.
Yeah.
And I just don't if Cedric Mullins is who he is now, which he's been this way since the start of May, so I'm leaning that's who he is right now. He doesn't come in and improve anything. And it feels like you'd just be going over the competitive balance tax, which obviously also affects the draft picks that affects the draft. And also, I wouldn't want to give it the prospects. Why give up prospects and affect your draft for a guy who doesn't come in and improve the offense?
What if, and I don't know the exact salaries here, but you would be saving money. What if you could do a McCormick for Mullins?
Straight up?
Yeah, maybe one prospect. One low prospect.
Yeah, it's literally a throw-in guy that is not even on your top, I don't know, 20.
Yeah, a 25-year-old AAA player.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, but that to me is the thing with Cedric Mullins is just what if Chas McCormick was left-handed?
But honestly, Chas, as bad as he's been the last year and a half, he's had more recent high-end success than Cedric Mullins.
That is true.
Yeah,
22 and 3, he was pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. 23 was 22, obviously the World Series year, and then 23 was the year he had an 800 plus OPS, and I think he hit close to 300.
Yeah.
So I don't even know if he's that much of an improvement over this version of Cedric Mullins might not even be that much of an improvement over Chas.
We got Taylor Trammell too.
I'd rather start Taylor Trammell. I know Cedric Mullins has the back of the baseball card as to quote what we always
Thank you.
heard about Jose Abreu. But again, like 2021, like what are we hanging on to? What are we
Yeah.
clinging to? Like
That's
like
fair.
why do you think this is coming back? Not you specifically, but yeah.
No, I don't think that you're getting. I'm pretty sure it's like a 2-time All-Star. Like I don't think you're getting that guy
Right.
back. But just as a you're so depleted, just as a reinforcement that can play in Major League Baseball and is left-handed.
Yeah.
That would be huge, that'd be nice. It wouldn't be huge. Let me walk back. It would be huge. It would trading for Cedric Mullins would not be huge.
Like I don't think how many segments are we spending on Cedric Mullins that the Astros trade for him?
Maybe 2. Because they'll probably happen during a show.
Yeah, probably so.
But the expectations, it wouldn't be high. It'd be
unchanged for me. Like I wouldn't change my expectation at all. Other than they have an extra option, and maybe that means Cooper Hummel
so
gets
much
less
of this.
at-bats.
So much of this to me just depends on like Yordan Alvarez, which is so depressing.
It's completely unknown.
Yeah,
and honestly, I don't know if we really have time to fully get into it. I don't.
No,
love,
his quotes in the Chandler
I
Rome
hate
article.
him. I hate him.
It's the rare case of like, finally we get to hear from this guy who has a mysterious injury. He talked for a long time, or at least there's a lot of quotes about that he gave, and I do not feel any different from the unknown. It's like just as unknown. Every quote, I'm just like, so he doesn't need surgery. He's rehabbing it. The rehabbing isn't quite working. He says he'll need rest, but what's he been doing for the last 3 months?
Since May 2nd. Yeah.
And maybe he needs the offseason, but he's still trying to play, and he's gonna play through it.
That part of it is what you're right in the mysterious enough. It's like I don't mysterious.
Like I feel no different. And there's like probably a combined 2 paragraphs.
I've got 3 quotes in our Google Doc, and you're right. Like I feel no more clear on the status of his hand than before I read those 3 quotes.
Yeah.
But not only that, I'll take it an extra step. Like reading through this, there's so many parts of his quotes where he talks about how it needs rest. It could possibly need surgery, but it's hard to operate on. Like he still has pain. It's not fully right. Yet there's like I think you mentioned this specific part where he says basically, I feel like I have to come back and play.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of fits what we've seen from the Astros, where they've had a tendency to rush players back.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, they put Yordan Alvarez out there swinging a bat with what they found out to be a 60%, healed broken bone in his hand. And here he is 2 months later and still nothing's better. Like it feels when you read that he isn't fully back. He still has pain. He says, I need to rest it. And then you read the next part. It's like, well, he's actually in a hitting program.
Yeah.
Well, if he needs to rest it, it's not right. He's got pain. What are we doing here?
Yeah. And to go back to the trade conversation, it's like the need for an outfielder to me is dependent on, do you think Yordan Alvarez can come back? Because your outfield fully healthy, going right to left, Cam Smith, Jake Myers, and Jose Altuve would have to play left field in that scenario.
Sure.
And then your DH would be Yordan Alvarez. Now, if Yordan's out, then I'm comfortable bumping Altuve to DH, and then now you need a left fielder.
Yeah.
So that to me it's the difference between, should we get a kind of platoon guy for either Smith or Myers, just on the off chance that we want to platoon these guys, or is it we need a starting left fielder
every
at the deadline?
day?
Yeah,
and they got to have that answer soon, which I don't think they're going to have it.
Exactly, and that's what makes this so interesting. That's why to me, I'm just like, let's get a pitcher. And I saw Rosenthal reported that they want like a high end pitcher. I'm like, I'm cool with Kikuchi too. I'm cool with just the like
Kikuchi 2.0.
Yeah, like whoever the 2025 you say Kikuchi is.
Yeah, I've got a list here of starting pitchers because
none of these jump out to me as a possible Kikuchi.
No,
maybe Bubik.
You just like the last name?
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
That's 90% of it,
That's
right?
what I'm doing.
Yeah. Okay.
Think of all the Kikuchi jokes that we made.
You know what? Fair. Look, like I wonder. So you like the idea of adding a high end starting pitcher? Because
not a high end, like a third starter.
Okay. I can be more on board with that because of all the people I've seen put out lists of what the Astros need, like to me, Jeff Passan was the first one to kind of get it right, because it felt like everyone was putting out like this list I referenced from, not from Jeff Passan, but another ESPN article, and it went down. I think it was the top 100 trade deadline targets, right? And like I went through, and basically all the big name starting pitchers had Astros listed as a great fit, and only Cedric Mullins amongst the offensive hitters had the Astros as a good fit. Like, to me, they're completely missing the current state of the team of what we talked about earlier with the who the bleep are those guys, infielders and outfielders that they have on this roster. Like, I know the Astros have limitations in their starting rotation right now, because it kind of feels like, Fromber, Hunter, Brandon Walter, pray for rain. Like, but even Brandon Walter was a journeyman that we hadn't heard of, 3 months ago. But with the news that it seems like Christian Javier and Spencer Arrighetti specifically are getting close to a return, and how well Brandon Walter's pitching right now, like, I don't feel the need is as urgent for a starting pitch. Like, right now, they're running out 4 ninths of a AAA lineup, whereas I feel the help on starting pitching is really close to getting back.
But see, to me, I feel that way about the lineup, where you're going to get Pena back.
Pena's. I think
Pena and Myers.
I think Pena will be back before the end of the month. I don't know if Myers will, but he'll be shortly behind.
Yeah, the biggest change that I am more interested in infield now is the
third base.
Yeah, is the Paredes thing, and luckily with Dubon, he's a guy who can play third or second, and so if you need to, fill one of those positions in the trade deadline, you're not looking for, we can only get a third baseman or we can only get a second baseman. You can play both markets and see either who you like or who you can get
get value for.
Yeah. That way, and then Dubon can just play the other position. But to me, that's the one that has really skyrocketed, like you said, the need. The thing with starting pitching is just the answer to the question, ALDS game 3, who gets the ball. That's where I'm like, ooh, I don't like my options.
You don't want it to be Brandon Walter. You don't want it to be Lance McCullers.
Or like Spencer Arrighetti. Like, here we go. Like, okay, I would like to see him come back. And
I would like to have more information.
Yeah,
I think
not a proven guy.
No, he was really good in the second half last year, but I think you're right.
Javier's another one where it's like, can I see him
what version of Javier is it?
Have 3 straight games, or just 3 straight games where he pitches 6 innings? Like, that'd be nice.
Yeah, I think you're going to be left wanting.
Exactly.
Especially coming off of Tommy
Exactly.
John.
That's why it's like, hey, if we can just get like Merrill Kelly. And
Merrill Kelly's the one that stands out to me. Like, he's got the back of the baseball card, although he's a guy like kind of, baseball reference oddity to his career. He didn't make his major league debut till he was 30.
Yeah.
Which kind of fits with the Astros with what we saw from Ronel Blanco and JP France being
we have experience.
Older. Yeah. We get you.
Yeah.
Right?
Late bloomers. Come on.
Charlie Morton, Wade Miley, guys that were around earlier than that, but didn't really take off until, later in their career. But Merrill Kelly, even though he didn't start till age 30, like, he's got, back of the baseball card where he's been good the last, 3, 4, 5 years. And he's good this year. And, small note, that it matters, that he's actually from the area. So that a little more added, added cherry on top there.
Is it bad that Zach Gallen, I was like, sure to
hard
him.
Pass.
And then I saw him pitch two nights ago, and I'm like, nah, get this guy
hard
out of
pass on Zach Gallen. Like, Zach Gallen had higher end performance, prior to this year.
He was good.
But
probably 23.
What was it? 5.58 ERA this year. Like, I'm hard out on him. Some of the other names that ESPN put out that the Astros should be interested in as far as starting pitchers, like put Sandy Alcantara on there.
I didn't know he was this bad.
Yeah, like, I mean, he was obviously Cy Young in 2022, I think, and then he had Tommy John following the 23 season, somewhere around there. 7.14 ERA this year. Like,
no thanks.
I'm not taking a shot on that. Some of the other names, are pretty good. Seth Lugo's been good. You mentioned Chris Bubik. He's been good, although he's got a less of a proven track record than a lot of these other guys. Taj Bradley doesn't have a great ERA. It's 4.35, but he's younger. He's got great stuff. I think I trust the Astros to get the best out of him.
And team control. I could
but
see
that also
being,
might mean a higher price tag.
Yeah, I could see that being appealing to the Astros. But the Rays guys are tough just because I don't know how much of sellers the Rays want to be.
Yeah, it's always
they're one of those
tough
weird
now.
teams where they're not and they'll do trades where they both buy and sell in the same, or they'll make challenge trades. So that falls into, haven't mentioned them yet, but the Brandon Lau pursuit.
Sure.
Where it's like, I would love Brandon Lau. I don't know if he's available.
Yeah, so the Rays right now, like 53 and 49, I wouldn't take them. I mean, traditionally, I wouldn't say a team above 500 right now are sellers, especially because of the expanded playoffs.
Yeah.
Like with the extra team that got added in a few years ago. I mean, there's so few teams that I would say are definitely, like the Orioles in the American League, let's say. Orioles, definitely sellers.
Yeah.
I would say the White Sox, obviously, definitely sellers.
Don't have any good players. That sucks.
Royals and Twins, they're definitely not in it for the division. Let's see how far back.
They're 4 games back.
See, I don't know if they'll be necessarily sellers. I could see maybe the Royals being sellers. They've obviously got 2 guys listed on that list, so Passan and those guys seem to know something with them. And then in the American League West, obviously the Athletics would be sellers if there's anybody you want, and then the Angels would be sellers. But I mean, it's less than half. You're not dealing with as big of a group of teams to trade with as you would in previous years.
And even the National League, basically for under 500, you're probably going to be a seller. If you're over, you're close enough to
you think
the
the
wild
Braves
card.
are sellers? I mean, they're 12 games under.
They're probably not going to be like fire sale sellers.
They're not trading the big guys. That would,
if they have an expiring contract or two. If I were them, I'd try to get off of those guys.
Yeah, really, your best bet might be the National League. It feels like there's more teams that are kind of bottoming out in the National League.
Team you just played.
Yeah, exactly. The Diamondbacks. I mean, there's talk of Suarez might be on the move.
Not to the Astros.
No, he would cost too much. I don't know how much the Diamondbacks would want in return, but it'd be more than the Astros could pay. So, before we wrap up this Astros conversation, I wanted to get into 2 more things. Like we talked about starting pitching and adding a bat as the Astros needs. And look, the Astros, because they're not, a top 10 minor league system, even though I do think they have a few nice pieces.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll have the luxury of making, a third move, especially not if it's significant. They might only be one significant move with the people they're willing to give up, because I don't think they'd be willing to give up Bryce Matthews. But if they're able to make an additional move, I think relief pitcher is kind of being undersold as far as need. Now, obviously at the top with Hader and Abreu, I throw Brian King in there. I think they've been great. But when you look at the depth, especially as you welcome guys back like Javier and Arrighetti, if Lance comes back, a lot of guys, because of either their performance or they're coming back from injury, you're only expecting to go 4, maybe 5 innings. Those first few guys out of the pen right now are a little sketchy. And sometimes, like in that case of a few games ago in extra innings, guys like Hector Neris have to come in and pitch in those high leverage situations as well. But you look at some of those names and the first part of the bullpen before you get to the highly paid guys like Okert, like his ERA at the end of April was 0.6.
Yeah.
Since then, 3.56, which isn't like alarming, but 3.56 for relief pitchers.
It's not great.
It's mid.
It's not great.
Mid.
And
it's not bad. It's mid.
He's not going to be a high leverage guy.
Yeah.
But
so I feel like there could be, and maybe that's a spot for improvement. Continuing along the bullpen. I mean, Caleb Bort, he looked great last year. He throws gas. It's like 99 miles an hour, but 5.40 ERA this year. They could replace him. They could definitely replace Hector Neris, who's got an ERA of 7.11 overall this year, 4.50 with the Astros.
Yeah, Neris, to me, it's a little bit of like last one in, first one out.
He could be a victim once people come back.
Exactly.
Yeah, so he's probably a moot point, because once Javier and Arrighetti comes back, they probably move like Gordon to the bullpen or something, and Neris loses his job. And the last one would be Bennett Sousa, who ended June, his ERA was 1.78. Had a great start of the year, but since then, small sample size, 9 games. But kind of like I said with Okert, like not a alarming ERA like the Neris 7.11, but 3.48 for relievers, pretty mid. Like I feel like it's not obviously the biggest need. It's not the second biggest need, but if the Astros can, and they've had a track record of this path in the past of kind of getting throw-ins to deals.
Yeah.
If they could get a throw-in on a relief pitcher, I'd be definitely interested.
Yeah, it was the trade they made with the Mariners. Kendall Graveman and Rafael Montero.
Yeah.
Like where they get 2 guys, Phil Maton in the Cleveland trade. Or I guess Yiner was
the throw in there. Yeah.
But yeah, that sort of deal is something they can do. And the underlining thing with all this with the pitch trading for pitching is that I trust the Astros will get more out of these guys when they get these pitchers on their team. They just have that kind of track record, whether it is with Montero and Maton, and last year with
Ryan Stanek.
Yusei Kikuchi, Ryan Stanek, Wade Miley, who we mentioned.
Yeah.
Like these, I think that if they identify a reliever who are like, who the hell is this guy? Chances are they're going to be right on. He's going to at least be available, or at least have the capacity to provide you something in, like, again, we're looking for like a sixth inning guy, a guy to pitch the sixth. We're not looking for a closer or setup man.
We got a text in from 9547. Fires as a throw in, and look where that got him. So
true.
Yeah, maybe
True.
maybe we don't want the throw in.
Luno on his interview with Chandler Rome 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
It was the trade he regrets the most.
But did he mention more Carlos Gomez?
It was Gomez, and the fact they sent out Josh Hader.
Josh Hader, yeah, sure. Another text coming in from 5315 on this conversation. We need to stop adding Lance in the mix. He's made of glass and is always unavailable. And when he is available, he's unreliable. Like, we'll have to quickly get off of this because we've carried the Astros conversation on for an hour at this point. But, like, I kind of look at that Lance IL stint when they put him on the 15-day IL a couple days ago. Like, especially since it's a blister. Like, yeah, is he really that? Like,
yeah.
Especially with the Joe Espada quote where he said, "Well, he's been dealing with it for a while." Well, if he was dealing with it for a while, like, how serious was it that he's been able to pitch through? I think this might be a more of a Jose Abreu. You go away for a little while, and we'll check on you in a little bit.
Work on yourself for a little while.
Yeah. Find yourself. Look within.
Especially because within 10 days, you probably won't get an Arrighetti return, but you're getting pretty close to that. So
yeah, I think Arrighetti and Javi are both back some point in August.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where, again, you're gonna have to throw someone overboard out of this rotation, and Lance McCullers.
I like the phrasing.
The last few starts he's made, he looks like the one that's the most odd man out to me.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we gotta end the Astros conversation there because, guys, it's football time in Houston. Texans training camp started today. They came to play. Cue up the Clay Walker. That when the Paul Gallant Show returns, ESPN Radio 97.5, 92.5. ESPN Radio 97.5, 92.5. Welcome back into the Paul Gallant Show. Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, and AJ Russ filling in until Paul gets back next week. We'll be back on Friday. Will Kunkel and Joe will be filling in for Paul tomorrow, while that show and also the Killer Bees are out at Cadillac Bar on Shepherd as a part of our summer circuit. So go out and check out the boys out there. But right now in this segment, into the Astros conversation for now, might get into some of it later, but Texans training camp started today. I feel like one of us, since this is the Paul Gallant Show, just sing the Clay Walker Open, right? I mean, what would Paul do in this moment? He would sing the Clay Walker Open, right? WWPD. Yeah. It's football time in Houston. I took the bullet for you.
Okay. And we're ready to play.
Thank you. All right, team effort for that. Look at that. But yeah, training camp started today. A few notes before we get into kind of where I wanted to go with the segment. But I think the biggest note as far as injuries, although I'm not really concerned about it because it seems to be kind of more of a formality than anything else. But Joe Mixon will be starting the year on the Texans or the non-football injury list. So the ankle, the walking boot thing that we heard early in the offseason seems to be fine. This could be as simple. I don't know if there's anything more going on with Joe Mixon, but this could be as insignificant as he's a 29-year-old or about to be 29-year-old running back. Let's not work him out too much during training camp.
Yeah, it could be a vet day. If it's not
vet week, I mean, who cares?
It could, but it still is just a little bit like.
It's just put a little pin in it. Look at it later.
I like him to be available.
A few other players not available to the Texans right now. Obviously, some of them we already knew about, like Tank Dell, Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward's got some legal issues that might even take him completely off the team. We'll see how that goes. Adding to that, Trent Brown, Danico Autry, Derek Barnett, Mrs. Foley's baby boy, and Damian Pierce all start the year on the pup. So we'll see how those guys return. But I think what people most wanted to hear from the beat reporters, obviously our guy DJ Bieniemy and Jonathan Alexander from the Chronicle. I saw this from Jonathan Alexander. That is, of course, like who is starting on the offensive line. Although it's training camp, how much could people always want to tweet out the first guys.
Day one
to take the field. Like we saw during OTAs, people were tweeting that out too, and it's kind of meaningless because it was just a random hodgepodge of offensive linemen. So I do think that might be what this is, but Jonathan Alexander did tweet out when practice began. He said, I'd expect the offensive line to continue to shuffle, but the first team O-line looked like this. Left tackle Cam Robinson, left guard Lincoln Tomlinson, center Jarrett Patterson, right guard Titus Howard, and right tackle the second-round pick Ursary. I think that is definitely 3/5 of the offensive line. I mean, Cam Robinson and Titus Howard being starters feels like a lock. It seems like Tomlinson is definitely leading the pack at left guard, but center and right tackle I don't think are anywhere close to settle at this point. You could see Blake Fisher and obviously in the competition there at right tackle. You could see obviously Jake Andrews or Juice Scruggs in the competition at center. But looking at that offensive line right now, any thoughts that spring to your head when you see that first offensive line out on the field?
Slightly more meaningful than the OTA offensive line lineup, but I think given the realities of who we're dealing with this Texans offensive line, everyone's job should be open. I mean, Titus Howard's probably the only guy that I would put money on being on the starting.
Agreed. You would not Cam Robinson?
No, because he's Cam Robinson. At the end of the day, like none of these guys are like have so much, goodwill built up that like these guys are going to be, or salary wise, even draft position wise, you have 2 second-round pick tackles. Maybe if they have a good camp, maybe you put one of them at left, one of them at right. Like it's not out of the realm of possibility.
It's not
because Cam Robinson. I'm not treating Cam Robinson like he's
No, you're right. Like
a starter in the NFL.
I'm not on the mindset of Cam Robinson is locked in because Cam Robinson's elite. Like he's good. He's great value, Laramie Tunsil. And maybe even that's a stretch. But I just say because like I don't have a lot of faith in Blake Fisher. The limited action we saw last year, I wasn't all that impressed. I just don't know if the competition is there, even though Cam Robinson may be mid.
Yeah.
To push him out of the lineup is kind of where I'm at.
I think the competition is so mid that all these guys,
they're all mid. It's a race to not a race to the bottom, but a race to mid.
It's a race to start for the Houston Texans.
This is what they're putting in front of CJ Stroud.
Oh
my god.
Yeah, like Laken Tomlinson, like you said, he feels like the leader
He's
in the
a
club.
bum.
Yeah, he feels like the leader in the club.
He's like locked into left guard. We know he's a bum. We talked about this when they thank you from I'm forgetting his name.
Israel.
Israel, yes, yeah. How can I forget that? He calls into our show nearly every single day. But like when they had the acquisitions of Laken Thomas and also the trade for Ed Ingram from the Vikings, like remember we had this conversation because the people put out the stats of like pressures allowed in one-on-one blocking situations from left guards, interior offensive linemen, whatever. And yeah, Kenyon Green was I think the third worst in the NFL, but Laken Tomlinson and Ed Ingram were first and fourth.
Yeah.
Like they were just as bad as Kenyon Green, who was completely unplayable and got traded out in the deal with the Eagles. But yeah, there's not a lot there. Like I think Cam Robinson could be serviceable. I like Titus Howard, and we'll see on Blake Fisher and Nursery, but they're second round picks, like you said. So there is the upside there that they're actually plus starters.
Yeah, and just
but Laken Tomlinson,
in the context of all these other guys, like Titus Howard because of his contract, and then draft position wise, Ursery and Blake Fisher are the two guys that the Texans have invested in the most. The rest of these guys are either later round draft picks or just kind of jags of NFL.
There's
players.
A lot of jag on this offensive line.
Just
like, there's a lot of
journeyman.
Conor McGregor. Who is this guy on this offensive line?
That's why.
That guy.
Thank you, Connor.
I give the credit. You give the credit to Connor. I'm giving it to AJ.
Connor's the one who said it.
I guess.
Without him, AJ would have had nothing to
that's okay, factually true.
But I think that it's a competition just because none of these guys are above having to compete for their job. So, in the Doctor Strange, all the possible combinations, like there probably is a lot of combinations. I can see where if you go, hey, week 1, it's this starting 5 on the offensive line, and be like, sure. And then you can do a completely different one of, maybe Titus Howard's the only constant, but he's playing a different position, whether it's left guard, right guard, right tackle.
I think he's played 4 of the 5 spots, everything but center.
I'd just be like, sure, that's possible too. Like none of these guys, I would be surprised if they're either on the starting lineup or not in the starting lineup for this offensive line.
So you brought up Doctor Strange. Now, obviously, the big scene was he gives the one for the one scenario that plays out where they defeat Thanos and everything's fine.
Yes.
Is there one scenario where we're fine with the offensive line? Do you think that? What is your hope that actual one scenario exists that we're, let's say, first week in October, we're like, you know what, this offensive line not that bad.
I mean, I cannot tell you. I have no idea.
Yeah, that's
because the whole idea is that they, with the Laramie Tunsil trade, is that they are getting less talented, but they believe
voluntarily.
Yes,
yeah.
But they believe that they can make up for that in culture and in coaching, going from Chris Strasser to Cole Popovich.
Cole Popovich, yeah.
That's the
and
the
Nick
sell,
and Nick Haley too.
And yes,
yeah.
And but that is the sell job on this thing, is that no one that we get back will be as good as Laramie Tunsil. These guys, even added up, will not be the same value as Laramie Tunsil as a football player. But it's all the other stuff that we're upgrading. It's the, I've called it the power of friendship. That's a little bit demeaning to the plan.
End of the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie.
Yes, but it is basically that.
Where they all hold hands to destroy Ronan, or to kill Ronan the Destroyer.
None of them are as powerful, but together they can form an alliance that is as strong. So that is possible. And by the way, that they become a merely below average offensive line.
Is that what we're shooting for?
That's my hey, 18th best. I'm okay. I'm okay. You're giving CJ Stroud a chance.
Yeah, if they end the list ranked 18th, like on the PFF,
that's a great year.
Oh my god, yeah, home run.
Did you see
Cole
these guys?
Popovich, assistant coach of the year.
Yeah, so I mean, there is that possibility that I can do that. It's just me picking the names of the guys that
I
will do that.
wasn't asking you to pick the names.
Okay.
Just like, do you think there's talent enough to get there? Like, but the only problem is since we're using the power of friendship, Guardians of the Galaxy reference, like no one there is actually like half god like Quill. Like Quill could withstand the blast that killed Ronan because he was part god. I don't see a part god on this offensive line.
No.
I mean, maybe they had one. It was Laramie Tunsil, but he's now in Washington.
These guys are more of a Suicide Squad.
All right.
What I want to do watching these guys.
Comic Cast Wednesdays at 8 o'clock if you want to hear more comic book references. But we got to get out on the other side of the break. It is time for Soft Boys. Who's been soft in the world of sports? And if you want to weigh in on anything Texans or just the Soft Boys we're about to name, make sure to give us a call or a text on the HRMP list line 713-780-3776. Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, AJ Russ with you here for Paul Gallant filling in. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back. ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. In honor of the time Rockets coach Ime Udoka called LeBron James a soft little boy, it is time for Soft Boys here on the Paul Gallant Show. Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, AJ Russ here with you, filling in for Paul Gallant. Did I get the intro mostly correct?
Good preamble. That's the usual.
That is. I thought I nailed it. I mean, like, I hear this show a lot on my way into work, so I thought I could.
He'll
nail
throw
that.
in a like Ime Udoka told LeBron to stop bitching.
Yeah,
he'll do
yeah.
that
I don't know. I couldn't remember if Paul did it the exact same way
He
every
changes
time.
it up a
Okay, he runs with it a little bit. So let's start off with something that came from last night's Astros game. Dalton Feely of John Boy Media. He's also with, I think, Talking Baseball or Talking Yanks, one of those shows. He talked about the Altuve run where there was the wild pitch and he scored while the bases were loaded from third base. And it went to replay, of course. And we've seen the overhead shot. It looks pretty clearly like Altuve was not safe. His hand was blocked. He didn't quite get there, and his hand kind of got stepped on too. I haven't heard an update on that.
I'm ready for the
alpha. Yeah, especially since his hand. We got a little bit of PTSD from hand injuries to the Astros, but thoughts and prayers to Jose Altuve's hand.
He's in today's lineup.
Yeah, good Lord. Yeah, it's a day game, right? They're not already going. I'm sure it's like a 3:00 start there. I don't know. I didn't pay attention.
Yeah, it's a 2:40 start.
2:40 start.
And
okay.
He is not in the lineup, but it's also a getaway game.
It's a getaway game, Sean. So no alarm bells
but
right
he is
now.
not in the start.
So anyway, Jose Altuve scores on a wild pitch, comes home from third, and looked like he was out, but replay did not overturn the call, and the run stood. And that prompted Dalton Feely of John Boy Media, who John Boy Media historically loved the Astros. There's no doubt about that. That prompted a tweet from him saying, "Safe? Why have replay when we don't use it properly? Question mark, exclamation, question mark, explanation. Potentially a season-altering review failure by New York." Which, one, the Astros were up 1 at the time. Jose Altuve comes around to score. And so now they're up 2. They win by 2. Jose Altuve's run did not affect the outcome.
Insurance run.
Yeah, very definition of an insurance run. But it didn't actually come back to matter at all. Like, if he never scored, if the out had been called correctly, or if the review had overturned it, the result either way is Astros win. Like, the idea that Dalton Feely jumped to a potentially season-altering review failure by New York. I mean, one, the run didn't matter. The Astros would have won either way. And two, 1 game of 162?
Yeah.
Like, this feels like
the D-backs could have been 51-51. Now they're 50-52.
Season-altering review!
And there's 3 teams ahead of them for the 3rd wild card in the NL.
God. Yeah.
Potentially season-altering.
I can't call anything season-altering when you're below 500. Like,
yes, and when there's 3 teams ahead of you for the 3rd wild card.
The 3rd wild card. And again, the run didn't bleeping matter. The Astros win regardless.
Yeah. I mean,
although it did get dicey there in the 9th, but
I guess
it didn't matter.
It's potentially Eugenio Suarez changing of what apartment he's going to live in for the next 2 months. But I mean, he's probably getting dealt no matter what at the deadline, even if they won. Even if you just you're right that this was a run to go up 2 in a game that they won by 2 and were winning at the time.
Right.
Even if you just say that the D-backs win that game and they win today, that does not mean that they're all of a sudden not sellers at the deadline.
Right. Like, if they don't ground into a double play to end the game, like if Brian King gives it up after he allowed 3 runners on base, and they win today to win the series, like, okay, they're still they're still chasing the 3rd wild card. They're still right around 500. Like, I don't think it changes much with their season.
They play Pittsburgh. They start a road trip going to Pittsburgh.
No, it could be Pittsburgh. Unless Paul Skeens is on them. Well,
I think
Pirates still do lose plenty of games with Paul Skeens.
Yeah, I was going to say. It doesn't really matter, but I do think Skeens is... Oh, no, Skeens actually picked the other day. But then they played the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah, good luck with that, Arizona. Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, so, I mean...
Soft.
Yeah, very soft. Very soft.
Very soft there from Dalton Feely of John Boy Media. All right, someone else soft. Stick with baseball. I don't know if you saw this, but a little leaguer got banned for a bat flip. Soft. SAWFT. Soft.
Thank you.
So apparently a little kid got suspended. That suspension stemmed from an incident that occurred on July 16th, so not that long ago, during a Little League baseball tournament in New Jersey. According to the lawsuit, because spoiler alert, there's a lawsuit now to try to get this kid back in. But according to the lawsuit, in the 6th inning, the kid hit a home run to center field and then celebrated by tossing his bat in the air. Apparently the umpire, because there's 2 soft nominations here, apparently the umpire actually attempted to disallow the home run initially, but got overruled. The home run stood, but then the officials suspended the little kid from the game, and the parents are now having to sue to try to get the suspension overturned and allow the kid to play. We're kicking kids out of Little League Baseball apparently because of a bat flip. Something they see how many times a day on their TV from the major leagues?
Yeah.
Something that in the article, they point this out because this is part of the lawsuit. In the article, it points out the official Little League Twitter account has celebrated these moments before with video on their Twitter page, sending out videos of kids hitting home runs and bat flipping. And we're kicking kids out and suspending, trying to take away the home run too. Thankfully, that one at least got overturned. But now they're having to hire lawyers and go think about that, guys. AJ, Sean, think about that. They're so soft that not only are they trying to suspend it, people are having to hire lawyers to go to court over a damn bat flip.
Not only are they suspending them, they're fighting in court.
They're fighting in court
to make sure that they suspend this kid.
Pearl clutching. My God, I don't understand.
Oh wow, these kids are a little bit older than I thought. Too.
How old are they?
No, I'm just judging by the video.
Oh,
just
okay.
Judging by how tall
I
the kid
didn't
is.
see the age, and obviously I'm not giving out any names. I don't think the article gives out any names either.
I don't think they say that any.
No,
ages
which
too,
you
but-
shouldn't with minors. But yeah, just absolutely soft there from New Jersey in Little League Baseball. So, all right, one more bit of news, one more story here for soft boys. This is something you brought to my attention. I hadn't seen it yet, but Indiana's football coach is a little soft there, huh, Sean?
Yes, Indiana coach Kirk Cignetti. Big Ten Media Days going on, and recently, I think this was a couple weeks ago, Indiana announced that they canceled a home and home a couple years from now with Virginia, and removing Virginia leaves no future Power Four teams on their non-conference games, like going until 2030. They just won't play a Power Conference non-conference game. It's a lot of Kennesaw State. It's a lot of Old Dominion, Indiana State.
A lot of guys that we could have picked from in our college football 26 dynasty.
And Indiana State, a team we couldn't because they're not FBS.
True. Kennesaw State's on there though, and so is Old Dominion.
And when asked about it, Kirk Cignetti said this. Here's the bottom line.
Thank you, Stone Cold.
I don't think he delivered it like that.
He didn't catch a beer and smash them together as he was reading.
Would not be on Soft Boys if he did that.
Yeah, that's true. Very good point.
We picked up an extra home game. We played 9 conference games. Cignetti said the best 2 conferences in college football, and any football guy that is that's objective will tell you, are the Big Ten, the SEC. 12 of the SEC teams play 3 group of 5 teams or an FCS team. 12 of those teams, some Steiner math too.
Yeah, there's definitely some Steiner math. You can skip
blah,
ahead.
blah, blah. So we figured that we would adopt the SEC's scheduling philosophy. Some people don't like it. I'm more focused on the 9 conference games.
Yeah, so I look at this, and obviously this is soft from a number of different directions. One, now until 2030, so 2025, 2026, 27, 28, 29, 5 seasons, you don't play a single Power 4 conference team until you play Notre Dame in 2030. This is going back a little bit. Remember how Bill Snyder built up Kansas State, basically playing the nurses' colleges for a long time until they kind of built the program up? That's kind of what it feels like, even though obviously Indiana was pretty good last year. But on top of that, what makes it even softer is not only do they not have a single Power 4 team on their non-conference schedule until 2030, but the one that they canceled is Virginia. Of all the soft touches of Power 4 conference teams, you could even if your objective is, I want to play the softest ass schedule I can because I need to build up wins to make sure that I have a 10+ win season to be appealing to the college football playoff.
Yeah,
fine. But Virginia is the I think you're okay still playing Virginia. That's what makes if without that piece of it, I wouldn't be convinced as much that it was soft. But the fact that you had to go so far as canceling Virginia,
yeah, if it was Clemson, I would get it. Yeah,
so soft.
Jake Crane on Twitter pointed out that this year LSU is playing at Clemson in the non-conference. Texas is playing at Ohio State.
Right.
Bama is playing at FSU. Auburn is playing at Baylor. Tennessee is playing Syracuse. And South Carolina is playing Virginia Tech and Clemson in non-conference games this season. So even the SEC, he pointed out very, very selectively that they play 3 group of 5 teams. but they have 4 non-conference games in the SEC, and the vast majority of SEC teams play one.
Yeah, even Texas last year obviously played Michigan.
Yeah.
They've got I mean,
Florida is going to play Florida State. Like,
Yeah.
so a lot of these are the rivalry games where they have one kind of built in where they're going to play an ACC team. Like you said, the Oklahoma's playing Michigan this year. Like
Yeah. I mean, he's right in that they usually play an Old Dominion, or there's usually a soft touch there. Like usually, like in November, like Wofford or Samford or one of those schools is usually on the schedule at some point as basically a bye week. But they also almost always play one legit school.
Yeah.
I mean, Texas played Alabama back-to-back years. Obviously, Texas wasn't in the SEC at the time, but Alabama was playing Texas in a home and home. So yeah, I thought the excuse making there from Indiana was pretty bad.
I get he can't just go, we're Indiana. Like
exactly.
that's why
exactly.
we need to win as many games as possible
Just
at all
canceling
times.
Virginia, man.
I know.
Like, okay, you need the soft schedule, but Virginia was already a soft part of your schedule. Yeah, Virginia. All right. Soft boy. Very soft. So who's the softest of the boys, would you say, of this group?
The Little League.
Yeah.
Little
People
League.
going to court.
New Jersey Little League.
Yeah. Over bat flips. Crazy. All right. We got to get out. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN Radio 97.5, 92.5. If you want to weigh in on anything we talked about in Soft Boys or coming up next in the 10-minute drill, hit us up, text or phone call on the HRMP listener line 713-780-3776. Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, AJ Russ here with you until 3. Then we hand it over to the Killer Bees. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about the big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
No Paul Gallant today. Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, AJ Russ with you here, and we'll be back on Friday. Thursday, you'll have Will Kunkel and Joe George out at Cadillac Grill on Shepherd as a part of our Summer Circus series to go out and check out the boys there, along with the Killer Bees on Thursday. But right now, the 10-minute drill, 43 days as the countdown continues to the NFL season. And the obvious 43, Sean, for the NFL, of course, Troy Polamalu.
Yes,
He of many great Head and Shoulders commercials.
Yes.
He of several most famous for
several great highlights that any NFL account will just randomly tweet out in the offseason. Just like remember when he jumped over the line, that kind of stuff. Yeah, Polamalu, one of the best players of the 2000s, right, AJ?
1,000%. Yeah.
Okay. Do you
Yeah,
know?
he's got to be on the.
I'm not that. I mean, I'm about like.
I don't know.
I see what you're doing.
I don't know. He was on the cover of Madden like 2008. Like that's
the first
he was on the cover of Madden when you weren't playing Madden yet. Yeah.
I started playing Madden like 08, 09,
Yeah.
like when I was 5.
What,
he was on
you're
the
six?
first.
No,
He was like the first Madden guy that he remembers. Houston Texans to wear number 43.
I looked it up. Do you have it in front of you? Because you also have the list. Go ahead.
Jonathan Grimes is the only one that
well, we've heard of more than that. Like Neville Hewitt played recently.
Yeah. I meant more like noteworthy. I guess Neville Hewitt, because he played 2 years ago.
Grimes. I mean, Grimes is only there for 1 year, 2012. But at least he only wore 43 1 year. I don't remember how long he was there. I don't know.
Yeah.
Other names that wore 43.
This is just naming.
Yeah. Hey, AJ, have that Conor McGregor drop ready. So other names that have worn 43 for the Houston Texans: Anthony Chelsea.
Who the f*** is that guy?
I don't know. Jamel Cook.
Who the f*** is that guy?
No idea. Albert Mack.
Who the f*** is that guy?
By the way, Albert Mack.
I mean,
he was an Oiler. Like he was on an Oilers team with George Blanda. You know, like
it sounds like a guy selling insurance. That's what I was thinking.
Albert Mack.
I think I've had my taxes done by a guy named Albert
Mack had a face mask with a bar in the middle in between his eyes.
Yes, definitely did on a black and white NFL films with John Facenda, the voice of God, doing the narration. A couple more names for you: Corey Moore.
Who the f*** is that guy?
I don't know. Kenny Wright, I've heard of. He was original Texan.
Corey Moore and Kenny Wright are very much like I am 7 years into Madden, and these guys are the draft picks.
And then last one who wore 43 for the Houston Texans, someone else I've actually heard of because it was semi recently, but Sharice Wright. So but a lot of Connor drops on that number 43 list for the Houston
40s
Texans.
are tough. The 40s are tough.
40s are tough. All right, 10-minute drill. We'll have to make this semi-abbreviated, but some of this news on like Trey Hendrickson and Terry McLaurin, I don't think is going to change before Friday, so maybe we could talk about that later. But there is a overrated, underrated team list put out by The Athletic. I want to get your thoughts on these. So I'll name out the 4 teams on each because they listed 4 for both. And give me who your most overrated team among that list is, and then who your most underrated list our team is from that list. And I know for one of these, AJ, I know who's going to say because the Cowboys are on the list. So I have a feeling where AJ is going to go. But AJ, we'll still get you to weigh in here. So they're overrated team list for the NFL this year from The Athletic. The Bills, Lions, 49ers, and Bengals. Who's most overrated?
I think it's the Bengals. I think they're still overrated. I don't think they get enough
because
credit.
Of how bad their defense is. And a defense that sounds like might not have Trey Hendrickson.
The 2 things that they could have done to make their defense better is to have Shamar Turner or Shamar Stewart
sign with them,
and Trey Hendrickson, because then you can at least talk me into, hey, they're doing the Freeney Mathis thing of like
we'll get ahead, and then we got pass rushers that can pin their ears back.
Which still like those teams still had like good safeties, and they had Bob Sanders. They had good corners, but they had the only reason they didn't make the playoffs because of how terrible the defense is, and they're actively alienating their 2 best defenders.
Yeah, actively. You hear the quote from Mike Brown a couple days ago, Bengals owner, talked about how we don't want to sign players who are in jail. This is why, and we'll get to Jerry Jones in a little while. This is why sometimes you got to take the keys away from Grandpa. Okay, like there's same applies to Jerry Jones. Actually, for him, it's take away the microphone. But
those other 3 teams, I think like they can make the playoffs.
I think all 4 teams can make the playoffs. Mine actually most overrated was the 49ers. Like the 49ers are like kind of perennially and this might warrant a call from Julian at some point because I'm going to downgrade the 49ers. But like the 49ers are always a team that is going to be at the top, it feels like, of most talented rosters. And I still feel like they're there. It just feels like they're on much thinner ice than they have been a long time.
They're on the downslope.
Yeah, they're on the
downslope,
but it just feels like
relative
if
to
everything goes
recently.
perfect, yes. But like one thing goes wrong, if George Kittle has an injury, if Ayuk doesn't come back the way they hope, if this possible holdout with Juwan Jennings isn't resolved, or he doesn't play as well as last year, if what seems to happen every other year with Christian McCaffrey, if he isn't healthy, if there's a lot of ifs with them, to where if I don't think they get answered favorably, it could be a lot like last year.
And that is all fair. I will say, and maybe this is wrong for me for baking this in. I think Warren Sharp had them as like one of the 5 easiest schedules in the league.
Okay, that helps. And they were the last.
I think they had the easiest. Actually.
The easiest.
That helps because they were last in the NFC West.
Yeah, so
year,
that's my only like. I think they're just going to win more games than you think because of how easy that schedule is. I don't disagree with you on
they could still be overrated though.
Yeah,
and because of an easy schedule, make the playoffs. But because there's obviously people that'll pick them as a sexy Super Bowl favorite. AJ, who's your most overrated team amongst these 4? Bills, Lions, 49ers, Bengals.
The hater in me wants to say 49ers, but I think the Bengals too as well, because I mean you just can't trust their starts as well. I mean you don't want to do yourself to a hole.
They lost week 1 to the Patriots.
Exactly.
At home
every year they start 1-3.
Exactly. I was watching the quarterbacks yesterday, and they were 1-4 last season. Like just reflecting on that was crazy.
Someone, I wish I had the stat in front of me, but someone put out Joe Burrow's September record.
Yeah, he's terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible. But like once they get into November, like their November-December record's amazing.
And they don't have that wiggle room this year.
Right.
No, I don't. Especially in that division.
They didn't have it last
year. As
year.
Good as that division.
That's the reason they missed the playoffs because
they were
lost
9-8, but they started off. I think they won
1-4.
Yeah, well, 1-4, but I was thinking further into the season. I think they were 5-9 at one point, and they had to, or 5-8, and they had to run off a bunch of wins in a row to even be in the conversation for the playoffs. All right, to the underrated side of this. All right, one of these is for you, AJ, but they're underrated teams: the Chargers, Cowboys, Cardinals, Jaguars. I don't know if I think any of these teams are underrated, honestly, but Sean, who's most underrated on this list?
Give me Arizona. I think Arizona. Oh, I'll let him talk about.
Yeah,
the
go ahead and say the Cowboys. AJ. Go ahead.
I think Arizona just they have a severe lack of like sexiness at the skill positions other than Marvin Harrison.
Yeah, James Conner's not sexy.
James Conner,
Trey
and then
McBride, he's kind of sexy, or at least for fantasy.
Yeah, but then you got like Dortch and
Greg Dortch.
Like you get very quickly to Dortch and Michael Wilson.
Any team that's starting a guy named Greg Dortch is by definition not a sexy offense.
And their defense is very much I'd say it's a Jonathan Gannon joint of it's a lot of guys where they're not stars, but they were a pretty good defense given the relative lack of talent. They had the corner from Michigan, Will Johnson, from the draft this year. So I think there's pieces there that they can at least be, interesting. I'm also judging that based on, underrated. So you are taking into account how people are rating them.
Sure.
And I feel like most of these other teams have a decent amount of hype, including AJ's Dallas Cowboys.
All right, go ahead and say the Cowboys.
Well, talk about the Cardinals real quick, because I do like that pick. They also added Josh Sweat too, so that's pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
And he's with Jonathan Gannon when he's in Philadelphia, so that's solid. And they beat on the 49ers, I think, for sure once, but maybe even twice last year.
Yeah, so. Wide open division too with the Niners.
Exactly.
I guess I just like the NFC West. I don't like the Seahawks.
You're not a believer in Sam Darnold?
Heck no.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you. I'm just setting y'all up. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, I mean, Sam Darnold fooled me once, fooled me twice. Other than basically fooled me every year, other than that one year with Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota.
The first 12 games of last
year. Yeah, he fell apart. He's certainly pumpkin. But AJ, who's not that I don't know who it is. Who's your team that's most underrated on this list?
Well, I mean, if you want me to talk about the Cowboys, I think they're going to be either 10-6 or 11-7. And me and Sean were just talking about this during the break, though, because he actually knows ball. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying in general. I'm saying because compared to other people.
Fired.
No, not to you. I'm just saying in general.
It's just the way it came off.
Yeah, that was bad. My bad. But I think also Dak is a top 10 quarterback as well too. If you just look at the season that he had fully healthy like 2 years ago, he was second to MVP.
He thinks he's like top 5.
No, I didn't say that. I never said that. I never said that. I think it's Matthew Stafford after. Nah, I said 7 or 8. That's realistic. Okay. I told y'all I'm not a delusional fan.
That is true. Yeah. That is true. Because I mean, no offense to this is true for me as well. you were not alive for the last time the Cowboys won anything.
Yeah, that's
so.
true. That's very true.
Yeah, neither were you.
You have
yeah.
a different demeanor on this.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. But no, I
Than
think they're
the
gonna be
40-year-old
they're gonna be solid. I mean, and they're gonna get this Micah Parsons situation done. I mean, Jerry's just doing all these negotiation tactics, same thing with Micah, but
Save the
yeah.
thoughts. We got playing
More
with
on the
boys.
Cowboys
Yeah,
later.
more on the Cowboys coming up. You know what?
Chargers and Jags, I'm morally opposed to.
Yeah. Like I cannot trust Justin Herbert or Trevor Lawrence until proven otherwise.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Chargers are going to be pretty good just because of Harbaugh. Like,
yes, see, that's the thing. Like, I
just-
wanted to say the Chargers because of Harbaugh. He's won everywhere, and he won last year. They still made the playoffs.
Tough division as well.
Yeah, very tough division. I don't
so-
think the Raiders are even a soft touch this year. But you know what? I'm not just trying to pump up our boy AJ, but I think it actually is the Cowboys.
What?
Yeah, I do because I think because of the hire of Brian Schottenheimer, because of the Micah Parsons drama, because of how poorly their year went last year when Dak got hurt, I think people are kind of down on them. Where I don't think they're a great team. I think they win 10 games, but I think people are kind of. I've seen some people kind of predicting a bottom out. I don't think it's that.
Yeah, I think people are reacting to last year and kind of forgetting that Dak Prescott missed most of the season.
Yeah, hamstring, and I don't remember if there's another injury.
No, it was hamstring like ripped off the bone.
Yeah, that's right.
So he missed the last like 8 weeks or however much.
Yeah, I know he missed the Texans game. That was a Cooper Rush joint.
Yuck.
Favorable.
No thanks.
Favorable.
No thanks. But no Cooper Rush this year. It's gonna be.
Thank God. And then freaking Eagles fans are flexing about, we swept y'all. Dude, Cooper Rush is starting. Like, come on, man.
There we
All
go.
right, cut this guy's line.
Yeah, we're gonna go to break.
enough positive Cowboys.
No,
talk.
yeah. Because on the other side of the break, we're gonna bleep all over the Cowboys.
Smack talking the Super Bowl champ.
Yes, he did. He did.
Nobody worry about them.
You should. You really should.
They're really good. ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, AJ Rusty. I don't know if you could tell, Cowboys fan of the group. In for Paul Gallant. Don't go anywhere because on the other side of the break, we're going to talk about Jerry Jones. It'll be time for Playing with the Boys. Don't go anywhere.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Not Paul Gallant. It's Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, and AJ Russ here with you until 3 o'clock. Then we'll hand it over to the Killer Bees. We'll also be back on Friday, but tomorrow, make sure to go out and check Will Kunkel along with Joe George out at Cadillac Grill on Shepherd. It's part of our Summer Circus series. Killer Bees will also be there as well from 3 to 6. It'll be time for playing with the boys here in just a second, but we got a couple of texts in after AJ. What was the quote? Ain't worried about them?
Worried about
the Cowboys fan talking about the Philadelphia Eagles. So we got a couple of texts in. I think we're set off by AJ there from 8022. Cowgirls suck, go Birds.
Okay.
Which is this. I mean, tried and true. Like he didn't reach far in the playbook. Like that was first page of the playbook to call them Cowgirls.
Yeah,
it's kind of the first play of the page.
Yet effective.
Yeah, it's the halfback.
Not affecting me, but it's okay.
AJ is unfazed by this hate from the Eagles fans.
Yeah, he was born in those, molded by
it. Thank you, Bane.
Again, he hasn't lived to see the.
That's true. Yeah, I think that makes it more impressive that he's this confident, even though he didn't experience the championship.
I recently watched the Tony Romo Football Life
I saw that too,
documentary on NFL Network. Do you remember the 2007 Dallas Cowboys losing to the Giants? Like, dude, is that like a memory?
I more so remember like the year after when they made the playoffs.
Okay.
But now you talking about when he
when they
dropped
went to Cancun the week before losing to the Giants.
Yeah, it was him and Jason Witten went to Cancun. Yeah,
they touched on that.
Did they? Yeah. Did they touch on the fumbled field goal hold?
Yeah,
against Seattle.
It's by far the most depressing football like non-personal tragedy division.
Right.
Like like it is the most depressing because like there isn't a like, man, we really went out on top. Like
because usually in those documentaries they want to build to a point where the hero of the story overcomes the triumphs.
The good part was when he came in for Drew Bledsoe in 2006. And then it's just kind of like the 2007 game. He got hurt a couple times. The Des Cottick game, and then a career-ending injury. And that's the football life of Tony Romo. I'm just like, oh my God.
Yeah. God, that was an hour show.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll be watching that one.
No.
I like the football life documentaries, but
I did feel like they lowered their standard. No offense. They lowered their standards.
Like
Tony Romo,
like
again, there's not a good part. There's not like a triumph at any point.
Well, I guess the pushback on the triumph was actually even being an NFL quarterback.
Yes.
Was it Eastern Washington?
Something like
Eastern
Illinois.
Eastern Illinois. Yeah. It's like the fact that he even got to the NFL as a starter from where he came from is impressive. But yeah, once he got to the NFL, it was. I mean, there were Pro Bowls. Like he had that as a high, but it was never really.
But all the big moments were
all
fumbling
negative.
the snap against the Seahawks.
So one more text from 8022 for AJ. And go ahead and save the South Boys or the playing with the boys. Yeah, we'll do it on the coming back.
This is playing with the boys.
Yeah. We'll do it coming back. We got to talk about Jerry Jones, but so from 8022 AJ wants to know if you want to make a bet. Let's make a bet, AJ, that the Eagles sweep the bum ass Cowgirls again this year. What's up?
I'm down for that for sure. That's not happening.
Okay.
All right.
Split.
Now we got to facilitate. We got to facilitate.
Yeah,
this
I think
bet.
that's split.
Oh,
okay.
I was hoping you'd say Cowboy sweep.
I would love it.
But you don't want to be unreasonable.
Yeah, for sake of the show, say sweep, AJ. Come on.
Not being unreasonable. Talking about a team that's.
I mean, we'll see what happens September 4th, but I'm confident.
Last year.
So you want to make a bet, AJ? What are you willing to bet here?
Talking about how much?
I'm just seeing what we're putting on the line. Maybe 802. Like he's the one that threw out the challenge. Maybe he should put out the bet, and then we'll see if AJ takes it. We'll go that direction. All right, let's go ahead and get out. We'll carry over the conversation on the other side of the break.
More Cowboys.
More Cowboys. Can't wait. But I promise you, it's more fun because we get to make fun of Jerry Jones. That when the Paul Gallant Show returns. Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, AJ Russ with you here until 3 o'clock. ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. All right, time to play with the boys. ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Try to make that as like a official sounding as possible while also leading into the cheese. I don't know if it was successful. I don't know. ESPN Radio 97.5, 92.5. Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, and AJ Russ in for Paul Gallant. And it's time to talk about those Cowboys, as Jimmy Johnson once said. But first, a few texts in on this AJ confidence about his Cowboys not getting swept by the Eagles. So from 80, I think this is all coming from one person. From 8022, AJ has a weird allegiance to losers. AJ, you gotta.
Oh, my feelings are hurt.
Yeah, he just likes the Cowboys.
Yeah, he just likes the Cowboys.
He likes other winners.
From 8924, at least Tony Romo wasn't Quincy Carter. True.
That is true.
Quincy Carter made a playoff though, so
yeah. No, Romo
he wasn't good, but he made
was
a
good
playoff.
quarterback.
Yeah,
I just mean
sure.
the documentary. Each of the beats were negative. Like
Yeah,
every time they went to commercial break, it was something depressing.
The tease was always coming up. He fumbles again. Yeah, exactly. All right, so we got the bet now from 8022. We'll see if AJ accepts the bet.
That is
here's my Twitter handle. He gives. I should give it out, right? I don't think he cares. He's sending it to the text line. All right, his Twitter handle is at Space City HODL. If you want to hit him up, AJ. His bet to you, AJ. Loser of the bet has to drink a bottle of hot sauce on camera. You taking this bet?
I actually love hot sauce. So
okay,
let's do it. But I'm not gonna have to do it though.
All right.
I'm not gonna have to do it.
Oh, you're not gonna do it?
I'm not gonna have to do it because you're not getting swept.
All right, so hit him up again. It's at Space.
Wait. Okay, so this is as long as Dak Prescott doesn't get hurt though. Because
oh my god.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
So terms are. The Dallas Cowboys do not get swept by the Eagles.
Right. With Dak playing both games.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. I think we've got a bet.
A split or a Dallas sweep, which we don't want to rule out, folks. I'm okay ruling that out. But then the
Space City HODL.
Yes, he has to chug the
if Dak plays both games and wins either one, then Space City HODL has to chug a bottle of hot sauce on camera.
He could be cooked in 43 days. Technically.
Man, they just got some confidence.
Oh, yeah, they play week 1.
Yeah. This is fun. Do we have in? No, that's actually someone else.
You agreed to chugging hot sauce very quick. I will say that.
I love hot sauce.
Yeah, he definitely leaned in.
But you're also 23. So.
Yeah. Someone else who should chug a bottle of hot sauce, so perhaps he'll quit talking. How about that transition, huh? Jerry Jones
might kill the old man.
Yeah, well, some Cowboys fans might be happy about that. But anyway, Jerry Jones was saying words, unfortunately, I think. Yeah, he talks a lot, never shied away from a camera or a microphone. Jerry Jones talking about getting asked about the Micah Parsons contract situation. This first quote we'll hear right now, AJ, let's play the one, should have waited on Diggs and Steele.
Well, you kind of wait for it a little bit. You've done deals, though, early with Trayvon Diggs, with Terrence Steele before it was time for it. What's the difference between those situations and a situation like CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons?
Frankly, should we have waited on Diggs and Steele? Oh, you brought them up. I didn't.
Well, the other thing is the willingness. I mean, you have players who are, who decide, hey, I'm willing to wait. And I'm going to wait on bigger numbers. And then you got other players who want to be more conservative and say, hey, I'd like to have my money now. And that's every person's different. Every player's different.
I love that Stephen Jones had to step in for Dad and
take the wheel.
Yeah, take the wheel. I think it's time to take the keys away from Grandpa, because Jerry Jones' response to a fairly, I would say, a fair question from the reporter there was to crap on two other players on his roster by saying, maybe we shouldn't have signed those guys early. Your answer to why are you handling Micah Parsons this way is, well, because those two guys over there suck. Or not living up to the contract.
Yeah, just haven't been available.
And thankfully, Stephen Jones well, it's actually because some players' motivations are different. Dad, please put down the microphone. Two more quotes from Jerry Jones. These are, I think, the more fun ones here. But Jerry Jones talking about Micah Parsons, and he might even not even play the whole season.
Just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year.
Facts.
Seriously.
Serious?
We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
Grandpappy Jerry, man. Like,
great
again, his response to a Micah Parsons thing is crap on Dak Prescott. Like that, like, why are we letting this man? Well, I'm thankful he's in front of the microphone because it's providing us content.
And factually correct.
Well, no, because Micah Parsons didn't actually miss 6 games.
Yeah, it was 4.
But
Yeah, he missed
Dak
4.
did.
Dak missed a bigger chunk of the season. But
Yeah,
he starts. It's like, well, we might not even had him. Micah Parsons missed 6 games. Well, no, we didn't. And 2, yes, that is the understood risk with signing anybody in football. You've got 53 guys on the game day roster, or the 47 because the inactives, but all those guys could get hurt on any given play, and you'd be paying them to be hurt and not play. That is the understood given risk with every player that's ever played the game.
But only 2, and then soon to be 3 of them will be the highest paid player at their position on the Cowboys.
All right, another one from Jerry. Jerry gives I think the craziest what if to a Micah Parsons question I've ever heard. Go ahead, AJ.
The other thing I would say is contracts are 4 or 5 years. Okay. There's a lot of water under the bridge if you step out there and do something in the first 2 or 3. You can get hit by a car. Seriously. And so there's a lot to look at over a lot of years. It could make a big difference. Have you ever heard of any clubs committing to players and then they didn't pan out after they committed to them?
I have.
We have.
I love that. I just want to imagine the scenario that Jerry Jones is in, the war room there in Arlington or wherever. And they're talking about players they might want to re-sign or sign for free agency or draft. And it's like, well, I think this guy's more likely to get hit by a car. We gotta factor that in. Like, I don't know about Micah. He could get hit by a car.
I mean, they can't draft Georgia players.
Yes.
Like, they just can't. They can't
we need to do that research. Have they drafted a Georgia player in the last 5 years? Because
I mean, Pickens went to Georgia.
That's true. That's true. They traded
a little bit
before
the
rash of now they
Tokyo
got
drift.
Now they've got recruits or not even stepped on the field yet, or even having that problem.
Yeah, but I mean, he's right.
It could get hit by a car.
Hey, did someone in this room get into a car wreck in the last 24 hours?
That's true. I got hit by a car.
That's why.
Yeah, that's why I can't get.
That's why you walk into Joe's office. He's like, "I'm sorry, we can't give you the guaranteed money."
Yeah, I love that you think I would walk down and talk to Joe for the guaranteed money. I think I'd walk a little further down the hall. But I just loved a lot. Again, going back to the last things, like, well, he missed games. Like, yes, everybody on your roster, Jerry, Grandpa Jones, could get hit by a car. That's not a reason to not sign a player.
It's nice to not live in a walkable city.
Yeah, it's true. Less risk here because we're not walking from wherever
like
we
if
live
I
to
get
NRG.
if I get hit by a car, I'm in my car for the most part.
Yeah, for the most part.
I guess the parking lot's pretty treacherous sometimes, but
especially with that ramp, like you can't really see when you go up the ramp. If you're right there at right next to the ramp, you're definitely in a danger zone.
There's a couple blind turns too.
Yeah, there is.
Or no, they're not actually blind turns. People decide to take them blind, but
they take them blind, right? Yeah,
you can't see.
All right, so as you would expect, Micah Parsons had a response. Let's hear from Micah Parsons about what Jerry had to say.
Some teams with guys like Max, he was like, man, they knew I was coming up and they just want to take care of him. And I just say, must be nice, you know what I mean?
Is it hard to be patient to try to get a deal?
Oh, no, patience is a virtue. You know, I think it's key to patience. I think life is all about patience. Knowing when it's your turn, when it's your opportunity, then you maximize it.
You always help him when he's doing the rehab. Are you helping him with the contract? Because you got yours a little early.
Yeah, of course. Tell him stay patient. It's coming. He's the best player in the NFL. Like, why wouldn't you pay him?
Yeah, that other voice you heard was Trevon Diggs there, but like he pointed out Max Crosby, and what I think Jerry's missing in all of this, and why I think a lot of Cowboys fans hope Stephen Jones takes over sooner rather than later, is that Jerry Jones keeps pointing out the downside risk with all these possible signings. I mean, we're having fun because he's talking about dudes getting hit with a car, but he's really pointing out that, hey, long-term big money contracts don't always play out. Absolutely true. There's lots of guys that you get paid the big money and you don't really live up to the standards that you would hope for. But what he's missing in all of this is he's playing, in my opinion, the side with higher risk, because like I'd rather be early on a guy and get a value like the Texans did with Nico Collins than wait like he's done with CD, like he did with Dak, like he's doing now with Micah Parsons, and have to pay a bigger contract. Like on both sides, your dude could get hit by a car. But at least with the Texans, if Nico gets hit by a car, they got him like on a 3-year, $70 million deal versus having to reset the quarterback market at 60 for Dak, pay CD what he got paid instead of paying him before Justin Jefferson. And now they're doing the same thing with Micah Parsons. Like, there's so much opportunity to lower your risk and lower the investment if you get to the market early, rather than having to pay guys more because you're having to top whatever happened right before that.
And especially, using the Nico Collins example from the Texans, like he got that contract out off of 1 year of, A-level receiver production. And so part of that is they got a little bit of a discount because he wasn't entrenched as like one of the best 10, 5, whatever receivers in the league like he is now in all the receivers lists. And for a guy like Micah Parsons, for a guy like CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott too, these are guys that you knew pretty early was someone that you would want to invest the next contract in. Like these aren't the Tua or Trevor Lawrence, like I kind of need to hold my nose and sign this contract,
right?
Because we're kind of, it's the classic, like, well, you don't want to let this guy walk and not have a quarterback. So, I guess we're just gonna have to sign this deal. Like Dak Prescott's above that level of quarterback.
Oh, for certain, he's at least the top 10 quarterback.
And you knew that. I mean, shoot, like after his rookie year, yeah, you knew that.
Yeah, it was like 24 touchdowns, 4 interceptions his rookie year. Like,
yeah.
To expand upon your point, or the points we're both making, like, not only is there an advantage to being able to save money because you get to the market early and you get to set the market versus having to top what the market is already set. And then if something does go bad, like if you get hit by a car, as Jerry points out, then you're paying less money to the guy that got hit by a car than you would if you waited and had to set a new market.
Never mind what if no one gets hit by a car?
What is going on in Arlington, Fort Worth, and Dallas? That are there players? Are they getting hit by cars on the regular? What is going on there?
No, I don't know. I don't think so. Nothing jumps to mind.
Nothing jumps to mind.
There's that one fight among those like 5 women.
In
Frisco.
I'll be in the Dallas area next month. I'll let y'all know.
Yeah, let me know if there's just dudes getting hit by cars just all over the place.
Try not to get clipped.
Yeah, we might have to watch. Is Live PD been in Dallas? We might have to watch that if dudes are just getting hit all the time. No, but like the other point of that is like to what you said. Like, not only is there an opportunity to save money and lower your risk if they get hurt, but as you pointed out with Dak Prescott, like I would get waiting and wanting a guy to prove it if you're unsure about him. But these guys we're talking about, Dak Prescott, they knew right away. CeeDee Lamb, they knew right away. Micah Parsons, they knew.
One.
What, like, if you've gotten to the point, like, if you're in your honest evaluations, which I can't imagine this is not the case because of the caliber of the 3 players we're talking about, if you've gotten to the point of saying, that's our guy, then why are you waiting?
Yeah.
The only thing that's going to happen by you waiting is you paying more.
Yeah.
And hurting the players' feelings.
So, like, recent receivers, like the Niners negotiating with Brandon Ayuk.
Right.
Was that last year, I think?
Yeah. And then he got hurt quickly in the season.
Yeah. Car or on the football field?
Jerry was right.
No,
he didn't get hit by a car.
But Ayuk was someone who like was a second receiver and doesn't have that, track record.
Yeah, that CD did.
That CeeDee Lamb does. So I there's some guys where I understand the hesitancy to hand over this money to them, or at least like, hey, let's negotiate a little bit. But
not with the guys we're talking about.
The 3 Cowboys guys are all,
like, what's the other option? Like, especially with Dak. Like, it's one thing.
Joe Milton, baby.
Sorry?
Joe Milton.
That's right. I forgot they traded. They also traded for Trey Lance
talking
a few years
about
ago.
During the break.
Yeah.
Said it was better than
Bazooka Joe.
Said it was better than Jalen Hurts.
Oh, AJ, you didn't. Come on now. AJ did. I know
he didn't say
I
that.
know he's a Cowboys fan and delusional by nature, but he's not that delusional. He's not that
I
delusional.
warned him though, like, don't let Joe Milton have a good preseason. Like,
Yeah, they're all gonna. It's gonna be crazy.
Do you have any hot Trey Lance takes after they traded for him, AJ?
Absolutely not.
No, that's.
I thought
all
it was
right.
pointless.
Okay, that's good. That's good. I
Super
mean,
trash.
why trade for Trey Lance? He could hit. He could get hit by a car. You never know.
Shut up.
All right. On the other side of the break, let's move on for the Cowboys. Enough about the Cowboys. Let's talk about the Texans.
Woo.
What are you most excited about for the Texans this year? Their potential, and also who on the roster are you giving the most side eye to? Who are you most nervous about? Who are you unsure about? That when the Paul Gallant Show returns to ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Welcome back in ESPN Radio 97.5, 92.5. Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, and AJ Russ in for Paul Gallant today. Three more segments to go. We go to 3 o'clock. Hand it over to Joel and Jeremy on the Killer Bees, and we'll be back on Friday. Will Kunkel and Joe George with you tomorrow, live from Cadillac Bar on Shepherd as part of our Summer Circus series. Killer Bees will also be there from 3 to 6 as well. So go out and say hi to the fellas. So talking Texans right now, I had to move on for the Cowboys. It was fun making fun of Jerry Jones, but yeah, let's get back to a team that Oh God, I was trying to think of how I could bury the Cowboys, but I have too
There's
many.
one more playoff
Yeah,
game
I
since
know.
2002.
That's fair, but they haven't made it past
won
second round.
Yeah, they have won a one more playoff game than the Cowboys.
Back-to-back division winners.
It doesn't matter, Brian.
Weak division.
Doesn't matter.
I mean,
all right.
Yeah,
Speak
got me there.
Truth. Speak your truth,
No,
AJ.
you got.
I can't just say nothing.
It is the truth. I mean, NFC East is a much better division. All right, but the question this segment, as the Texans return and training camp starts today, it's football time in Houston. Shout out to Clay Walker. What excites you most about the team and the potential this year? For me, Sean, it's that, and I know this is sometimes hard to rectify based upon what happened in CJ Stroud's rookie year, because we were all very excited of what happened that year. But to me, what I'm most excited for is just to have what I hope will be, because there's obviously some unknown here, but a competent play caller with Nick Caley coming over from the Rams to replace Bobby Slowick, because we saw it so many times last year, but I think it was never easier to tell than in that Lions game in prime time, when Zadarius Smith, who had just gotten there like earlier in the week, wasn't even playing the game, was pointing out like, okay, this is what they're doing with their protection. And I can't remember what broadcast, it might have been that broadcast or maybe it was another one, but there was a broadcast that pointed out that basically where the way the Texans would call protections is they would just, a word with an L or an R to slide left or right to pick up the blitz. But teams were able to figure out that Bobby Slowick was so basic in his approach that if you lined up like an overload on the left, the Texans would slide left, and then you could just send your blitz to the right, and the Texans would never adjust. And that happened game after game. Like, it was week 13, and we were still talking about how the Texans couldn't pick up stunts, couldn't pick up overload blitzes. So I don't know what Nick Caley will be. I don't know if he's a 3 wide receiver guy, or maybe he borrows from what the Patriots done. He's a 2 tight end guy, although the Texans don't have great tight ends.
I was going to say, which 2?
So the personnel matches much better with the 3 wide receiver side of that. Like, I don't know what he'll be. I just know that he's not Bobby Slowick, and that excites me.
I was going to say, I'm not sure if we can say a first-time play caller will definitely be better than Bobby Slowick,
I don't think he could be worse.
He'll be different.
Yes, that's all I'm really looking for here.
He will be different, and hopefully just the things that, if there's things that he struggles with, are just less infuriating and simple than what we had to deal with Bobby Slowick last year. Not just like you talking about the protections and stuff, but just like how many times was the best offensive series of the game the first one, and then the second half.
Adjust. Remember what we talked about in the second half? Where
the second half, it was just like punt.
Didn't they go like
Tiny Fairbairn 50-yard field goal?
Didn't they go like a month leading up to the Cowboys game with not scoring an offensive touchdown in the second half or something like that? It was crazy.
Yeah, and so I expect at least some improvement there, because there is a little.
It has to be.
There's a little bit of it can't be worse. Although I normally push back on like, well, it could be worse. Like, it could always be a little bit worse. But that's definitely something worth being excited about. To me, it's the fact that the Texans might have the best defense in the NFL. Like, it's on the table that they have the best defense, at least top 5 defense in the NFL. And to me, that just sets such a high floor for what this team can be, and to where last year they had a good defense, not great, I would say, but they had a very good defense, a defense that kept them in a lot of these games. And I would say that if this offense can just play, get ready for this, Brian, complimentary football.
Oh,
if they can,
man.
But it is true.
Yeah, I know.
If they just can play like a team that has confidence that they have one of the best defenses in football on the other side of the ball, like, they can win these games a little bit more stress-free and a little bit more easier, just if they do commit to being a defensive team that has an offense that maybe runs the ball a little bit more, or at the very least just isn't going 3 and out on every possession in the second half of games. If they can shorten games and really just lean on their defense to play a little bit of field position and win games in the margins, like, that is such a step up, and you can probably win this division with that alone. Never mind any progression on the offense. Like, even if the offense is exactly as bad as they were last year, I think this defense is better, to where, I mean, you're probably starting at like 9 wins just with this defense and the schedule they're going to face.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. Like, in order to get where they've never been before to where we want them to get to, the offense would have to take a
Yes.
step up.
Yes.
But they can basically just defensively grind you into the dirt and get to 9-10
Get
wins and win this
turnovers,
division.
get sacks.
As long as the offense isn't, a detriment to the defense by turning the ball over, putting them in short yardage situations, putting them on the field a bunch because they're having 3 and outs, then the defense should be able to carry them, nearly on their own to 9-10 wins. So I agree with you there. So on the other side of that, like there's a number of things. I'll just ask you for your one. We don't have time to go over the full list. I know what mine is, and AJ have the Conor McGregor. Is AJ? Yeah, AJ's there. Have the Conor McGregor drop ready. Like, what are you giving the most side eye to? Like, what are you most like? I'm not sure if this is really going to work out for me. And I don't know if you've seen the depth chart, but it's the depth chart for the outside corner position. Like, we obviously love Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, good start.
Yeah, good start. Great start.
I love that.
No notes.
Love that.
No notes. But you look at the rest of that depth chart at the outside corner. Like,
hit me with it.
Okay, Tremont Smith.
Who the is that guy?
D'Angelo Ross.
I know.
Who the is that guy?
I've heard of him, but
I think it was a training camp standout.
Yeah, I know of him, but still, it's like, I mean, that's who we're depending on?
No, I'm not thrilled that like a Kamari Lassiter 2-week injury. It's like D'Angelo Ross, get ready.
And one more guy listed as the direct backup to Kamari Lassiter, Damon Arnett.
Oh,
who the is that guy?
No, I know,
Conor
former
McGregor.
first-round pick.
I know.
No. The drop was fine.
No,
was fine.
You have TMZ Sports. You
that
know
guy?
who Damon Arnett is. You've seen his mugshot.
You've seen his game. Yeah.
No, but as
But
far
it's
as
just
on the field.
Yeah, I just look at that. If Derek Stingley or Kamari Lassiter miss any time, I'm like right now.
Even 3 games.
That's what I'm saying. Like and I will even extend that to the safeties to a degree and nickel corner to a degree. Like right now, the starters in the secondary, I think you can make the argument that it's the best secondary in football.
Guy for guy. Yeah.
At the very top of the depth chart.
Yeah.
But when you go one layer beyond that to guys who are second and third in the depth chart of those positions, it quickly becomes It quickly becomes what the Astros are putting out in their starting lineup right now.
Yes. I agree with that. That you get to is MJ Stewart still around?
I don't see him. He's listed. No, he's listed as a backup at strong safety.
Okay, yeah, but you get to those guys pretty fast. So I understand what you're saying. The top end is just so good, but that I'm willing to live with it. But you do have a point that the depth could be an issue there if it's tested at all. Thing I'm getting the side eye to, or the person that I'm giving the side eye to the most. We talked about it a little bit with how Nick Haley wants to orient his offense. It's Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, for sure.
I was talking to Will about this on Monday. Will Kunkel, who filled in for Paul on Monday, that week 1, I expect Dalton Schultz to be the starter at tight end for the Houston Texans, and I'm fine with that. However, by week 12, 13, 14, I wouldn't be mad if Cade Stover or Brevin Jordan have taken over that spot, and I kind of would be disappointed if they don't.
I think I'd move that timeline even further up.
Given what we've seen from Schultz. Yeah. I just want to give Stover time as still a young player learning the position.
Especially tight end. Tight ends develop slower than almost any spot on the roster.
And he went to Ohio State, and he started at Ohio State playing defense. So he is very new to the tight end position. And Brevin Jordan coming off the injury. Just want to build in a little bit of buffer time. But yes, you are right. If by, let's just say mid-October.
Bye week, which I think is
6.
9. Is it? No, it's week 6?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll move it back. Then week 8. We'll just call it like halfway point of the year.
Yeah. No, to me, you kind of need those other guys to take Dalton Schultz jobs. It's a little bit like the conversation we're having with the offensive line earlier with the second-round picks, especially Blake Fisher being in year 2 of Blake Fisher, you kind of do need to win the job out of camp, or else you are in Kenyon Green zone pretty fast.
Right.
Of this is not stiff competition. You probably should win this competition. That's where I'm at with the tight ends after Dalton Schultz, just given what we saw from Dalton Schultz at the end of last season, where that guy was.
I mean,
That guy was just meat out
he's
there.
out,
He was.
yeah, he's putting out alligator arms for catches. He's not trying on blocks. He
Yeah.
might be the slowest human I've ever seen play professional football. Like I just it feels like Dalton Schultz got a bag of cash and then project shutdown. Like just like
Yeah.
he's
He
like,
just-
all right,
It
I'm
just
good.
aged before our eyes.
He almost Miguel Tejada us. Like he got the contract and suddenly he was 2 years older.
Not
like I don't know if he's legitly 2 years older.
Yes, not in
but-
the way where like we had to update the player reference,
Yes,
the baseball
yes.
reference page.
But he
for,
just looks 2 years
Yes,
older.
he
Like
did- he
he's
did look.
running like a man who aged 2 years in a day once he
Tada
got that
wasn't
new
bad,
contract.
by the way.
Sorry,
Tada wasn't bad as an Astro.
Yeah,
for 1 year.
I know. Just it's so much fun to talk about how
no, he aged 3 years.
2 years in
Or,
a day. Yeah,
Yeah, but to me, Dalton Schultz is the we're obviously excluding offensive line here because
Yeah. That
we're
was
not giving it a side
I
eye.
should have mentioned that at the front. It's on the rundown, but
Yeah.
I excluded the offensive
We're giving
line
them,
because it's way
we're
too
making eye
obvious.
contact with them.
Yeah,
saying, we don't trust you.
Yeah.
We do not trust you.
We're not trying to hide our suspicion or disdain at all when it comes to the offensive line. There's no side eye to kind of keep your intentions hidden. Like, no, we're directly mugging you.
I'm willing to say Cam Robinson. I don't
Get
believe
right
in you.
in their face. Well, not legit because they're huge men and they kill
No,
us.
in this
But in this scenario,
studio,
in the safety
I'll
of the
look at the
Gal
camera.
Studios. Yeah. Cam Robinson, I'm suspicious of you. There, I said it. You want to take a turn?
Please don't rip me in
Please
half.
don't rip my head off.
Lakin
All right.
Tomlinson.
You want to call out Lakin Tomlinson? Yeah. There's your camera right there.
I
Right
did.
there. It's
I
in the
did.
middle. You got it?
Yeah.
You washed? You called him washed?
I did it.
Okay.
I already
all
did
right.
it.
All
Wait,
right.
you want me to
Yeah,
do it
no,
again?
call out more. Call out more. What do you got to say about Juice Scruggs?
Ed Ingram. Don't believe in you.
All right, Paul Gallant Show, 2 segments left. Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, AJ Russ with you here until 3 o'clock before we hand it over to Joel and Jeremy and the Killer Bees. When we get back, our leftover segment, pieces of audio that weren't big enough for a full segment, we're going to have fun with them anyway, including Paul Feinbaum taking some shots at Lincoln Riley. That one, the Paul Gallant Show, returns to ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
R.I.P. to Ozzy Osbourne, the legend, passing away yesterday. Thank you to AJ for getting in the Ozzy songs today. Had one in each hour. That was a tough one yesterday, but frankly, I mean, I think of a guy who lived that lifestyle can get to 76. I think you have to say he lived a long life. I mean,
100%.
I mean, you can say that about a lot of rock stars, but I don't think many people viewing Ozzy's lifestyle thought he'd even make it to 76.
No,
so.
definitely not. Over under 75.5 probably would have been on the under.
You fire the under? Are you bad? You missed it? The Price Picks have that option.
Damn it. I did notice though, like you said, we've played what, 2 or 3?
3 songs so far
today, and during today's show. Obviously, we played
9 yesterday. Between Ozzy and Black Sabbath, yeah.
Mm-hmm. None of those 9 plus 3, 12 songs have been War Pigs. Is that because you support all war?
Wow, this subject took a turn.
You don't agree with the message?
No, I initially had it on the list for yesterday, but it's because of the way it starts. There's just so much like talking without the music. Yeah, it's like I don't think it plays well for radio unless you like skip ahead in the song. So
I try to have a gotcha.
Thank you for trying to put me on being pro-invasion.
We do send the poor. That's how this works.
That's how this works. Exactly. All right. The Astros, we'll get into the leftovers here in Paul Feinbaum in a second, but the Astros game starting here in just a few minutes. 2:40 start there out in Arizona, taking on the Diamondbacks in a finale, and definitely what appears to be a getaway game. Already was a getaway game, but then you look at that starting lineup today. You mentioned this earlier, but I want to go ahead and read it out because this is definitely the personification of a getaway game, this lineup. Leading off, Taylor Trammell, followed by Victor Caratini hitting second, Christian Walker hitting third, Yonder Diaz in the cleanup, followed by Bryce Matthews, Mauricio Dubon, Cooper Hummel, Chas McCormick, Shea Whitcomb. Like, if I think you made the joke during the break, like if you like the day before the season started, went into a coma, woke up just in time to see Jeremy Branham ask what's wrong with Joe Espada's lineup.
You'd be like, a lot.
And it's this lineup, like, what the hell happened? Like, I mean, yeah, like
I might start thinking some Jerry Jones thoughts.
Yeah.
Like
did somebody get hit by a car?
Someone had to get hit by a car at some point.
Astros apparently had 17 players hit by a car this year. That's something they have on the injured list. Yeah, it was a whole bus. But yeah, Shea Whitcomb, Cooper Hummel. Oh God, Taylor. I think Taylor Trammell's actually been playing decently, but like
leading off though.
Leading off in the way Christian Walker's actually been hot, but like Christian Walker and Yonder Diaz with the way they've been overall this season, being your 3 and 4, just my God. And then obviously Caratini's been a hot streak, but what lineup would you have ever wanted to construct? You know, from a beginning of the season perspective, or Victor Caratini is your 2-hole.
Do you think he's bad second in his entire life?
I'm sure it's happened. It has to happen, but it can't be. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like God, they need so many people back. They need a trade. They need people back. They need some witchcraft. They need a lot of things going on. All right, let's get it into a fight that seems to keep going forever and ever. Paul Feinbaum taking shots at Lincoln Riley. This was on Dari's show, I believe, on ESPN Radio. But Paul Feinbaum, just as by the way, on the way out, as the segment was like trying to wrap up, takes this shot at Lincoln Riley.
But I want to say one thing before I go. The thing that I'm most excited about Big Ten Media Days is I want to hear Lincoln Riley try to explain his last 2 years, because I can't think of anybody whose coaching has been more fraudulent since his first year with Caleb Williams. And I say that as somebody who admired what Lincoln Riley did at OU. I didn't admire the way he left, but I really think, and I know a lot of people are still gnashing teeth in Norman and Oklahoma City and across that state, but I frankly believe the Sooner Nation is better off today than it would have been had he stayed around, because there is something wrong with this guy, Dorian. I know we don't have time. I know we're at the end of the segment, but I did want to close on that note. I am underwhelmed, and I can't think of a coach in modern time who's making the kind of money that he's making who has done less.
The drive-by there at the end, like something's wrong with this guy. Like he was fine when he's pointing out like the last 2 years have been disappointing. 8-4, 7-5, certainly disappointing off of the year he had with Caleb Williams, and they won when Caleb won the Heisman. Completely fair to say that, you know, they've disappointed that Lincoln Riley isn't winning at the amount that you would hope he would for the money he's being paid. But as an, oh, by the way, I know we don't have time for this, but let me just drop this bomb as we go to break. He's not a good person. Like, no, sorry, what?
I don't know what's wrong with him.
I don't know what's wrong with him. Yeah, like that was bizarre from Paul Feinbaum, making me think it's something personal here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Has to be, right?
I mean, like the like yada yadaing the 55-10 record that he had in Oklahoma, being like, I think Oklahoma's better off without him. Like,
they've got Brent Venables now, which, by the way, spoiler, like maybe we'll talk about more about this tomorrow. There's odds out for the first like Power 4 coach fired.
Yeah.
You think Brent Venables is high on that list? Yes, of course he is. He's like, I think third or fourth in that list. Hugh Freeze obviously up there as well.
And just like he's had 3 Heisman winning quarterbacks as a head coach.
Yes.
I mean, no doubt about it. He's disappointed since Caleb left the program, but since his first year at USC, where they did play for the Pac-12 championship game. Like they played in that game. They would have made
when the Pac-12 existed.
Yeah, they would have played in the college football playoff that year if they won that game. And Caleb Williams got hurt in that game, so it's like they're not that far away from being in the
current playoff
in
format.
The
they might have made it anyway.
In the Final Four format.
Yeah, I
know.
I'm just saying, like even when the Caleb getting hurt and losing that game, like
they wouldn't.
Like in the 12 game format.
But yeah, I this is obviously something that is, you know, just an X that he has to grind.
Has to be.
With Lincoln Riley, and Lincoln Riley is in a situation where at USC, like it is kind of put up or shut up time. We talked about, or you mentioned the Brent Venables high on those hot seat rankings. Right next to him is Lincoln Riley on a lot of them.
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah, so I he does need like it's one of those things where Paul Feinbaum is right, like what he's saying is correct, but he's kind of wrong for saying it in the way that he said in the, like you said, drive-by manner.
I think that was the thing that caught my ear the most was the drive. It was just out of nowhere and just like, something's wrong with this guy. It's like, he's won 3 different Heismans, especially in again the parting shot of, you know, their OU is better off with Brent Venables. I don't know. Go ask an OU fan. You go ask an OU fan if they're better off with Brent Venables than Lincoln Riley, who, I mean, I'd have to pull up OU's record year by year, Brent Venables, but I'm sure he's barely above 500. Like he's been, he's like a 7-5 coach basically each year. So.
Lincoln Riley won the Big 12 the first 3 years he was a head coach.
Yeah. What are we talking about? Like, it has to be something personal because there's 8-4, 7-5 in the 2 years following Caleb winning the Heisman. Certainly disappointing. No argument about that. Paul Feinbaum's completely on point. Just everything he said after that point was like, it feels like you're
personal.
Yeah, it feels like you're grinding an axe here. It doesn't feel like we're really talking ball anymore. We're talking about a relationship or something that was said behind the scenes that we're not privy to. All right, one more segment to go. We got to get out so we can hand it over to the Killer Bees with Joel and Jeremy at 3 o'clock. When we get back, it'll be time for Garbage Time. Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, AJ Russell here with you on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Well, welcome back into the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, AJ Russ with you for one more segment. We'll be back on Friday. But tomorrow you can go check out Will Kunkel and Joe George filling in for Paul Gallant and the Killer Bees, Joel and Jeremy, out at Cadillac Grill on Shepherd as a part of our Summer Circuit series. So make sure and go out and say hello. But now, Sean, it's time for garbage time. Time to have a little fun with the weird and wacky news stories taking over the interwebs.
Thank you for explaining garbage.
Yeah, no, I that's how professional I am. So headline, feel like I could do a Granado thing. You think it's okay? Headline: resourceful firefighter floods baseball field, forcing cancellation of game after a punk kid. This is part of the headline. After punk kid hit his pickup truck with a batting practice home run. Now the headline is from Barstool, so there's a little editorial.
What did the kid do wrong?
Well, apparently in Maryland, a firefighter again flooded a high school baseball field after a home run ball struck his personal car. The Montgomery County Fire and Rescue had to issue an apology.
Of course. What are we talking about?
After an incident involving a water discharge near a fire station and a community baseball field, which led to the cancellation of a scheduled game on Thursday, July 17th. According to the newspaper or TV station, a baseball team claimed that a firefighter had sprayed down a field at the high school. I saw
video. He did it.
Yeah.
He did it.
At the high school in Maryland on Thursday after a ball hit his car during pregame practice, went over the fence and struck his pickup truck parked at the fire station, Silver Spring Fire 16. I feel like you guys sometimes do a segment called How Far is Too Far?
Yes, Thursday.
We could have easily done this in that segment because this is too far. Yeah, like if you sit,
what did the kid do wrong?
Right. Well, one, yes.
But he hit a home run in batting practice. It happened to hit because of, we've all been to Little League fields.
Yeah, they're
like,
small.
Yeah, your car is probably in danger.
If you park,
he didn't try to. A, he didn't try to do it. B, if he tried to do it and succeeded, get this kid a scholarship.
yeah, really. But I put this on the firefighter, like that his car got hit. Like one, the kid's not aiming, like you said, but two, like if you're parking behind the fence, like an outfield fence at a baseball field, whether it be Little League or college or whatever, like you should have some reasonable, like maybe I should move my car to the side. Like obviously once you get up to the professional level and the stands are so high, that worry goes away. But any place where the fence is just like a chain link fence that's 5 feet high, like if you're that first row of the parking lot, maybe go back a few rows. Like, this is on you. Put your car in a better spot.
Yeah, when my first year at Texas, I parked in a parking lot that's right by the baseball and softball stadium.
Right.
And
did you get hit?
No, because
okay.
I didn't park in the first couple rows, like right in
exactly.
center field.
Move a little bit back.
That's all you had to do. So yeah, I mean, what the hell's wrong with this firefighter? That's crazy.
We could also add this guy to soft boys. Like this is your reaction. A kid hits your car with the baseball. It's not like he totaled it.
No.
It's not like he ran into you in the back on the way to a soccer manager moat, like happens to some brave Americans on Tuesday nights on people. 290. Yeah. No brave Americans. I said it. Brave Americans.
Some Americans.
Some brave Americans. Say the full line. Say the full line. This is some brave Americans. All right. Another headline. This is the most Florida thing I think I've ever read. Headline: Florida man arrested for DUI on lawnmower along toll road. Do you think you should be allowed to drive drunk on a lawnmower, Sean? I'm going full Granado here.
Not on a road.
Not on a road? Oh, okay.
I mean, no. But also, especially not on a road.
Yeah, yeah. Like if it's in the privacy of your own field, front yard,
your own backyard.
Like, yeah.
I don't really care.
I don't know
I'm not here to.
You throw a few back. Maybe the lines of your cut on the lawn get a little squiggly, but whatever.
Normally people wait until after they finish mowing the lawn. But
I could see especially since St. Arnold's has a beer called Lawnmower. I could see someone tipping back a few lawnmowers while riding along on their riding lawnmower.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not here to judge. You do you, as long as it's not on a road with real cars and passengers.
I was gonna say part of this is that It was a toll road, and I'm just gonna guess he doesn't have a
You don't
sticker
think
on his on his motor or on his lawnmower.
So
Just
in
gonna
addition to the charges, he's also going to get something in the mail in a few weeks. Like, hey, you didn't pay your 75 cents for going through the
that's
toll
what I'm
lane.
saying.
Yeah, man.
He's the FHP said Christopher Spain, 38, showed several signs of impairment. No kidding.
Yeah.
No.
At what point in the decision making do you have to get I think by the point where he's deciding to drive on a tollway with a lawnmower, he's obviously going to show signs of impairment.
Oh, maybe it wasn't some IPAs.
You don't think it was IPAs?
No, he showed signs of impairment, including small pupils, flushed skin, dry mouth, and visible irritation to the inside of his nose.
Inside of his nose. So there may be an additional substance being ingested?
He also had a small blue straw in his back pocket, according to troopers. Repeatedly cleared his throat, sniffed. And spit during the traffic stop.
Yep. I think he did more than just the lawnmowers. I think you're right. I think there might have been a little booger sugar involved here. Florida.
Wouldn't be
stay
shocked.
weird, Florida. Yeah.
Wouldn't be shocked.
No,
So you definitely can't do that.
No, I think that's
on a toll road.
Yeah. That's where I draw the line. Like if you wanna shoot up some cocaine and throw back a lawnmower in the safety of your own backyard,
it's America.
It's America. You're free to do so.
It's Florida, especially.
I'm proud to be American. You can do in your backyard. I'll say it right here.
It's not even
That's
against
my stance.
It's not even against the HOAs in Florida to do that.
No, they would encourage it. I think that's part of the charm of living in Florida, especially if it's Central Florida. All right, you have one more addition I think you wanted to throw in here to garbage time?
Yes, this comes from the world.
Should we have some sad music?
The world of college football. Texas A&M announced that its mascot Reveille has been diagnosed with glaucoma in her right eye, and surgeons have removed the eye, and she is now resting comfortably and is expected to be back this fall.
How about gamer?
The dog.
The dog. Yeah, there it is.
The
there
ultimate
it is.
dog.
Yeah, the ultimate dog, Reveille.
With an eye patch?
Oh, that'd be sick.
They got to give her an eye patch.
I didn't read the full story.
Not
so
a glass
I was
eye.
about to mock Reveille, and then you said she had her eye removed. I was like, okay, all right, backtrack, Brian, backtrack. I cannot make fun of a dog who had his eye removed. Let's reel it back a little bit.
Very good that I was
reel
the
it
one
back. I mean, what a gamer. I mean, it got the eye removed in July. Is going to be on the field in September.
That's what it looks like.
Screw Ronnie Lott cutting off his own finger. Reveille lost an eye. She's going to be out there on game day.
The surgery was successful. That's always good to know. We hear it after every surgery.
I'm about to say, how many times do surgeons say it's not successful? I think I'm not saying they're all the Astros medical team, but I feel like they say it's successful far more than it actually is.
Yeah, looks like she'll be back this fall.
Hopefully it was for Reveille.
Looks like she'll be back this fall. The statement says that hopefully she'll be back this fall. How about that?
I hope we don't have a regression. I man, Reveille doesn't have a Yordan Alvarez where they put her out there with a 60% healed eye socket.
That's bad.
Man, are they gonna put out Reveille on the field with one eye? They really gonna do that?
Gotta do an eye patch.
Yeah, what do you do? You can't just put her out there with one eye, right? No. I mean, that
gross people out. No, I mean, it's not what matters, but it grosses people out.
Well, I know. I'm not saying it's not shallow, but yeah, you got to put her out there with one eye.
Yeah, and you can't do a glass eye because that's not cool.
No,
throw on an eye patch.
Weird.
Eye patch on a dog.
Eye patches for dogs? Well, I guess we'll find out.
They have a great veterinary program.
They do, I've heard. Yeah, maybe they could put the A&M logo on the eye patch.
Now we're cooking.
Yeah. All right, that'll do it for the Paul Gallant Show. Thanks to Sean Mapes and AJ Russ. I've been Brian Don. We'll be back on Friday. Don't go anywhere because the Killer Bees with Joel and Jeremy up next. ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's blank. I'm Branham. Brian is back again. He nice leadoff hitter for us too. Good to have him right before us. It leads right into us. Very, very good.
Don't get comfy with him. He won't be around long.
Well, he'll be here tomorrow.
Is tomorrow the half day or?
No, I don't have any half days.
I thought there were. Oh, well, there's.
I think that was yesterday, right?
Yeah, yesterday I only worked the remote, but
Yeah.
no, tomorrow I'm with you guys on location, and then Friday I'm doing the same thing again with both shows.
Yesterday was the half day blinkers. He worked Glenn's show, not our show.
That was the Glenn show. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I see
I
where
get
the
them all
priorities
mixed
are.
up. They all blend together.
Well, soccer matters. I got to make sure I put it at the top of the priority list.
BMAC is a footballer fan. That's okay. We're baseball fans here in the Killer Bees. Astros clinched a series yesterday, beat Arizona. Game 3 going on now. We'll talk about that once it goes final. But 3-1 victory for the Astros yesterday. Blankers, Mariners won, but Toronto lost. I think Detroit lost too. So you still have the 5-game lead. You're now tied with Toronto for the second best record in the American League, and you're a half game behind Detroit for the best record in the AL.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's just you just keep scratching your head about how are they able to do this. And last night was one of those games again where, how I started the season and I felt like, man, this lineup just looks so depleted that when they got down in games, I felt like turning it off. And then lo and behold, it got worse and it got worse and it got worse in terms of the injuries. But yet the results keep getting better. And they keep, even when they don't win games, they keep coming back and they keep eliminating deficits, tying ball games, forcing them to the end. Last night was another one of those games where you're like, man, this really sucks because Bromber pitched his tail off and you're going to lose 1-0 to a team that you should probably beat. And lo and behold, in the 8th inning, they pieced it together. They did just enough to get another victory. And you kind of, you go to bed happy and you look at it and go, yet another game where at the start of it, when you saw the lineup and you know what this team has gone through, you didn't give them much of a chance, and yet here you are.
What's the storyline from yesterday's game? Is the storyline that Framber Valdez was very, very good, or was it that Bryce Matthews hit another home run to put the Astros ahead? It was the go-ahead RBI.
I think that it's hard to turn your cheek to Bryce Matthews. I think that you've gotten so used to Framber being Framber that, people just kind of go, when he pitches, and you saw the record going into the game about when he starts a game, how good your chances are of winning. But the fact that the big headline that everybody's going to focus on is this has been the Bryce Matthews show in this series in Arizona. And now with 3 bombs and 7 RBIs in the series, you're like, most people's attention are going to be drawn to the young kid that's showing out right now.
Thank you for using RBIs in the correct plural sense. Bryce Matthews became one of 3 Astro hitters under the age of 24 to have recorded 3 homers and 7 RBIs over a 2-game span in franchise history. The other 2 were Correa and Yordan Alvarez.
Oof.
And look, Bryce isn't going to be either one of those guys, but that's pretty good company. Whenever you're, at least in terms of production, I don't think you want their health issues, but that's pretty good company for Bryce Matthews.
Yes, absolutely it is. And again, you want everybody to kind of set their own career path and make their own, legacy, so to speak. But yeah, if you're in company with those 2 guys, you're in pretty good hands right now. And look, and everybody likes to because of the fact that he struggled a little bit when he first got up, but he only played 5 games. And now suddenly 7 games in, you're looking at it totally different, going, this kid looks like he could be the real deal. And if he is, that's a hell of a find for Dana, but that's a hell of a right find at the right time for a team that keeps trying to get guys to step up.
His first 3 games were against dudes, too.
Yeah.
Remember, he went against the lighter
That's
DeGrom,
right.
and then he sat the final game of the Ranger series. And then the first pitcher he faced with Seattle was Castillo. So
Yeah, that's right.
Welcome to the big leagues, Bryce Matthews. And look, he likes elevation. He's feasted in the PCL before. So, of course, you want to see him hit elsewhere. But very, very promising for Bryce Matthews. He was the hero yesterday. Framber, also a hero. I mean, he probably is going to have to buy Bryce Matthews a steak dinner because Bryce Matthews' home run gave Framber Valdez the victory. He's now 11-4, the 2.67 ERA. His ERA is 2.67. Will he get $267 million on the open market this offseason?
Well, I'll tell you what, I was thinking about it during the course of the game last night, wondering how long and for what AAV is he going to get. And I got to believe he's going to get probably between 27 and 30 something a year for probably 5. So I think the Astros aren't going over 5. I think that other teams are going to probably flirt with, no matter if it's going to be 32 or he's 32, 6 minimum for him. He'll be flirting with 180 to 200 million.
Fromber's 31 years old, 246 days. So this is his age 32 year. Max Fried is 31 years old, 186 days. So Fried is, what is that? I guess 60 days younger than Fromber, roughly. Max Fried this offseason got 8 years, $218 million. I think that there's similar value in terms of production, those two. I think Fromber is going to be flirting with 225. I think he'll be flirting with an 8-year deal. Kind of depends on what he wants to do. But I don't think he gets up to the ERA number. I don't think he gets 267. Like, I think he caps out around 250. Probably doesn't get to 250. Probably more in the 220, 225 range. But he's going to get paid. He's going to get paid, and he's turning it on in a walk year.
Yeah, he is definitely going to get more years and more money than the Astros are willing to give.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Do you think he'll surpass Fried's 218?
I don't. When you said that, I would say, yeah, he's definitely getting 200 million. I don't think he's getting over 220. I just feel like there's going to be a market for sure, and someone's going to give him 6. I don't think that they're going to give him if it's for 6, I don't think they're giving him enough to make it over 220.
You like Fried more than Fromber?
I do.
Really?
I can, yeah.
Why?
I don't know. For some reason, I just feel like Fromber in the next couple of years is going to deal with some arm issues.
That's random.
I know. I just feel like, look, and I think it's conversations we've had in the past too, to where I just don't trust giving a starting pitcher on today's market.
Same.
A long-term deal. And so watching Fromber as much as I have, and look, he's been a stud. I just think that the Astros are probably wise not to give him that long-term deal. I think someone is going to, and just like almost everybody we've seen from a pitching perspective, the Garrett Cole and others, leave. They're probably going to deal with some arm issues. I like what Fromber. I love what he's done previously, and I like what Fromber does. I don't know. To me, both those. I think Fried got way overpaid, and I think Fromber will get close to it.
I like Fromber more than Fried. I think somebody's going to pay Fromber. I don't know if he gets Fried's money, though, but I like Fromber more than Fried. I would bet the over, though, if I had to. Fromber with the victory, now tied for the American League wins lead. Crochet and Fried have 11. Fromber now has 11, too. So kind of funny that we're talking about Fried and Valdez, and there they are, the 2 of the 3 guys in the American League with 11 wins. But he was nails yesterday. He was very, very good. Did you see the little the chirping he had with the dugout? What was that all about?
With Fromber?
Yeah, remember they had the play at the plate, and they got the guy at the plate,
right.
And then their manager, Tony V or whatever his name is, he came out there to argue it, and I don't even know he's arguing because I was watching the game on mute because I was around company. I think he was arguing that Yiner didn't give him a clear path to the plate, which was incorrect. He did give him a clear path to the plate, but the umpires got together, they chatted for a while, and then Fromber struck out the next guy to end the inning. And he looked over at the Arizona dugout and flapped his glove, kind of butterflied his glove towards the dugout. And then they showed Bannister with his hat off.
That, I don't know if it was it Torey Lovello?
Yeah, Lovello, that's it.
Yeah, I guess maybe I didn't, maybe I had the volume down too, and I was falling in and out of consciousness at the time. But, I just think from a Fromber perspective, that's a little surprising. I must have missed that one. But I can tell you that the first thing after than just how he pitched last night that you and I normally debate a little bit about, I don't feel comfortable about him fielding his position at all.
I feel like he's a little like the bunt where they got the bunt base hit.
Yep.
I think he got a little lazy on that. He threw off his back foot, didn't really step into it a whole lot. I felt like he could have got the out there. It was a tough play. It was a 50-50 play. Now, he did have that the nice snare on the comebacker.
Yes,
was it the first or second inning?
Yes.
I think for a lot of times Fromber's lack of defense or where he frustrates me is that he's a little overconfident with his defense and thinks he can make some plays that he cannot. And it could usually lead to disaster.
I'll tell you what I see. I see a guy that is scared to death to throw a baseball hard to first base and anywhere other than home plate because it seems like he's aiming everything and taking a whole lot off of it on every throw. And that's why I always go every time he throws it because I'm like, he's not letting it go. He's not trusting it. And because he's holding back, runners have a good chance of beating that out. And it is definitely cringeworthy when he has to field his position.
He does throw changeups to first.
Oh, my God.
There was one play, it had to have been yesterday, where it was a very routine play, like an easy play, and then he babied it over to first, and all of a sudden, a very easy routine out was a bang, bang out.
Yeah.
He still got him out, but it's like, man, okay, he used every bit of that he could.
I think even Walker, you see his face sometimes when
Yeah.
he's coming. He's like, come on, man. Like, bring it to me with some heat because they were way too close. Yes.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Just getting started. That's the HRP listener line. Lots to get to today. Texans training camp opened up today. What piqued our interest? We'll discuss that a little bit later. Which Texans have the most to prove entering camp? Cash or trash, and we'll talk about the series finale with the Astros coming up a little bit later as well. 713-780-3776, the HRP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on TikTok at ESPN 975. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham. We're on Twitter as well at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man. Joel Bryan at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. When we come back, how did you feel about Joe Espada's bullpen usage last night? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. But first, a moment on Pro Dunk Hoops. Look, they make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. We know that. You know that. So why are you buying a basketball goal from the big box stores? They're no good. They're not going to work very long. You're going to be looking for a new goal in no time. So just do it right the first time and get a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. Tempered glass backboard. They have the breakaway rim because you're going to be throwing down some jams because you can lower it all the way down to 5 feet. Maybe you're a little bit more athletically inclined than some. Maybe you want to raise it up to 7 feet, 8 feet, 10 feet. You can raise it anywhere from 5 to 10 feet. Stainless steel hardware, height adjustable. Thor, which is one of the best goals they have. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Lightning adjust feature, get from 5 feet to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Their accessories, next level, LED light kits, backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and you can order this and professional installation online. That's right. Head to produnk.com and you order the goal, order the professional installation. You're not going to screw it up because they're going to do it for you. They're going to install your goal perfectly straight at the perfect height. Let the pros do it. Give them a call at 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We'll get into the bullpen usage in a moment. Espada was under some heat yesterday from people on the internet. 713-780-ESPN. A few texts, though. Israel Bryce came through. Flex emoji, flex emoji. Flex emoji. 7 years from today, 7 years, 7 days from today will be a year removed from the Yusei Kikuchi trade. By the way, trade deadline season probably beginning soon. I think it'll heat up on Monday. Another texture, even better, Branham. Bryce is one of us. You know the correlation there? Humble ISD.
Oh.
They produce greats there. Humble ISD. A texter, Bryce defensive play, saved the game. Which one? There was two that I thought were standout.
I mean, you're absolutely right. And the one in the ninth was fantastic, kind of going back to the plate and spinning that double play ball that ended the game. But yeah, he had one running in too, where he had to catch it about waist high on the dead run and get rid of it quickly and made a heck of a play.
I like the one where he kept the foot on the bag and he was falling over.
Oh yeah, at first, yeah,
that could have been disastrous.
Yep,
could have been awful.
Was that the throw from short? Literally from short?
I don't know how it could have been from short. Like it had to have been like he's not going to field first base on a ball from short.
No, I
think it was a bunt.
Oh, maybe it was from Fromber. Maybe it was one of those plays from Fromber. I think it was. It was one of those plays where I kind of held my breath because Fromber like short-armed it and tried to aim it. And I thought it pulled him off the base. I absolutely think it was from Fromber.
Yeah, that was a good play. Good athlete, that Bryce Matthews. Tascasita, stand up. Keep from LA, do you trade Valdez at the deadline if you're the Stros?
You absolutely do not. I talked about this last week when you were out. It shouldn't even be within consideration. If you're an Astros fan, you cannot be that unintelligent to think that you're going to trade him right now because this team is only going to go as far from a pitching perspective as Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez are going to take you. And maybe, if that means that they're going to pursue another starting pitcher on the market that they can get for a longer period of time, that they think they have another idea, because I saw some of the rumors today. But overall, you do not trade Framber Valdez. It's too late. And people are going to look at it like a rental. And he's more important to you right now than whatever prospects you get for him.
I'm a fan of trading players before they walk for free, but the time to do that's in the offseason. Now, if you're not good and you don't have like World Series aspirations, then yeah, by all means, trade them at the deadline. But if you trade Framber Valdez, you're sending a message to that clubhouse who's been fighting hard, who's been resilient, who is keeping their head well above water while they wait for the cavalry to come back, that you're giving up on the year.
Yep.
Like that's how they would take that. If you traded Framber, one of their two horses, the entire clubhouse would be, what in the world is Dana Brown doing? He doesn't believe in us. Like that's
right.
The message. Like you can't do it at the deadline.
This is like the 1 year when Keuchel decided to speak up and spout off about the front office not doing enough for us.
It'd be worse.
Yeah, but I'm saying you don't have the kind of guys that maybe have the outward personality to spout off as much, but inside that clubhouse, that would send shockwaves.
No, you can't do it. Now, one of the interesting things about the deadline, and as it relates to Framber, like we don't think Fromber is going to be an Astro next year, right? Like I don't. Right. I say less than a 3% chance. The Astros would get a draft pick for compensation. If Framber Valdez turns down the qualifying offer, he will, and sign somewhere else, he probably will. But if the Astros go above the competitive balance tax, that first round compensation round now becomes a fourth round compensation round. So like that's the extra element of the trade deadline too that I feel like we aren't factoring enough for, is that the Astros are right at the brink of the competitive balance tax, and I'm not certain they want to go over it.
See, and I don't think enough people realize that factor in the fact that they're they got to go all in. They got to go do whatever and screw the tax and just spend the money and go do it. And I don't think they understand, like, it's not just about the owner sucking up the tax. It's about the fact that that's a pretty key element if they go over, in the fact that you're trying to rebuild your farm system. You got a guy that seems to really do a good job evaluating talent. You could use that extra first round pick, and yet people look right past that and just say, you got to go for it.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I get the perspective, like prisoner of the moment, want to win it all. Like I totally get it, but GMs do have to think big picture. And look, Crane has to think, his wallet too. Like I'm just curious. Like I don't know what Crane's telling Dana Brown. If Crane's telling Dana Brown that, hey, we're not going over the competitive balance tax this year by any means necessary, it's not happening. You cannot do it. Then a lot of this trade conversation we're having, like you can eliminate 95% of it.
You can start looking at all the scrap heap of guys that are sitting out there looking for work and say, well, that's about what you have to choose from, instead of going and get a guy that might make a difference.
Texture pitchers have a shelf life where they're really good, then start falling off. Framber's approaching that stage. Plus, he gets in his feelings too much for me to want to pay a long-term contract. Look, I don't want to pay Framber a long-term contract. Let's be clear. Blankers doesn't want to do it either. I just think he's going to get a little bit more than Max Fried. Like that's the conversation, not that we're telling the Astros they should sign Framber Valdez to an 8-year, $218 million deal. We're just guessing what he's going to get on the market.
Well, and look at what we continue every time we have one of these situations pop up with another Astro that's coming up on their free agent year. We know what they don't want to do. They don't want to go 6 years or more. They don't want to go into astronomical numbers to go and sign them. And we just went through it with Bregman, and we've been through it with so many before him, to where it just doesn't fit the profile that the Astros have put out there, that you're going to take, in this case, to a pitcher, but you're going to take a pitcher that, like you said, he's going on his age 32 year, and you're going to give him 6 or 7 years, and you're going to give him $200+ million. I'm sorry, that just doesn't fit the profile.
No, it's not something I would do. I don't think it's something the Astros would do. But just guessing what the projected, how much Framber is going to get on the open market. But how he finishes the year will matter too, of course. 713-780 ESPN. What did you think of? I saw Espada catching some heat for this. How he deployed the bullpen yesterday. Now it's very clear that Hader was not available, which. That's fine. Like, I don't hey, you got to protect Hader. Like, it's your 100. You still got 60 games left of the year. Hopefully, playoff baseball. So even more than 60 games left a year. Hader needed a day. Fine. Hader needs a day. But what'd you think of him deploying Abreu in the 8th, and then Brian King, who made it very nervous there in the 9th?
Yeah. I was curious who was going to pitch the 9th when he had Abreu warming up with Neris, and then when they took the lead, Neris sat down. I'm like, well, you're getting Abreu in the 8th, but who the hell's pitching the 9th? And then I saw King warming up, and I'm like, really? You're gonna go that way? I mean, look, I would have looked at Souza. I would have looked at guys that, and based on the pocket coming up, I was a little surprised it was going to be King, and then I got really nervous as the inning unfolded, and thank God for the double play ball, but. Yeah, I was a little curious as to how he came to that conclusion and why he went with King.
I was a fan of it.
You were?
I was a fan of how Espada handled the 8th and 9th inning last night. I actually applaud him. Like this is like one of the first times that I shouldn't say that. It's not one of the first times. It's another time that Joe Espada has done something that kind of bucks conventional wisdom and is a little bit more on the analytical side, which I think Espada is actually more conventional than he is like cutting edge analytical. But Abreu to face Carroll, Gurriel, and Suarez, which is 2, 3, and 4, and then King to face like the middle bottom. I prefer that. Like I will put more priority in the pocket 2, 3, 4 versus 5, 6, 7 than I will in the inning. So I applaud Joe Espada for going with his higher leverage reliever, his better reliever, against a better pocket of hitters for Arizona than the 9th inning was going to provide. Now, it was weird because Abreu's better than King, that Abreu's pitching the 8th and King's pitched in the 9th, but I'd rather have Abreu against 2, 3, 4 and King against 5, 6, 7.
I was more focused on the 9th. Like, I agree with you that Abreu in the biggest pocket, the best pocket that they have on their roster and in their lineup, I'm all for that. And I just think that, as much as we see Hader do it now because he got the contract and everything like that, I just felt like I would have loved to seen Abreu go another inning, and I knew they weren't going to do that. I was just a little surprised that it was King in the 9th.
Yeah, I mean, everybody was. Like, well, I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people were. Because to me, it's your personal preference. Like, what do you value more? Do you value the more difficult 3 outs in the 8th, or do you value the final 3 outs, which are always a little bit more difficult to attain, in the 9th inning? I'm a fan of having your best pitcher face the tougher part of the lineup. It's easy to do whenever it's not your traditional closer. Like, he would never do this with Hader. He would never use Hader in the 8th and then like Abreu in the 9th. Right. I wouldn't mind if he did. Like, if you have 3 lefties coming up, why not use Hader in the 8th? And if you have 3 righties projected in the 9th, why not use Abreu there? So I actually I defend Espada's move yesterday.
But are you good with King in the 9th as opposed to
who else? Like, King is your third best reliever. Like, he's your third leverage guy. They use him in the 7th inning all the time.
I know, and they're both left. I just like Souza a whole lot right now.
So you would demote King and promote Souza.
I'm not demoting anybody. I'm saying in that particular situation, I was with the way Souza's been pitching lately, I would have considered Souza as well.
Well, I think it becomes who you trust the most as your third best reliever as to who you would use in that spot. So, like, if you want to say Souza over King in the ninth, I'm not going to argue with you. Like, that's fine. Like, I like Souza too. But if you're going to go Souza over King in the ninth inning last night, Souza should be your third best reliever, your third best leverage guy over King. I would think.
I don't. I just think it's situational. I think
Okay.
to me, the clear cut is the eighth and the ninth, and we know who those two guys are. I think everything else there is like up for grabs based on who's been hot, how you're feeling. If you want to call it Papua's gut with Joe Espada, that's fine too. But Sousa's been pitching really well lately, and I wouldn't have minded him there either.
Fair enough. Like, I'm cool going with vibes too. Like, that. Like,
Yeah.
I'm totally in favor of, like, what do you feel in the moment? Like, you need to give managers the ability to manage off feel from time to time. But I like Debreu there in the eighth inning. I didn't really think the pushback there was fair.
I don't recall, but he didn't throw that many pitches to get those guys out, did he?
Who's that?
Abreu in the.
Oh, you're thinking of Abreu for a second inning?
Yeah.
No, he didn't throw a ton because he went 3 up, 3 down.
Right.
He threw 13. So yeah, he could have had a second inning.
Yeah, that was another option I thought, but I just didn't think that they would do that to him.
Yeah, I don't hate that idea either. But again, you do want to protect him. Marathon. Now, if it was the playoffs,
big time.
Yeah, different story here.
Yes.
Eric, outside of Garrett Cole, what players have the Astros let leave? Signed a long-term big contract. I can't think of anyone long-term. Well, Cole hasn't been. Cole hasn't I think he means like be good on that contract.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Cole's kind of up and down.
Yeah, they've let plenty of guys go that have got the big contract for the years and the money. It's just, you can evaluate to yourself if you don't feel like they were, worth it or not, or that the return on the investment was there. Garrett Cole's been fantastic with the Yankees. He got big money and lots of years. Correa got big money in lots of years. Bregman got big money, not lots of years.
Yeah, he might next year,
Yeah.
depending on what he does. No, yeah, they've let a lot of good players leave. The Astros have. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Let's head out to the HRP listener line. Julian, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Julian?
What's going on, gentlemen? It's been a while.
What's up, man?
So I don't know if you guys. I know y'all probably talked about the Ronald Acuna play where he threw it flat-footed and gunned him. But did y'all see yesterday where it was a chopper up the middle, or no, not even up the middle, like second base side, a little blooper, and he scored from first base, brother. That was pretty crazy. I mean, what happens is he was out for a year, so I think people kind of like forgot about how great he is. But dude, I mean, yeah, the tools he has are insane, and that base running play, I feel like not enough people are talking about it, but it was something to see, man. Also, it's what y'all said, 43 days. I think it was the show before the football. Bang bang Niner game. Y'all have a good day.
Yeah, it's been far too long since we have heard that, and I didn't need to hear it again, Julian. I think, look, honestly, if you saw it or not, I think the one that he's sleeping on that was actually better than that was another hose play yesterday, where there was almost a surefire double that was off the wall, and he caught it on a hot bounce and turned and wheeled, and in one motion drilled a guy at second base. And you're like, don't sleep on the fact that dude's got a cannon, and he is a hell of an athlete, and he did come off the ACL, but don't fool yourself into thinking he's not one of the best players in the game.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite players. Love me a little Ronald Acuna, even though the man's trying to hold him down. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Texans training camp. Bang, bang, Texans gang. What has piqued your interest on day one of Texans camp? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. What has piqued your interest day one of Texans training camp? We'll listen to some D'Amico sound. Everybody loves, Twitchers love D'Amico sound. They beg us every day, please give us more D'Amico sound.
Who's
And usually,
a fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
Thank you, Coach. And usually we don't listen to them, but today we're going to listen to the Twitch. We're going to heed the advice of the lousy Twitchers and give them what they want. D'Amico Ryan sound. Some stuff from C.J. Stroud a little bit as well, and then the early impressions of one Nick Caley. But what has piqued your interest the most, Blankers, day one Texas training camp?
I think two things to me, and that is, for as much as we saw Jake Andrews start lining up with the starters at center for all of OTAs and everything that they were doing, that he wasn't there today. And then more importantly to me is the Christian Harris fiasco continues. Like, I just need to know what we don't know. And I don't know that we ever will, but it's hard to believe that a guy has a calf injury that's lasted this long, a guy that, got off to a slow start and then looked like he could really do some things and had a really good run in the playoffs, has been like non-existent all of last season and then had all of this off season. And now we go to training camp and he's not participating. And I'm just going, what are we doing?
Pretty mysterious on that front that he's not. Maybe he's like really close though, because they didn't put him on the PUP. So it's like, okay, if they're not putting him on the PUP, you think he's going to practice, and then Aaron Wilson reported that he did not practice.
Right.
Like, I wonder if maybe he goes tomorrow, maybe they're easing him back, that sort of thing. But it is mysterious. Like, whenever I got the email and he wasn't on the PUP, I'm like, okay, well, Christian Harris is back. That's great news. And then you see the reports, oh, he didn't practice today.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a little like, ease of mind, peace of mind would have been nice. But yeah, I found that one to be interesting as well, that he wasn't there.
Yeah, and again, if it was a guy that was just a fringy roster player or a guy that maybe, was a flash in the pan, that's one thing. But the guy looked like he was going to be someone that could really be an impact player on the defense. And so, we wonder, again, with all the Astros injuries we've seen that have lasted way longer than they were supposed to, but we wonder how a guy that wasn't even doing anything with contact or like full physicality at training camp a year ago is still out with seemingly the same injury.
The thing that I do like, though, I think it is a good thing that he's on the PUP, because that tells me that he should be on the field soon. And if he's not, like that, well, okay, there's bigger issues in play here. The other thing, though, is that the drop off is to EJ Speed and not Henry To'o, because EJ Speed, I think, is pretty dang good. So even without Christian Harris, for however long without Christian Harris, like hopefully you get him back. And again, I think he's going to be back here pretty soon. But like, if you have to go to battle with Azeez Al-Shire and EJ Speed, I'm more than comfortable with that. Comfortable with that.
I think, again, and you make a very, very valid point about the fact that he wasn't on the PUP list. But the thing to me is that I think from Casario's standpoint, he wasn't screwing around and just decided we're not going to sit there and wait and get in another kind of Jeopardy situation for a second straight year about whether this guy's going to be able to play or not. I'm going to go get some insurance. And he went out and got a pretty good piece of insurance and Speed that I believe, you're right, makes me feel a lot more at ease, that I'm not as worried about Christian Harris, because I don't feel like they need him. But I would want him to be, if he was the player he was before he got hurt.
Yeah, no doubt about that. The other part that you mentioned about the offensive line, yeah, I found that to be, now, John Alexander, a lot of people were reporting this, but the first offensive line with the first team drills today were Cam Robinson at left tackle, no surprise there. Laken Tomlinson at left guard, no surprise. Jared Patterson, okay, not what I expected.
Right.
Titus Howard at right guard, expected, and then Arianti Ursary, the second rounder, the rookie right tackle, didn't expect that either. So okay, like that was the first group, but then the second team period, they used Ursary at left tackle, Scruggs at left guard, Andrews at center, Howard at right guard, and then Fisher at right tackle. So, like, I don't know how much to read into this. I think we're looking at a camp battle at center. I think we're looking at a camp battle at right tackle, and maybe a camp battle at left guard.
Yeah, I could see all three, because I just wonder where Howard's best fit is, and if they're going to start him on the right side, but he, when he wasn't playing right tackle, he was playing left guard. I think that maybe the best way to look at it right now is not to look at it too hard and just say, hey, they're going to, they've got a lot of guys that have that versatile word associated with them, but it's like figuring out where they're at their best and where they can kind of afford to spread them out. So maybe it's like they don't care what they know. The media, when they get out there, the first thing they're going to look at is who's out there with the quote unquote ones.
Sure.
But they're just going to probably play musical chairs for the early going and just, work with different combinations.
If I had like gun to your head, you had to predict one in, like, let's say they're all healthy. So like you don't throw the injury caveat into play here. If you could gun to your head, you had to predict one offensive lineman and their starting position, what would be that pick?
Cam Robinson at left tackle.
Okay. My first would actually be Titus Howard at right guard.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's talked about how I'm going to play inside. He's been there like 98% of the snaps, whether it's minicamp or, we didn't hear anything about him moving around today. Cam Robinson, to your point, would be my second pick at left tackle. But no, I think Howard's a fixture this year at right guard, and unless there's injuries and they have to move him around and stuff like that, I think they want to just keep him at that one spot and go to work, which I'm comfortable with. The Ursary Fisher one's going to be interesting to watch. Patterson Andrews will be interesting to watch. Do you think Scruggs Tomlinson's a battle, or is that Tomlinson's job?
I think it's Tomlinson's job. And I think that it's interesting that it doesn't seem like, and I know that CJ mentioned the fact that Juice is also involved in the center discussion, but to me, it just seems like it's Andrews and Patterson right now. We'll see if Juice has some play at center as well, unless, like you said, with injury, they need him there. But yeah, I was just curious if Howard's going to be a left guard, right guard when he said he was going to play inside, or maybe to your point, maybe you're right that they've just solidified. They want to solidify the right side, especially playing with a young guy potentially at the tackle position and giving stability to the right side with having him there on that side.
Yeah, I mean, I'm confident he's going to play right guard, but I've been confident before and been terribly wrong. So there is that caveat. I did catch the Juice thing when CJ said that, but he did mention him third behind Patterson and behind Andrews. So it makes me think that Scruggs is probably like backup interior offensive lineman. Like, I think that's probably his role this year. I have a tough time seeing him beat out Tomlinson for that left guard spot, but injuries happen, things happen.
And they seem like they're pretty high on Tomlinson. They have been since they brought him in, but it seems like that they're pretty happy with him on the left side.
Yeah, a lot of people would wonder why they are, but I think he kind of fits their nastiness and their scheme a bit. 713-780-ESPN. Let's hear from D'Amico on the other side. D'Amico Ryan's talking about, the offensive line, talking about this offense as well, and in the area where C.J. Stroud is trying to take off this year, and ownership, trying to own this offense. We'll discuss it when we return. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776, HRP listener line. Texter, I'm wondering how these 5 linemen are going to gel together. Are they going to be buds together? We're going to look out for each other, fight for each other as they're gel and growing as the season progresses. Hopefully they'll come out to be together, gel together real good. We'll have a line that's about 70% better than we had last year. I do agree with the cohesion take with the offensive line. I am a believer in that. I think if you're very cohesive as a unit, you can get away with a little bit of a lack of talent. This offensive line is going to need that because this offensive line does lack talent. D'Amico was asked about the offensive line today, and D'Amico's stance on the offensive line is the exact same stance I have on the offensive line.
We just got to go do it. It's not going to be about the talking. It's just going to be about us showing you. And I know I'm going to get a ton of questions about the offensive line and what it looks like. Like, you guys will see what it looks like when we line up across from another team and we get a chance to actually compete in live reps. Me talking to you is probably not going to convince anybody here. You're going to keep asking me questions. I'm not going to convince you I can't do a good enough job. Right? It hasn't changed, but we'll see what it looks like, man. I'm excited about the group because I know they'll be better.
That's where I'm at, Blankers, and I've been at this for a while. Like, how many ways are we going to talk about a bad offensive line that we hope can improve, and there's nothing actually tangible? Like, it doesn't even matter what they do in camp. Like, hey, I hope it looks good. I hope that, Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson aren't wrecking the offense. Preseason, like, they're going to try to get a bunch of bodies out there, try to protect some players. Like, we're not going to have any feel on this offensive line until week 1. Like, they could have the greatest training camp and then, like, allow 8 sacks against the Rams in week 1. So until they're playing real regular season games, we can't really have a stance on the offensive line.
No, and I think that you listen to D'Amico. If you heard Nick Caserio at all as he talked before they opened up the first practice, it's similar. It's the we versus me, and you're right. I mean, everybody's going to keep asking, and they're going to have to keep answering or at least deflecting. But the fact is Nick basically, I think, was saying exactly what D'Amico's saying about, and what you were saying early leading into that clip. They believe more in the continuity of 5 guys playing together that, on the hand make a fist, as opposed to the one guy that, on the outside that's supposed to be top 5 and other guys just trying to man their position. But the fact is that he also, I think, at a certain point caught himself and felt like he was selling offensive line play short, because he was just like, I mean, it's just everybody knowing where they have to be, watching the next guy to the other side of them's back, and then making, the movement. And then he was like, I mean, there's some times where you got to be dominant and skillful, but it's basically just getting down, getting dirty, being physical. But I think that they just feel like this is a better approach from what they had a year ago when there was no continuity, and we'll see how it looks when we get to see it.
Yeah, like, I care about, like, who's playing where and, like, who the starters, like, are projected to be, but it has, like, their production as a group, we won't have any tell or whatever until they play real football. I feel the same way about the offensive, like, just the offense in general too. Like, Bobby Slowick, we hope that he was incompetent and an idiot last year, because if he was an incompetent idiot last year, it gives the Texans offense being, mediocre to bad last year an excuse. And if they can replace Slowick and Kaylee's great, the upside is terrific, which,
Football is football.
Thank you, Bobby, which the upside can be terrific. But, like, we're not going to know anything about Kaylee either, or this offense either, until they're playing real big boy football. But D'Amico Ryans did talk about what impresses him about the Kaylee offense.
We just got to go do it. It's not going to be about the talking. It's just going to be about us showing you. And I know I'm going to get a ton of questions about the offensive line and what it looks like. Like, you guys will see what it looks like when we line up across from another team and we get a chance to actually compete in live reps. Me talking to you is probably not going to convince anybody here. You're going to keep asking me questions. I'm not going to convince you I can't do a good enough job. Right? It hasn't changed, but we'll see what it looks like, man. I'm excited about the group, because I know they'll be better.
You press reset.
Yeah, that wasn't the right one.
Press reset. We wanted D'Amico.
Yeah, little error there. You want to try it again?
Yeah, Brian's been working hard today. He's been doing 2 shows. D'Amico on what impresses him about the Nick Kaylee offense.
What excites me most about Kaylee's offense is that it's evolving and it's being tailored toward the Houston Texans and the guys that we have on our roster. So what excites me the most is not just copy and paste from other places that he's been, and he's been very successful at other places, but he's been very, very thorough with the installation process of where do we want to put our guys, what position, what's the best spot for our guys to be in. So you look at it through that lens, it's going to be about the Houston Texans. And that's what I love most about the offense is him being able to be adaptable and put our guys where they need to be.
They were saying, Blankers, that this was a shot. This was a stray at Bobby Slowick. Do you agree with that?
I kind of do. I just think that, you know how, and you've seen this in the business world and other places, but the easiest guy to blame is the guy that's no longer there. But it seems like as we get further and further away from Bobby Slowick, people are feeling more comfortable kind of without using him directly, pointing to him being the reason why this offense sputtered and it had so many issues a year ago. And there was a lot of things that we were talking about second half of the season, especially in terms of no second half adjustments and some of the things that seemed kind of generic. And he just didn't seem like he was in complete control of everything that he was doing. But now, from what you just heard from D'Amico to a lot of the interviews you heard on both sides of the ball, and maybe you haven't yet, but you will, about from Nico Collins to some of the defenders that are just being brutally honest now. And again, not dragging Bobby by name, but saying it looks a lot different. It looks this year like, there is a lot of layers and a lot of detail and a lot of things that they didn't see a year ago. I think, if nothing else, that gives me hope that no matter who they did or didn't bring in or what they did or didn't do, that there might be something to the fact that a new OC and a new offensive line coach and a new system and a new playbook might be the best thing for this team.
Yeah, I think it could be the best thing for the team too. And like I soured off Slowick, much like everybody, it feels like, last year. But I don't think it was an intentional stray. Like D'Amico doesn't strike me as the type of person that's going to stray others. I legitimately, sincerely think he was talking specifically about Nick Caley. I don't think the copy and paste about where he's formerly been. I don't think that was a shot at Slowick. Now, I totally understand how it could be interpreted that way, but that's not in D'Amico's personality. I don't believe that at all.
I can understand you totally by saying, because you're right, it's not his personality. But whether it was intentional, unintentional, or there was nothing to it at all, it did come across to some degree because we are so focused on the changes that were made. A guy that went from, hot to not in a year's time in terms of an OC. It just seemed to me that it was more or less like, just the fact that the copy and paste thing is one thing, but the personnel thing, because I was thinking about that where, offensive players are going to think that, hey, I'm on this squad, I should be used more. That's just their egos. That's the way they're supposed to be. But even going back to utilizing your personnel in the right way, like putting Tank on the end of a line to block was not something that was smart. But I do think that it just felt like D'Amico meant, hey, we had weapons that maybe were underutilized even a year ago, and that he feels like Caley's got total control of how do you best use your roster.
Yeah, I think it was an unintentional stray. Like I can meet you in the middle there, no doubt about it. But I don't think he would take shots at a guy who he calls a friend.
I don't think he wants to intentionally drag him, but it did feel like there was a little substance behind it.
Well, I think to me, it was a sincere, this is how we improved. And if you're doing that, you are kind of accidentally or just by default dragging the previous guy, because this is where these are the areas we needed to improve. This is where we improved, which you're dogging the previous guy because he wasn't good at improving in those areas. And I do think that those were Slowick's weaknesses, is that he couldn't adapt. He didn't have a counterpunch. Like year one, it was fine. Like everything that he knew was good. And he would even have good starts to games. And then all of a sudden the other team would basically, well, we're going to change our game plan. We're going to do this now. You're doing this. We're going to do that. And I think he really struggled with the chess match of adjustment. He didn't in year one, really, but he did in year two. And hopefully that's where Caley's good at. But again, we won't really know until they play games. The talk is great, but talk is cheap. Here was CJ Stroud on Nick Caley.
Yeah, Nick is a fiery young coach who loves to yell and run around, and and I love it. He brings juice to the building every day. So I'm excited just to work with him every day and try to build a relationship. And he's done a good job of just relating to the players and always asking us what we want, how we want to do things, and making it player own. So I love that of him.
So, I mean, again, sounds good, saying all the right things, but I mean, CJ Stroud was also saying the right things about Bobby Slowick all the way up until the end of last year.
Yeah, and I think that that's where you have right to ask questions, but you may never get the true answers because I think a lot of guys were quick to defend Bobby Slowick and come to his side on a lot of things while Bobby was still a member of the organization. But it does seem like even from the standpoint of you break down some of the different sounds CJ's given you over the course of leading up to camp and today is the fact that he seems to have when you can talk about the juice from the fact that Kaylee likes to scream and yell. But it just seems like CJ has more juice because he's excited that this is his kind of system, that this is what he's been clamoring for in terms of being able to make the reads at the line, being able to audible, being able to have more of the total control of the offense that most quarterbacks that are really good in this league have.
Yeah. And then final one on Kaylee with Nico Collins, his top receiver.
Man, you just tell by his enthusiasm every day. He's a great coach, man. You can tell, like in the meetings, he talk about the plays and install, man. Even when he just explaining the install, just his grit, his mind behind it, and his energy, dog. You can just feel it. You know what I'm saying? Like he gets you pumped up, ready to go out here and play.
Encouraging, but again, you got to prove it.
Yeah, and rah-rah only goes so far too, right? I mean, it's got to be the nuts and bolts, and it's got to be the things that really D'Amico was talking about in terms of making sure you utilize to the fullest extent the weapons that you have, and then keeping the defense off balance and doing the things that we all pointed out that was just so mind-numbing about not making adjustments in game the way it seemingly Bobby Slowick did not do that.
Yeah, the raw stuff is like whatever. Like I'm with you on that. Like, hey, it's great. Like I want to coach with energy. It's not going to win you football games, like it's great to have the attitude, but it's not going to win you football games. Like give me the smartest offensive coordinator in the world who's the lamest person in the world over the raw guy that can't coach a lick. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you can do both, it's wonderful. What I liked in that clip from Nico, again, not trying to read too much into it, like he didn't have to say he's a great coach. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like you're gonna defend the people in the room, you're gonna defend your coaches, but you can defend your coaches without saying they're a great coach. So I do like, if I'm trying to read too much into this, I do like that Nico's like, yeah, he's a great coach. He didn't have to say that. Like he went out of his way to say that. So, maybe that's something, but again, you got to prove it. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is the most important thing for CJ Stroud this offseason or going into this season, this training camp, and then into the 2025 campaign? Yesterday, I said it's about making decisions. I think his decision-making is his most critical attribute this year. What do you think is the most critical attribute? The Houston Texans, the word they're using with CJ Stroud, is ownership. What is it for you? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
The new ESPN Houston app is live, and it is spectacular. Download the new version. New app allows you to sign up and enter to win our giveaways, so you can win stuff for free. Hit the go button. You'll see the new features that will include immediate access to the text and call-in line, all of our social media platforms, and our YouTube channel. Chat feature in the app that listeners can use to interact with each other and the shows, and the app is now available for Android and Google Play users. So what attribute is the most important for C.J. Stroud in 2025? Yesterday I said decision-making. The Texans today talked about ownership of the offense. We'll get into a couple of sound bites on that because the Twitchers, they're just begging us for more. What would be that attribute for you, Blankers?
Can I just say staying upright?
Yeah, you can.
I mean, I think as much as anything else, that's what really is first and foremost, I think, on everybody's mind. But the fact that we're dealing with what we saw last year, and whether it was the system or otherwise, you're dealing with a situation where if he doesn't stay upright, he's got no chance to do a whole hell of a lot. And even if he does stay upright, if he gets pestered and he gets pressured as much as we saw a year ago, I just don't think that it matters whatever Kaylee's trying to call. I don't think whatever kind of new and better playbook and system and everything that they have in place matters. I just feel like you have to give him the amount of time to execute no matter what play is the one that they're going to go with. And that worries me because of the fact that we don't know what we don't know, as you said earlier, about this line.
Yeah, I mean, that's critical, no doubt about it. So staying upright, decision-making, Texans say ownership. You got one, B-Mac?
Yeah, just piggybacking off of yours, Jeremy. Like, there were so many times over his first 2 years, especially last year, where it would seem like at times Stroud would pass up the easy throw to try to make the bigger play downfield. And that's typical of a lot of quarterbacks. Deshaun Watson did that as well. But especially while you're trying to protect that offensive line that's trying to come together, you're still trying to figure out if you've got a good offensive line. Stroud needs to get to the point, and maybe this is also part of the offense that Slowick ran, because it seemed like a lot of the routes went deeper than they necessarily needed to. But be willing to take the underneath check down to the running back or the drag coming across the middle rather than looking down and always trying to hit the post deeper down the field.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that was Slowick, though, because you remember Slowick a lot of times.
Portion.
He loved explosive plays.
Yep.
Like anytime that what is the identity? And whenever you say football, whatever, like he would say explosive plays. And even when the Texans weren't scoring points and they weren't moving the ball and they were very mediocre relative to the rest of the league, he'd always be like, yeah, but look how many explosive plays we have. You don't win games with explosive plays.
Also, think about how many times when the drive they were on a drive, they had tempo, they had rhythm, and they were just kind of moving the football and moving the chains, and then he'd try a gadget play or something stupid, trying to look for a big play.
So I wonder, I think it's a good one, Brian, but I wonder how much of that is because of the play caller versus Stroud, because I'm with you. Like that would be something that needs to be improved too. And like, we didn't play the clip of Nico's talking about, actually we might have been in that clip where he said that Kaylee's like a yak guy. Like he wants to give his playmakers the ball in space and then let them go, which would be kind of, I think correlated with what Brian was saying. Like, hey, here's a short pass instead of an intermediate medium pass that my guy can just go. Like if you have Kirk and you have Nico and you have Higgins and you have Noel, like give them the ball in space and see what they can do.
No, I'm with you. I think that's probably, as it relates to like even D'Amico's quote, like that's basically taking advantage of what knowing your personnel. It's not just having the right personnel on the field. It's knowing your personnel and knowing how many different guys can beat you in how many different ways and putting them in their best position too. Look, I'm encouraged. Again, you got to see it, but I do feel very encouraged about the fact that CJ's in the best position maybe since they've had him to really kind of solidify being a good quarterback in this league.
You hope.
Right. But I'm saying the first year, Slowick did some things early on that were good for him. He did some good things that we didn't think he was going to be able to do right away. But overall, the league caught back up to him. I feel like now he's in a situation where this can be more kind of long-termish.
It just depends on how good they are.
Right.
Like, I mean, if Kaylee's not a good play caller, he's not in a good position. Like, if the offensive line is equal to what they were last year and less talented than they were last year, then it's not a good position. Like, there's a lot of ifs that have to hit for that to be the case. Now, I do think it's in play. Texture, for me, it's two things for CJ. One, him being able to manipulate DBs with his eyes to get them off hot reads and don't be Superman out there. I think he does a good job of that. Key from LA, awareness and using his legs a bit more. I'm with you on the awareness. I'm not with you on the legs. I don't want CJ Stroud running a whole lot, to be honest.
I think I don't mind. Again, it goes to the decision-making conversation. I think if nothing's there and he realizes he can make a positive play out of it, that's one thing. I also think that he needs to be extremely smart about it and intelligent about it, about getting down and avoiding any kind of contact in doing so. Otherwise, it's not. It's the risk is not worth the reward.
For sure. I don't want him taking extra hits at all. But I think he's more dangerous in the pocket than out of the pocket, though. Like he's capable. Like, I'm not saying he's not capable as a runner. And he can, like, sure, 3rd and 3, a little bit of a rollout off of play action. You see the first down there, grab it. No problem there. But I think he's more dangerous in the pocket than outside of the pocket.
Oh, I agree with you. I just think that, to me, my mind goes back to, I'd rather have a no gain or a 1 or 2 yard gain where he just kind of gets a yard or two, gets back to the line of scrimmage and gets down before he gets drilled, as opposed to trying to make that big play and make chicken salad out of, whatever, and then end up really screwing them over.
I'm with you there, but I'd rather him throw an incomplete pass and throw it away than run for 1 or 2 yards, unless it's for the first down, unless it's for a 3rd down. But whatever. Texture, y'all sure do hype up the Texans and act like they can do no wrong, but are hypercritical over everything the Astros do. Is that accurate? 713-780-3776. Do the Killer Bees act like the Texans do no wrong, but are hypercritical over everything the Astros do? 713-780-3776.
I feel like that's the first day he's listened to the show.
I was just going to say, I feel like, tell me you're a casual without telling me you're a casual if that's your opinion.
Yeah, I've never been accused of that one. That's a first for me. But hey, maybe it's a blind spot for me. You guys let us know. Or do the Killer Bees hype up the Texans too much and are too critical of the Astros? 713-780-3776.
Did we just not review the fact that we were hypercritical of the fact that Bobby Slowick didn't make any adjustments at halftime, and the fact that
no longer a Texan?
They tried to make too many big plays when they didn't need to, gadget plays. But
he gone.
Okay, sunshine and rainbows it is, sir.
Here are the Texans on the ownership that CJ Stroud has to have of the offense. First, D'Amico Ryan's talking on that Stroud ownership.
For sure, from that quarterback perspective, you want that ownership. You want it to be on your plate, so to speak. And CJ, he's looking forward to it. He's open to it. He wanted it, and we're here. And so I think he's done a really fantastic job so far. And Kaylee's done a really great job of working with him. They're getting on the same page, making sure the terminology, everything makes sense so we can get in and out of the huddle fast. We can play fast. We can operate clean, and we've been doing that.
And then here was CJ Stroud saying how this offense is more of a quarterback's offense and also talks about that ownership.
Yeah, I mean, this is more of a, quarterback's offense where, you're IDing, you're calling the shots, you're switching protections if you need, and it's really like just me in the center. So that's J Pat or Juice. Got to have good communication with those guys and, relay to everybody else what's going on. So, Nick is doing a great job teaching us stats. So is Jerry and Gerard. So, it's a lot more ownership.
It's a lot on CJ Stroud's plate this year.
I'm going to say this, though, Jeremy, again, and look, get used to it if you're listening because everybody's going to be doing it. But it's all about right now as camp opens up, interpreting coach speak and player speak and what everybody's saying. But again, as I hear those two quotes, the takeaway for me is from the D'Amico aspect. One thing that you could tell frustrated him last year, and it seems like it was worth mentioning that's something he doesn't want to see this year, is them getting out of the huddle late, is them, getting penalized because they didn't get to the line of scrimmage in time. And we knew that was an issue. And that he mentioned the fact that we knew this was something CJ was clamoring for. And we know that he kind of made reference to it, that he'd like to do more last year and have more control of it. But maybe there was even more so going on behind the scenes where CJ's like, let me do more at the line of scrimmage.
See, that cut was actually pretty telling to me with how he was handled in the first 2 years of his career, the 2 years that line up with Bobby Slowick. It seems like Bobby Slowick had governors on CJ Stroud.
Oh,
Like
for sure.
he didn't let him change the play at the line. Who knows if he gave him like any sort of audible? Who knows if he gave him any sort of offensive line like protection? Like we heard a little bit of that last year, like late in the year, that he was starting to help out a little bit more on coverage. But a little bit more means that you didn't have much to begin with. So I think that's something that changes a lot in going into this season in Stroud's third year, is that he's going to be responsible for a lot more than he was in the first 2 years. And how he handles that, I think, is going to be a huge determining factor on how the Houston Texans offense performs this year. Now, I'm confident that Stroud's going to be good in that area, but if the Texans are like really bad offensively and CJ Stroud has a lot on his plate, I think it will be a pretty telling about CJ Stroud and, his stature in the NFL.
Yeah, it could be a point of contention for sure. And I definitely think that they're setting it up like this is offense by committee and that he is going to play a big role right next to Kaylee in terms of what they run, how they run it, and what they're able to do. And it's crazy, though, that when listening to that, because I agree with what you said about how it's going to be a telltale of a lot of things for CJ going forward. It seems like this is exactly what he's always been set up to do. It seems like from everything that you've heard that going back to Ohio State, when you heard about the fact that he really didn't want to talk to the OC if the OC wasn't calling the plays, he wanted to be on the same page with Day, and he wanted to be, the guy, talking to the guy calling the plays. It seems like this is right for him, but it also, to your point, I think be careful what you wish for, because now you got to do it.
Yep. Texture, I feel kind of hard that anybody could be critical of a team that has a third of their players on the injured list for 2/3 of the current season. Fair point. And then another texture, Killer Bees are the fair opinions about all H-Town teams. There you go, 3390. The check is in the mail.
What I hate is that we're on the first day of camp and it's bringing back so many bad memories of things that we did have to be honest about last year, where like even how slow it took them to get out of the huddle on play after play when you're screaming at your television. I had forgotten about that.
I've never been called like a positive person, period. Like people get on to me for being critical of like literally anything. So now I'm taking a little aback at that one. The Athletic has the Packers, Texans, Commanders, Vikings, Chiefs as the most overrated teams in 2025. Thoughts? Packers, Texans, Commanders, Vikings, Chiefs.
Packers are rightfully where they belong.
You hate the Packers.
I don't hate the Packers.
You're
I hate
so
their
critical of the
quarterback.
Packers.
Add it to the list.
I hate
Hates the Packers.
No, I hate Jordan Love. I will never hate the Green Bay Packers. I
Fact or fiction? You took a Green Bay Packers sticker off your car.
Oh no! It got car washed off.
Sure it did.
You can afford car washes.
Go look at the license plate holder and see if it still says Green Bay Packers.
Until you go through a car wash, apparently.
Well, that's not taking off metal with bolts.
What is your license plate number so I can go check out at your vehicle?
No chance. I got enough to deal with on that front lately. Thanks.
Yeah.
I just believe I don't think the Texans are overrated. I think they're properly rated because I don't think until we see otherwise that they're the cream of the crop and a Super Bowl contender until they can beat Baltimore and Kansas City. I just like we were talking about with the offensive line. I got to see it. But I don't think they're overrated. I think that people respect them as one of the better teams in this league.
I mean,
from a
their
Green
win
Bay
total is like
perspective,
9.5 games.
Like from a Green Bay perspective, I think it's accurate because I don't think they've done anything, and their quarterback hasn't done anything to make you believe that he can do anything.
I just don't know that they're rated that high, the Packers.
Maybe so. Maybe like I mentioned that we've talked about. I was the first driving the bus on the Jordan Love bandwagon needs to stop, and that he's not as good as people think. I think a lot of people are jumping on the bus now. So maybe that takes them down a notch, and rightfully so. I don't know. I haven't seen that much of where most national prognostications are still having them as a playoff team.
I think they are a playoff team though. Like I feel like they're rated properly. Like whenever I look at like these like the win totals, like Packers are right there, like right where
Who else was it?
I would expect them to be. I wouldn't have the Texans as overrated. They're a 9.5 win total team in Vegas. Like I think they get there comfortably.
Mm-hmm.
Commanders, I absolutely think they're overrated.
I think they
I've
are
been
too.
banging
We
that
talked about
drum
that,
for a while. Vikings, I kind of like the Vikings. I like O'Connell. I think McCarthy has skill. Yes, it'll be interesting to see what he does first time in the NFL. Blah 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 blah. And in no way am I picking an Andy Reid coach team and a Fat Mahomes quarterback team to be the most overrated team. So no, I'm trashing that as well.
No, I would put Denver on that list before I would put the Chiefs. The two teams we talked about the other day. I believe that Denver, as much as they were the sexy everybody paying attention to pick of a team that's on the rise. I think they're going to take a step back, just like Washington.
Pete, you guys haven't been more critical of the Astros unless it involves unexplainable typo excuses or criticism of the Three Stooges medical staff. And Pete knows ball, so I trust Pete. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRNP listener line. How do you see these top training camp battles around the NFL playing out? Some fun battles around the league. How are they going to play out in your opinion? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Some interesting camp battles around the NFL. We'll get to those in a minute, how we see those playing out. NFL.com doing their slow leak of their top 100 players in the National Football League. I'm just kidding. I hate when people do that. Jalen Ramsey, number 66. Pittsburgh Steeler. Jalen Ramsey, by the way. I feel like that's fair for Ramsey. Like a little bit older, still very good. He dropped 41 places from a year ago. Maybe that's too big of a drop off, but I feel like 66 is fine for Ramsey. Just going off first bluff.
He's not in his prime anymore. He's still a good football player. He can be a good football player on a good defense. I don't think that he's elite.
No, I mean, he used to be, certainly. I think he's a little bit below elite now. I have no problem with 66. And then at number 65, they leaked 2 today, was Trey McBride. This is one where I feel like is not good. I feel like he's way better than the 65th best player in the NFL. In fact, top of the dome, I would have Trey McBride as my second best tight end in the NFL. And I think the second best tight end in the NFL is higher than 65th in the entire league.
Really? Second best tight
Yes.
end in the NFL?
Who do you have ahead of him?
Man, well, it depends. What's his name in Las Vegas?
That's one.
And I mean,
I think Jeremy's right. Like
Really?
Sam Laporta had a drop off from his rookie year. TJ Hawkinson really hasn't been
Kittle?
elite. I mean, okay. Yeah,
If
you
you
could
go-
argue for Kittle.
If you go to the ESPN top 10 tight ends, they have two guys ahead of McBride. I think they're wrong. I would have Trey McBride second on my list. They have Kittle at number 2, which I think I would have Kittle at 3. I would have McBride ahead of Kittle. And then they have Laporta at 3. Ain't no way I'm putting Laporta ahead of Trey McBride. No
I
chance.
agree with that. I might put Kittle ahead of McBride, but there's no way I'm putting Laporta ahead of
Yeah,
McBride.
and I could listen to that. Like I wouldn't die on
Kittle
that
was
hill.
my first choice.
I would take McBride over Kittle. I would. Maybe I'm in the minority there. And I think those are your top 3. Bauer's certainly number
I think
1.
we all agree number 1 is Bauer.
And I like Laporta, but I don't like him more than Trey McBride.
Plus he's been hurt,
Kelsey's
right?
a little older. Laporta was he a little banged up last year? I don't remember.
Yeah, and the year before he had surgery, didn't he?
No, you're thinking of Hawkinson.
Oh, that's right, with Minnesota. Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, they have McBride at 65. I feel like that's too low. Even if he's your third best tight end, I feel like that's too low for Trey McBride. So I feel like that one's off by NFL.com.
No, that I would agree with that to some degree. Yeah, I mean, look, I think that a lot of this is going to dictate where we see with the Texans. So I'm curious where some of the other guys come in and like where CJ lands and things like that. But I mean, I also getting kind of sick and tired of the hype train. Can we just get to football?
Corey says, yeah, I mean, I'm with you, but we have to live it.
Absolutely.
Corey says Dak at 79 seems a little disrespectful.
I don't think so.
I mean, he's behind Darnold. I would have Dak ahead of Darnold. I know Darnold had a better year last year, but who would you rather go to war with if all things were equal, Dak Prescott or Sam Darnold?
Dak Prescott.
Same. So, I could see where Corey's coming from, but I also think that they're overrating quarterbacks. Sam Darnold was the one that we mentioned yesterday. Where was he? He was 72. I don't think Sam Darnold's the 72nd best player in the NFL. Sorry. Just don't.
I don't. Look, again, it's and we talked about criteria and such. Sam Darnold had a good year last year. It didn't end well, and in the last part of the year, he kind of came back to the norm a little bit. But overall, 1 year doesn't make a career. I'm going to be real curious to see how Sam Darnold plays this year because you don't have Justin Jefferson. You don't have some of the guys you had a year ago when you had, a pretty damn good skill set.
Off the top of your dome, there's 32 starting quarterbacks in the NFL. There's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Where would you have Darnold?
Lower half.
I'm in the 20s.
Yeah.
So we're roughly the same ballpark. They have a quarterback who's in the 20s as the 72nd best player in the NFL. They overrated quarterbacks.
And again, it's what are you looking at for this year going forward? Are you rating it just off of last year alone? When you ask about what criteria went in, I've never been a believer in Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Look, credit to him for what he was able to do with a really solid offensive mind as a head coach, by the way. So let's see what Sam Darnold does this year. I don't think I'm not sure he should even be on the top 100.
Yeah. And these were voted on by players, too. So it's the players are overrating the position a bit, which, yes, it is the most important position in all sports. 713-780-ESPN. Julia is on the HRP listener line. Julia, welcome into the Hive. What's up?
Hey, man, I appreciate y'all letting me back on, but I know y'all are going to call me biased, but listen to these numbers.
Oh, boy.
Brock Bowers, he had 1194 yards. Trey McBride, 1146. And Kittle, 1106. McBride had 60 more targets, or 50 more, and then Bowers had 60 more, and then he had more touchdowns than both of them, and he blocked better than them. Y'all have a good one. I'll listen.
That just tells me he has a more accurate quarterback.
Brian,
that's all it tells me, Julia.
Again.
It was Julia. It wasn't Julian. It was Julia.
Oh.
Yeah, it was the difference.
Yeah,
it sounded like Julian, but it was
I
actually
sure
Julia.
did think Julia was going to end his call a different way, but yes.
Yeah, I'm surprised Julia didn't drop the bang
Exactly.
Gang. I mean, he threw out those stats there. All that tells me is that he has a more accurate quarterback.
And the fact that the numbers don't lie, and the fact that you can say whatever you want about
Is that
targets,
true,
but
though?
at the end of the day, if those are the accurate numbers,
dang, they are.
Okay.
He had Trey McBride had 147 targets last year. Kittle had 94, but Trey McBride also caught 33 more passes. Like, that's pretty significant. Kittle had more big plays, though.
Yeah, I'm still a believer in George Kittle, but I mean,
I love McBride. I'm a huge McBride fan.
it sounds like it. Yeah.
I just think he's really good. I mean, how many tight ends catch over 100 passes for 1,100 yards? Like that's insane. It's insane.
Do we believe in his quarterback?
I mean, he's the most athletic guy in the world.
Okay, right. I understand that, but do we believe him as a quarterback?
I mean, I believe in him more than Sam Darnold. Like, what is the barometer here?
That's a tough
like,
bar, too.
Okay, well, let's go to their quarterbacks then.
Okay.
Kyler Murray or Brock Purdy?
See, I think in that system, Brock Purdy executes everything perfectly. I think Brock Purdy is a better quarterback than Kyler Murray.
I kind of do, too.
Yeah.
I kind of do, too. Kyler's certainly more talented.
Oh,
There's no doubt
sure.
about that. But Brock Purdy does, like, everything right.
Yep.
And I do wonder, though, like, if you put Brock Purdy in the Arizona scheme, like, would he be better than Kyler Murray in the Arizona scheme? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
But Brock in the Shanahan scheme, short passes, let
It's just
guys
like you
get
were
a
talking
bunch
about
of
with
yards
CJ.
after catch.
Decision making.
Yes.
Knowing exactly what of all of my different with the route trees and all of my different options on this play, I know the right one to take based on the read. He is the perfect game manager for Shanahan.
No, I like Brock Purdy. Like I probably like him more than the average NFL fan. I think like the year he had 2 years ago was unbelievable. He was like in the top 5 in every offensive quarterback category.
Look, I think that he does get undersold as a guy that's just in the absolute right place in the right system. I agree totally. If you put him in the Arizona system, he's not going to be as good. I just don't believe that there's any way because he's not as athletic. But do I think that Brock Purdy could still be a good quarterback in this league if he was somewhere else? Yes. Do I think Brock Purdy's better than Sam Darnold? Yes.
Yeah, I do too. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to these camp battles around the NFL. Some very intriguing ones that will be fun to watch. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Look, are you looking to escape the rat race for the weekend? Escape the hustle and bustle of the job? Yeah, of course you are. I have the best idea for you. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. A fantastic time. Branham family went up there about 6 weeks ago. We loved it. We're going to be out there soon. Really enjoyed our time there. We were able to escape the city. We were able to relax. We were able to enjoy the great outdoors. And you should do these things too. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. Exploring the open green spaces. That was a lot of fun. 92 acres of property there. The wildlife that you don't see in the city. How about doing some kayaking if that's your thing? Beautiful, majestic trees. You can get out of the sun a little bit too because those trees are massive and you get in the shade. You like to play some pickleball? Do that too. They have a pool up there so you can hang out by the pool, get a dip in there as well. And also some of the best fishing in Texas. They're Two Creeks, just phenomenal fishing. They also have a catch and release pond right there in the center of the property, which is great for the kiddos as well. You can't beat it. It's just 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You're there in an hour and a half. No big deal. Glamping, cabins, tree houses, pull up the RV. They have it all. They have the perfect stay for anybody. We stayed in the tree house and the kids loved it. A few more days to capitalize on the incredible savings that you can use to your advantage. You book 5 nights right now and you save 35%. Can't beat it. So book that stay right now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Summer Circuit continues tomorrow. Join ESPN Houston, your favorite station, as we visit different restaurants over the greater Houston area. Each week, you can register. To win our grand prize in the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power on Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. For registration, stop by the promo table at the broadcast. This week, tomorrow, Cadillac Bar on Shepherd. Come out, hang out. The boys will be there noon until 6 at Cadillac Bar on Shepherd. If you're looking for the entire summer circuit, you can visit ESPN975.com and check it out there. Eric says, what setting did you hit? Or what's it? I don't know what he's saying. What setting did you hit where my ad commercials are in Spanish? Feels like something Brian did. Oh, he's blaming Brian. Eric's commercials are in Spanish, Brian. What did you do?
On no habla inglés.
Stream?
I get on the app. It says in the app.
Okay.
His ad commercials. So I like sometimes like those are predictive, right? Like, don't they have smartphone technology that like tries to predict like which commercials are suitable to you? Because like sometimes my Pandora, I listen to Pandora. I'm a noob, but like I listen to Selena Radio sometimes, so I get a lot of commercials in Spanish too because they think I'm Mexican.
We do have one car commercial that's
halfway.
in Spanish.
Oh, maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, so maybe it was that, and I don't know what else it would be. But there is, I think it's the
It's
car.
one of Lance's.
Yeah, it's the one that Lance
Yeah.
speaks for. They do one of their commercials in Spanish, but I'm not sure what else he would have heard.
Eric, I mean, stop complaining and become cultured, man. Like, download the Duolingo app and check that out after 6 o'clock. A little culture in your life. It's good to have a couple different languages that you know. Yeah, that. Texture Purdy probably does the homework too. Yeah, he definitely does.
Yes.
Kyler might not. Kyler's playing Call of Duty with Cal McNair. So, yeah, you're probably right about that.
It's
so
always fun to win.
Here are the top camp battles, the most entertaining camp battles in training camp because we're ready. We're ready to go. NFL season today, day one. The top one that they have listed in NFL.com, the Cleveland Browns quarterback position, which is it's a four-way match. Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders. I really think it's a three-way. I think it's a triple threat. I don't think Shedeur has any chance of being the starter week one of the NFL season. But how do you see this one playing out?
I've said all along that I think Joe Flacco is going to start it at the start of the year, just simply because of the fact he's a veteran. He's got the most experience. I think Stefanski, as good as he's been dealing with a whole lot of BS thrown his way, I think Stefanski knows that his butt could be on the line this year, and I think that he'll go with the guy that he trusts the most, and that's going to be Joe Flacco.
Okay, you're saying Flacco's going to win this job week one?
Yep.
I'm going to go Kenny Pickett. I'll go Kenny Pickett wins the job week one. But I believe that Dylan Gabriel is going to start the most games at the quarterback position. I think they're going to try to groom Dylan Gabriel, make him, the future of the position. And look, people are like, well, why not Shedeur? Well, Shedeur was drafted way later than Dylan Gabriel. So I'll go Pickett, but Gabriel starts the most games.
I think that the only thing that makes that interesting is the fact that they've had so much bad pub. And they've taken so much heat from Deshaun and the Haslams and all the other things of how they've just been ridiculous. That do they really want to have more people coming at them? Like, why not Shedeur? I just, whether it's the right decision or not is a totally different conversation. I just wonder if they're going to push Shedeur because they're trying to push more attention positively for the entire franchise if they're not going anywhere. I think from a Stefanski perspective, that's why I said early on, I think he's doing anything to win football games and save his butt.
So you think Shedeur would be like more popular or PR than Gabriel?
I do.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Flacco starts as well. And I mean, look, I don't think either Shedeur or Dylan Gabriel really have a shot to begin the year unless they just look like they're the second coming of Tom Brady or something, because I think it's just easier to sell the narrative of third round rookie, fifth round rookie needs more time. You start Flacco, you can bench and put Joe Flacco back in at any point. I don't think that causes any media storm. That causes zero circus or anything in the media. So I think you start Flacco, you ride him for about a month until things go bad, then you make the switch. Maybe it could be Kenny Pickett, but there again, like if you start Kenny Pickett right away and he sucks, I don't think you can go to back at Pickett at any point. I think Flacco's the perfect guy to start, take the lumps, and then put in the younger guys.
I'm not really worried about going back to Pickett, though. Like, if Pickett needs to be benched, like, his days as an NFL starter are done. And the Browns are going to be awful anyways. Like, they're going to get into developmental mode pretty quickly, I think.
Yeah, I mean, just what is maybe obviously it doesn't matter what he did with Pittsburgh, because it's going to matter what he looks like to Stefanski during training camp. But I just haven't seen anything from Pickett that thinks he could play even better than nearly 40-year-old Joe Flacco at this point. I think Flacco's shown better play even in his last trip in Cleveland in 2023, especially that regular season game against the Texans. I think it'll be Flacco until he flames out, and then they'll go to one of the young guys.
Pickett wears multiple gloves, though. Like, he's got that going for
to
him.
cover up his tiny hands.
That's right. Kenny Two Gloves with the tiny mitts.
Colts, the second best battle, according to NFL.com. Anthony Richardson versus Daniel Jones. I saw somebody tweeting out today, like the play-by-play, and they were like, Anthony Richardson, pass broken up, nearly intercepted. Daniel Jones, intercepted. So it's one of the more fascinating quarterback battles that we've seen in recent memory, with two quarterbacks who most people don't think are any good. Who do you think wins this battle, AR-15 or Daniel Jones, Vanilla Vic?
I think it's Daniel Jones. And we've talked about this previously, where I just believe that as much as Ballard is trying to avoid the inevitable, it looks like he made a really bad pick, picking Richardson where he did, and doing what he did to get him. And I think that Daniel Jones gives you the best chance to win of the two guys that might not be stellar. But I think right now, with as bad as Richardson, look, there's a lot that he has to erase. He has to erase what happened here in Houston. And that's just from the standpoint of every player in the league and everybody that saw it going, no one does that. Like, when have you ever seen a quarterback that called uncle? And then on top of that, the fact that he can't throw the football. I think that Daniel Jones with a less than Giants team was at least serviceable, and I think he'll end up getting the starting job.
I think with most other quarterbacks he could compete with, Anthony Richardson would lose the job. But Daniel Jones is, I don't know. Like, I know he had that one year where he and Dayball went to the playoffs and they beat the Vikings in the first round. But I think Daniel Jones ends up starting more games this year, but they invested the 4th overall pick in Anthony Richardson. I don't think they're going to bail on him before the season starts. I think they let him go into the season, and if it sucks, if he looks like he did last year, if he looks like he did in limited action during his rookie year, then they bail and Daniel Jones starts the rest of the year. But I think they're going to give him one more shot and he wins the job.
I think they're going to go with Vanilla Vic, and then turn it over to AR-15 later. So I'll go Daniel Jones on that one. Another quarterback battle, New Orleans, Tyler Shuck, Spencer Rattler. How do you think this one plays out?
I think this is one where they're going to go with Shuck, because I think Shuck's going to be the quarterback of the future. I think that they like him, and I think that based on the fact that Rattler was the 6th, 7th round pick, he was late round pick, but I think that they believe that Shuck has enough in the toolbox that he could be the guy going long term, and they're going to just get him ready. They're going to get him seasoned. He's got an offensive minded quarterback. I mean, a coach. I believe that's the direction they'll go.
I think everyone loses trying to watch Saints football. Like, I don't know if it matters. Like, if you start
I don't
Tyler,
disagree with that.
Yeah, you start Shuck, you start Rattler, they're going to be a two-win team regardless. I mean, I know Shuck has some draft capital, but he spent 7 years in college for a reason. I mean, he was Justin Herbert's backup at Oregon. If he was someone who could come around and make that putrid of a roster into something palatable, he would have left college football long before spending 7 years. So Shuck probably wins it. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. They're a terrible team.
See, I think their plan is they're going to try to see if Shuck can be the future guy, and then whenever he inevitably fails, they're going to dip right back into the rookie quarterback market next year with a very early draft pick. So I'm going to go Shuck. Giants, Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, Jackson Dart.
This is Russ. And this is...
I think Dable said it today, didn't he?
Yeah, I believe...
He named him already?
He said he's our quarterback.
Okay.
I think that just from, again, another coach that might be on the hot seat, I believe, and we've had this conversation previously, I just believe that he knows that there's a veteran guy with enough experience that he can at least feel confident trusting to make the right decisions for a team that has to win in order to save his job.
Yeah, I think it's Russ for all the reasons you just mentioned. Like Dayball and don't forget Joe Shane as their GM. Yep. Like, especially after that embarrassment they suffered on the Hard Knocks offseason. Like, they have to win, or they might not even make it through the full regular season. I think Jameis will see some playing time, and ultimately Jackson Dart will as well, who, speaking of bad throws, apparently he threw a pick six on his first practice throw today. So Not off to a great start there in New York, but there's no way Jackson Dart starts the year. And Jameis over Russ, I couldn't see happening. So by default, it's got to be Russ.
Yeah, unanimous Russ. Cowboys running back situation. Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders, Jaden Blue. Not great.
Not great.
Everyone loses again.
Yeah, I just look. We said yesterday. I don't know. The Cowboys have a running game. So, do you take the veteran and just trust that he can at least be serviceable?
Yeah,
that's the only way I can think about it.
So you're saying Sanders?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to hope that something's left in Javonte Williams. Like, he had that catastrophic knee injury in year 2 with the Broncos and really hasn't looked the same ever since. But if one of these guys hits an upside, because apparently they hate Jaden Blue already. Apparently there were reports came out the other day that they think he's lazy already. He's barely even started.
I heard that pre-draft, though. Like, I heard that about him pre-draft.
Yeah, that was. I mean, look, he lost his job at Texas. That was mostly because he fumbled, and they turned it on to turned it over to Wisner. But apparently it's been a label that he hasn't been able to shake. So I don't think it's him. I don't think there's much of Miles Sanders left. So I think they go Javonte.
Yeah. All right. Last one, the Jacksonville running back room. Travis Etienne, Tank Bigsby, and then however you say this UCS running back's name, Bashal Tootin. Etienne, Bigsby, or Tootin? How do you say it?
Bashal Tootin.
I think I got it right. Did I not get it right?
Yeah, you were pretty close.
I think I got it right. So Etienne, Bigsby, or Tootin, and Blanker's the oldest of us with the childish jokes.
I still think they'll go with Etienne. I think they still they like him. He's been there. Yeah, he's been dinged up a little bit. I don't think he's an everyday back, but I think they'll start the year with Etienne.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, first round draft capital buys you extra opportunities that you wouldn't get otherwise. Like, he was great. I guess it was that first year he was hurt. He missed the entire season. That second year he was great. Last year efficiency went way down. Didn't look great. Tank Bigsby definitely looked like the better player, but he was a first round pick. I think they're going to give him a shot. Make him prove it to him that he can't do it, and then they'll turn it over to Tank Bigsby, but he'll get the shot to start the year.
I kind of like drafting all three of these guys, but I like Etienne's value. Liam Cohen uses running backs, uses a lot of them, and they're usually all effective.
Duval.
So I like Etienne's value quite a bit here, so I'll go with that. Texter, Daniel Jones is more swaggy. Trevor Lawrence, Tyler, and Conroe. I could see that. More swaggy Lawrence. I don't think he's as good as Lawrence, but that's beside the point. Pete, top training camp battle, Micah versus Jarrett. That's not a bad one. Dallas signs Damian Pierce once he gets cut. LOL. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Israel, you're in the hive. What's up, Israel?
What's up, fellas? Hey, look at here, man. I've been following it, camp. Mini camp. You know I'm a Shador guy, so I've been following it. I don't think you've really been following it. People going off the draft. The draft is over. The mini camp came, rookie camp came, and they ain't real. They in camp now. Now it's trying to get the preseason. First of all, Pickens, he had his shot. He had one game in Philly when they won the ring. That's one game. In Pittsburgh, they drafted him. He's a bum. Just throw him out. The other Flacco, he was in there with Richardson last year. Indiana could have kept him. He is not the answer for them. Let me tell you about Shador. Shador completion rate in college was off. Only reason they didn't pick him, it had nothing to do with his talent. He is more Pickens. Man, they laughing at him in Cleveland. They like, why did they pick him? He's 5'11". He's slow. He don't have an arm. And they going to get fired.
Why did they draft him ahead of Shador if he's so bad?
Oh, look, bro, that's over with. They got him now.
Bro, it's over with. Come on, man.
Now we're going to see. This is the thing. Since he's been in the little guy, the little 5'11" guy in Cleveland, he is the joke of the town.
But if he's so bad, why did Cleveland like him more? Like, I know the draft is over, Israel, but it's the same people there.
You're not even paying attention to it. Y'all just going off the draft. We're going to see now, and the season is here.
Yo, Windy City Blowhard. I went with you. I went with Shador. Come on, man.
Well, this is all I'm going to give him. And with Russell Wilson. Last year in Pittsburgh, he took him to the playoffs, but his Pickens got hurt. His number one receiver got hurt, and then they started losing. They could never adapt.
He got benched.
The Giants is going to win. The guy who used to play for the Giants, the quarterback, he's trash. He had his turn. my man gonna beat him out, and it's just gonna be a great NFL season. And CJ is gonna be in his third year. He's gonna do his thing. Hey, the brothers is doing their thing at the quarterback position like never ever before. Have a good season, and I'm gonna continue to see what's going on. And wait, I can't wait till season start when Shador take over, and he be running for the rookie of the year. If he get over 8 starts, he's gonna be the number 1 quarterback. Came out in this draft, and they sold over $250 million in jerseys off him already. It's business, all right. And look that up. All right, y'all.
Good call. Rack Israel. I don't agree with a word he said, but I really enjoyed it.
Good Lord.
I enjoyed it very much. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Are you in or out on these football shows that are coming to Netflix? It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. I wonder how much money Israel has on Shador Sanders starting. I don't think you'd bet it.
I don't either.
I wonder if you can find that anywhere. I
Said
wonder what the
rookie of
odds
the
are.
year, though.
What would you place the odds on Shador Sanders being the week 1 quarterback for the Browns?
Pretty good value.
I I'm at plus 1,000.
Yeah, at least.
Plus 1,000 is where I'd have it. All right, 713-780-ESPN. So some football shows are coming to Netflix. We've already seen quarterbacks out there. We had a texter yesterday saying that he's completed it. I'm about halfway through. I enjoy that series. Very, very good. The receiver one was pretty good the other day, last year as well. So there's two more coming. The first one's from the NFL. It's about the Dallas Cowboys. Here's the trailer. Are you in or are you out?
The road to a championship is never paved smoothly. It's always paved with peaks and valleys.
This is a soap opera 365 days a year.
Texas is football country. The hole in Texas Stadium so God could watch his favorite team, the Cowboys.
When I bought the team, I was Darth Vader.
Dallas fans aren't happy.
Last year, they were 1-15.
I said, Dad, I don't know anything about running a football team. And he looked me in the eye and he said, neither do I.
We were gambling my family's whole fortune, so I had to take risks. And it started with Jimmy Johnson.
You part of this, man. As for mine, get over there on that other field.
Oh, I've heard enough. I'm in. I am all in on the Dallas Cowboys Netflix special. You gonna watch this one, Blake?
Absolutely. And why wouldn't you? I mean, first of all, it's NFL and it's football. And if you get we've always known that the Cowboys is a 365-day-a-year soap opera. But if any of the players actually tell some of the truths, that's worth watching all in itself. I don't need any more Jerry speak, but if the players talk about and elaborate on what kind of a bleep show it was behind the scenes, some of the things we've heard from Dalton Schultz and other guys after those guys were there, but during their heyday, if they can elaborate on some stories, that'll be good stuff.
Yeah, that would be. I hope they go all in. I hope it's not just fluff like a lot of these can be.
Well, because some of the sound bites from not just a lot of that was a lot of Michael Irvin in there, but I saw some of the other ones with Emmett and Troy. I'm like, if you get all those guys and you get the big guys that are talking, that should be fun.
Yeah, it's a chance to be really, really good. So I'm in. I'm all in. I'll watch all of that. Now, here's another one. This one's from college football. It's about the SEC. It's called Any Given Saturday. You in on this?
When I was a little boy, teachers would ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? I'd say college football player.
The SEC is the greatest place in the world to play college football.
The SEC teams who are winning the national championship.
There's such small towns. Maybe there's 30,000. But then you pull up to the stadium and there's 90,000 people.
If you play in this league, you will walk into the line.
Buzz! I'm treating it like The Voice. As soon as I heard enough, I hit the buzzer and turn around because I want it. I'm a sucker for these. You know that I am. Any inside baseball when it comes to sports, like you give me behind the scenes stuff, I am in. So give me some Any Given Saturday. I want it all.
I'm with you as well. I love these kind of documentaries on what we, like you said, the behind the scenes stuff. There's some of them already on just like different teams. I know they did one. I forget which channel it's on. They did one on LSU. They're doing one right now on, I think it's Virginia Tech football, but I see them a lot. When I'm in the gym and they have it on, and I will put that audio channel on right away going, I love that kind of stuff.
Texter, wonder if John Hamm will return the favor and make a guest appearance on Jerry's new series. I think you're confusing the actor. Wasn't Jerry on the Landman with Billy Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he was on John Hamm's show, Friends and Neighbors.
No. He definitely was on the Landman.
Yeah, Jerry was with Billy Bob, not John
he was with
Hamm.
Billy Bob. So maybe Billy Bob will return the favor and be on Jerry's new series. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pete, you're in the hive with the bees. What's going on?
Hey, guys. I am glad that y'all brought this up, that Netflix special on the Cowboys. And here's why. I'm a fan. The only thing that show gives the fans is a chance to stream it in 4K definition instead of dusting off their VCRs so they could throw their old tape in to relive the glory days from 30 years ago. That's old news. If people really want to see all that stuff, go to YouTube. But I'm kind of like over it.
Wow.
It's like, again, I'm a fan. I'm always going to be a fan, though I do support the Texans as well. But this is getting old, and it's like, guys, no, I don't want to see you do it one more time because, it's tradition now for us fans.
Pete, what if it brings light to just how boneheaded Jerry is as like a personnel GM guy and all the decisions, and that maybe they can put some more heat on him to save your team?
Hey, you're right. But if Monday's opening press conference with the media at his training camp wasn't enough to show how boneheaded he is, maybe they just need more proof.
Appreciate
hey guys,
it,
have
Pete.
a good evening. I am out.
So, yeah, I would. I mean, they're not going to force him to sell the team. Like, he's the owner. Like,
No,
he's
not
gonna
sell
keep
the team, Jeremy. Don't misconstrue.
Well, you said put heat on him to sell the team.
No, I didn't say sell the team, but to not give up the GM duties, so that he doesn't make the decisions, because he's been so just boneheaded on decisions.
I agree with you, but do you think Jerry's going to heed that advice?
No.
No chance. No chance. I mean, this is the best chance the Cowboys have to winning a title this year, though. So, I mean, all Cowboy fans should be rejoicing at this. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. A couple of texts. John Hamm is in Landman. Oh, that's right. John Hamm is in Landman. He had the heart attack. Good call. But Billy Bob's like the star in that. But you're right. John Hamm isn't it. My bad. I'll eat the another texture. John Hamm is in Landman too. I forgot. That's on me. I'll take the L. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Let's get to cash them or trash them. Cash them or trash them with the bees. What are you cashing or trashing? 713-780-3776. I'm cashing that HRP is the best resources and payroll company in the world. It's Cougar owned by Mike Holly, so they're off to a good start. Go Cougs. And business owners, let HRP help you, whether it's a little help in HR compliance, maybe you need a little help in that area. Maybe it's benefits administration. You need some help there. They got that too. Payroll, onboarding, HRP can help in all of those areas. They can help with one of those areas, whatever you need, because there's no boxes with HRP. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job, HRP is going to completely customize a plan for what you need and what your business needs. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, HRP is going to find a way to help your business. And they do it in a way that's unique too. Technology meets service. They have the best technology in the game. You're going to love that. You're going to trust that. But their service is top shelf. You're going to love it. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll always talk to someone who knows you. They know your business needs. It's a great ally to have on your side. They're always up to date with the current trends. You're going to love to have HR&P in your corner. So give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or visit them online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net. Cash them or trash them with the bees. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. Blankers, lead us off.
I'm debating between. I'm going to say.
You can do two if you want.
No, I really don't.
All right,
because I don't feel as solid about.
I got you. I hear
week.
you. I hear you.
I'm gonna say that I'm gonna double down on my Astros. I'm gonna say that the Astros are going to win the division by the same amount of games as they led the division at the All-Star break, and they will end up winning the division by 5 games.
I was on the wrong side of history on the first one of these, so I'm going to trash it though. I think they win this division by more than 5 games.
Trash.
I think it's a little bit more comfortable down the road. Maybe I'm being too optimistic. Maybe that texter earlier that says I'm too critical of the Astros made me think twice about how I talk about them.
Wait a minute, just what I just said. How was I critical of the Astros when I was the one that predicted them to be 5 up at the break?
But if you're predicting to be a 5 up and then only win the division by 5 up,
but he hadn't said that yet.
Okay.
Yeah, you shut your mouth, Brian.
I'm going to trash it.
The verbiage you used for your take, though, was you're going to double down. Like, if they just maintain the 5
I believed in them then. I believe them now to win comfortably.
Double down by 5 games. Yeah. I mean, I get it, Brian. What's so hard to understand here? Maybe you got
Brian.
Maybe you got a little fatigue today.
I do have some fatigue.
Yeah, you're like Hunter Brown limping into the All-Star break. You got a little fatigue at the moment. Final hour of the show. You've worked 2 shows. You got a little fatigue, and it's showing.
Got a third one
Brian.
on the way.
So I'm going to trash it because I think they win the division by more than 5 games.
Yeah, same reason. I trash it. I think they win by 7, 8.
Maybe I shouldn't have made it specific. I should have said at least 5.
Or comfortably. Yeah, see, Blankers, this made you look like a pessimistic Astro guy.
It did come off as pessimistic, even though you're saying it was as optimistic. I was a little confused.
John Singleton wearing number 35 is dirty and should not happen.
Oh, cash that. That's just a no-brainer. Like, I mean, whether you ever retire the number or not, John Singleton for his 3rd trip around the sun with the Astros wearing Justin Verlander's number? No. Yeah, no.
He's arguably the greatest starter in Astros history. Some would say no, Ryan, Oswalt. Verlander, in my mind, is in the mix and probably is the best for me because of the World Series titles. And then this, and like I love John Singleton, but this bench left-handed bat's going to take his number? I don't like that. I'm not even a huge retired the number guy. I'm not sentimental about numbers, but this one is not right. It is dirty.
Yeah, because his body's not even cold yet. Like I with you. Like I don't mind the idea that we don't retire numbers, but can we wait like more than 2 years? Like I mean, Verlander was just here, so I'll cash it. This is absolutely dirty. I don't even remember what number Singleton wore last time around. Was it that number not available?
I don't know. It was.
Yeah, I don't.
What's his name has it? He wore 28, and Matthews has it.
Oh, Bryce Matthews has it.
Yeah.
Okay.
He wore so this is the 3rd number he's had with the Astros. He wore 28 last year. He wore 21 prior to that. Does anybody wear 21? I don't know.
I have no idea.
I'm not a number guy.
Was Caratini 21 or 17?
No, he's 17. I know that one because he wore it. Berkman wore it, and 17 is my favorite number, so I know that one.
Who's 21?
I don't know if they have a 21.
Look it up.
Is it Susan? I don't know. I don't know. It's 21. All right, Brian, what do you got?
I think whether it be Kate Stover or Brevin Jordan, Dalton Schultz, maybe the slowest active player in the NFL who isn't 300 plus pounds, will lose his starting job by week 8.
Oh.
I'm going to trash that.
Trash.
Short of an injury, he's not going to get demoted. And CJ loves him.
CJ loves everybody, though.
I mean, he did play with Kate Stover, though. I would argue he loves Kate Stover more.
Oh, Yiner wears 21.
Yeah, I just looked it up as well. Yeah.
I'm gonna trash it too.
Yeah.
Trash.
I mean, are we allowed to have the no injury caveat? Because if he gets hurt, obviously. I still think he's a little bit better than the other guys. Slightly better than the other guys. It's like I'm gonna give, and I do think it's gonna be the final year that he's in Houston. But no, I'm gonna trash it. I think Dalton Schultz, unless there's injury, will be a starter at week 8.
Yeah, I think Dalton Schultz is going to be the starter all year unless he's hurt.
All right, moving on. Scotty Scheffler. These were just random ones. Scotty Scheffler will catch Tiger's 15 majors.
I'm going to trash it. I mean, Scotty's been really good right now, but even he said himself at a much older age than when Tiger got to his was it 4th major to get a quarter of the way there. I just think when you get older and your skills start to diminish, and he's almost 30 now. Tiger, I think, was 24 when he got there. I just don't think. I think Scotty's going to go down as a great. I don't think he's going to go down as that big of a great.
What years are the what years do you think are the years where you stop winning majors? Like it's over. Like you might get one random one, but
it's
over.
not even about winning them. It's like how frequently you win them. I think he still may later in his career as he gets older win, one every year or so like that. But I think it's not going to be with the frequency of this hot streak he's been on. So I think, okay, I'll say he gets to double digits. I don't think he gets to 15.
Look, I trash it too. I did the math on it though.
Okay.
Scheffler's won 4 majors in the last 4 years. He's won 2 this year. He'd have to do that, win 1 major a year for the next 11 years. So he'd have to keep this pace until he's 40. So again, I'm trashing it, but I do think it's doable.
It's in play. And again, a lot of it is based on the rest of the competition too, right? Because if you get, a more highly, not even that it was Tiger and Phil, but, Tiger was just so hyper dominant over everybody, even whoever the number 2 golfer in the world was. But that's right now, Scotty. If you get some guys that can be more consistently competitive with him, I think that would be a bigger factor too. Because right now he's on a level all by himself.
Yeah, I think the competition's harder now than it was during Tiger's major winning days.
Maybe so,
to be honest. Brian?
Yeah, I'm going to trash it just on the math. If he's almost 30, needs 11 more, I will trash it and play the odds.
Look at Christian Walker go. Yeah, I trash it too, but I do think it's doable.
Yeah, I hope you're right, and I hope on delay because I'm still fighting through this at bat.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to spoil it then.
Well, you already did. But I'm happy you did.
So Lance, he had a take on Hunter Brown being the problem for the Astros, not Lance McCullers. Here was that take. Cash or trash this.
Well, no, actually, Hunter Brown's going to be a much bigger issue. Lance McCullers can go away when pitchers come back. Hunter Brown doesn't go away. This is 3 straight games where something's up because it's not like he's not striking people out. He's striking people out, but they're hitting him.
Yeah.
I mean, Hunter Brown, we've got to have him. Lance McCullers, if pitchers come back, he can go away. Lance McCullers not being in the starting rotation is not going to do anything to you. Hunter Brown must pitch well.
Yeah.
That's why, to me, Lance McCullers is like, yeah, he's just biding his time until these other guys get back from their rehab, and then he's out. He's out of the rotation, period. That's not going to be the case with Hunter Brown. That's why I worry about Hunter.
Cash or trash?
I mean, I think it's a little bit over the top. I mean, if it was velocity was down, this last start we talked about it. Yeah, the velocity was back up. The fact is it looks like he can be his old self again. I'm not jumping off a cliff right now for Hunter Brown.
Yeah, I actually cashed this. I think that his take got misconstrued. To me, what I hear is that he's saying that Lance McCullers isn't really a big problem because Lance McCullers isn't going to pitch important games.
Yeah.
And Hunter Brown is way more valuable to the Astros than Lance McCullers is. So I'm actually cashing Lance's take. He took some heat on it on the internet. Greg Region
I think
was
it was
tweeting him saying
I think it was also
awful
the way it was presented by the station.
The title.
Yeah.
Potentially. Yeah, potentially. Brian?
Yeah, no, I cash it as well. I could see how people would misconstrue it by thinking, well, like, oh, this is an overreaction to 2 bad games for Hunter Brown. Although the third one, the most latest one, the box score didn't look pretty, although I thought he pitched better than the box score showed. But yeah, Lance's point overall, once you listen to, is right. Like, Lance is expendable. Christian Javier comes back. Arrighetti comes back. Maybe cross your fingers. Luis Garcia comes back, even though I don't think that's likely. But then Lance is out of a job. But Hunter Brown's got to be, if not your best, your second best pitcher for the rest of the year. So getting him turned around is a far bigger concern than that of Lance McCullers.
Yeah, whenever you said Lance is more expendable, you meant McCullers, not Zerline, right?
Don't start a war. Yes, I'm in McCullers.
You said you don't think Garcia's coming back?
Yeah,
this year, no. I know. I'm kind of with him where I was with. Yeah. Like, I'm with him now where I was with Lance prior to Lance actually making it back to the major. I'll believe it when I see it. He had 3 setbacks. I know he's pitching and he's throwing in live hitters and all that, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Okay. All right. Hayden Winks of Underdog. He's tried to say that the Houston Texans won the DeAndre Hopkins to Arizona trade.
You probably think that the Texans lost that David Johnson for DeAndre Hopkins trade, but guess what? He turned out to be wrong. Wrong. In addition to getting David Johnson, the Texans also received a 2020 second-round pick and a 2021 fourth-rounder. That second-round pick, well, immediately wasted, nose tackle, nobody cares. But that 2021 fourth-rounder turned out to be awesome down the line. The Texans called the Panthers the next draft, offered that fourth-round pick and some other draft capital to move all the way up to 89th overall. They really had nobody at wide receiver, so they took developmental ex-wide receiver Nico Collins. Definitely took out some time, but Nico Collins is now a bona fide superstar and a 12th overall pick over on Underdog Fantasy.
Cash or trash. Texans won the DeAndre Hopkins trade.
Trash it as much as you possibly can. I mean, give Nick Caserio credit for salvaging and turning chicken bleep into chicken salad, but come on, man.
Yeah, that is.
You got a bucket of bolts for the best receiver in football.
This is very reachy by Hayden Winks. Like, the fourth round pick that he's talking about was like a throw into a collection of draft picks and wasn't even the best pick that they used to acquire him. They traded their pick that they were like going to use later, a fifth and a future fourth to trade up to get Nico Collins. It was a 3-pick for one trade. So, like, it was one piece of 3 pieces in the package to trade up for Nico. It's super reachy, and that pick would not have been the hang-up of getting Nico Collins. Like, if that wasn't in your coffers, Nick Caserio would have figured out another way to get Nico Collins. Right. The deal was not won or lost based on that draft pick, and it wasn't a deal breaker. Nick Caserio would have figured out another way. This is super reachy. It's a trash by Hayden Winks, a guy I normally like a lot.
Yeah, echo everything you guys said. Like, not only was, like you said, that pick did not directly get you get you Nico, because it was one. I love how he said that fourth round pick was used to get Nico Collins. Well, it wasn't, like you said, it wasn't the main pick. It wasn't like it was a fourth and 2-6
centerpiece of the deal.
Yeah, it wasn't like a 4th and 2-6 where you say, okay, that fourth was the best part of the deal. It was a throw into the deal, and even if that fourth round pick did directly get you Nico Collins, that doesn't excuse the trade, because you still, even if you eventually get something in return that makes it worth it, that doesn't excuse you not getting full value at the time of the trade. So it's a horrible take.
Super, super reachy. Derek Stingley. The Texans should lead the NFL in interceptions, probably by at least 10 to 15. Cash or trash?
Who said that?
Derek Stingley. Texans should lead the NFL in interceptions, probably by at least about 10 to 15.
Okay, the number is what I
100%,
which makes this a trash.
That it cracked me up when I saw the number. Like, that's almost a full interception more per game.
That's just not even close to happening.
No, trash in this one. A great deal. Love you, Derek Stingley. You're the best Houston Texan football player. You're arguably the best corner in the entire NFL. And you might even lead the NFL in interceptions. Like, I wouldn't even put that by you. Like, that's in play. I wouldn't mind laying down a bet for that. But to lead the entire league by 10 to 15 is ridiculous. Do you want to guess where the Texans finished last year?
8th.
Second, 19. Minnesota was first with 24. So let's just say like 20 is the second place team in the NFL. The Texans would have to have 30 to 35 interceptions next season for Derek Stingley's claim and take to be right. It's a bit out there, Derek Stingley.
More than 2 per game.
It's a bit out there, Derek Stingley. Well, it would be 2 per game, right?
Well, you said 35, so there'd be.
But if we're assuming that second is 20, it'd be 50. They would need 35 interceptions.
Yeah, so it's more than 2 per game.
That's not more than 2 per game. How many games do you think they play in the NFL?
17. 17 times 2 is 34.
But second has 20, not 0.
Well, I'm saying to get to 35, they'd have to intercept the ball 2 times per game is what I'm saying.
And they would have to have roughly 1 more per game than any other defense in the NFL. Like, it's insane. I actually think that 2 interceptions is more possible than 15 more than second place.
Yeah, I don't think either are possible, but I agree with you.
I would say, but I would say more possible. So crazy take there by Derek Stingley. Stick to your day job, Derek Stingley. Dave Dombrowski says that he should move the trade deadline back 2 weeks. Cash or trash?
I don't mind it. I don't mind it being earlier because the All-Star break's not the midway point anyway. But you also, I would just think that if it's earlier and it's right around the All-Star break, then I think a lot more things would happen. You can get a lot of the GMs together, and I'm fine with it. I would be okay with it going back to being earlier.
I like the idea. No, later.
Yeah, the take was later, 2 weeks later.
Oh, no, I don't like that.
I'm a fan of it because I think more trades would happen. I think you give 2 weeks more of information, and more teams that are on the fence are either become buyers or sellers. So, and I think it's a good adjustment to make after putting more teams in the playoffs. So I actually agree with Dombrowski, however you say that dude's name. 2 weeks later would be fine by me. I cash it.
Yeah, absolutely cash it, because like you said, like the more information teams can have, whether or not they're playoff contenders or not, I think increases the amount of activity we see. Like right now, there's a handful of teams that know they're completely dead, like the White Sox and the Rockies and obviously a few others. But there's so many teams, if they're hovering around 500, they're mostly going to stay in it. I mean, that wasn't true until the playoff field expanded. But now with the extra team that we've had the last several years, there's going to be so many more teams that are willing to trade, before August.
Yep. Yeah.
I misunderstood the question. But yeah, you're right in the fact that it'll weed out a lot of teams. So there'll be a lot more sellers.
Let's rapid fire these from the texters. I bet Hunter is tipping pitches, cash or trash.
I think he was early. I'll cash it for that.
Yeah, I trash it. I don't think that he's tipping
Trash.
pitches. I think his stuff was bad before the All-Star break, and I think he ran into some soft contact against Seattle. So trash that. Cash or trash, the Rockets will win less games this year than they did last year.
I mean, cash it. I said that was mine a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, you probably didn't remember though. Don't be so harsh on the texter, Blankers.
I said it.
Don't be so harsh on the texter.
It's not harsh on the texter. It's a support because I said it too.
Yeah, I cash it. I think it's a good take. All right, let's cash or trash some NFL overreactions now that it's NFL season, and we'll talk about the Stros game a little bit later as well. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Let's take a look at some of these NFL overreactions. The NFL season is here. NFL season is here. Some of these NFL overreactions, taking a look at. All 4 NFC North teams will make the playoffs.
Overreaction.
Yeah,
I think they all
the Packers
can.
aren't going to make it, obviously.
Sheesh, Brian. Sheesh.
I mean,
he was quick with that joke, man. He's killing blankers for the Packers.
He's on me.
He does hate
look,
the Packers.
He's on me
though.
every
It's
day,
fair.
but he's on me. He's
fair, Brian.
He's dialed into to me again now in the last
Quick
hour.
with it, man.
Yeah.
I didn't even hear you finish the sit, and Brian was
I
all
did
over
it.
the Packer hate.
I was just waiting for you to trash it so I could say, yeah, it was obviously the Packers.
I think all 4 teams are capable of making the playoffs, but I don't think there's any chance they can. Like, there's too many divisional games.
Right.
You can play each team twice, and then I know the playoffs are expanded, but all 4 teams in one division are going to take up the 7 spots. No
I'm
way.
still not a believer in Caleb Williams, so I'm not a believer in the Bears.
Yeah, you don't like Caleb.
No, Pete will
Add
tell
that
you
to the
that.
list.
Yeah, Pete's got me on the list.
Yeah, so I think that's an overreaction. I'm assuming you do too, Brian.
Yeah,
Was it just
there's
a
too
joke?
many other teams that, I mean, in the NFC East, you know, the Cowboys and the Commanders could obviously be spicy. The NFC West has a couple teams with, you know, the Rams and the Niners, and maybe even the Seahawks or the Cardinals make some noise. I don't see any way that the NFC East or the NFC North could have teams win enough while not cannibalizing themselves by playing against each other to get 4 teams in.
Yeah, that's a good word for it. Cannibalizing. The SEC likes to use that when they lose to the bottom of the barrel SEC team. Oh, they're cannibalizing.
Texas is back, folks.
Yeah, not a pertinent drop, I don't think. The Chiefs' streak of 9 straight AFC West titles comes to an end this year.
You said it earlier. We've both said it in the past. I don't bet against Patrick Mahomes. I don't bet against Andy Reid. I don't bet against the fact that their receiving core should be better. And I
like their receiving core.
Yeah, I mean, the suspension's going to be interesting on Rice, but yeah, I think the Chiefs are going to win the division again.
Yeah, I will never bet against Patrick Mahomes. So Kansas City's going to win the AFC West.
Yeah, agreed. Unanimous. I think Denver's overrated, and no one else in that division really strikes me as a team that could take it from the Chiefs.
At least 3 of the Browns' current quarterbacks will start games for them this season.
I will cash that.
Yeah, I cashed that too.
Yep.
I think all but Shador.
I knew it. Israel on line 1. He's back.
I think all but Shador Sanders start a game for the Browns this season.
I would take it a step further. I think there's greater odds that all 4 start than
Fair.
only 2 start.
Fair. It does say at least 3. So
yeah,
but I'm with you. I think there's a better chance of 4 than 2. I'll agree to that.
Yeah.
It's the Commanders' turn to win the NFC East.
No. Trash that. Look, everybody knows the team to beat in the entire league is the team that won it a year ago, who seemingly, even if you don't think they got better, they find a way to get younger and still better. Look, they have the youth on their defense with the guys that they have with DeJean and Carter and the other corner, and they're loaded. They still have Saquon. Jalen Hurts is on top of his game. No.
I'm going to do what Brian did and take it a step further. I think there's a better chance they finish 3rd than 1st. So I trashed this one too.
I like it. Yeah, I think I kind of think the Cowboys might finish ahead of them in the NFC
We're all
East.
on the same page that the Commanders are going to take a step back.
Yeah, like I know they added, but some of the pieces they added, like Von Miller's 1,000 years old. Debo's obviously showing signs of decline. Laramie Tunsil will obviously help them, but I mean their best and only dynamic receiver, Terry McLaurin's holding out.
Yeah.
They don't have a dynamic running game. Like I think this team takes a step back.
I do as well, which makes it scary that we all agree. It's like game day when they all pick the same team and then they lose. Baker Mayfield would lead the Buccaneers to another division title and then land a massive new contract.
He's already got a couple years left on a pretty good contract, doesn't he? Making.
Yeah, didn't they just
They
extend
signed
him like a year
they signed
ago?
him for $40 a year for a multi-year deal.
It was a 3-year, $100 million after the 23 season. So after this year, he'll have 1 year and $27 million left.
Then, yeah, and the division's is very easy for them to win.
Ooh, easy?
Easy over Atlanta? You don't think Atlanta will be spicy?
I think Atlanta, you like that spicy all of a sudden. Yeah.
Spicy today.
It's football season, baby. It's time to get spicy.
I think Tampa's going to win the division, and I think that Baker's going to get paid. So
I like this one.
Yeah,
I'm a cash
I'll
on this one as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a little bit of
I'll
that.
still cash it. I think Atlanta's good. I think they win 9 games, but yeah, I still think Tampa takes the division.
Have all 4 teams in a division ever made the playoffs in the same year? Google AI tells me no.
Yeah, that was something that they were thinking about like 3/4 of the way through the season last year, and that didn't happen.
Google AI has been wrong before, but I believe that one. Like I don't remember there being a time, and it would have to be almost impossible during the 6
Right.
teams making the playoffs.
Exactly.
And it hasn't been expanded that long. And I feel like we would have heard that. So yeah, I believe Google AI on this one. Cash or trash, Justin Fields leads the Jets to the playoffs, says a texter.
Trash it.
Ask a texter.
Trash.
Yeah.
I'm kind of intrigued by them, but I don't think they'll make the playoffs. I think the AFC is too good, but I am intrigued by them. I love Aaron Glenn. Shout out Nimitz. I think Fields, Breece Hall is an interesting duo. Like that's gonna be tough to stop. Like the Fields is hard to bring down. Breece Hall's good. I'm a big fan of Garrett Wilson. Don't love that Justin Fields is his quarterback. And that defense is solid. Like I don't think they win enough games to be a playoff team, but I think they're a tough win. Like I think they're a tough team to beat.
Yeah, I think that they're going to be fun to watch too. I think
don't know about that.
I think they can be dynamic because I think that you know when Fields runs the football, and we saw it even in Chicago, he can be a really dynamic runner. And I think, like you said, you got Hall, you've got some guys. Can he throw the ball? That's going to be the biggest question. But I think they're going to be more fun to watch than when they had Rodgers.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like they're very different. They're like unique almost. Like I want them to run it
And their
40
defense
times
has
a
been
game.
solid.
No, they have been solid. Yeah, and I like Glenn. I think Glenn's going to be a good coach.
Yeah, I do too.
All right, 713-780 ESPN. The Astros complete the sweep in Arizona. They win it 4-3. What did Red Tom Glavine do? Brandon Walter. How did the Astros get it done?
Is that guy?
And we're all learning the name, baby. And also, is the hot boy summer? Is it continuing for the Astros? Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about my really good friend, John Blitz. John Blitz and I have been friends since we were very, very small in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and he now lives here in Houston, Texas, and owns and operates Temperature Pro Air Conditioning. And the best thing about it is I'm passing on the knowledge I have of the trust that I have in my friend to you guys if you have anything going on with your AC unit, because he's going to take care of you. He's got 20-plus years of experience. They're trusted. They're reliable. And if you check their reviews, including their A-plus Better Business Bureau rating, you'll know what I know. They are the company to go to anytime anything happens with your AC or you need a tune-up or need your AC unit checked. They sell and service major brands like Trane, Carrier, Daikin, Goodman, and Lennox, and they offer you fantastic financing, 12 months, no payments, no interest. Put your AC needs in the trusted hands of Temperature Pro and my good friend John Blitz, and you will be in the best hands to be taken care of no matter what you got going on. I mean, right now what you should do too is call them and get them to do a little bit of a checkup on your system so that it doesn't peter out at the time when you need it most, when we're approaching 100-degree days. Call them now. Tell them, they'll tell you exactly what they got going on with some specials in terms of being able to do a check on your system. But then if you're interested because your units are getting older and you want to upgrade them and you want to find out, look, I've had some of my friends go to John and make sure, and they came back to me telling me they gave me the best equipment, they gave me the best warranty, and I could not have been happier. You could be next in line. They take care of their customers. Go to blitzproservices.com, or better yet, just call them 281-247-5925. That's 281-247-5925. Temperature Pro in here in Houston.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Guess what happened today, Blankers?
The Astros swept the D-backs.
The Astros won a baseball game today. They blew the win for Red Tom Glavine, as Ocho calls Brandon Walter. Astros win 4-3. I didn't realize the Mariners already played today. The Mariners lost 10-2. The Brewers.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, I thought they played. I mean, I didn't know when they played.
I don't know, man.
Guessed it was tonight. But the Astros leading the division grows. Texas said they're currently tied for the best record in all of baseball, or the American League. They're not better than the Brewers. I don't think.
The lead is bigger than 5 games?
The lead's bigger than 5 games. If you're using that. Now, he didn't say today. He didn't say at the end of the
I
day.
know, I'm trolling.
He said
God,
at the end of the season.
On.
So maybe they grow to a 7-8 game lead, and then they kind of cruise to set up the rotation for the playoffs, and that's why the lead shrinks to 5.
Like we saw at the end of leading into the All-Star break.
18 games above 500 for the 4A Astros. 6-game lead in the division. They beat the Diamondbacks, complete the sweep, and the Diamondbacks were rolling. Like the Diamondbacks swept their series over the weekend. They were talking about how because they were hot and playing so well that they're not going to be sellers at the deadline. Well, the Astros just made that decision easy for them.
Yeah, they did. I mean, you're right. That was a big discussion about the make or break of this series in particular being dictating what the Diamondbacks do or don't do. And I mean, the Astros did it again. You look at that lineup at the start of the day, and when you put that tweet out and I look at it and I go, oh my God, man, again, you look at the lineup and it's hard to feel confident that that's going to be a major league lineup that's going to win baseball games. Yet they do it again. And again, they do it late after being down the whole game.
Today's lineup was pure comedy. It's the funniest lineup I've ever seen the Astros have in the golden era. Trammell led it off, Caratini, Walker, although Christian Walker, I've always called him Two-Knock Seawalk. In the hot boy summer is continuing for Christian Walker. 2 for 5 today. He had the game-winning ribby as he drove in the run there in the 9th inning. And then you had Yiner. Matthews is hitting 5th already. Dubon, Hummel, McCormick, and Whitcomb was the starting 9 today for the Astros, and yet they win 4-3. In large part because Brandon Walter was fantastic again. Gives up 1 run in 7 innings, strikes out 5. The first, it's kind of his thing where he gives up an early home run and then he nails the rest of the game. He had that start a couple of starts ago where he gave up 2 home runs and then was retired the rest of the hitters he faced. I think it was back-to-back homers in the first, and then he retired every hitter he faced the rest of the way. His ERA is down to 3.35. This guy is unbelievable.
No, you've been on him for a while now, but you've made me a believer too. And you just watch him when he pitches, and you realize he's the best of the bottom half of the rotation for sure. And with every start, he seemingly gets better. If there's one little thing that's a bugaboo, it's the fact that he has the tendency to give up a home run ball. But like you said, it doesn't rattle him, and he settles back in. He's been fun to watch, and another great find. And if you're Dana Brown, that's another thing for Dana Brown in the fact when you look at it, he keeps finding guys that keep this ship sailing and keep it afloat. Because I thought when Paredes went down, it didn't matter what the pitching was going to do or not do because I thought the lineup was so bad. But good pitching keeps you in ball games, so you win these tight games, these 1-run games like they did in 2 of the 3 games?
Yeah, really good start for Walter. That you're right about Dana. What a find by Dana Brown. Really impressive that he found this guy from the scrap heap. And I mean, he looks like he's not only going to be in the rotation the rest of the year. Looks like he's going to be in the rotation for the foreseeable future. Like, how do you take him out? He's been unbelievable. He's been so good. Your boy Souza blew the win, though. He vultured his win, gave up a couple of runs in the 8th, but Christian Walker in his hot boy summer bailed him out. 4th win for Souza, by the way.
I almost said during our broadcast to say that I wasn't watching it, but I almost said to you, you were probably right. King was a better decision last night than Souza.
It was classic. I was watching the game on the phone. It's like Blankers was clamoring for Souza in the 9th yesterday.
I'm watching
and
here in the
blows
studio.
the game in the 8th today.
I'm like, yeah, Souza pick. It's not looking so good right now.
But we can laugh about it because Christian Walker bailed everybody out. And then Hader came on, picked up the save, struck out 2 in a scoreless 9th inning. That's good. Get him back on track a little bit. Good to see him have a productive outing.
Yet they still make it interesting. He did give up a single before striking out Marte.
Yeah, he brought the winning run to the plate.
Yes.
So he made it a little nervous there in the 9th, which a lot of closers do. It seems like Hader's doing it a lot recently. Texture about Hader. Do you think Hader has command of his pitches, or does he just deal and wherever the ball falls, it falls? I remember Wagner having command of his pitches. I mean, he's trying to locate. I wouldn't say he has like elite command. I wouldn't even say he has great command, but I think his command is like good.
I think his breaking pitches and even his changeup, I think he's got pretty decent control of. I think from a fastball perspective, because he's upper 90s, I do think that he just kind of grips it and rips it and knows the vicinity it's supposed to go in, but just kind of lets it fly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, all the guys try to locate, unless you're Fromber early in his career, where they told Fromber just aim for the middle of the plate, let your pitch move, which, I mean, you can do that when your pitch moves like Fromber's do.
Does it?
Texture first pitch home run today for Walter. Nothing after that. That's what he does. I don't know. It's kind of his thing. Caratini extended his hit streak to 11 games today. Second longest current streak in the league. Professional hitter Victor Caratini.
I said to Brian when he got the hit, I was like, there's a starting catcher for another team in baseball next year that's going to be making a whole boatload of money in Victor Caratini.
What if the Astros trade Yiner, though?
Well, I said for maybe another team or maybe this team. Yeah, but he's going to be a starting catcher in Major League Baseball making a boatload of money based on what he's doing this year.
Do you want it to be in the Astros uniform?
No. I'd love to keep him.
Would you trade Yiner to keep him?
Depends on what I get for Yiner.
You get a fair package back for Yiner.
I might. I'm starting to lose confidence in the big picture on Yiner. No, I'm going to stay because Yiner's younger. I'm sticking with Yiner.
I think Yiner did have 3 knocks today. So like, hopefully that kind of could get him going. He has been disappointing this year. Like there's no, I mean, there's no hiding that. He hasn't been very good. Now, I personally can't lose sight of the fact that he still has 3 more controllable years, Yiner. And I don't love Yiner's defense, but also like he hit 23 home runs in like 100 games his rookie year. He nearly hit 300 last year. He hit 299. So like, I don't think that is all gone. I think he got off to a horrid start. So it looks like even way worse than it actually is probably. Like, I wonder what his numbers are if you would just erase the first 30 games of the year. I'm going to look that up. I can't lose sight of the fact that he was good his rookie year and was good last year offensively. Like his upside is best offensive catcher in baseball, like sincerely. And even though I don't like him defensively, he's cheap for the next 3 years after this one. I personally wouldn't trade Yiner unless somebody just like blows me away with something stupid.
Yeah, no, I like I said, that the offer matters, but for the most part, I'm going to live with the fact that Yiner's still young. He did, even with 3 hits today, boy, when he sees that breaking pitch on the outside corner, he cannot stop himself from flailing at it. But yeah, I believe he'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he's fine.
I think he's going to be fine.
I love me some Victor Caratini though. Like if this team gets fully healthy, which is a major if. I wonder what happens. I wonder if, like who's catching most days. I saw Rome was like Chandler Rome was advocating for he was saying, I wonder if, they bench Yiner, not all the time, but they bench Yiner some to get John Singleton starts.
Oh, stop.
And it's like, I don't know about that.
No,
that feels a little reachy to me.
My wonder would be, would they put Jordan in left field?
Yeah, but I mean, so and then you're putting Altuve at second, and then you're benching Matthews,
and then you can
DHing
either Yiner or Caratini.
Yeah, I mean, a lot's going to happen between now and making those decisions. So, like, what does Matthews look like after 50 games? Right. Health, maybe Yiner heats up too, like, and maybe Caratini starts to fizzle away. Like, it's hard to make those decisions because you don't know their current form.
Right. And look, it would be a great problem to have if everybody got healthy and Matthews is hitting the baseball and you've got just, a plethora of guys to choose from Espada's perspective every single game on who to play where. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to, you can't sit Caratini down. He's just been so good.
Now it's easy to play on both right now.
Yeah.
Because of the injuries. It is going to, this deadline is going to be interesting to me. Like the biggest question that I have is, and it's impossible to know, is if Jim Crane allows Dana Brown to add salary and go into the tax. Like that, it's fascinating to me.
Especially if you're going to lose Fromber, or you feel like, for all intents and purposes, you're going to lose Fromber, and you would like to get a first-round pick for him.
Yeah.
But you have to weigh that versus you want your best chance to win it all. And I'll, it's not just what you do; it's what the teams that you're currently better than do. If Seattle loads up and they get Suarez or they get a couple of guys, now that changes everything in the fact that you have to be able to compete with that.
The Cal Raleigh's entered the chat. Good point. Yiner has the top 3 offensive catcher potential. I forgot Cal Raleigh is using those torpedo bats and cheating to hit all these home runs. My bad.
Are we testing Cal? Because this is like the career year of all years.
I mean, he's insane. Like,
Do we expect this from the dumper going forward?
I mean, I think the power's real.
The power's really is a big dude. I don't think it's going to be real like this, and I don't think he's going to have another season like this the rest of his career.
No, I think this is probably career. I think that's fair to say. But I did forget about Raleigh whenever I said that Yiner has top offensive catcher, capability. Maybe in 6 years.
Rushman, we were talking about a year ago, and he kind of fell off.
He's been a bit disappointing this year.
Yep.
He has been. It's kind of interesting there. The counterpoint to the whole, do you want a first rounder for Fromber this is the last year of Fromber. Do we want to make one more run with Fromber? So that's the counterpoint to that, which again, it comes down to Jim Crane when putting that decision on his desk. Do you want to go over here or do you want to not go over? And kind of, shapes and forms the realistic trade opportunities that are out there.
I want to believe that he loves it here so much. He loves the environment, the clubhouse. They kind of let him be him, that he might give them a bit of a discount.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying I want to believe that. And I want to believe that he might take, a little less and a shorter deal to be here. But this is his last chance. This is his one big chance to really cash in. And I just don't think he's going to do that.
No, I think it's more possible that Crane ponies up for Fromber than Fromber taking a hometown discount, because Crane loves pitching and Fromber's been so good. I don't think either one happens, but I think that's the more likely scenario. All right, 713-780-3776. Car wreck of the day. We'll get your car wrecks of the day. Finally this loaded. So Yiner, if you eliminate the first month of the year, and this is before today's game, if you eliminate the first month of the year, Yiner's hitting 262, not bad. 295 on base ain't great, but he's got a 723 OPS. Yiner, if you eliminate the first month of the year, Yiner's numbers aren't that bad.
How many home runs does he have?
He has 11 in a 63 game span. I pulled the eliminating the first month, so I don't remember how many homers he had the first month. But if you eliminate the first month, he's got 11 homers in 63 games. That's not bad. 262 average, not bad. You like him to get on base a little bit more, but he's never going to walk.
Plus hitter with 20-some bombs.
OPS.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, that's pretty. Yiner's been better than the season numbers tell you. All right, car wrecks of the day. What are your car wrecks of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. Astros, by the way, are going to promote Jason Alexander to make tomorrow's start. So the Summer of George.
The Summer of George
is back. Jason Alexander, George Costanza starts
Yada,
tomorrow.
yada, yada.
They sent down Nick Hernandez. Nick Hernandez got to go Cougs. Got a couple of days of per diem. Got a couple of days of per diem.
Got some good food and a couple of days extra cash, and we'll see you back in Sugarland.
Went out to the desert, got some good food, got some per diem, and is headed back to the Spacers. Costanza, but he could be on the team flight back to Houston because Sugarland's so close. But yeah, so Alexander tomorrow, which makes me think that Gusto will go Friday. Thursday and Friday were to be determined, but now we know Thursday. And then Hunter Brown starts Saturday. And then who would it be Sunday? Who's after Hunter?
That's the Nationals, right?
Probably Gordon. No, the A's.
Oh, A's first. Okay.
Yeah, I think it would be Gordon after Hunter.
Yeah, it's
Did you
Gordon.
see that Kurtz has taken
over the AL Rookie of the Year?
Yeah. Over
He
Wilson.
took over the odds?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Did he really?
Yes, he did.
It's not great news for
I should have brought back that home run call.
No.
Of our favorite, Jenny Cavnar.
Oh yeah,
I love listening to her. She pops up on my timeline all the time. Mostly it's that one guy though making fun of her, which is very entertaining. All right, car wreck of the day, 713-780-3776. What you got, Blankers?
First one I got is Mike Vrabel doing his best, Greg Popovich, on getting on reprimanding a member of the media for asking the same question again.
Now the guys are back. I know there's 90 of them, but generally speaking,
91,
excuse me, international pathway. How'd they do? How do you feel about how the guys came back?
I mean, whether you were in a coma when I answered Tom's question or typing on your phone or tweeting, I don't know, but I spent 5 minutes answering that question. And I could go back through it, but I'd rather not.
Just verbally bitch slapping a guy.
I love it though.
It's so Popovich-esque, but it's you already know Vrabel's a hard ass on the field and with his players and coaches and things, and he just gave a little dose to the media.
The media loves him though, because like he'll do this, but he's also doing it with a smile on his face, and then he'll love on you a little bit too. And I'm a Vrabel fan. I like Mike Vrabel.
I like him too, and I like the fact that again, like the Bill O'Brien thing of calling all the media people by their names.
Yeah, he does that. He's big on introductions.
Doesn't matter, Brian.
Whenever I was covering the Texans, they did let's interview the assistants, or let's have these little small scrums with assistants, and he would shake everybody's hand before they came to talk to him, which is pretty cool. And I saw him at an academy once, so anybody that I share a space with or a building with, that I root for that person. Joe Burrow, Allen Iverson, Greg Maddox. Mike Vrabel. If I spend a little bit of time with you in a small confines or even a medium confine, I'm a fan of yours. So there is that. Car wreck of the day for me, Christian Harris. Where are you, man? How long do you need to recover from this calf? What's worse, Christian Harris's calf or Yordan Alvarez's hand? I don't know. I don't know which one.
Kyle Tucker's shin for the win.
Yao Ming's foot. I mean, there's so many. What's wrong with you, Christian Harris? Tua and Tyreek's relationship is a quote-unquote work in progress, according to Tua, after Tyreek at the end of last year was like, I'm out. So seems like quarterback and receiver beefing a little bit, kind of like Tyreek with his pregnant girlfriend back in the day. All right, what you got, Brian?
I know you saw this because you tweeted it out, but Dalton Feely of John Boy Media, who sent out a tweet about the Altuve slide that was for the third run yesterday that wasn't overturned. His quote on the tweet was, "Safe. Why have replay when we don't use it properly? Potentially and here's the key phrase, season-altering review failure by New York." Bro, the Astros would have won anyway. They didn't need the run one. And the D-backs were so mid. If that changed your season, then that's the problem.
Season-altering crack.
Season-altering.
Yeah.
1 of 162, and that's gonna be season-altering. In a game you would have lost regardless.
Yeah. He posted a picture that was not clear and conclusive, which I asked him, where do you see the clear and conclusiveness here? It's not clear and conclusive. You can't tell. Steven nominates the Browns helmet. They were doing this Browns helmet thing on a raft, and somebody fell off the raft into the water.
Yeah, I had it too. If you see the video of it, it's pretty funny.
And then Alex nominating Brian for playing the wrong D'Amico sounder earlier.
That's fair.
What wins? Browns guy, since we had him twice.
The Browns.
The Browns guy. That might be their only win of the year, especially if Shador starts. All right, that does it for us. Thanks to BMAC for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Brian. And we'll talk to you tomorrow. Destination 2026 with Glenn Davis right now on ESPN 97.5.
All right, welcome in, everybody. We'll let this Olaleye go a little bit. That's the Bouncing Souls, a band from New Jersey. It's their take on Ole. All right, Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup, presented by Houston Methodist, Coca-Cola, Southwest Energy, and Quanta. We are streaming at ESPN975.com. The call-in number, by the way, 713-780-3776. That's 713-780-ESPN. And I put out earlier today on social media, like always on the show, if you've got a moment that is World Cup and it's indelible in your mind, it might be the first time you ever saw the World Cup. It might be the first time you became aware of the World Cup. It might be an experience you had at a World Cup. Whatever it is, weigh in on the show because we want those types of takes. Now, we do have a string of World Cup takes that we got from fans down at Shell Energy Stadium. So here's how we get you into the mood. Take a listen to this. Here's some thoughts from Houston area fans on the World Cup.
Are you excited about the World Cup coming to Houston?
Absolutely.
Do you have tickets? Are you thinking about getting them?
Thinking about it.
Thinking about some, yeah. Yeah, great. How are you feeling about the World Cup coming to Houston?
Oh, very excited. Yeah, you can tell the whole city's getting ready. Hopefully, we're able to get everything in place before the World Cup gets here. But I think it's gonna be a fun party.
Are you excited about the World Cup coming to Houston?
Yeah, I hope to get tickets.
What about the World Cup? Are you excited about the World Cup coming to Houston?
Yes, we are. We're actually looking forward to, start buying those tickets.
What do you think of the World Cup coming to Houston?
Oh, love it. I can't wait. I'll be, might get fired from my job from missing too much work.
What do you think of the World Cup coming to Houston?
I think it's amazing. I wish it was a little cheaper, but I think it's amazing. Any exposure that we can get on this sport, awesome. I'm all for it.
Are you excited about the World Cup coming to Houston?
Oh, God, yeah. I don't even care who it is. I just want to go, want to bring my kid and wife to it, so I'm definitely excited about that, especially with McGlenn potentially playing, in front of hometown crowd. That would be pretty awesome to be able to see that and experience it,
The World Cup is coming here to Houston. Are you excited about it?
No. Too expensive.
There you go. That's reaction. And it is.
I love the guy at the end.
Yeah, that was
too
pretty
expensive.
That was pretty
He
funny.
was short and quick to the point.
He's pretty set on
He was
what
blunt.
he's doing. Yeah, no question. That's pretty funny. But you can tell people are very, very excited about this. Will be the most significant sports event and probably event ever held in Houston. I know there's people out there going, "Oh, what about the Super Bowl?" But yeah, I think we're in for something that's going to open a lot of eyes here. I know conservatively, people are saying 500,000 will come here. I believe it's going to be closer to 1 million or maybe even more. It all depends on who's drawn next December to come here and play. But there's another thing you got to consider here too. Houston's in the middle of the country. So if some of these fans are coming from Europe and they could base out of Houston to go to other markets around the country. We're close to Monterey. They're hosting games. I mean, it's a 3-hour flight pretty much anywhere from Houston. So there's some of that, which is very unknown. The other thing is if somebody's saying, well, I don't want to deal with the heat. You've got 2 dome stadiums between Houston and Dallas if you want to watch games there. Dallas has got 9 games. We have 7. So there's 16 you could potentially go to and be in climate-controlled arenas. But, we hear from the FIFA Club World Cup all the complaints about the heat, but you didn't really hear that in 94. And it was hot in 94 as well. So we'll see. But it's going to be spectacular. It's going to be super exciting. Here's some of the details on it because I do want people to know about the details. And by the way, call in 713-780-3776. What's your biggest World Cup moment? Got a couple of tweets that we can read as well. So July 9th, July 11th to July 19th, June 11th to July 19th next year. 16 cities across U.S., Canada, Mexico. Mexico's got 3, 48 teams. It's the first time it's a 48-team World Cup. 12 groups of 4, knockout stage of 32, the finals at MetLife. The expanded format, is going to allow now for a lot of teams to get into it, which you got Jordan and Uzbekistan who have already qualified for a World Cup. June 11th is the opener. What a place to have the opener. Estadio Azteca, Mexico City, where some of the most famous World Cup games were ever held. The great Brazilian team of 1970, Pelé and Carlos Alberto, were there. And then Canada and U.S. will host their matches on June 12th. Group stage is June 11th through 27th. Round of 32, June 28th to July 3rd. Round of 16, July 4th through 7th. Quarterfinals, the 9th through 11th. Semis, the 14th and 15th. Semis are in Dallas and Atlanta. And then the World Cup final, New York, New Jersey, very close to where I grew up, East Rutherford, New Jersey. Here in Houston, we'll have 7 games. We'll have 7 matches. We will get a round of 32 knockout stage match, and we will get a round of 16 knockouts. So 2 out of the 7 will be knockout games. So it's fair to say you might see the World Cup champion here in Houston. You don't know. Nobody knows. Tickets are on sale. So a lot has been going on in Houston. You can notice some things going on around the city as far as transportation, roads. They're already working on this stuff. Harris County Sports and Convention has approved funding for the replacement of close to 5,000 seat backs at Energy Stadium. They've had to move some of the corner seats out and replace them with aluminum platforms. I don't know if that's begun yet, but they have to do some things to the stadium in order to get it up to FIFA standards. Natural grass playing surface. This is going to be the big deal here. Installed in early May. So you're going to have time for it to take root. I'm not trying to be a Texas A&M Aggie here who knows something about growing and installing fields, but I will tell you that the early May thing is going to allow it to have time. That's what I've heard. And that'll happen right after the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. So that's pretty quick. And then we've heard there's a lot of facility and technology upgrades that are going to occur. 15 to 35 million upgrade package, including video boards, sound systems, lighting with LEDs, renovating suites, roof fabric, and premium seating areas. So lot going to go on. A lot will go into this. A lot can come out of this. So pretty significant stuff going on. Hey, by the way, Major League Soccer All-Star Game is taking place tonight up in Austin, Texas. Should be fun. It looked like the skills competition was a lot of fun for people as well. So we'll see what happens tonight. But they do have a bit of a PR nightmare because Lionel Messi apparently is not going to be there. And I will just say this. I tweeted this out on @GlennDavisSock on X. I put out that, look, this is going to become the norm now. You're going to see the elite athlete, because of the expansion of obligation, games, content, you are going to see elite athletes pulling out of events like this. There is no question about it. All right. We will go to the phone lines. And let's bring on Christian here. Christian's got something to say. Christian.
Davis. It's been a while since we talked. How are you?
Christian, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing all right, sir. I mean, first of all, when it comes down to the FIFA World Cup in 2026, I mean, I know that you just basically talked about all the particulars that, NRG Stadium has to deal with. But when it comes down to the, still amount of tourism dollars that will come with the World Cup next year, how do you think that will go when, people are only going to want to come here for not only the atmosphere, but for the games itself?
Oh,
and I know that you are... Huh?
No, go ahead. I'm letting you finish. I'm sorry.
Okay. Second question I want to ask, and I know you heard about this since you were just talking about Major League Soccer's All-Star Game tonight, is that Major League Soccer wants to go to a fall to spring schedule. That's going to probably conflict with all types of gridiron football and high school, college, and pro, not to mention spring football. But when you think about that, for the possibility of Major League Soccer wanting to do that in 2027, how do you think that will help or hurt Major League Soccer as far as them wanting to get respect among the big 6 soccer leagues in the world. The 5 European leagues
so
plus La Liga.
let me quickly get to your number one. The first question was the economic impact. Is that what you were asking about? Yeah.
Yes,
Houston could make north of $1 billion. Okay, I mean, this is a crazy big money maker. I know they're saying 500,000 visitors. I do think it's going to be more. I do think a lot of people are going to base out of here. Of course, we're going to hear about the Fortune 500 companies that are going to make money, but there are local mid to smaller businesses here that can do extremely well if they get ahead of this, because there is going to be a lot of money to be spent.
As well.
Correct. So
a lot of them are your sponsors as well.
So there's a lot going on from that standpoint. So economically, it's a big boom. And, you know, when you're talking to committee members and things, this is what their main focus is and their main job is, right? As far as the MLS schedule change, I have heard through the grapevine that the Board of Governors meeting that's not going to happen. You were talking about it going head to head with Gridiron. Listen, it's time we drop that argument. You're going to go up against something all the time because there is competition everywhere in the United States of America. There's 3 other traditional sports. On and on it goes. There's lifestyle you have to be concerned about as well. So there's a bunch of things that we will always be in competition with. So, you know, I would have liked it because I would like to see us get on the world schedule, and I would also think it would help us compete for players on the open market as well. How's that do, Christian? Is that good for you?
Yeah, that's great enough for me, Mr. Davis. Thanks for having me on, and I will try to talk to you on other forms of social media since you still have me blocked on Twitter.
I got to figure out how to unblock you. I'm sorry. Please send me something so I can find your thing, and I will unblock you. I don't know how I block you. Thank you for the call, as always, Christian. Good stuff. All right, let's go to Fidel. Fidel's got a World Cup memory. Fidel.
Hey, Glenn. How you doing?
I'm good, Fidel. How are you?
I'm pretty good. First of all, great film on Monday. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, by the way, thanks for coming out to that. Fidel's referencing the fact that we do this thing called Monday Night Football. We did it out at Hugh O'Connor's pub, and we re-aired a movie about the 1966 World Cup. So it's absolutely spectacular. So go on. I want to hear your World Cup memory.
Yes. So for me, this World Cup memory, and I feel like for me, this has been the best World Cup ever since Brazil 2014. And the game that I felt more passion was with the Mexico versus Holland in the round of 16. To me, it's a bittersweet game because it was a game where Mexico literally fought with passion, with everything, had literally the Netherlands on the ropes. Gio Dos Santos making a spectacular goal with the left foot, and Ochoa making those saves. And honestly, that's the game where I felt that we had a chance to actually go further into a World Cup. But then we let a goal on the last minutes of the second half, and, you know, the controversial no era penal.
No era penal, yes.
Yeah.
That was June 19th, 2014. The only thing I will say about Mexico on that day, and Gio had the first goal. Gio had the 48th minute goal, Wesley Schneider in the 88th, and then 90+4. It's Jan Huntelaar, Klaus-Jan Huntelaar. Yeah, so this is you're in the 87th minute, and you're about to knock the Netherlands off. This was a spectacular game. The Dutch had 55% of the ball, but I will say after the Mexico lead, I thought Miguel Herrera, right, was in charge?
Yes.
I thought Miguel Herrera blew it tactically. I thought he got too conservative. Mexico was finding a real nice fine line of aggression and pushing the Netherlands. I thought he got too conservative, and I thought it cost him the game. That was my take on that from my memory.
Yes, I feel the same way. I think that game we could have attacked a little bit more. got at least one more goal and maybe off to the quarterfinals, but we got too much defensive, and we let them starting attacking us.
You got it, Fidel. Fidel, you got a great soccer mind. I appreciate the call tonight. Thanks for calling in. Great one on the World Cup memory there from Fidel. Let's take a break here. It is Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup. It's brought to you by Energy Quanta, Coca-Cola Southwest, and Houston Methodist. Great start to the show. Thanks to Christian and Fidel.
You're listening to Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, NRG, and Quanta.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup, presented by Energy Quanta, Houston Methodist, and, of course, Coca-Cola Southwest. Good opening segment to get it going here tonight. Again, World Cup 2026 getting closer and closer. We're less than a year away. The opener will be at Azteca Stadium June 11th in Mexico, the site of so many historic matches. I never forget the goal Manuel Negrete scored there. Left-footed volley, 100,000 people. Incredible. And that traditional Mexico green jersey. 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776 to call in with your World Cup moment. We got a really good one from Fidel. Obviously, he's a Mexico fan. He brought up the 2014 game against the Netherlands. I do believe Miguel Herrera kind of blew that. Got too conservative, tried to win a game 1-0 against the Netherlands by getting conservative. I think he brought the Netherlands back into that game, the no era penal game. All right, today Spain, Ayatana Bonmati. Extra time winner over Germany. They will take on England in the final of the Euros on Sunday. A lot of drama in these semifinals. So that's something people can tune into on Sunday, the Women's Euro finals. And you've had it going on in the continent of Africa with AFCON and also in CONMEBOL. But boy, I watch the women's game now and I just see the acceleration of it. Countries that have this deep and intense soccer culture that have decided to invest in many, many ways into women's soccer. So you're going to have a good final. It'll be Spain and England. Man, Spain in sports just continues. I mean, whether it's car racing, tennis, golf, football, I mean, Spain is everywhere. They produce. It's a country that produces a lot of fantastic athletes. No question about it. Okay, so that's a possibility on Sunday. The reason I'm talking about that as well is because later on in the show tonight, you're gonna get to hear an interview I did with Becky Sauerbrunn. In fact, not later on. It's the next segment, the final segment of the show tonight. But it's a nice longer form interview with Becky. I always had a lot of respect for her as a player, the way she carried herself. Real pro, very consistent, dependable. That's something, if you're a center back, you want to be called is dependable and consistent. And she produced that for the national team. Over 200 caps, won the World Cup twice, also won the gold medal in the Olympics. And she comes on. I always thought she was just a very humble athlete. So that'll be an interesting interview. We do talk about the center back position quite a bit in this interview as well. Okay, so that's one to keep an eye on coming up in the very, very next segment. And I appreciated getting that opportunity. We've had her on the show before. So it's not the first time I've interviewed her, but now she is retired from the game. Okay, so a couple of other notes going on. How about this? Here's an interesting one, because the world of football now is spend, buying clubs. Now you got really interesting things going on with people putting money into the game of soccer. And there's only so much content out there when it comes to sports franchises. So, people are trying to buy teams in lower divisions all over the world and then get them promoted. We've all seen the Wrexham show, how some celebrities built a television program around it. It boosted this club. It continued their ascent. It's affected the mood, the economics of an entire city. There's all these really creative, intelligent people doing different things in the world of soccer. Now, I would bookend that with the fact that this game is becoming very commercial, to the point where you're going to start seeing what I mentioned in the last segment. Those like Lionel Messi are going to, there's not many like Lionel Messi, but elite soccer players, because of the amount of content, workload, all these things are going to challenge and dig their heels in now to not attend certain events. That's, for their own mental and physical health. It's going to happen. It's a reality. It's the new norm. Believe me, it will keep continuing, and it will definitely continue to happen in the future. So, you got Pulisic pulling out because he wants to focus on what he wants to focus on. And that is preparing for Inter Milan, or for AC Milan, excuse me. You got Messi pulling out of this. I don't know if Sergio Ramos is going to be there. I heard there's a plane coming for Sergio Ramos. So anyway, new norm, get used to it. Billionaire fan of Brazilian side Grêmio purchased the club stadium for $25.2 million, and then he donates it back to the club. His name is Marcelo Marques. His investment means that this club Grêmio no longer has to pay anything around its 20.5 annual debt service. And now the club can generate 50 million to 100 million more in annual revenue by keeping all of this stadium income. So this is like an angel investor. It's obviously a guy that, loves the club. He is a food entrepreneur. and he founded the group Gremio is Ours movement, and it opposed converting the club into a corporation or kind of a legal model in Brazil. He was trying to keep it organic and more roots, and he did it with his money. And, you know, he wants this to be more of a privately run club. He doesn't want it to be a public legal model type club that attracts outside investment. And I wonder why this doesn't happen more. I hear a lot of people in England complaining, about foreign ownership. Well, I don't understand why things like this don't happen more, and consortiums aren't built in order to buy your beloved clubs. But it is all about money now. And now he's going to run for club president too. So there's some ego involved in this, but why not? I mean, if he cares about the club this much, I love that. I love that kind of feel. People are stepping down now and not going to oppose him. I think he's probably going to get a few votes after donating that kind of money. But he's always backed the club financially behind the scenes. And if you remember, Luis Suarez played there. I think 2022 or 2023, Suarez was there. And he partially paid Suarez. So there you go. Oh, and speaking of investment, guess who is now a co-owner investment of Swansea City? It is Snoop Dogg. Is there cannabis available at those games or what?
We can make things happen.
I don't know what the whole cannabis situation is in Wales. Okay. As you wave your hand in front of your face to see the field and to see your Welsh side, Swansea City. Swansea City's got a great history, by the way. Christian Pulisic winning the SB Best Soccer Player of the Year award. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back. She is the former U.S. Women's National Team defender, Becky Sauerbrunn. We continue on Destination 2026.
One more time to the dying man. They say, one more time if you please.
This is Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, NRG, and Quanta.
For the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.